Releasing Pokemon begins in Tokyo. Tokyo, Adachi District, AS the most impoverished and chaotic area in all of Tokyo. The sole advantage of Adachi District lies in its affordable rent, land prices, and cost of living. Inside an ordinary rental apartment. Fire-style, fireball, jutsu. Shin Kong suddenly opened his mouth and spewed forth a torrent of searing flames, the inferno roaring with intensity. The blazing fire rolled through the air, and fortunately, there were no flammable materials on the walls, otherwise, a conflagration would have been inevitable. Startled by the unleashed fireball, Shin Kong quickly focused his chakra and halted the ninjutsu. Even the most rudimentary of ninjutsu consumed a significant amount of his chakra, leaving his mind slightly dazed from the depletion. After releasing the technique, a wave of weakness surged within Shin Kong's body. He leaned against the bed for quite some time before regaining his composure. A smile of joy appeared on his pale face. The flames just conjured were no mere figment of his imagination, affirming that the system manifesting in his mind was indeed real. He had not anticipated that while playing the Naruto mobile game, his phone would suddenly explode, nor that upon crossing over, he would bring with him the entire ninjutsu system. From Naruto, this must be what they call a blessing in disguise, however, had he been playing an iCompany game during the transition. This world was distinct from his previous life. Hwagwa remained Hwagwa, and the island nation remained the island nation. While the historical, economic, and political trajectories of the two worlds bore no difference, the specific artistic and cultural products diverged greatly. Although the island nation still excelled in ACG culture, it lacked Naruto and One Piece, replaced instead by other works of which Shin Kong had never heard, such as Mountain Bandit, King, the Farmer, The Great Thief Dower, and Living Ghost. After the initial wave of weakness, his soul finally harmonized perfectly with his body, flooding him with the residual pain and memories from before his death. Suddenly, a relentless wave of pain surged through his wrist. It hurt. An excruciating agony radiated from his wrist. Last memories of the original owner surged into his mind. This boat's previous inhabitant had committed suicide by wrist cutting. On the dilapidated desk, blood had long since dried, and although the scars on his wrist had scabbed over, the pain lingered. Point 1 does not die immediately after cutting their wrist. Only a deep, forceful incision leads to fatal bleeding. Otherwise, the boat's self-healing mechanisms would intervene to prevent death, leaving one to helplessly witness their life being gradually stripped away. A harrowing despair. Indeed, Shin Kong gritted his teeth and endured the pain while lying on the bed until, after a lengthy period, the agony finally subsided. Since he had reincarnated rather than taken over the body during the original owner's life, Shin Kong felt considerably more at ease. Had it been a takeover while the original soul was still alive, he would have harbored feelings of guilt. The original owner of this body was named Mizuno Sora. He resided in a cramped 20-square-meter rental unit, featuring a separate bathroom, with the kitchen and bedroom combined. Lacking a balcony, the room was long and narrow, and the apartment had been built over 20 years ago, with various facilities deteriorating. Yet, this was the most luxurious rental Mizuno Sora could afford. His father had been dismissed from his job due to a significant error, and in the corporate culture of the island nation, being laid off in middle age was akin to being cast into a pit of despair. Within the closed circle of his profession, no company dared to hire an employee who had been fired, and other industries also hesitated to consider his age for reemployment. After losing his job, Mizuno Sora's father refused to seek temporary work, resorting instead to daily drinking, lashing out violently at both his wife and son. Eventually, Mizuno Sora's mother could no longer endure the relentless violence and abandoned both father and son. Upon entering high school, Mizuno Sora, after much internal struggle, decided to rent a room off campus using his part-time earnings, paying the monthly rent with his meager income. The circumstances leading to this high school student's demise were tragically simple. Bullying, his dull demeanor and timid nature, shaped by familial circumstances, rendered Mizuno Sora an easy target for school bullies. Extortion, running errands, and serving as a human punching bag became commonplace. Overwhelmed by a torrent of negative emotions, he chose to end his life. Such incidents of death due to bullying often failed to make headlines, and there were even whispers that the deceased simply lacked resilience, destined to be seen as a failure in society. Bullying, domestic violence, Gazing at the wound on his wrist, Qin Kong's expression darkened. He was not the type to silently endure bullying. Otherwise, he would not have openly fought against his superior's harassment in his previous life, resulting in his dismissal from the company. He pressed his fingers against the mirror, staring intently at his reflection. The young man in the mirror stood around 173 centimeters tall, not particularly tall, but with decent looks, reminiscent of Wu Yinzu from afar, and not at all resembling Gul'dan up close, yet bearing an overall timid appearance and a somewhat frail physique. He examined the youth in the mirror, his fingers resting against the glass. Rest in peace. You have given me a second chance. I shall come to collect your debts. Qin Kong, or rather Mizuno Sora, spoke solemnly. Upon uttering this declaration, Qin Kong felt a notable lightness in his body, and the scars on his wrist visibly appeared to lighten. The original owner's lingering resentment had not dissipated, still lying dormant within this body. Qin Kong felt no discomfort in this. He viewed himself as a tenant of this body. Paying rent was a reasonable expectation. As a token of gratitude for this second chance at life, he would repay the suffering endured by the original owner. One grievance at a time. A series of numbers danced before his eyes. Fire Style, LV1. Iron Fist, LV1. Medical Ninjutsu, LV1. These constituted his greatest support, the ninjutsu system from the original world. 3 foundational skills for Naruto, all at the most basic level. Yet for an ordinary person, the ability to spew flames, heal wounds, or fell a tree with a single punch would classify one as extraordinary. Before dawn the next day, Qin Kong sprang from his bed. This nameless system was not a lazy person's tool to be fed by mere words. Each of these 3 fundamental skills required diligent practice to enhance. Having nearly set his home ablaze during his initial attempt at releasing the fireball, Qin Kong dared not practice fire style indoors. Even the most basic fire technique posed too greater risk in a flammable environment. The Iron Fist, however, required no special conditions for practice. He stood in the small room, limbs outstretched, and began his training in Iron Fist. Unlike the soft style that emphasizes defense before offense, Iron Fist is defined solely by its force. Hard. The small room echoed with the sound of fists slicing through the air, the rhythm of sweat dripping onto the floor, and the very atmosphere seemed to grow hot with his movements. The original owner's body felt like a fragile chick, and the frailty only amplified Qin Kong's insecurities. When bullied, he lacked even the courage to retaliate. Practicing Iron Fist not only enhanced his combat abilities, but also promised significant benefits for his physical condition, rapidly fortifying his frail form. Yet, the rigorous training in Iron Fist was a torment for the body. After barely half an hour of practice, his muscles began to ache, beads of sweat trickling from his forehead to his chin, then down his neck, every muscle quivering with fatigue. However, the more unbearable the pain became, the more resolute Qin Kong was in enduring it. The aggressive nature of Iron Fist placed immense strain on his physical form. Although the system's Iron Fist LV1 allowed Qin Kong to execute each movement with precision, the burden on his body remained unchanged. Success is never easily attained, even with the system's assistance. Relying solely on this feeble physique, no powerful martial arts could be unleashed without the risk of catastrophic failure. Qin Kong clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating sensation coursing through his body as he practiced his martial arts repeatedly. It was not solely his spirit that persevered. The lingering obsession of his former self compelled him onward, driving him to seek vengeance against those who had wronged him. As dawn broke, Qin Kong resembled a battered dog, rinsing himself off in the bathroom before collapsing onto the floor, motionless. The intensity of his training left his entire body aching, as if it were on the verge of tearing apart. Summoning immense willpower, he employed medical ninjutsu to alleviate his physical fatigue. The rigorous practice of martial arts not only strengthened his physique, but also allowed the healing techniques to mend his soreness, enhancing his proficiency in ninjutsu, simultaneously an endeavor yielding multiple benefits, albeit at the cost of his mental and chakra reserves. After such vigorous exertion, Qin Kong found his appetite insatiable, consuming every last morsel of food stored in his home. Those who trained in martial arts were indeed voracious eaters. With this level of consumption, The wages for my part-time job might barely suffice, he mused, donning his school uniform and rubbing his somewhat full belly. Adachi Ward, situated on the outskirts of Tokyo, boasted inconvenient transportation options. However, Chin Kong opted not to ride a bicycle, but instead to run to school. Being the poorest and most chaotic district in all of Tokyo, Adachi Ward not only faced low income and poor safety, but it also ranked first in a social survey regarding the worst crime rates among the 23 wards of Tokyo, garnering over 60% of the votes. This was a legacy of poverty and turmoil dating back to the Edo period. In addition to its safety and economic woes, Adachi Ward's educational standards ranked among the lowest, not just in Tokyo but across the nation. Last year, local elementary schools barely achieved the national average, while middle school performance fell significantly below that benchmark. Thus, aside from its low rent and affordable land prices, residing in Adachi Ward was deemed less favorable than living in the more respectable Chiba Prefecture, where residents often looked down upon those from Adachi. Reflecting on the various rumors surrounding Adachi Ward, Chin Kong concentrated a small amount of chakra in his legs and feet, propelling himself forward in a run. Jogging to school served as a form of exercise in itself. Taking a deep breath, Chin Kong slowed his pace as he approached the school gate. Although the quality of education at the institution was subpar, the student council thrived with remarkable vigor, with members stationed at both sides of the entrance each day. Upon entering the classroom, Chin Kong sensed an unusual atmosphere. His classmates seemed to be stealing glances at him, whispering amongst themselves and laughing, their eyes glinting with a malicious delight. He had experienced the scornful gazes of the crowd before. Each time such collective amusement surfaced, it signified that misfortune was about to befall him. Bullying Mizuno Sora had become a customary spectacle in Class 2B. Possessing a resilient mindset, Chin Kong merely furrowed his brow and returned to his seat, unfazed. Campus bullying is not merely the misdeeds of a few individuals, but the voyeurism of a collective. The most effective response to these enablers is to disregard them. No matter how arrogant they may appear, fleeing in such moments is the most foolish form of resistance. His attention was drawn to a vase on his desk, adorned with white flowers. Not only his, but the desk of the timid girl beside him bore the same. In Japan, placing a small white vase on the desk symbolizes mourning for the deceased. It is unclear how this custom became intertwined with school bullying, yet it has swiftly spread nationwide. This method is commonplace, accompanied by similar displays featuring portraits surrounded by small flowers, and the protagonist typically endures such bullying several times each month. However, commonality does not equate to acceptance. Just because it has always been this way does not render it just. Observing Mizuno Sora's momentary daze, laughter erupted among the onlookers, reminiscent of croaking frogs in a pond. Amidst the cacophony of ridicule, he extended both hands and grasped two vases. Mizuno-san, the timid girl seated next to him, hesitantly raised her head, casting a fearful glance at Mizuno Sora. Chin Kong turned to her. "What is it, Kaibu-san?" Kaibu-san, another target of bullying within their class, appeared to be a kindred spirit in their shared plight, yet to their classmates, they were merely objects of ridicule. Unlike Chin Kong, who hailed from Kanto, Kaibu-san had transferred from Kyushu Island, her peculiar accent rendering her an easy target for mockery. Coupled with her habit of bowing her head and concealing her eyes behind thick bangs, she emanated an aura of self-doubt and timidity. Kaibu-san, unsure of what to say, wondered why the presence of the white flowers on the desk, a sight she had grown accustomed to, elicited a different reaction from Mizuno Sora this time. It was placed here by someone else, wasn't he it? Mizuno Sora understood her unspoken words. This had always been the norm. It was better to accept it quietly. If one endured the bullying, it would eventually pass, but if one resisted, the torment would only intensify. All victims of bullying share this mindset, to endure for a moment as peace, to step back for broader horizons. Yet the reality is that such endurance leads to further encroachment, and retreat only invites greater cruelty. In the widened eyes of Kaibu, an unimaginable scene unfolded. Mizuno, standing by the sunlit windowsill, raised two vases high above, as rays of sunlight streamed through the gaps, creating luminous pillars. With a powerful motion, he hurled the vases towards the classroom wall. Crash! The glass vases shattered against the wall, producing a crisp sound that echoed through the otherwise silent air of the classroom. Everyone gazed at Chin Kong in disbelief, unable to fathom that this timid boy had committed such an act. Did he wish to end his life? Hey, Mizuno, do you want to die? Shouted a voice in anger. Damn it, that was a gift we bought for you. The atmosphere in Class 2B erupted, curses and chatter mingling chaotically. In this public school, situated in a troubled area, most students were merely drifting through life, aware that they lacked the capability to attend university and unable to bear the financial burden of higher education. Consequently, they channeled their energy into pursuits like romance and bullying, activities that seemed far more engaging. Before Kaibu, Qin Kong's eyes blazed with intensity as he faced those who had tormented him. He stood like a towering mountain, with Kaibu hidden in its shadow. The remnants of the original owner's consciousness rejoiced, and Qin Kong's own muscles tensed with exhilaration. Kaibu trembled in fear, nearly curling into her desk as she noticed the group advancing towards them. Just as despair enveloped her and she shut her eyes, the classroom door swung open. What is all this noise? Morning assembly. The homeroom teacher, clutching lesson plans, entered with a firm knock on the classroom door. Although this public high school was rife with troublemakers, it had yet to reach the point of openly assaulting teachers. Upon seeing the teacher, the gathered students begrudgingly returned to their seats, while onlookers clicked their tongues in disapproval. Those poised to strike glared at Qin Kong, and one even drew a finger across their throat in a blatant threat. Qin Kong responded with a middle finger, inciting a near eruption of violence in front of the teacher. The homeroom teacher merely cast a glance, indifferent as long as the students refrained from causing any fatalities. They were merely a group of aimless, apathetic individuals. As the noon break approached, the menace in the students' gazes intensified, their expressions growing increasingly mocking. Suddenly, Qin Kong felt a poke on his arm. Kaibu discreetly passed him a note. Upon unfolding it, he found her handwriting remarkably neat and expressive, each stroke deliberate, unlike the haphazard characters of many others. Mizuno, make sure to run away during the lunch break. Observing the malevolent stares from his classmates, Qin Kong lowered his head and scribbled a response. Running 1T help. Some matters must be faced eventually. If not, I could fetch the teacher to resolve it. Kaibu suggested, refraining from chastising her comrade for his reckless actions, instead contemplating potential remedies. He is a kind-hearted individual, and Qin Kong comprehends this benevolence. However, some perceive kindness as a weakness to be exploited. Once he regained his composure, Qin Kong focused intently on the knowledge displayed on the blackboard. Despite possessing the Naruto system, the necessity of study remained paramount. After all, even the most formidable fireball technique could not rival that of an armored warrior. Amid the unease of Kaibu's saw, the bell signaling the end of the midday break finally rang. She had intended to hastily exit the classroom, yet both doors were firmly shut by her classmates, who were laughing and leaning against them. Their gaze was fixed on Mizuno Sora, akin to spectators in an ancient Roman arena reveling in a bloody spectacle. Did you take another photo? What a despicable person, they jeered. It appeared that Mizuno would surely be beaten to a pulp this time. Kaibu-sa understood that their attention was not on her, yet fear compelled her to retreat. As she stepped back in trepidation, Mizuno Sora, resolute, advanced towards the group of encroaching classmates until he stood nearly shoulder to shoulder with them. Standing at 173 centimeters, Mizuno was not particularly short in school, but among his tormentors were two towering over 180 centimeters. You scoundrels, if you kneel before me now, perhaps you can avoid a beating, suggested Hirakawa. Why not just beat him up and then make him kneel? Another chimed in. Indeed, Mizuno nodded earnestly, in agreement with the sentiment expressed. I shall make you all kneel. Suddenly, Mizuno lunged, landing a powerful elbow strike on the bulliest among them, Hirakawa, who doubled over, nearly retching. The sound of the impact reverberated through the air. Hirakawa, you bastard. The others rushed in, fists and feet flying. Instead of retreating, Mizuno pressed forward, shouting as he clenched his fists and engaged in a brawl. He channeled chakra, concentrating his limited reserves into his fists and legs. With the augmented force of his strikes, Mizuno unleashed a staggering power. Those struck either crumpled to the ground or were sent flying. Even a portly individual wielding a bench was swept away 5 meters, crashing into the onlookers. Aimed at the abdomen, shoulders, and back, areas unlikely to inflict fatal injuries, Mizuno relentlessly targeted his opponents. Within half a minute, the ground was littered with groaning, defeated combatants. Kaibu. Mizuno retreated to her side, seizing her hand. Let us go. Upon witnessing Mizuno's approach alongside Kaibu-sa, the students blocking the doorway scattered in panic, horrified at the prospect of being caught and battered by him. Sitting on the steps of the rooftop terrace, Mizuno felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as the alignment of his soul and body deepened. Unlike the animated portrayals, in reality, Japanese high schools often secure rooftop access to prevent students from jumping, and Mizuno had assumed he could reach the terrace. However, sitting on the steps was satisfactory enough. He pulled Kaibu-sa to sit beside him. Gazing up at the ceiling of the rooftop, Mizuno burst into laughter, not his own, but that of the original owner of this body, who, after venting his frustrations, laughed freely. Mizuno Sora. As the exuberant Kosuke Mizuno laughed uncontrollably, Sayaka Kaibu timidly wished to retract her hand. Since their hurried exit from the classroom, Mizuno had been holding her hand. I apologize. I got a bit carried away with my excitement, Mizuno exclaimed, raising his other hand in front of his face, unable to clasp his hands together in a gesture of apology. No, that's not it, Kaibu stammered, lacking the courage to ask him to release her hand. Perched at the top of the stairs, Kaibu found herself at a slight height disadvantage compared to Mizuno, who sat one step below her. This height difference allowed Mizuno to finally see Kaibu's face, previously obscured by her long, curtain-like bangs. To his surprise, she was quite attractive. Typically, Kaibu walked with her head bowed, and the heavy bangs lent her a gloomy aura, rendering her features almost indistinguishable. Kaibu, you are quite cute. Why do you hide your face? Mizuno suddenly remarked, catching Kaibu off guard. Flustered, she lowered her head, only to realize she was now closer to Mizuno, her nose nearly brushing against his forehead. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink against her fair complexion, lending her a charming allure. And no, that's not true, Kaibu stammered, covering her face with her hand. I'm not cute compared to others. It's just that they lack discernment. Mizuno gazed earnestly at her, and with one hand still grasping Kaibu's, she could only shield one eye. Did you think I was easy to bully before? Well, now I assure you, no one in the class is more beautiful than you. Unable to contain her embarrassment any longer, Kaibu softly murmured, My hand, oh, I apologize, Mizuno exclaimed, instantly releasing her hand as he followed her gaze. He had forgotten he was still holding her palm, which felt pleasantly soft and plump. I've heard that Hirakawa knows quite a few people, Kaibu remarked, recalling a conversation overheard in the restroom where some girls discussed Hirakawa's connections to notorious individuals, notorious for their influence around the school and even ties to the underworld. We'll face whatever comes our way, Mizuno declared, rubbing his stomach. By the way, are you hungry? No, I'm not. I am. Come, let us go eat. As they departed from the staircase, Kaibu reverted to her usual timid demeanor, her gaze lowered. However, Mizuno strode confidently down the corridor, causing classmates who had witnessed the earlier scene to part ways in awe. Some who had previously bullied Mizuno averted their gazes or turned to stare out the window, pretending not to notice. Though no longer holding hands, Kaibu obediently trailed behind Mizuno, resembling a dutiful companion. The meal, while not exquisite, satisfied Mizuno's appetite after devouring 4 bowls of rice, leaving him content with his efforts. The recent skirmish had scarcely depleted his chakra. Rather, it was merely the result of an inadequate breakfast. Had he unleashed his chakra to execute a powerful punch, the school would have been locked down due to a homicide incident. Classmate Mizuno had a piece of bread, which Kaibu Shasa pushed towards him, stating that she could not eat it. How very considerate of you, she said, though Mizuno, with unfeigned honesty, accepted the bread, observing Mizuno devour the food with gusto. Kaibu felt a whirlwind of thoughts. It was the first time she had seen him in such a light. Although their interactions had been minimal, he now seemed transformed, not merely a shift in demeanor, but a change evident in his gestures and tone. She tapped her left foot against her right, clutching her school uniform-esque skirt, pondering the reasons behind this transformation. After lunch, Mizuno entered the classroom with his usual demeanor, trailed closely by Kaibu. The fragments of a vase in the corner had been swept away by the duty student, and the few individuals who bore bruises merely glared at Mizuno without daring to confront him again. It was clear that anyone attempting to provoke him within the confines of the classroom was courting disaster. If a confrontation were to occur, it would likely involve gathering others outside the school. The sight of Kaibu following Mizuno sparked hushed conversations among the girls in the class. Compared to the boys' social circles, the girls' circles were more insular and exclusive. Moreover, the boys in this school had yet to stoop to the level of publicly assaulting girls. Mizuno was truly fearsome this morning. One girl remarked, "Did you see Kaibu? She has been trailing behind Mizuno all day. Are they perhaps involved?" Another speculated, Maybe they formed an alliance for mutual support. In this light, Mizuno appeared quite manly and handsome. The girls' whispers did not shy away from discussing the duo. They merely lowered their voices. Yet their words were still audible to Kaibu and Mizuno. As these rumors swirled in her mind, a flush of embarrassment crept onto Kaibu's cheeks. Among her classmates, Kaibu was perhaps the most familiar with Mizuno, as both had been victims of bullying. Although they seldom spoke and often walked with their heads bowed, there was an unspoken bond between those who suffered similarly. Kaibu did not look down upon Mizuno, but rather felt a sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. Yet, her inner shame and insecurity kept her from initiating conversation with him. Speaking to Mizuno in front of their classmates might intensify their bullying. However, Mizuno's display of strength that morning shattered Kaibu's preconceived notions. She was momentarily stunned, watching as he deftly handled the situation, and found herself grasping his hand as they fled the classroom together. It felt akin to a fairy tale, where a princess imprisoned by a dragon escapes with the aid of a valiant hero. In that fleeting moment, a tumult of complex emotions surged within her heart. When Mizuno Sora earnestly praised her while standing on the steps, the typically timid girl could not help but entertain a bold fantasy. Mizuno-kun appears to be quite a remarkable person. Moreover, he had just uttered such audacious words on the rooftop. It seemed that between them, Kaibu had no need to heed the malicious whispers of others. They were merely like mice lurking in the corners, using words to wound others. Mizuno Sora twirled 2 pins with one hand, actually practicing his control over chakra. The notion of gossip shattered the fleeting fantasy that had stirred in Kaibu-sa's heart. After school that afternoon, amidst a throng of inscrutable gazes, Mizuno Sora carried his backpack, while Kaibu-sa followed closely behind like a shadow. Mizuno Sora felt no discomfort regarding Kaibu-sa's behavior. Some individuals are simply inclined to act thus, akin to lambs in a flock. Timid and gentle, yet instinctively following the lead sheep. Even if the path ahead leads to a precipice, they would silently follow into the abyss. Having been isolated for so long, Kaibu-sa possessed no sense of security, resembling a sheep thrown into a den of wolves, living in constant fear. Without Mizuno Sora's sudden burst of courage, this silent endurance would have continued indefinitely. Upon discovering hope, and with that hope so near, Kaibu-sa instinctively trailed behind it. Mizuno Sora took pleasure in having Kaibu-sa follow him. If he did not assist her, the entire class's attention would inevitably focus on her. He was not a saint, but neither was he a mere bystander indifferent to the suffering of others. Mizuno-kun, aren't you supposed to go that way to catch the train? Kaibu-sa asked cautiously, clutching her backpack. Although she remained inconspicuous in class, she had been quietly observing everyone, remembering their names and preferences, scrutinizing their every action. She was uncertain why she felt compelled to do so. Perhaps it was because solitary individuals tend to be keen observers. No, I'm going home to strengthen my body. Mizuno Sora replied with a bright smile, though in truth, he was pleased that walking home would save him commuting expenses. His enormous appetite necessitated frugality, and it was imperative to seek a new job. The meager wages from working at the convenience store, after paying rent, left him with barely enough to eat a third of a meal each day. Let us go this way. It's just right for both of us, Mizuno Sora suggested, pointing towards the northern intersection. Kaibu-sa replied, her voice barely audible, like a mosquito buzzing. No, perhaps we shouldn't walk together. If we continue to go home together after school, wouldn't it appear as though we were a couple in the eyes of others? I wouldn't want to burden Mizuno-kun. What? Nothing. Mizuno Sora took the backpack from Kaibu-sa's hand, which was heavier than his own. Yet this suited his purpose well. Without the weighted training gear from Naruto, he would make do with the backpack instead. Walking beside Mizuno Sora, Kaibu-sa turned as red as a shrimp pulled from boiling water, her head lowered concealing the blush on her face. Otherwise, Mizuno Sora might have mistaken her flushed cheeks for the hues of the setting sun. As Kaibu-sa hesitated in her steps, her limbs appeared stiff and awkward, reminiscent of a marionette. As she walked, her movements became increasingly uncoordinated, as if her hands and feet were inextricably linked. She bit her lip tightly, and despite her attempts to quicken her pace, her awkwardness only intensified. What if Nishino-kun saw this embarrassing sight? He would undoubtedly mock me, not openly but in his heart. Being laughed at by others is bearable, but enduring ridicule from Nishino-kun would be unbearable. Frustrated, she clenched her jaw and tightened her grip on her backpack. Although this made her appear less awkward, her walking remained ungraceful, each step exuding a sense of over-precision, her muscles tense. Kaibu-san, are you feeling unwell? Upon hearing Nishino Sora's words, Kaibu-san nearly lost her balance and stumbled. In a fluster, she replied, No. After walking mechanically for over 10 minutes. Her joints felt somewhat stiff. I have arrived home. She hurried a few steps, turned, and bowed to Nishino Sora. Thank you, Nishino-kun. Oh, no need to mention it, Nishino Sora replied, puzzled as to why the girl felt the need to express gratitude. Accepting it without question seemed sufficient. Taking her backpack, Kaibu-sa dashed forward like someone fleeing, waving goodbye as she entered a nearby eatery. Kaibu restaurant. Nishino Sora raised his hand, glancing up at the sign above the establishment. The use of their surname for the signage suggested that Kaibu-san's family was involved in the culinary industry. Just as he was about to leave, a frown creased his brow as he paused. The sounds of an argument drifted from within the restaurant. Suddenly, Kaibu-sa was thrust out from the establishment, her heavy backpack striking her head and causing her face to collide forcefully with the ground. Sa, a woman clad in a chef's uniform rushed out, half kneeling as she attempted to help Kaibu-sa up. You two filthy bitches. While I'm away, have you been living lavishly, finding different men every night? A drunken man stumbled out of the restaurant, unsteady, clutching a bottle. Damn it, you kicked me out and took my money. Before he could finish, he hurled the bottle at the mother and daughter. However, his drunken state rendered his aim utterly ineffective, and the bottle merely grazed them before shattering on the ground, shards of glass scattering across their bodies. The intoxicated man continued to curse as he stumbled forward, kicking the woman. Though he did not strike Kaibu-sa, the suddenness of it terrified her, causing her to scream. Having been bullied many times at school, she had never screamed like this before. She had only wept silently. Damn it. I'll kill you. The drunken man raised his hand to slap Kaibu-sa. And you little bitch. Kaibu-sa instinctively raised her arms to shield her head, resigning herself and closing her eyes. This was not the first time she had been struck by this man. She knew that if she simply endured, it would eventually pass. It was also not the first time neighbors had witnessed such a scene. However, she secretly hoped that Nishino-kun would walk far away and not witness her current humiliation. Alas, her hopes were destined to be dashed. Are you all right? Mizuno Sora, unbeknownst to her, had rushed over and seized the arm of the drunken man. Kaibu-sa, unsure if it was merely an illusion, perceived a tenderness in Mizuno Sora's gaze, a warmth she had only ever witnessed in her mother. Who the hell are you? You bastard? The drunken man, taken aback by the audacity of someone intervening, shook his arm violently, his bleary eyes fixating on Mizuno Sora, who wore the same school uniform as that little harlot. So you are that little harlot's lover. What a disgraceful spawn I have birthed. He then cast a scornful glance at the mother-daughter duo on the ground, exclaiming, just like her mother, nothing but a promiscuous wretch. With that, he feigned to spit. As he unleashed a torrent of insults, Mizuno Sora could no longer restrain herself. Just as he was about to spit, she delivered a resounding slap to his face, forcing the saliva and phlegm back into his stomach. A crowd had gathered outside the establishment, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. The Kaibu cuisine had become notorious for such dramatic scenes. The force behind Mizuno Sora's slap was considerable, fueled by anger and a trace of chakra. The drunken man was sent flying, his odor of alcohol mingling with several teeth that soared into the air. Releasing her grip, Mizuno Sora watched as the over 170-pound man crashed into a nearby trash bin, the sheer impact causing the onlookers to wince in sympathetic pain. After a few coughs, the drunken man staggered to his feet, probing his bleeding mouth with a furious fist raised in defiance. One side of his face swollen from the slap, blood oozing from his lips and nose, and with his shattered teeth rendering his speech nearly incoherent. He looked nothing short of tragic. Mizuno Sora held no sympathy for such a wretched being. With another swift kick, before the drunken man could regain his footing, he was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling like a gourd. Kaibu-sa, anxious, scrambled to her feet, clinging to Mizuno Sora's leg like a small koala. No, please don't hit him anymore, Mizuno. Don't let me get you into trouble. Mizuno Sora had no intention of continuing the assault. From the conversation, it was evident that the drunken man might be Kaibu-sa's father. Regardless of his despicable nature, she was hesitant to unleash her wrath on a classmate's parent, who knew how the Kaibu family perceived this man. In a moment of heated impulse, she could risk committing a grave error, a lesson she had learned from past experiences. Kneeling down, Mizuno Sora helped Kaibu-sa and her mother to their feet. Rest assured, I have a plan. As long as he doesn't come at you again, I will refrain from further action. Kaibu-sa was not so much afraid of her father, but rather anxious that Mizuno Sora might strike too hard, leading to dire consequences. Perhaps even expulsion from school. The drunken man lay on the ground for a few seconds, slowly regaining his senses after being struck like a tempest. His inebriation had somewhat subsided, revealing his cowardice. He only dared to act the hero in front of his former wife and daughter, embodying the very definition of a blustering coward. He struggled to rise, awkwardly propping himself against the trash can. And as he beheld Mizuno Sora standing protectively before the mother and daughter, a wave of trepidation compelled him to retreat a few paces. The slap and the kick had awakened his cowardly nature. His lips trembled, and the vitriolic words lingered at the tip of his tongue before he swallowed them back, deepening the anguish of his silence. When he observed Mizuno Sora attempting to advance, his legs quaked uncontrollably, and he swallowed hard, snarling, "You filthy whore. Don't forget to send me the money." This remark was directed at Kaibu-sa's mother. After uttering it, the drunken man cast a scornful glance at Kaibu-sa, who clutched her abdomen in distress and fled in disarray. Standing beside her mother, Kaibu-sa appeared even more diminutive, her posture bent further under the weight of recent events. The most agonizing ordeal for a person is to lay bare their scars, to expose them before others, and let the festering wounds seep forth. That man represented Kaibu-sa's scar, a shadow that had haunted her since childhood. Despite having endured so many public humiliations, she believed she had grown indifferent to the reopening of her wounds. Yet why did it feel so unbearable in front of Mizuno? She could scarcely breathe, as if an invisible hand were tightly gripping her throat. Trembling, she picked up her fallen backpack, her hands whitening from the pressure of the straps. She dared not look at Mizuno, not even to glance at the tips of his shoes. She felt herself shrinking to the size of an insignificant ant. With her last vestige of dignity stripped away by the man she had once called father, Mizuno was at a loss for words. He understood the embarrassment of revealing one's wounds before acquaintances. Kaibu-sa's mother, enduring her pain, managed to muster a feeble smile. "Little Sa, let us go home. If you don't mind, young man, please join us." Even after experiencing such a traumatic event, Kaibu-sa's mother could still face the world with a smile, an unwavering strength and composure that Mizuno felt incapable of achieving. After repeated refusals, the trio ascended to the second floor of the eatery, where the mother and daughter resided, under the watchful eyes of the gathered neighbors. "Please wait a moment. I'll fetch the medicine box." Kaibu-sa sat on the floor, her small fists clenched on her knees, her head bowed, thick bangs nearly obscuring her entire face. While Mizuno felt no fear in confronting others, he found himself at a loss when it came to offering comfort. After a moment's consideration, he gently inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Kaibu-sa replied in a voice scarcely louder than a whisper, "And no, it doesn't hurt anymore. I can endure it." Both bore the burden of having such despicable fathers. Mizuno reflected that he had also fled home to escape his alcoholic parent, yet unlike him, Kaibu-sa had a mother to rely on. "Mother isn't like he said," Kaibu-sa implored. "Mizuno, please don't misunderstand." She exerted immense effort to restrain her tears in Mizuno's presence, murmuring, "He's just I know, he's just a bastard." Mizuno felt it was peculiar to label a classmate's father as a bastard, considering he had one just the same. Mizuno Sora succinctly recounted the events that had transpired in his life, from his father's descent into unemployment and alcoholism to his mother's departure, culminating in his own decision to leave home and live in solitude. His tone was remarkably flat, akin to that of someone narrating a tale heard secondhand. However, Kaibu-sa, who shared a similar experience, felt a pang of empathy in her heart. She had not anticipated that they bore the same misfortunes, and the fact that Sora, who now lived in isolation, was even more pitiable struck her deeply. All misfortunes eventually pass. No one remains forever trapped in the past or present. Kaibu-san, if he acts up again, do not hesitate to inform me. Let us not forget that we are comrades. Kaibu-sa's eyes welled with tears, unable to contain her quiet sobs any longer. Drops of sorrow streamed from her eyes, landing on the back of her hand and her knees. Had she truly wept at her own words? Mizuno Sora found himself momentarily flustered, unsure of how to respond. His hands rose and fell before finally resting gently on Kaibu-sa's shoulder, channeling healing chakra. It must have hurt immensely when she was thrown out of the shop. "It's all right now, it's all in the past." Sora continued to release chakra, and Kaibu-sa felt warmth radiating from his touch, diminishing her pain significantly. She responded with soft murmurs. Her heart, which should have ached, was now beating steadily, and her body relaxed, leaning slightly. "Little Sa, I have brought the medicine box," Kaibu's mother announced as she pushed open the door, carrying the prepared medical kit. To her astonishment, she found her daughter half reclining against her classmate. Kaibu-sa felt a surge of embarrassment, wedged between her mother and Mizuno Sora, as she recalled nearly leaning against him and being caught in the act by her mother. A thought that made her wish to vanish. Kaibu's mother, sitting on the floor with her hands resting on the ground, bowed slightly. "I sincerely apologize for involving you in what just transpired. I hope you are unharmed." Faced with such formal etiquette, Mizuno Sora reciprocated the gesture. "Kaibu-san, you are too gracious. I am unscathed. I believe any person with a sense of justice would have intervened in that situation, and as a classmate of Kaibu-san, I could not stand idly by." He felt it was impolite not to introduce himself. "How rude of me. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Mizuno Sora, Kaibu-san's desk neighbor." Initially intending to address her as Madam Kaibu, he reconsidered given the family's complex circumstances and opted for Ms. Kaibu instead. "I am Kaibu Arena, Kaibu-sa's mother and the proprietor of this establishment. It is truly wonderful for my daughter to have a classmate like you. You may call me Arina," she continued. "If it is not too much trouble, would you care to join us for dinner? It would be our way of expressing gratitude. Had it not been for your noble intervention, Kaibu would have needed to take several days off to recover." Take days off to recover? Mizuno Sora recalled that his desk neighbor occasionally took days off, assuming it was merely due to being bullied by classmates, unaware of the deeper implications. He thought to himself, I had perhaps been too lenient. Considering that the drunken ruffian might retaliate, he reflected before apologizing, "I truly regret the disturbance caused." Upon noticing the medicine cabinet beside Kaibu Hiranai, Mizuno Sora quietly exited the room, providing the mother and daughter duo the privacy they required for treatment. As he sat in the stairwell between the first and second floors, Mizuno Sora realized that his proficiency in martial arts had ascended to level 2. Though he could still only execute C-class techniques, his physical attributes had notably improved. He pondered over the potential limits of his skills, wondering if he might eventually transform into a humanoid giant. However, at that moment, he felt a twinge of regret for his enhanced physical abilities. His heightened senses allowed him to clearly hear the subtle sounds of fabric rustling and muffled groans of pain emanating from the second floor. Choosing to distance himself from those sounds, he descended to the first floor and arranged the disordered tables and chairs caused by the earlier scuffle. After a considerable time, the door to the second floor finally opened. Kaibu Hiranai, now dressed in fresh attire, offered Mizuno Sora a brief smile before heading to the kitchen to prepare ingredients. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" he inquired. Hiranai shook her head gently in response. Mizuno Sora recalled having glimpsed Kaibu-sa's charming visage beneath her bangs, which bore a striking resemblance to Hiranai. The latter appeared as a reflection of Sa 20 years hence. The ingredients laid out were originally meant for the opening that evening, but given the unforeseen circumstances, they would not be serving customers tonight. Feeling unproductive in the first floor space, Mizuno Sora decided to intrude upon the second floor, gently pushing the door open. On the balcony, Kaibu-sa sat on a small stool, a basin of water before her, filled with her and her mother-esque clothing, which had been soiled and wrinkled from a recent altercation. Upon hearing the door creak, Kaibu-sa turned her head weakly before quickly lowering it again, seemingly engrossed in washing the garments. "Will they dry by tonight? I have school tomorrow," she asked softly. "Yes, they will be fine. Just a bit of ironing and hanging them up should suffice," he assured her. Kaibu-sa wore a different casual outfit, and Mizuno Sora noticed a distinct focus in her demeanor as she washed, as if she were meticulously polishing a precious gem. From their side profiles, he observed her delicate features, her thin lips, elegantly sculpted nose, and perfectly tapered chin, a face that could outshine all her classmates even without the adornment of makeup. "Mizuno-kun," Kaibu-sa's gentle call drew him back to the present. "Your jacket is dirty, let me wash it with mine." Her gaze remained fixed on the basin, avoiding direct contact with his eyes. "It got dirty because I leaned against you. There's no need to trouble yourself," he replied, noticing the hint of tears in her eyes. He relented and removed his jacket, saying, "I appreciate it. I feel quite embarrassed." As she accepted the jacket, Kaibu-sa soaked it in the basin before diligently scrubbing it. Compared to the other garments, she treated this piece with particular care, ensuring no corner or cuff was overlooked, yet she handled it with an extra layer of tenderness. "Does this happen often?" he asked. "Yes," she replied softly. Kaibu-sa's heart trembled slightly. Having cast aside all dignity before Mizuno, she felt indifferent to everything else. Mizuno had confided in her about his tragic circumstances, revealing that after his divorce from his mother, he seized all their assets and even claimed his grandfather's pension. Following his grandfather's passing, he intended to take over the house left to his mother, threatening to demand her monthly earnings otherwise. He was, without a doubt, a complete scoundrel, and Mizuno felt he had been too lenient. Typically, a woman would receive half of the marital assets after a divorce. Yet this rogue had evidently employed unscrupulous means to seize everything. "Mizuno, you need not intervene. A few blows will suffice. If he becomes persistent, school life will be unbearable," Kaibu observed. Having encountered various ruffians in her past, Mizuno understood their tactics well. "Should he dare to come at me, I shall strike him again. One blow for every visit. We must never retreat from such individuals, lest we encourage their arrogance." Kaibu nodded, though somewhat bewildered. She felt as if everything that transpired today was a dream. First, Mizuno had vanquished a former bully at school, and later, he had dispelled her dreadful nightmare. It was as if he were a prince from a fairy tale. She could not help but reflect on herself, a timid crybaby, slouching like a monkey while walking, dressed in outdated and drab attire, stumbling over her words, and having been so brutally beaten before Mizuno. In contrast, she felt like a complete ugly duckling. Mizuno found it curious that Kaibu began to cry again. He recalled not having said anything particularly upsetting. "Dinner is ready. Come down to eat." The evening meal at the Kaibu household was a simple Japanese family dinner, yet it was elevated by Irina's touch. Rice, miso soup, a few small fish, pickles, fried eggs, and pork cutlets, a delightful array of both vegetarian and meat dishes. To Mizuno, this was a lavish dinner. He remembered family dinners as merely rice accompanied by stir-fried vegetables and miso soup. After his parents' divorce, dinners had become even less palatable, often consisting of discounted bento from convenience stores, the kind that would spoil by the next day if not eaten. Is it any wonder that a woman capable of running a restaurant possesses such culinary prowess? Mizuno mused, recognizing that Irina's cooking far surpassed that of convenience store bentos. With impeccable control over seasoning and cooking time, he felt that comparing convenience store meals to Irina's cuisine was an affront to her skills. Moderating his appetite, Mizuno mimicked the slow, deliberate chewing of the others. "How does it taste? Is there anything you find unsatisfactory?" Irina's face bore no trace of the earlier turmoil. She smiled as if nothing had occurred. "It is delicious. The flavors are exquisite, beyond reproach," Mizuno replied, adding, "I have never experienced such a delightful dinner." "Then do indulge. There is little here for entertaining guests, so as long as you don't mind, Mizuno-kun." As Huanai served another bowl of rice to Mizuno Sora, she mused that in terms of culinary skills, Kosa was not much inferior to her. If she were to marry in the future, her cooking would certainly impress. "Mamai?" Kaibusa timidly remarked. She worried that returning home with Mizuno-kun would lead her mother to misunderstand the situation. Why would someone like Mizuno-kun take an interest in someone like her? Mizuno Sora, pretending not to comprehend, took a bite of her dish and cheerfully remarked, "Indeed. It is delicious. What is the nature of your relationship with Kosa at school?" Huanai inquired nonchalantly. "We're just ordinary classmates," Kaibusa replied. Her mouth still full of food, yet she anxiously interjected, "It was merely a coincidence that we left school together today." Mizuno Sora continued to eat in silence. "Mizuno-kun, this child, Kaibu, is rather introverted and may find herself at a disadvantage. Could you please extend your support to her at school?" Upon realizing the conversation had turned towards her, Mizuno Sora set down her bowl. "Of course, Aunt Huanai, as long as Kaibu-san does not mind my presence." "How could she?" "Right, Kosa?" "No, I wouldn't mind." Kaibu-sa, her face flushed, focused intently on her meal. By the end of the meal, Mizuno Sora had thoroughly enjoyed her food. Huanai observed the two while eating, noting how Kaibu-sa meticulously counted her grains of rice. After a brief pause, Mizuno Sora addressed Huanai, "Aunt Huanai, I noticed a recruitment advertisement outside the shop. Is it permissible for a high school student like me to apply? I have experience working at a convenience store and possess some culinary skills, although they surely pale in comparison to yours." Huanai nodded appreciatively, responding sincerely, "We would be delighted to have someone as upright as you, Mizuno-kun. Would a wage of 1,200 yen per hour be acceptable? Dinner will be provided." 1,200 yen, including dinner? Mizuno Sora thought it was exceedingly generous. The minimum wage in Tokyo was less than 1,000 yen, and offering 1,200 was quite favorable, especially since, as a high school student, she could only work limited hours and would primarily handle simple tasks. Acknowledging Huanai's gesture of goodwill, Mizuno Sora bowed and accepted shyly. May I start tomorrow? Kosa can guide me through the initial tasks. Yes, that would be wonderful. Upon hearing that Mizuno-kun would be working at her family's restaurant and that she would assist him, Kaibu-sa's heart raced uncontrollably. Did this mean she would walk home with Mizuno-kun every afternoon? What would her classmates think? Would he find her too dull? Even after Mizuno Sora departed from the restaurant, Kaibu-sa's mind buzzed with excitement. She stumbled as she walked, overwhelmed by the day's enchanting events. Kosa, Kosa, her mother's gentle voice called her back to reality. Ah, Mizuno-kun is truly a wonderful person, isn't he? Yes, indeed. After rushing home from the Kaibu restaurant, Mizuno Sora first resigned from her convenience store job and then continued her training in physical techniques and medical ninjutsu. On 2 occasions today, he relied on the power of chakra during fights. When will he be able to resolve these trivial matters solely with his physical strength? The following day, brimming with energy, he rushed to school. Before reaching the entrance, Mizuno Sora spotted Kaibu-sa standing at the mouth of an alley adjacent to the school. Kaibu-san, is something the matter? She inquired. Kaibu stood at the alley's entrance, retrieving a garment from her bag. This is your jacket. I washed it last night, and it's already dried. Upon receiving the jacket, Mizuno Sora noted that it was impeccably clean, neatly pressed, and even the previously frayed seams had been mended. A faint fragrance lingered on the fabric, not only from the wash, but perhaps mingled with the scent of Kaibu and her mother's clothes during the wash and drying process. How long have you been waiting here? Mizuno Sora asked as she donned the jacket. I wasn't waiting. I just arrived, Kaibu replied. You should have prepared your excuse better. Mizuno Sora placed his hand gently on Kaibu-sa's shoulder, lightly patting it, noticing the dew that had formed there. He tenderly brushed off the droplets from her school uniform. What a foolish person she was. You could have simply waited until we were at school to give it to me. There was no need to stand here. Feeling the gentle touch on her shoulder, Kaibu-sa's eyes grew misty. I was afraid that if I did, others might say something. It wouldn't reflect well on you, Mizuno-kun. Mizuno Sora gazed silently at the cautious girl, understanding her concerns. Was it not merely the fear of others misinterpreting their relationship? In her desire to protect his reputation, she willingly rose early to wait in the alley beside the school, meticulously observing each passerby, even neglecting the dew that had settled on her. She was indeed a pitiable soul, humble to the core. Do not fear, we walk upright and just. Come, let us head to school together. As he spoke, Mizuno Sora took the backpack from her hands. In the future, there's no need to arrive so early. You may wait at the restaurant, and I will call for you to go to school together. All right. Walking into the classroom alongside Mizuno Sora, Kaibu-sa acutely felt the sensation of being the center of attention. Half of the glances in the classroom were fixed upon Mizuno Sora, while the other half scrutinized her. In an instant, she comprehended the meaning behind their scrutinizing gazes. After Mizuno-kun had held her hand yesterday, and now they were attending school together. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quietly took out her books. She had never believed in the enchanting tales of love at first sight occurring in her life. But after yesterday's events, Kaibu-sa yearned to draw nearer to Mizuno, just as she had nestled against him the previous afternoon. From him, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, the warmth of his large hand upon her shoulder, the sunlight-infused scent of his jacket. Falling for someone is a simple affair. It can happen in a single day. At that moment, she harbored a thought she knew to be misguided. The past instances of bullying she endured seemed to have been a crucible of suffering that allowed her to draw closer to Mizuno-kun, who bore his own scars. But what feelings did he harbor for her? Kaibu-sa cast a fleeting glance at Mizuno Sora before hastily averting her gaze. Ah, Kaibu. Perhaps it is best not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Mizuno merely possesses a chivalrous spirit, ready to intervene against any injustice, devoid of any personal sentiments towards you. It would be wise to relinquish such naive notions. Not only Kaibu-sa observed Mizuno Sora, but several others in the class were also keenly watching him, their gazes laced with malice. Mizuno Sora, however, remained indifferent to the spiteful stares of the small-minded. Those he had dealt with retained their ill will, yet, as he had expressed to Kaibu-sa before, he would meet challenges head-on with determination, never one to shy away from conflict. Kaibu-sa, unfortunately, lacked the ability to disguise her emotions and subtle gestures, which Mizuno Sora perceptively noted, having caught her glancing at him multiple times during class. He was not the oblivious protagonist of a light novel. He possessed a vague awareness of Kaibu-sa's affections. Nonetheless, he was not yet prepared to respond to such feelings. The disparity between the educational standards of public high schools and private institutions was stark. Affluent families invariably opted for private education, eschewing the public schools that championed a more carefree approach to learning. Under such a system, only children from extraordinary backgrounds could hope to compete with the privileged offspring of private school alumni. After completing a day's worth of teaching, the two departed together. A notable inconvenience within Japanese schooling, whether at the elementary, middle, or high school level, was the necessity to change shoes when entering or exiting the classroom. As they switched shoes at the shoe rack, Mizuno Sora remarked to Kaibu-sa, "Shall I carry your backpack? Why is it so heavy?" His own backpack was light, containing merely textbooks and homework, but Kaibu-sa's was unusually burdensome. Mizuno Sora realized that her constant bent posture might be linked to the weight she bore. He opened her bag and removed her gym attire and shoes, placing them into her locker. "You need not worry, Kaibu. No one dares to bully you anymore." Amidst Kaibu-sa's complex expression, Mizuno Sora filled her locker with unnecessary items, stating, "These and these are no longer needed. Let us go, for I wish to learn much from you today." "Indeed," she replied, and together they strolled back to the restaurant. Kaibu's eatery was particularly tranquil today, maintaining a serene atmosphere in the absence of any disruptive patrons. "Back already, little Sa?" "Mizuno-kun," said Irina, who was busy wiping down tables and preparing for the evening service. Kaibu's restaurant operated throughout the day and night, with the latter transforming its nature closer to that of an izakaya, offering sake and various side dishes at affordable prices, filling the bellies of weary office workers, providing them with a space to vent their grievances about their superiors and workplace woes. "I have returned. Excuse my intrusion," Mizuno Sora replied. Irina smiled in response. "Little Sa?" Help Mizuno-kun become acquainted with the work. She indicated that she had prepared male uniforms on the second floor, having donned the uniform emblazoned with the Kaibu restaurant logo. Mizuno Sora followed Kaibu-sa to the back of the establishment. The tidiness of a room can reveal a person's attitude towards life. The front and back of the Kaibu restaurant are interconnected, allowing diners to observe the chefs as they prepare the food, a sight even more evident in the back kitchen. The cooking appliances and utensils are impeccably clean, devoid of the usual grease that one might find in a typical izakaya. Mizuno Sora noticed that even the most challenging corners were free of dirt, as the mother and daughter duo meticulously cleaned and scrubbed every day. "Mizuno-kun, can you wash vegetables?" Kaibu-sa pulled out a basin filled with the fresh produce she had just purchased, washing the leaves clean while removing any that were spoiled and inedible. When she spoke of her expertise, her stutter vanished. "This small task is no problem at all." Mizuno Sora, having washed his hands with detergent, accepted the basin from Kaibu-sa. The restaurant serves simple side dishes at night, and the drinks are already prepared, though some require warming. "I can handle the small dishes and cold plates. The more complex dishes are prepared by my mother." After saying this, Kaibu-sa watched Mizuno-kun cautiously, fearing she might have spoken too freely and inadvertently caused a misunderstanding of superiority. Mizuno Sora felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he was only responsible for the simple tasks of washing vegetables and rinsing rice, while the mother and daughter took on the more challenging culinary duties. "I feel unworthy of the money I'm earning," he thought. "I understand, I think," he smiled at Kaibu-sa. "I'll start with washing the vegetables." "Master, please teach me quickly how to cook so I can assist you." The term master made Kaibu-sa blush. In Japan, the working class typically finishes their shifts around 5 or 6 o'clock, with a surge of overtime work calculated separately. As 6 o'clock approached, the number of customers at the restaurant began to swell, predominantly suited office workers arriving in groups. After finishing the vegetables for the evening, Mizuno Sora dried his hands. Irina was busily cooking, while Kaibu-sa carried plates to the customers and immediately returned to the counter to chop meat and vegetables. Observing the duo become increasingly occupied, Mizuno Sora, after watching Kaibu-sa's movements for a while, also took out a knife. "Kaibu-san, let me help you with the chopping." I'm still not sure," she replied. "I've been observing for a long time. I won't cut anything too poorly." In the culinary world, chopping vegetables is indeed a skill, if the cuts are unsightly. It detracts significantly from the presentation of the dish. That's not what I meant. Mizuno Sora suddenly paused after slicing a few vegetables, staring at the cutting board, where a line of text appeared before his eyes. Swordsmanship. LV1. In the world of Naruto, most ninjas practice ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu, yet few study swordsmanship, often resorting to kunai instead. However, this does not imply that the Naruto world lacks renowned masters of swordsmanship. With the Land of Iron being a prime example, a nation established by warriors skilled in the art of the sword. Unlike the ninja villages composed of various ninjas, the Land of Iron is governed by samurai, possessing its own culture, authority, and military strength as a neutral state. They do not rely on an array of ninjutsu and bloodline limits. Rather, they engage in combat with ninjas using their swordsmanship, representing a unique neutral force within the world of Naruto. The swordsmanship of the Land of Iron stands out distinctly in this realm. With his exceptional sword skills, Mifune once triumphed over the demigod Hanzo, demonstrating that mastery of swordsmanship can forge a formidable hero. After an unclear yet profound study of sword techniques, Mizuno Sora's speed in wielding the knife suddenly accelerated, startling Kaibu-sa, who had been observing intently. Although it was merely a kitchen knife, under the influence of his swordsmanship, it emanated a lethal aura. In a flurry of motion, he deftly sliced through a cabbage, while the defrosted pork and beef, notoriously difficult to cut, fell apart easily beneath his blade, as if they were mere sheets of paper. Kaibu-sa could only describe Mizuno-kun's knife skills as visually delightful. What was ostensibly a simple kitchen task transformed into an artistic performance. How remarkable, Mizuno! Have you trained in professional knife skills? Kaibu-sa gathered her courage, dropping the suffix of classmate, acknowledging his prowess akin to that of a chef in a grand restaurant. I occasionally cook at home as well. Mizuno Sora continued to slice vegetables and meat with unwavering precision. But professional? I hardly consider myself one. I merely wish to assist Aunt Kyrina and you. Did all chefs in grand restaurants possess the lethal sword techniques? As one could elevate their physical skills from LV1 to LV2, so too could swordsmanship. And with zeal for gaining experience, Mizuno Sora diligently cut the ingredients. He began to grasp the mechanics of the Naruto system, realizing that his first 3 skills were merely introductory, while the unlocking of swordsmanship came naturally upon making contact with the knife and utilizing it. In Japan, the art of the blade and sword is inseparable. Could one activate water release by swimming in a pool, or wind release by being blown in a wind tunnel? Mizuno Sora's speed in cutting was remarkable, and the results of his labor appeared far superior to those of Kaibu-sa. Having assisted her mother since middle school, she was, as Kyrina noted, not lacking in culinary skills herself. However, witnessing Mizuno Sora's rapid progress, she felt no twinge of jealousy. Mizuno-kun was simply extraordinary in every respect, and she felt genuine happiness for him. Even during the mundane task of chopping vegetables, a smile graced Mizuno-kun's face, devoid of impatience. Such a disposition was profoundly kind. Yet, in contrast, her accustomed humility brought a hint of melancholy. With Mizuno Sora's assistance, Kaibu-sa was liberated from the labor of washing, chopping, and slicing, donning a small apron as she prepared appetizers in the back. She rolled fresh fish and shrimp in a mixture of egg and flour before frying them to a golden crisp, creating a simple yet delectable tempura dish. The modest Kaibu family restaurant not only offered side dishes and set meals, but also served as a delightful yakitori establishment. The meat, expertly sliced by Mizuno Sora, was skewered and grilled by Kaibu-sa, with seasonings sprinkled on top, filling the air with an enticing aroma. At table 4, the patrons requested 5 orders of cheese chicken skewers. Please bring 2 more bottles of sake for the guests at table 5. The new patrons at table 9 have ordered 1 serving each of pork cutlet rice, teriyaki chicken rice, and assorted cold dishes, along with 2 cans of beer. The Kaibu restaurant has entered a bustling period. Kaibu-sa is donned in her apron, delivering meals while welcoming guests at the entrance, all the while preparing cold dishes in the kitchen. In this moment, she has shed the timid demeanor she possessed at school. As the head chef, Horina is equally occupied, juggling the preparation of meals with engaging conversations with the customers. The chef is the face of the establishment, particularly in a quaint eatery where the front and back of the house are closely connected. Maintaining interaction with patrons is essential. I have retrieved 2 cans of beer and 2 bottles of sake for you. The brands are correct, aren't they? Mizuno Sora, observing the tirelessly working Kaibu-sa, felt a pang of sympathy and did his utmost to prepare everything in the back. ensuring the cold dishes were ready. As they busily moved between the front and back of the restaurant, Kaibu-sa, slightly dazed, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mizuno. You're too kind," Mizuno replied with a smile. "Diligently slicing meat and vegetables. I cannot accept my wages without hard work." The peak hours for the Kaibu restaurant typically span from 6 to just past 9. After this period, while it is not impossible to earn, many companies with extended hours do not conclude until the late hours, and some izakayas remain open throughout the night. However, Kaibu-sa must attend classes the following day, and the Adachi Ward, being a quiet residential area in the suburbs of Tokyo, lacks many corporate establishments. Consequently, it is uncertain how many office workers would remain later in the evening. Most office workers opt for dinner at izakayas near their workplaces. Had the restaurant been situated in a bustling commercial district, 9 o'clock would be the most frenetic time. Moreover, the evening safety in Adachi is not particularly reassuring. Wandering intoxicated in the late hours raises concerns for personal safety. After bidding farewell to the last wave of customers, Horina wiped the sweat from her brow while Kaibu-sa sat wearily in a chair, massaging her legs. Only Mizuno Sora remained vigorous, having sliced vegetables throughout the evening, and his swordsmanship had now advanced to level 2. The experience required for early-stage skills is relatively minimal, thus enabling rapid progression. The difference between level 2 swordsmanship and level 1 is not starkly pronounced. It merely deepens the instinctual knowledge of wielding a sword. "Mizuno-kun, how are you adapting to the rhythm of this job?" Horina inquired, wiping down the table and pouring 3 cups of drinks. "It is quite busy, but I am managing." "Aunt Horina, I am merely assisting. It is you and Kaibu-san who are truly working hard. Your knife skills are genuinely impressive, Mizuno-kun, high quality and swift. You have certainly made our evening much easier." Horina sincerely nodded, growing increasingly fond of Mizuno Sora. After yesterday's events, she had initially thought Mizuno possessed a restless tendency, as his demeanor suggested a history of brawling. However, witnessing his earnest and diligent performance today, she noted a lack of urgency in the bustle, a mechanical repetition devoid of impatience, and a consistently calm expression, his character exuding grace and poise. Such a steady demeanor is rare among both the young and the seasoned. He is indeed a gem of a person. Nevertheless, it is prudent to observe him more closely. After a busy day, Mizuno Sora and Kaibu-sa tidied up the kitchen, while Irina prepared the last work meal of the evening. After enjoying a delightful dinner, Irina also packed a meal for Mizuno Sora, which was meant for breakfast the following morning. She had heard about Sora's family situation from Kaibu-sa and, without compromising the young man's dignity, offered her assistance within her means. Carrying the breakfast that Irina had packed, Mizuno Sora hurried home, the clock nearing 10:30. The Adachi district, unlike the brightly lit bustling center of Tokyo, had already shut its doors and extinguished its lights. Undeterred by the potential for trouble from local delinquents, Sora, who possessed the skills of a ninja, felt no fear as he navigated the dimly lit streets. During the sprint, he refrained from employing any medical ninjutsu to gain an advantage, pausing momentarily to catch his breath, leaning against his knee. Ascending the stairs to the 3rd floor, he halted at the landing, not from reluctance, but because someone was ahead. A woman stood there alongside a monk, indeed, a monk, with a shaven head and clad in traditional robes. The woman beside him was none other than Mrs. Sada, his neighbor, a woman who typically carried herself with modesty. She was reasonably attractive, yet her emaciated frame and haggard appearance marred her overall beauty, with a tendency to lower her gaze and smile softly. Her presence exuded a palpable air of melancholy. Unlike Kaibu-sa's humility, Mrs. Sada's gloom emanated from deep within, intertwined with an unspoken despair. The two households had exchanged few words, merely nodding in acknowledgement when they met. Mizuno Sora's understanding of Mrs. Sada was limited to the knowledge that she was single and had a daughter who was currently in middle school. Their family circumstances were undeniably tragic. Living in the Adachi district and renting a cramped apartment, it was hard to find anyone without a sorrowful tale. Accompanying a monk home at such a late hour, especially at 10:30 in the evening, was quite unconventional. The ban on meat consumption and marriage for Japanese monks had been lifted since the Meiji era, indicating that they were now free to indulge in meat and take wives, making this particular monk an anomaly among his peers. Regarding the relationship between Mrs. Sada and the monk, Sora felt no grounds to comment. If a single woman chose to engage with a monk, it was not his place to oppose their mutual desires. Waiting around the corner, Sora remained until the pair entered their apartment, and the door closed with a resounding thud before he stepped into view. As he walked down the corridor with the packed meal, he heard a faint rustling sound emanating from another staircase. A figure was seated on a small stool, and upon hearing the noise, she turned to look at Mizuno Sora. It was Mrs. Sada's daughter, Sadamai. Sora awkwardly halted, feeling the weight of the moment. It was undeniably awkward. He had just followed in the wake of her mother entering the house with a monk. To claim he had not seen was a stretch. Had he known this would unfold, he would have delayed his ascent. The chill of the late hour added to his discomfort, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words to alleviate the awkwardness. It was early spring, the remnants of winter still clinging to the air, making the atmosphere decidedly brisk. Did she expect him to retreat indoors simply because of the cold? Observing that woman with the bald man was quite repulsive. Sadamai's words were as if laced with venom. Mizuno Sora wanted to retort, but considered the discomfort such a scene would evoke in anyone's heart. Empathizing with her position, he imagined that had he been in Sadamai's shoes, his emotions would have been even more tumultuous. If you're feeling cold, you may come to my room for a while, he offered. No need, Sadamai replied, her demeanor devoid of the superficial niceties typical of islanders. Her tone icy and impatient. Then good night, he replied politely before opening the door, removing his shoes, and placing the packed meal on the table. He had no desire to see Sada's sour expression any longer. Her lack of common courtesy seemed excessively uncharacteristic of an islander. Unable to endure it any longer. After a shower, he lay in bed wide awake, ultimately deciding to don his clothes and carry a small stool into the hallway. Sadamai remained seated, gazing out at the city, where only a few scattered lights flickered, resembling a world shrouded in darkness and despair. She cast a glance at Mizuno Sora, who had brought out the stool, yet said nothing. He smiled faintly, settling onto the stool with a rolled-up test paper in hand. After completing a mathematics exam amidst a tumult of emotions, he rolled the paper tightly, as if wielding a sword. Upon closer inspection, there were indeed numerous swordsmanship styles in the Naruto universe, such as the Leaf Village's Leaf Flow sword technique, with figures like the self-created Hokages and the adept Tsuki no Kaze representing the Leaf's swordsmanship. The Land of Iron was even more noteworthy. The difference between level 2 and level 1 swordsmanship was not as drastic as one might think. Mizuno Sora had not instinctively grasped any extraordinary techniques. Yet the fundamental skills from various swordsmanship schools in Naruto were etched into his memory. Each motion of the test paper seemed to unleash those sword techniques. Although ninjutsu reigned supreme in the Naruto world, swordsmanship was undoubtedly more refined than that on Earth, where swords were wielded against fellow humans, while in Naruto, the adversaries were beings capable of challenging tanks and cannons. However, not everyone could appreciate the intricacies of such swordplay. Are you suffering from delusions of grandeur? Sadamai could no longer tolerate the sound of her neighbor brandishing the test paper beside her. Who are you? An ancient sword saint's disciple? She scoffed. Mizuno Sora surmised that at school, Sadamai was either a bully or someone subjected to severe ostracism. This is my self-created sword technique. It is the best in the world, he declared. Humph, she retorted, thinking that had she not been unable to return to her room, she would have long since taken her stool and left. Indeed, the inhabitants of this place seemed quite eccentric. This boy, typically timid and reclusive, had tonight exhibited unsavory intentions by inviting her into his room. Did he believe himself to be akin to that woman? Sadamai seethed internally, harboring resentment towards the dilapidated building, the Adachi district, and everything surrounding her. Then, a long, rumbling growl emanated from her stomach, the pangs of hunger instantly overpowering her bitterness. She sat rigidly, her expression frozen, afraid to turn her head or shift her gaze. The rather unsavory neighbor beside her was undoubtedly smirking, displaying an expression of derision. She resolutely refrained from turning her head, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Was she hungry? With a flushed face, Sadamai shook her head defiantly, muttering in a low voice, "Not hungry. Not at all." Despite having only a light meal at school during lunchtime, she had not eaten anything since returning home that afternoon. The refrigerator at home was so empty that it could be a haven for starving rats. She contemplated using her money to buy some food, but the funds had long since been taken by that woman and given to fraudsters. She anxiously awaited the woman's return, only to be dismayed when she arrived accompanied by a rotund and scrupulous conman, whose lewd gaze unabashedly roamed over Sadamai, making her feel nauseated. "I have some food here," he offered. "I won't eat it," Sadamai retorted as she curled up on the bench, her abdomen resting on her thighs, arms wrapped tightly around her knees. This position alleviated her hunger, and she asserted once more, "I am not hungry at all." After a few exclamations from her, Mizuno Sora scratched his nose and retreated to his room. The departure of the bothersome Mizuno Sora only made her clutch her legs tighter. Moments later, Mizuno Sora gently opened the door again. Rather than stepping outside, he placed a food container and chopsticks on the ground, alongside a paper cup filled with warm water, with tissues placed beneath the chopsticks. It felt akin to feeding a stray dog. Without uttering a word, Mizuno Sora softly closed the door behind him. Sadamai heard the door open and shut and noticed the food container on the floor. Even without looking, she could scent it. She remained motionless on the bench until her stomach grumbled again, at which point she abruptly snapped back to reality and picked up the food container. The bento had just been heated in the microwave. Although the flavor was somewhat diminished, it remained delectable. As she used the slender chopsticks to pick up the rice, tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the rice and her lips, salty. She was not expressing gratitude towards the lecherous neighbor. Rather, she harbored resentment towards this despicable world. Eating while silently weeping made her susceptible to choking, yet Sadamai disregarded such concerns, comforted by the cup of water from the unsavory man beside her. The next morning, Mizuno Sora awoke early, commencing his day with push-ups. After completing his morning routine, he donned his clothes in preparation for his daily run. Upon pushing open the door, the sound of something being struck caused him to lower his gaze. It was the food container from the previous night, now devoid of any remnants of food and washed meticulously, with the chopsticks arranged neatly. Beneath where the chopsticks had rested lay a small note inscribed with the word "Thank you" in delicate handwriting. Mizuno Sora chuckled and shook his head. Such contradictions embodied the essence of certain individuals, akin to those who remain silent in reality yet are exceedingly expressive online. He placed the food container into his backpack, intending to return it to the Kaibu household. Before leaving, he glanced at the door of the Sato residence. Since Sadamai had taken the initiative to wash the food container, it indicated that she had returned home to sleep after the monk left, suggesting that the monk had not been shameless enough to stay overnight. This morning, Kaibu-sa was not waiting at the alley's entrance as usual. Instead, she stood obediently in front of the culinary shop. Upon seeing Mizuno Sora on his morning run, Kaibu weakly greeted him and trailed behind like a little shadow. To accommodate her pace, Mizuno slowed down to a leisurely jog, which, despite appearing vigorous, matched Kaibu's walking speed. After several days of commuting together, the classmates had ceased their doubts, convinced that there must be some romantic involvement between the two. It was perplexing how that brooding Kaibu could be seen alongside Mizuno. As this thought crossed their minds, the girls forgot how they once regarded Mizuno Sora. Twiddling his pen, Mizuno pondered the swordsmanship he had practiced yesterday, momentarily losing his focus. How did the ninjas in the world of Naruto effectively wield their swords? He recalled that it involved a combination of ninjutsu and swordsmanship, such as illusion techniques and wind release. By using illusions to mislead the enemy's judgment, one could then claim victory with a swift strike. However, how was one to acquire such illusions? Surely, one couldn't rely on leaf-shuffling tricks to conjure grand hallucinations. If that were the case, it would be better to forego illusions altogether. After 2 days of causing a stir in class, some students, albeit only the girls, began to approach Mizuno during breaks. The boys, however, still regarded him with wariness. None could honestly claim they had never bullied Mizuno. He had thus been forgotten, and if he sought revenge, the consequences would be dire. Mizuno-kun, what facial cleanser do you use? Your skin looks amazing. A girl from class, whom he did not recognize, approached him after class. That can't be true. It seems almost unbelievable that your skin is so flawless, another girl remarked, feigning astonishment. Mizuno furrowed his brow, struggling to contain his irritation at the interruption. They dared to intrude upon his contemplation of such vital swordsmanship. Surely, women could not be more important than ninjutsu. If he was to be constantly pestered, how could he find the time to study and train? Mizuno, what type of girl do you like? The inquiry from one girl piqued the interest of all those gathered around. While they did not genuinely harbor feelings for Mizuno, that did not deter them from seeking a deeper connection. Many young romances are often absurd. They pursue not true love, but rather a game that distinguishes their status among peers. As the newly emerged dark horse of the class, Mizuno radiated a certain charm. At this moment, Kaibu-sa, who had been quietly seated, also perked up, curious about the question. As she observed the girls clustering around Mizuno, she trembled with fear, worried that the one good thing in her life might be taken away. In comparison to those girls, she felt utterly lacking, just as gold shines wherever it is placed. Mizuno-kun was now positively glowing. Stop chattering together. Mizuno's remark caused the smiles of the surrounding girls to freeze in place. Fortunately, the bell rang, sparing them from the impending awkwardness. What a jerk, the girls collectively labeled Mizuno as they dispersed. Was it merely a matter of having struck a few individuals that led them to believe themselves remarkable? They deserved the torment they once endured. Such individuals, incapable of reading the atmosphere, will inevitably face rejection, both now and in the future. Let them remain together with that dark girl from Kaibu. As the afternoon school bell rang, Kaibu-sa spoke up. Watanabe-kun, your manner of speaking can be quite offensive. Before Watanabe Sora, she shed her earlier shyness, gradually allowing her true self to emerge, her speech becoming less stammering. It's of no consequence. I do not require their approval, Watanabe Sora replied nonchalantly. By the way, this is Hirina Auntie's bento. I shall deliver it to you at the store. Is the bento still delicious the next day? Kaibu courageously inquired. Shall I bring you one in the morning? That would be too much trouble. I appreciate the kind gesture. The flavor of the bento was beyond Watanabe Sora's recollection, having already been consumed by someone else. The two walked side by side, engaging in casual conversation, striving to prevent the journey home from becoming too silent. However, upon turning a corner, Watanabe Sora suddenly halted, and Kaibu, wholly focused on him, also came to a stop. What is the matter, Watanabe-kun? Is it them? Kaibu retreated slightly, clutching tightly to Watanabe Sora's clothing. Before them stood a gang of over 10 ruffians, sporting cropped hair and clad in attire emblematic of societal misfits. Some wielded baseball bats and clubs, while others, devoid of weapons, appeared even more perilous, perhaps concealing prohibited knives. Watanabe Sora was aware of the poor public safety in Adachi Ward, but he had not anticipated it to be this severe. Was it truly acceptable for them to brandish weapons in public without consequence? Among the miscreants were several familiar faces, including Hirakawa, one of those he had previously dealt with at school. Realizing they had orchestrated this ambush, Watanabe Sora understood that Hirakawa and his associates had refrained from attacking him in recent days merely to ascertain his daily routes, seeking the opportune moment to strike. There he is, Hirakawa sneered, his gaze laden with malice. Whispers among classmates suggested that Hirakawa was not just a delinquent within school walls, but also had connections with thugs and ruffians outside, with family ties to organized crime. It seemed the rumors held at least a grain of truth. Such rumors, in Watanabe Sora's eyes, could be encapsulated in 4 words: societal detritus. The gang advanced menacingly towards him. The leader, brandishing a baseball bat, derided, "Are you the one who struck young Hirakawa? If he hasn't been beaten by anyone else in these past few days, then yes, I did strike him," Watanabe Sora replied with unwavering composure. One hand gestured behind him to Kaibu-sa's abdomen, indicating she should retreat. Understanding her presence beside Watanabe would only serve as a distraction, Kaibu obediently stepped back a few paces, her hand discreetly searching her bag for her phone. Yet under the weight of so many scrutinizing gazes, she hesitated to call for help, fearful of exacerbating the situation. Perhaps it isn't necessary for them to confront Watanabe-kun. If we sincerely explain the situation, misunderstandings might be resolved. After all, it was Hirakawa and his crew who overstepped, Kaibu-sa mused, attempting to find solace in her own thoughts. The ruffian caressed his bald head, a devilish grin spreading across his face. "I admire your audacity," he sneered. "Kneel before Hong Chuan and bow your head, then crawl to the school from here, and we shall let you go." The crowd around him erupted in jeers and whistles, chanting, "Kneel, kneel, kneel." "Boss, you are exceedingly merciful," one of them remarked. "Hey, the one behind is that scoundrel's girlfriend. Not bad, is she? How about we change the terms? This seems too harsh on the poor girl." A thug leered at Kaibu-sa, suggesting she stay for their amusement that evening, perhaps even to record videos and take photographs. "Ah, little lady, fear not. We won't treat you like they did with Furuta Shunko." The Furuta Shunko case was a notorious incident that transpired in Japan 3 decades ago, its impact lingering in collective memory. The case, also known as the Iase cement murder, revolved around a high school girl who endured unimaginable violence and abuse before meeting her tragic fate, her body disposed of in cement by a gang of perpetrators, with dozens complicit in the atrocity. Terrified, The timid Kaibu Sa froze, her tightly gripped backpack slipping from her grasp. Mizuno Sora set down his backpack and lunchbox, standing tall. Is it time to kneel? He queried. The thugs mistook his stance for submission, and Kaibu Sa thought the same. Despite Mizuno's prowess in combat, facing over 10 opponents seemed daunting. Was he kneeling to shield her from harm? She couldn't help but turn away, eyes tightly shut. Are you finished? Mizuno Sora straightened up, locking eyes with the ruffian leader. Upon meeting Mizuno's gaze, the leader clicked his tongue, sensing a desire for confrontation. Don't kill him. Grab your weapons. He bellowed, raising a wooden baseball bat high above his head, a steel bat too lethal for his liking. Yet, even a wooden bat could inflict a concussion if it struck true. He swung the bat towards Mizuno's shoulder, aiming for a dislocation or fracture. Mizuno narrowed his eyes, meeting the descending bat with unwavering resolve. In a swift motion, his right hand seized the leader's wrist, chakra coalescing in his palm, followed by the sharp crack of bone. The leader's wrist shattered under Mizuno's grip. With a deft maneuver, Mizuno pivoted, driving a knee into the man's abdomen, lifting the 200-pound thug off the ground for a fleeting moment, while the others were still rushing in, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Mizuno had already darted past the hulking figure, retreating from the oncoming throng of armed assailants, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. As he faced the imminent danger, the thugs displayed cruel smiles, eager for the challenge. Leaf whirlwind, he murmured, gathering chakra in his lower body, feeling the rush of wind. A small whirlwind erupted around him, and before the gangsters could even question the origin of this sudden gust, Mizuno Sora's whip-like legs struck their bodies. Abdomen, shoulders, face, and buttocks, every place that was hit emitted the sound of bones fracturing. Even wooden baseball bats shattered under the force of his kick. Kaibu Sa tightly gripped her phone, having prepared to call the police as Mizuno dashed out, but the scene unfolding before her was utterly unforeseen. What had just transpired? Not only was Kaibu bewildered, but also Hirakawa, who had remained behind and refrained from rushing forward. He too was engulfed in confusion. The script dictated that this boy should be left lying on the ground like a lost dog, barely clinging to life. How could it be that all the men he had brought along were now falling one by one? At that moment, Hirakawa found himself lifted by the throat, Mizuno still clad in his school uniform, stained with blood. The sight of Mizuno filled Hirakawa with dread, choked and gasping. He clutched desperately at Mizuno's hand. Thud! Mizuno slammed Hirakawa into the ground, his face smashing against the surface. Like a mop dragged across the floor, Hirakawa's face scraped repeatedly against the ground, spitting out dirt. Hirakawa, are you satisfied now? Mizuno bent down, pressing his foot against Hirakawa's neck. I'm satisfied, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Hirakawa whimpered, his body swaying like a fish out of water. After rubbing his face against the ground a few more times, Mizuno tossed Hirakawa aside, retrieved the backpack and jacket from the ground, and took Kaibu Sa's hand. Let us go? Okay. Hirakawa coughed heavily. The sensation Mizuno had just instilled was that of a raging beast, his grip around Hirakawa's throat resembling a predator's fangs. Mizuno-kun, are you truly all right? Kaibu continually inquired throughout their journey. The harrowing scene they had just witnessed had genuinely frightened her, a naturally timid soul. Rest assured, everything is fine. They have learned their lesson and will not dare to provoke us again. Mizuno reassured her with a smile that promised safety. His words eased Kaibu's anxiety. Whatever Mizuno-kun said was undoubtedly correct. Yet, the shadows lurking in his heart were known only to him. He understood the nature of those thugs all too well. They were akin to stubborn weeds. One might chase them away temporarily, but they would invariably seek to reclaim their lost pride. Unless they were thoroughly incapacitated, these troubles would persistently follow him. However, Mizuno's status as a student constrained him from delivering a severe blow, especially with Kaibu watching closely. Once clad in his jacket, they arrived at a restaurant where Kaibu rummaged through the premises until she unearthed a men's shirt. Mizuno, please wear this shirt for now. Your uniform is stained with blood. I'll wash it for you and return it later. Kaibu's heart remained heavy with unease. I'm quite experienced. Perhaps refrain from saying that. Mizuno rubbed his nose, feeling that Kaibu had endured far too much hardship. Then I must trouble you. Mizuno accepted the shirt and turned his back to change out of his uniform. Today, an incident unfolded outside the school. Kaibu Sa and Mizuno Sora remained silent before Arena, wishing to spare her from unnecessary worry over such distressing matters. Moreover, Mizuno Sora was well aware that he had caused this trouble and was not the type to let others bear the burden of his mistakes. This evening was yet another bustling one. Encouraged by Mizuno Sora's diligent performance the previous night, Kaibusa devoted herself wholeheartedly to preparing cold dishes. With her hands coated in vinegar, she molded rice with the fish and vegetable slices cut by Mizuno Sora, finally wrapping it tightly with a layer of cling film to create an aesthetically pleasing hand-rolled sushi. The vegetable and fish cuts made by Mizuno Sora were of perfectly uniform size, precise as if crafted by a machine. Kaibusa, holding an onion, meticulously carved it. Aware that Japanese cuisine often incorporates decorative carving. Although the roadside eateries do not demand high standards in this regard, it still requires a level of finesse. While the carvings may not evoke a grand appetite, they ought to be visually appealing. "Is this carving?" Mizuno Sora asked, having just removed the shrimp veins and washed his hands. Startled by his voice, Kaibusa inadvertently sliced the onion in two, gazing at the halved onion. Mizuno Sora clasped his hands in silent apology, acknowledging his own carelessness. Kaibusa retrieved another onion, lamenting her lack of skill in carving, declaring, "I'll give it a try." Mizuno Sora switched to a carving knife, requesting the master to teach him the art of this craft, which he found challenging. Kaibusa shyly nodded. She had only learned the carving technique after months of chopping vegetables and meat in the shop, and it took her sporadic practice over a month to master it. However, she believed that someone as clever as Mizuno would grasp it immediately, as his knife skills were already far superior to hers. "Let me demonstrate first," Kaibusa said, turning to face him and presenting the onion. To carve the onion, one must first remove its outer layers, then cut according to the sequence of each layer, like this. Gradually, you will form intricate patterns. Mizuno Sora observed her every movement with great diligence, his fingers unconsciously trembling. His level 2 swordsmanship activated, imprinting each carving motion in his mind, while he mentally corrected her minor errors. As Kaibusa explained, she glanced at Mizuno Sora, asking, "Did you remember, Mizuno-kun?" Her words stumbled, her mouth failing to keep pace with her hands, leaving her speechless. "Why am I so foolish?" she murmured. "Yes, the master's explanation was excellent, and I understood everything." Mizuno Sora raised his hands, eager to try. Accepting the knife and onion from Kaibusa, he focused intently, activating his level 2 swordsmanship. He circled the onion, mapping out the points where his hands had touched, and without hesitation, the tip of his knife pierced the onion's surface. The small onion spun in his palm as the discarded pieces fell swiftly onto the cutting board, ready to be utilized in their culinary creations. In less than a minute, Mizuno Sora deftly extracted his blade. A splendid purple onion flower blossomed in the palm of his hand. As he inhaled the aromatic scent of onion lingering in the air, he felt a sudden urge to sneeze. Staring in astonishment at Mizuno's performance, Kaibusa opened her mouth wide, only to cover it with her small hands. Such skill! The onion flower sculpted by Mizuno was remarkably perfect. Given enough time, Kaibu might also carve one, albeit requiring many times more effort. To create such a delicate flower in such a short span of time speaks volumes of Mizuno's extraordinary talent. Observing the crafted onion flower, Mizuno felt it still fell short of his aspirations, recognizing areas for improvement. "Kaibu, do you require any more carvings?" "Ah, there are 2 onions and 3 carrots. Leave it all to me." Decades ago, Japanese schools adopted a 6-day academic week, but after the implementation of a joyous educational approach, most public institutions transitioned to a 5-day or 5.5-day schedule. The high school Mizuno attended staunchly adhered to this decision, enjoying weekends off. That evening, Satomai was not seated at the entrance of her apartment, and as Mizuno carried his bento box, he smiled, relieved that he wouldn't need to share his lunch the following morning. What was once a promise of one dinner had transformed into 2. Mizuno felt a twinge of embarrassment when receiving the meals. Counting the 2 dinners, his hourly wage far exceeded 1,200 yen. Although it was a gesture of gratitude for his recent kindness, he feared that it would soon feel as though he owed a debt to the Kaibu family. The next day at noon, Mizuno bent over his desk, diligently working on his homework. The difficulty of mathematics in Japanese high schools was comparable to that of China. Indeed, the academic rigor across East Asia was renowned globally for its excellence. Gritting his teeth, he recited formulas when a gentle knock echoed through the air. The antiquated doorbell long since out of service, and the former landlord had not replaced it. Who could it be? Mizuno pondered, recalling Satomai from next door. "Mizuno-kun, I've washed your shirt," came Kaibusa's voice from the doorway, cradling the school uniform Mizuno had discarded the previous day. now free of bloodstains after being soaked in cold salt water. Surprised to find Kaibu at his doorstep, Mizuno realized he had not disclosed his address to her. Yet upon reflection, he remembered he had provided his phone number and home address when registering for his job at the restaurant. "Thank you ever so much. If you don't mind, please come in," Mizuno hesitantly invited, aware of the clutter within his abode. He hoped she wouldn't laugh. As Kaibu instinctively attempted to remove her shoes at the entrance, Mizuno smiled apologetically. "Perhaps it's best to keep your shoes on. The floor is a bit dirty." Indeed, the floor was somewhat unkempt, and this 20-square-meter rental apartment had a small entryway. From the entrance to the tatami area, 7 or 8 square meters were piled with various items, and the floor hadn't seen a proper cleaning in quite some time. These remnants of the original owner's untidy lifestyle, although devoid of any foul-smelling kitchen refuse, are still plentiful in the form of waste paper and packaging, forming a modest heap of debris. After Mizuno Sora traversed into this realm, he neither contributed new refuse nor endeavored to tidy up the existing mess. A twinge of shame stirred within him. Previously, he had consistently used the pretext of needing to exercise and acquire knowledge as justification for neglecting the cleaning. Yet upon being seen by others, those excuses crumbled. The truth of the matter was sheer laziness, now laid bare before the eyes of others. He had to face the consequences of his inaction. He was reluctant to conjure excuses for his idleness in front of others, such as claiming he was too busy to clean, for if one truly puts their mind to it, even the busiest of schedules can accommodate a moment for tidying up. Ibusa let out a sigh of relief, a gentle smile blossoming on her face before she quickly lowered her gaze. "Mizuno-kun, allow me to assist you in cleaning your room." It became apparent that Mizuno was not perfect in every aspect, as he too struggled with self-care in his daily life. Upon discovering Mizuno Sora's shortcomings, Ibusa felt a sense of quiet triumph. She sensed that the distance between them had diminished, making him no longer so distant. "Let us do this together. It's quite embarrassing to have you witness such disarray. With someone willing to help him tidy up?" Mizuno Sora took the initiative to lift 2 bags of trash himself. Ibusa nodded in quiet satisfaction, leaning on her broom. "I shall take out the garbage now." In Japan, there are designated garbage collection days, varying by community, detailing what types of waste are collected from Monday to Wednesday, while other times cater to different categories. This meticulous classification, often perceived as a hallmark of high societal standards, is actually the result of stringent laws enacted by the government many years ago. Following the post-war economic recovery and rapid growth, urban and rural areas were overwhelmed with refuse, and after prolonged moral persuasion proved ineffective, relevant legislation was introduced. Although instances of imprisonment for littering are rare in modern society, fines for such offenses remain prevalent in the news. Today, being Saturday, the refuse in Mizuno Sora's room coincidentally fell under the category scheduled for collection. Ibusa cheerfully moved piles of lightweight paper and plastic to the entrance, ensuring they were sorted correctly. The spring season in Japan boasts pleasant temperatures and minimal rainfall, marking it as the finest time of the year, especially as March and April herald the annual cherry blossom front. These are first-year textbooks. They cannot be discarded. I shall place them on Mizuno-kun's coffee table. As Mizuno Sora ventured out to dispose of the trash, Ibusa flitted about the cramped room with the joy of a sprite, tidying here and sweeping there. It was her first time in a boy's room, particularly that of Mizuno Sora, and merely standing still on the floor sent her heart racing. It seemed that Mizuno-kun was just like the ordinary boys portrayed on television, his room in disarray. These textbooks were not to be carelessly thrown away. Unlike her own lack of ambition regarding university, Mizuno-kun would undoubtedly attend a prestigious institution in the future. A person as mediocre as I am will undoubtedly fail to gain admission to university, and the expenses associated with attending are exceedingly high. It seems that Mizuno's family circumstances are not particularly favorable either. However, there are scholarships and loans available at the university. Yet, many assert that such financial aid burdens students with debt for several years post-graduation. In truth, the income from the store could support Mizuno's education. If he is unable to secure a scholarship, I should assist him, though I am uncertain whether my mother would approve. While my thoughts wandered elsewhere, my hands continued to move swiftly, clearing the stack of books on the floor. I noticed that, aside from textbooks, Mizuno also enjoyed reading anime magazines. I trembled as I picked up a magazine from the ground. The cover featured a character from a popular anime, prominently labeled as a monthly anime magazine, its substantial thickness weighing heavily in my hands. I had seen such magazines displayed in the convenience store, but I always hurried past with my head down. Startled, I tossed the magazine aside, only to quickly retrieve it, feeling utterly flustered. Should I place it among the neatly organized books or pretend I had not seen it and tuck it away in a corner? In my confusion, I carelessly shoved the magazine under the bed, but this seemed to trigger a chain reaction. After finding this magazine, I soon discovered others scattered across the floor. Some were about anime, while others featured real-life photo shoots. The models were all stunning, each with long, straight black hair. Out of 10 magazines, 8 showcased this hairstyle, and there was even a compilation dedicated entirely to girls with the same look. So, Mizuno has a preference for girls with such hairstyles? As this thought crossed my mind, the door swung open suddenly. I jumped up from the floor in surprise. Mizuno, what is the matter? My stammering intensified as I noticed his bewildered expression. Mizuno seemed taken aback by my appearance. My face was flushed crimson, and I was trembling noticeably, standing at around 165 centimeters tall. My hands were clasped behind me. Emitting a barely audible whimper, I slowly retreated, sitting on the edge of the bed, and accidentally knocked a book to the ground. Its cover was striking, standing out vividly in the otherwise drab room, akin to a dazzling diamond. After falling, it rolled forward a few times before coming to rest at Mizuno's feet. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the window, flipping the pages of the magazines. Mizuno, with an impassive expression, picked up the fallen book and discarded it among the refuse. He also gathered the other unsightly magazines scattered on the floor. I was astonished to discover that this body's previous owner possessed such hidden desires. Despite struggling to afford daily meals, they found the means to purchase these magazines. Though shy and unable to approach girls at school, they sought solace in these materials to fill the void within. I could understand the needs of youth, but gazing at the more than 20 books I had gathered, I realized that the desire was quite excessive. As she cast a glance at Kaibu-sa, Mizuno Sora inhaled deeply. The reason for his rigorous training in martial arts made his breath notably prolonged, resonating throughout the room with a profound intensity. Kaibu-sa, seated on the edge of the bed, instinctively recoiled in fear, her hands gripping the bed's edge, her thick bangs failing to conceal the panic flickering in her eyes. The elongated sound of his breathing evoked images of a wild beast, as if a frenzied creature stood before her. Bowing her head, her legs rubbed anxiously together. I have uncovered Mizuno-kun's secret, and he caught me in the act. What am I to do? Although it is said that young men are curious about such matters, what if Mizuno-kun intends to act upon this, to engage in unsavory deeds? Should I acquiesce or resist? Kaibu-sa, her head lowered, implored in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Before we begin that, could you please close the door, Mizuno-kun? Close the door for what? I still have trash to dispose of, he replied, briskly carrying the garbage out of the room, leaving Kaibu-sa momentarily stunned on the bed's edge. As he departed with the trash bag in hand, he left behind a silhouette of retreat. Oh. Kaibu-sa's lips moved, producing meaningless murmurs. She actually believed that Mizuno-kun would engage in such behavior. How could he possibly be that kind of person? Even worse, she had audaciously suggested he close the door. Mizuno-kun was not a fool. He surely understood her words. Why did she let her emotions lead her to utter such a thing? This is disastrous. Will Mizuno-kun think of me as a morally lax person? How will I face him in the future? Kaibu-sa buried her face in her hands, rolling back and forth on the bed in distress. Meanwhile, Mizuno Sora stood beside the recycling point downstairs, his eyes wide and breath ragged. The art of ninjutsu had taught him how to fight, yet it had not prepared him for such unforeseen circumstances. How could such matters have been unearthed by Kaibu-sa? What was her last gesture all about? Was it a coy invitation? Was he expected to respond to feelings he had yet to fully comprehend? This time, Mizuno Sora took an unusually long time disposing of the garbage. Nearly half an hour passed. Once he surmised that both of their emotions had stabilized, he rubbed his face, returning to the shared apartment with a stiff, formulaic smile. Kaibu-sa had resumed tidying up the room. Her nature inclined her toward domesticity, cleaning, cooking, organizing. In Mizuno Sora's eyes, Kaibu-sa would undoubtedly make an excellent housewife, her silence speaking volumes through her actions. Perhaps her future aspirations revolved around nurturing a family, embodying the essence of a devoted spouse. Suddenly, Mizuno Sora found himself considering Kaibu-sa as an admirable choice, a suitable partner. Even at 17 or 18, her worldview had solidified. She had not succumbed to despair despite her life's challenges. Regardless of future wealth or poverty, she would surely accompany him with a smile. The entire afternoon flowed seamlessly into the evening work shift, enveloping them both in silence, with scarcely a few words exchanged, particularly from Kaibu-sa, who would avoid his gaze whenever she passed by. Could it be that the specter of his former self had frightened her away? On his way back from work, Mizuno Sora reflected on the magazines he had collected in his former life, realizing they did not harbor any particularly eccentric interests, but rather contained quite ordinary knowledge. Today, the Sada household was far from tranquil. Mizuno Sora spotted Sada seated on a bench in the corridor. It appeared yet another monk had arrived. "Good evening." Mizuno Sora greeted her. Sada glanced at him before quickly turning her head away, letting out a disdainful huff. Was this girl born under the sign of the dog? Mizuno Sora also fetched a stool from his room, as the noise from next door resumed, making it impossible for him to concentrate on his training. "Have you eaten dinner yet?" His inquiry, originally meant kindly, sounded like mockery to Sadamai, who, despite recognizing the goodwill, pressed her lips together and retorted, "No need to worry. I've eaten." She even had the audacity to add that he needn't trouble himself. Mizuno Sora felt that his previous bento had indeed made an impact. However, her sour expression suggested that last night's meal had been poisoned, as if the thank you note left behind had not been hers. "Your handwriting is quite good," he remarked, pulling out the thank you note from his bag and waving it between his fingers. Sadamai's face flushed slightly as she averted her gaze to the night sky. Mizuno Sora rubbed his forehead, pondering how such a troublesome neighbor would fare in the world beyond school. Yet he was neither her parent nor guardian and had no obligation to rectify her demeanor. The advancement from level 2 to level 3 was proving more challenging than the previous phase. His physical skills, medical ninjutsu, and swordsmanship had all hit a plateau, and without the opportunity to practice, his fire release remained stagnant at level 1. The other 3 disciplines would eventually yield progress in due course. But fire release was a different matter altogether. He needed a sufficiently large space to train, which he currently lacked. Logically, the early spring following winter should be devoid of rain. Yet today's weather was decidedly unusual. The forecast had predicted clouds turning to overcast, but by 10:30, a light drizzle began to fall. Fortunately, an awning above the corridor prevented the rain from drenching them, though errant droplets carried by the wind still managed to find their way inside. Mizuno Sora shook off a few raindrops from his shoulders. His improved physical conditioning post-training rendered the drizzle hardly bothersome, merely causing a slight sting in his nose, hardly qualifying as cold. However, Sadamai was less fortunate. Regardless of her strong demeanor, her physical resilience was not determined by will alone. She had scooted her bench back. Yet, even avoiding the raindrops, the chilly breeze continued to sweep in, rustling through her dark hair and stealing warmth from her neck, sending shivers down her spine. As Mizuno Sora contemplated his issues, he noticed Sadamai had wrapped her arms around herself, her teeth clenched as she trembled. "Should I lend you my jacket?" he offered, removing it from his own shoulders, only to be met with Sadamai's scornful glare. How could such a stubborn creature exist in this world? A mule that even 10 oxen could not budge. "Achoo!" Sadamai sneezed, clutching herself tighter. "Achoo!" Miyu Sada sniffed and hugged herself tightly. "Achoo!" Sora Mizuno sighed, opened the door, and gestured with a raised chin. Miyu cast a disdainful glance, exclaiming, "I want to go in." "Achoo! What I mean is, the sound of your sneezing here is far too noisy and has disturbed me. Could you perhaps sneeze inside?" Miyu was uncertain how she had ended up in this room. But under the relentless chill, her body moved against her will, leading her to enter, remove her shoes, and sit on the edge of the bed. Outside, the lecherous man remained seated on a stool, quietly enduring the biting cold wind. This was likely to avoid suspicion, to ensure Miyu felt secure. After all, even in the presence of a saint, one must worry about the potential for violence, let alone with an unknown neighbor. Though she didn't voice it, Miyu understood the man's intentions. Despite still clutching her phone for emergencies, her heart had begun to relax somewhat. This neighbor was rather tidy. The room was impeccably organized, devoid of any litter, with clothes and books neatly categorized, and a hint of sun-drenched warmth lingered in the air. She sat on the edge of the bed to warm up a bit, hesitantly calling out to the doorway, "Hey, aren't you cold?" Sora waved his hand and formed an okay gesture. How could he not be cold? He must be putting on a brave front. Miyu rubbed her chilly arms. She thought it best to warm up quickly and then venture out. However, just then, a cacophony erupted from the neighboring apartment. Miyu bit her lip tightly. her palms curling into the bedspread. How could they be so shameless? What would others think of her? She recalled how, in recent days, the men in this building had cast strange glances at her upon her return home. Miyu was undeniably striking, and even with her notoriously difficult personality, she had no shortage of admirers at school, becoming somewhat of an antagonist among the girls. The individuals residing nearby were often hopeless, and in light of Mrs. Sada's increasingly audacious behavior, they were stirred by dark thoughts. These words pierced her heart like daggers, constricting her throat, making it difficult to breathe. It wouldn't be long before these whispers reached the school, potentially ushering in a wave of darkness in the news. The noises next door grew increasingly intense, and Miyu's eyes began to redden. Finally, with a resounding shout, she bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. The clock struck 10:40, and Sora turned to glance at the neighbor's apartment just as the door to the Sada residence creaked open, revealing a monk who stepped out. The monk's bald head glimmered, and his face bore the relaxed expression of one who had just experienced a moment of bliss. Upon spotting Sora sitting in the hallway, the monk paused, smiled, and said, "Amitba, Amitba, monk," Sora replied. The monk descended the stairs, appearing refreshed. No one else emerged from the Sada household, though the door remained ajar, watching the monk depart. Sora felt a twinge of envy towards the monks of the islands. However, this envy faded within mere seconds as a furious Miyu stormed out. Silently, she rested her thumb against her index finger, tapping it on Mizuno Sora's shoulder before giving it a sharp twist, channeling all her fury into that single motion. With a gasp, Mizuno inhaled sharply. The sudden pain rendered the flesh under her grip numb, even threatening to distort his entire arm. He had faced numerous armed thugs before, yet none had inflicted such a profound indignity upon him. After what felt like an eternity, Sadamai finally released her grip. Yet her furious gaze remained fixed upon Mizuno Sora. Although she remained silent, he understood her unspoken words. Her mouth may have been closed, but her eyes conveyed a depth of meaning far beyond mere words. With her head bowed, her pupils directed at a sharp 45-degree angle toward him, she abruptly exited. Sadamai sneezed as she stepped out, yet her eyes continued to bore into him. Rubbing his shoulder, Mizuno remarked, "Such a temperament will surely lead to great misfortune in the future." The only response was the echo of her heavy footsteps retreating to her room, followed by the resounding slam of the door. The thunderous noise likely jolted countless residents from their slumber within the building. Lying on his bed, nursing his shoulder as if bitten by a dog, Mizuno felt the effects of the previous day's encounter. Upon rising the next morning, he found that his shoulder had nearly healed, a testament to the remarkable recovery speed brought about by his rigorous training. Being a Sunday, Mizuno had the entire day to work at the restaurant, though he had previously arranged with Arena to only work during the busy evenings on weekends. It was his personal choice. The prospect of laboring during his free time seemed beneath his dignity. During his morning run, Mizuno crossed paths with Sada, who was returning from grocery shopping, a small bag filled with an assortment of vegetables in her hands. The Japanese typically buy in modest quantities, yet Sada's selection was almost comically small, embodying the essence of a quintessential island dweller. Without scrutinizing it closely, Mizuno discerned that the bag contained celery, potatoes, bok choy, and cabbage, the total weight of which hardly exceeded 300 grams. This paltry weight suggested she had merely bought 2 or 3 stalks of each item. Had the cashier not laughed at her? Mizuno swiftly diverted his gaze from the bag, greeting her as he jogged past. "Good morning." As anticipated, he received nothing but Sadamai's indifference. Following last night's rain, he had hoped that their neighborly rapport had improved, but yet again, a monk had disrupted that fragile harmony. Upon returning to his rented room, Mizuno noticed a stir at the Sada residence, where several monk-like figures congregated at the entrance. Peering inside, he found no sign of Mrs. Sada. In that small household, the responsibilities of grocery shopping and cooking fell solely upon Sadamai. Each day, they survived on meager welfare payments. And should that woman venture out with the money, Sadamai would inevitably face hunger. She would rather split every yen in half to make it last. She detested the need to meticulously select each item at the supermarket, facing the cashier's covert disdain, yet the funds were limited. And that woman lived each day as though in a daze. The only source of income for the household was the meager welfare assistance. She yearned to seek employment. Yet as a third-year junior high school student, she remained 2 years shy of the legal working age. No shopkeeper dared to employ her, even if one did. The nauseating gazes she encountered made Sadamai acutely aware of the underlying disdain. Today, seizing the opportunity while the supermarket was replenishing its fresh produce, she ventured out early to purchase vegetables. However, upon her return, she unexpectedly crossed paths with that lewd man. Mizuno, was it? The name mattered little. He was simply another contemptible individual. Initially, she had presumed him to be good-natured, only to discover he was akin to that group of bald-headed monks. Though his glance lingered for but a moment, the perceptive Sadamai discerned the derisive spark in his observation of the produce. He must have been mocking her family's poverty, scrutinizing every single item she purchased. This world felt utterly wretched. With her vegetables in hand, Sadamai ascended to the third floor. As she reached the landing, several pairs of eyes swept over her. Spotting the group of bald monks, her heart raced, and her grip on the vegetables trembled slightly. She fixed her gaze ahead, clutching the bag, and walked with purpose, as though she were oblivious to their presence. Passing by her door, she did not linger but took a few more steps forward. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the monks, Sadamai halted before Mizuno's door. Knock, knock. She rapped on the door, capturing the monk's attention. Knock, knock. She knocked again. Two monks exchanged glances while murmuring to one another. Knock, knock. Her rhythm remained unchanged. One monk approached, raising his arm. Open the door, hurry. Creak. The door finally swung open. Brother, the supermarket has a special today. Celery, just the way you like it. Sadamai beamed with joy, her demeanor inviting him to caress her head. Mizuno smiled in return, affectionately tousling her hair as he took the bag from her hands. What would you like for lunch? Bang. The door slammed shut. Mizuno swiftly drew Sadamai behind him. He leaned against the peephole, catching a glimpse of a monk loitering in the periphery of his vision. Standing upright, he distanced himself from the iron door, his expression devoid of emotion. Did you buy potatoes, Mai? Yes, brother, she replied, taking a few steps forward, her voice brimming with cheer. The monk at the entrance scoffed and sauntered away. Mizuno remained by the iron door, only exhaling in relief once the footsteps of the group faded into the distance. Inside the cramped room, Sadamai perched on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed intently on Mizuno. With her head slightly bowed, her pupils formed a sharp angle, as if challenging him with her stare. Mizuno began to understand why Sada occasionally glared at people. Such an upward gaze was burdensome, yet it had the advantage of preventing tears from spilling forth. It's all right, they have all left, Mizuno said, offering a smile, though it quickly stiffened on his face under the intensity of Sada's gaze, which made him feel foolish for smiling. Are you hungry? I have a bento here. Receiving no response from Sada, Mizuno opened the second-hand microwave, speaking to himself. His small rental lacked a kitchen. Otherwise, he could have showcased his culinary skills. A few minutes later, Sora Mizuno placed the bento box down and leaned over the table to tackle his weekend assignments. Naturally, he was curious about the sudden appearance of a group of monks at the Sada residence, but upon observing Sada's demeanor, he surmised that either she was unaware of the reasons or there was something more ominous at play. He had no desire to entangle himself in such troublesome affairs. The monks of this island nation were renowned for their formidable prowess, not to mention the historical uprisings led by them. Throughout history, these monks held a revered status, often exhibiting extreme xenophobia. In the 17th century, while Buddhism was the predominant faith, Christianity saw a significant rise during the Warring States period. As the tumultuous era came to a close and peace was restored, those who once adhered to Buddhism turned against Christians, resulting in the massacre of 300,000 Christians over a span of 20 years. The Shimabara Rebellion further claimed the lives of 40,000 Christians and their families. Even in contemporary society, the peculiar strains of Buddhism on this island occasionally make headlines for scandalous reasons. Amidst his dual focus, time passed swiftly, and the obstinate Sada's eyes finally returned to their usual state. Unbeknownst to him, she quietly took her bento and sat nearby, engrossed in her meal. Sora wished to caution her not to choke, yet he prudently refrained from speaking. Any attempt at conversation would likely earn him a disdainful glare. Hey, Sada eventually said after finishing her bento. Hello, I am Sora Mizuno, your neighbor, he replied, setting down his pen. Are you feeling better now? Upon seeing Sora's playful grin, Sada felt a surge of irritation. However, considering his recent assistance, she stifled her anger. Thank you for the food, she said, preparing to leave the room. Sora raised an eyebrow, questioning her motives. Are you going to meet your demise? He tapped the coffee table, suggesting that the monks might still be nearby. It seemed like they were here to apprehend you, but fortunately, no one inside seemed to recognize you. Why not return to your room and wait for the delivery? Misada's face flushed crimson, and with her back turned, she clenched her trembling fists. Don't be ridiculous. How can you be sure they are here for me? Besides, in today's society, it's illegal to apprehend minors. The law also states that trespassing in private residences is a crime. If modern laws were infallible, then surely those who draft them would be omniscient deities. Sora's words struck a nerve with Misada, causing her to tighten her grip, only to eventually release it in despair. She had some understanding of the monks' behavior. While they typically resorted to deceit for money and seduction, they had never stooped so low as to raid a home. Witnessing a throng gathered at her doorstep had nearly weakened her knees. The woman's predicament could very well indicate that those con artists were planning something significant. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so brazen. Regardless of which theory held true, it sent chills down her spine. Although that woman often spent her days away from home, nothing as terrifying as today had ever transpired. Observing the pitiable facade of Maki Sada, who feigned strength, Sora Mizuno sighed inwardly. Should I contact the authorities? Maki shook her head and returned to the edge of the bed, this time concealing her face with her hands. Sora tilted his head, contemplating how to explain should he indeed call for help. Should he say, "My mother has been taken away by a group of monks," or rather, "A band of monks has intruded into our room"? Such trivial matters would surely leave the police befuddled, particularly when they involve religious elements. The dimly lit room appeared even more constricted, and one could almost hear the sound of bacteria floating in the stagnant air. Rest assured, Mrs. Sada will return this evening. By afternoon, Sora glanced at the clock. It was time for him to head to the restaurant for work. He stretched, his joints creaking in response. "I have to go work tonight. You should wait in my room for now. Here's the key. I want to take it. When Mrs. Sada returns, just slide the key under my door." With that, he departed. Clang. Maki Sada gazed at the key lying on the coffee table, a flicker of emotion passing through her icy eyes as she curled up tighter, hugging her knees. News reports of young girls being locked away in rooms were all too common, and to reassure her, Sora had deliberately left the key behind. Sora ran outside for a while, gradually coming to a halt. He closed his eyes, recalling the moment he left the room when the girl had suddenly raised her head, fear flickering in her gaze. Not only was she a dog, but I am also a dog. Sora took out his phone and dialed Irina's number. "And Irina, I'm terribly sorry, but I have something to attend to tonight." Knock, knock. Maki Sada nearly fell from the bed as the sudden sound of knocking echoed like thunder. She remained frozen at the foot of the bed, trembling slightly with each knock. "It's me, Sora Mizuno. Is it him?" Maki furrowed her beautifully sculpted brows. Hadn't he just left? Why had he returned? She tiptoed to the iron door, peering through the peephole to confirm that it was indeed Sora. "Creak. Why are you back again?" Maki's tone was laced with unspoken disdain. "I suddenly lost the desire to work and wanted to play on my phone at home," Sora replied, flashing a smile that Maki deemed rather lewd. "By the way, I bought 2 bento boxes from the convenience store, one for you and one for me." Sora waved the bag in his hand, the bento boxes clinking together. Though he may appear to be a sleazy guy, he was not entirely devoid of virtue. Once inside the room, Sora indeed indulged in his phone, though not in the manner one might expect. He accessed information and videos on various swordsmanship schools from his homeland. Understanding that while ninjutsu encompassed only sword techniques, physical techniques could be displayed openly before others. Most of the time, one must rely on swordsmanship and physical techniques to resolve issues. After watching for a while, Sora concluded that his training in the Naruto swordsmanship was unique in his homeland. One could boldly assert it as the best in the world without exaggeration. In comparison, the swordsmanship displayed in the videos paled significantly. It is certainly plausible that the martial arts circulating online are of inferior quality, while the true essence of swordsmanship remains concealed within the esteemed families of the art, kept from public view. Can the swordsmanship exhibited by an ordinary individual truly contend with the extraordinary techniques of the non-human realm of the Naruto world? As the clock struck 10, Sadami's emotions began to shift. She anxiously fixated on the slowly advancing hour hand. This timing was decidedly unusual. Ordinarily, that woman should have returned home by 10, although there had been instances of her staying out late before. The events of the day involving a group of monks weighed heavily on Sadami's heart. Observing her distress, Mizuno Sora shook her head. Something was amiss. Sadami murmured. "It's late. She wouldn't fail to return home. There must be an issue. There must be." unable to bear Sada's self-talk any longer. Mizuno Sora gazed at her earnestly and said, "Some matters are better shared. Perhaps I can assist you." "You?" Sadamai replied, her tone devoid of sarcasm this time, filled instead with genuine concern. "You cannot help. They are members of the Chizenkai. What can you do?" It was the first time Mizuno Sora detected an air of helplessness in her voice. Chizenkai? Mizuno Sora had never heard of it. Initially, upon seeing the monks in their robes, she assumed that Sada had joined one of the 8 major sects, only to discover that she was entangled with this obscure new religion. In the aftermath of the war, Japan faced restrictions not only in military matters. The GHQ's sweeping reforms dismantled the imperial family, and in cultural spheres, new religions that had been strictly suppressed before the war began to emerge. These new sects could generally be categorized into 4 types: those based on Western teachings, Buddhism, Shintoism, and science. A new religion? Mizuno Sora scratched her head, feeling troubled. These new sects represented a significant societal issue in Japan, akin to the legal underworld. Amidst the myriad of thousands of new religions, good and bad were indistinguishable. Even when certain sects were widely recognized as problematic, the lenient religious laws led authorities to turn a blind eye. And real-life police seldom pursued these groups with the same fervor portrayed in dramas. "They are a malevolent cult," Sadamai asserted with unwavering conviction. "I have witnessed their atrocities. They have executed those who betrayed them." Her tone was so resolute that it momentarily stunned Mizuno Sora. In Japan, new religions often embody a duality. Prior to the infamous sarin gas attack, both the media and the public acknowledged the sect's notoriety, yet it was only after the incident that action was taken. Even then, under the guise of religious law, only the primary offenders were apprehended, while other members, after the sect's dissolution, re-established new religions under their own names. And the government became as ineffective as a clay statue of a deity in addressing these proliferating malignancies. "Are you suggesting that Sada-san might be in danger?" Mizuno Sora asked, her expression grave. "Absolutely," Sadamai responded, her words flowing more freely. "I have witnessed their wicked rituals. Although they profess to be adherents of a legitimate Buddhism, they secretly engage in countless nefarious activities. They swindle the faithful of their money, proclaiming their leader as the sole savior, and even resort to killing those who renounce the faith." Mizuno Sora squinted his eyes, absently twirling the pen in his hand, contemplating a malevolent cult of murderers. A group of their members had come knocking, and even now, Mrs. Sada had yet to return home. Sadamai could not fathom why she had divulged so much to an unrelated individual. Indeed, Mizuno Sora felt no connection to this affair. His relationship with the Sada family was merely that of neighbors. Assisting Sadamai in evading the monks had already stretched the bounds of reason. Even had he chosen not to intervene, it would have been a perfectly understandable reaction. As she observed the taciturn Mizuno Sora, Sadamai's eyes gradually dimmed. "What a fool I am," she lamented. "Why did I utter those words?" Although the seemingly benign man appeared kind-hearted, what purpose did sharing these troubles serve? It was but a futile endeavor that only burdened him. Following her family's bankruptcy and their forced relocation to Adachi Ward, Sadamai was once again engulfed by the despair of helplessness, teetering on the edge of an abyss. She could hardly imagine what her fate would be if that woman encountered misfortune. Would she be seized by the Josei Kai or become an orphan? You have witnessed their actions. Do you know where the Josei Kai is located? After a tumultuous internal struggle, Mizuno Sora set down his pen. He indeed wished to avoid trouble. Yet he was not the type to coldly observe the suffering of others. In his previous life, he refrained from assisting the elderly due to a lack of resources. Yet now, armed with the skills of a ninja and a second chance at life, how could he become a mere bystander? Mizuno understood that he might not be a virtuous person, let alone a saint, but possessing power, he refused to allow himself to be shaped into a dull, unyielding member of society. Otherwise, what difference would this new life make compared to his past, which was marked by aimlessness? Humans are not stones. One cannot simply adapt or resist without action. Today, with my sword in hand, what evil cannot I vanquish? What foe cannot I defeat? Sadamai lifted her gaze and met his bright eyes, instinctively responding, in Yamanashi Prefecture. Yamanashi is adjacent to Tokyo, lying to the west, while Adachi Ward is situated at the northeastern edge of the metropolis. Let us go. We can still catch the last JR train. Mizuno Sora glanced at the train schedule on his phone and grasped Sada's arm. Hey, wait. Mizuno Sora rode a dilapidated bicycle belonging to an unknown neighbor. with Satomai seated on the rear. She sat there in a daze, her hands clutching his shirt. How did she so mindlessly end up on his bicycle? Racing towards the last train from Tokyo to Yamanashi? Did he not fear for his life? At the station, he exclaimed, "We've arrived." Mizuno Sora halted the bicycle and pulled Satomai off. They rushed to board the final train on the Chua main line, barely managing to find their footing inside the carriage. Being the last train, the compartment was eerily empty and desolate. What do you intend to do?" Satomai panted as she took her seat. "To save someone. You must be mad. I am not insane. Why? From the moment the door was opened for me, I found myself with no retreat. The train came to a halt every few minutes. The interplay of light and darkness as it entered the station casting flickering shadows across Mizuno Sora's face. Satomai clenched her fists, then released them, only to clench them again. "At which station shall we disembark?" Mizuno Sora remained remarkably composed. "Utsuki Station." The once assertive Satomai transformed into a mere nodding figure, led by Mizuno Sora towards Utsuki Station, and then onward to the Chisaikai headquarters from her memories. A grand, mansion-like edifice stood at the foot of a small hill just outside the station, encircled by traditional Japanese walls, guarded by 2 monks at the entrance, with the characters for Chisaikai prominently displayed. In the parking lot outside, an array of vehicles, numbering in the hundreds, indicated a gathering was underway within the estate. How do we gain entry? Faced with the moment, Satomai did not falter. She furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the estate. "Hold on to me." Mizuno Sora suddenly wrapped his arms around Satomai's waist. At a height of just over 1.50 meters, Satomai resembled a plush cushion as Mizuno Sora effortlessly lifted her. She grasped his shoulder with one hand while covering her mouth with the other. What transpired next widened her eyes in astonishment. Mizuno Sora, holding her, leapt into the air, soaring 5 or 6 meters high, then accelerated abruptly, silently vaulting over the wall and landing on the ground. No one noticed. Satomai stared at Mizuno Sora, and in the moonlight, his profile seemed to radiate a luminous glow. Did we truly just jump over? From outside the estate, he had leapt with her, then flipped into the air to enter. Was this a feat achievable by mere mortals? As they traversed the courtyard, Mizuno Sora made no effort to justify his extraordinary actions. "Hey, you two, what are you doing?" A patrolling monk intercepted them, his waist adorned with a sheathed blade. Monks wielding blades. "We were just resolving something." Mizuno Sora replied with a grin. "Can we still participate?" He continued to embrace Sada's waist. A blush crept across Sada's face as she lowered her eyes, instinctively wrapping her arms around Mizuno's. Observing Mizuno Sora and the lovely Satomai beside him, the monk's expression softened. Recognizing their youth and apparent lack of threat, he nodded, saying, "I apologize for my earlier impertinence. The ceremony is still ongoing. Please come in." The ceremony. Mizuno Sora felt a flicker of intrigue. Satomai's analysis was indeed correct. They had come at just the right moment. After taking a few more steps and passing through several courtyards, a scene unfolded before them that caused both Mizuno Sora and Satomai's pupils to constrict. The monk who had led them approached, bearing 2 bowls of water. Smiling as he said, "Dear believers, here is tonight's divine water. Once you drink this bowl, you will be able to enter the hall and receive the teachings of the true scriptures." Satomai tightened her grip on Mizuno Sora's hand. On the platform, 2 burly monks dragged a disheveled woman. The woman was clad in a sharp office attire, suggesting she had just left her workplace. One of her high heels was missing, while the other was broken, and her black stockings bore large tears from being dragged along the ground. "Let me go! Let me go!" she cried. Yet the master remained silent. Beside him, a monk with his hands clasped together uttered a prayer. "Dear followers, we uphold the righteous path to alleviate suffering in this world." On the eve of the impending end of the Dharma, the master proclaimed from the elevated platform, resembling more a talk show host than a spiritual leader, were it not for his shaved head. Yet, despite our earnest endeavors for peace and the pursuit of righteousness and love, we are frequently slandered and maligned. The master, however, never stoops to defend himself against such trivial accusations, firmly believing that truth will always prevail. After a lengthy discourse, the monk abruptly seized the woman by her hair. "Do not worry." He lifted Satomai, strolling forward while the other monks ignored both her and the lifeless body on the ground. "I am here to save." The illusion. A level 1 skill floated before Mizuno Sora, triggering his illusion in response to the throng of bewildered individuals. Additionally, other deceptive techniques, such as shadow clones and transformation spells, stirred within him, yet the sudden activation of these skills filled his heart with unease. A heavy darkness pressed upon his chest, revealing the world's ugliness in stark detail. In a few agile leaps, he placed Satamai atop a rooftop. What do you intend to do? Her eyes reflected a myriad of emotions: shock, confusion, and bewilderment. Mizuno grasped the katana taken from the monk's waist, pressing his right hand against its hilt. Do you know? What? I possess the unparalleled swordsmanship of the world. Upon uttering this, Mizuno executed a transformation spell. Satamai stared in disbelief as her neighbor morphed into another person, akin to the legendary metamorphosis. His visage aged, hair interspersed with gray and black. His tall, slender frame exuded an aura of concealed sharpness, akin to a blade hidden within its sheath. The moonlight elongated his shadow, resembling a black dagger. Hey, what is going on? The monks who had dispelled the illusion stared in astonishment at their fallen comrade. Could he have indulged in too much drink? Meanwhile, from above, a slender figure descended suddenly, wielding a long blade that gleamed brighter than the moonlight. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced a monk's chest. Before the others could react, Mizuno swiftly sliced through the air, transforming the space within 3 meters into a zone of death, with streaks of light resembling a spider's web. Blood gushed forth, staining the blade and splattering onto Mizuno's Sora. It was not until he wiped the blade clean with a body that the other monks finally reacted. There is an enemy. We are under attack. Murder. A tumultuous scene unfolded, with cries for help echoing amidst the chaos as a figure brandishing a blade charged forward. This was no gathering of virtuous souls. It was an amalgamation of malevolent cultists and underworld factions. The monks, their faces contorted in fury, wielded weapons with a fervor that suggested they yearned to rend the very flesh of Mizuno Sora. Standing atop a lofty building, Satamai clasped her hands tightly together, her heart pounding in trepidation. Danger loomed as nearly 10 monks advanced, weapons drawn. Yet, Mizuno, undeterred, stepped forward, his long blade sweeping from his waist with such swiftness that it seemed to conjure phantoms. The clash of steel rang out, a metallic symphony of blades colliding. In an instant, several monks fell, lifeless, their blood painting the ground as Mizuno's weapon shattered into 2. The blade, a mere trinket pilfered from the monks, was not forged by a master craftsman, rendering its breakage unsurprising. Oh no! A monk, untouched by the fray, seized the moment and swung his blade at Mizuno. It appeared to be an opportune strike. Without a weapon, what could a swordsman achieve? Sata's face drained of color as she stifled a gasp, tears threatening to spill. How could they possibly confront such fiends without arms? Mizuno, discarding the remnants of his broken sword, charged toward his adversary. With a hand imbued with chakra, he shattered the monk's weapon, delivering a powerful blow to his torso. The sound of impact resonated in the air, a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the courtyard. Yet, it was not Mizuno's fist that created the sound. Rather, it was the monk's body that erupted, his innards spilling forth from a gaping wound. With a deep breath, Mizuno savored the potency of his unrestrained technique. The effect was both effective and gory. The cacophony of destruction alerted the remaining ruffians, who, undeterred by the prospect of death, brandished their weapons and charged. Seizing a knife from the ground, Mizuno narrowed his eyes, weaving through the courtyard like a specter. Each strike found its mark, decapitating foes, severing limbs. His every movement rendered him a harbinger of death, effortlessly evading their desperate thrusts without the need for sight. In mere moments, the courtyard was awash with blood. One beleaguered thug staggered to his feet behind Mizuno, yet the latter did not even glance back. The blade, thrust beneath his arm, pierced through the thug's eye socket. The remaining miscreants, bereft of courage, encircled Mizuno, their weapons clutched tightly, yet offering no solace against the overwhelming presence of this harbinger of doom. They felt themselves ensnared, as if one man had them completely surrounded. Wails of despair echoed through the night, mingling with the sounds of hurried footsteps and the cries of insects. Blood, severed limbs, and the glint of steel danced amidst the shadows, a slender figure cloaked in the thick crimson haze, as if the very blood had congealed to form his silhouette. From a lofty vantage point, the gathering of men and women, engrossed in their revelry, was abruptly roused by piercing screams. The high priest upon the platform exhibited restless movements as the bald MC released his grip on a woman's hair. A young monk hastily approached from outside the gathering, bowing deeply and speaking in hushed tones, his pallor evident. At this moment, dozens of knife-wielding thugs had congregated in the courtyard, their blades pointed forward. Yet none dared to advance a single step. With a long knife in hand, Mizuno Sora nonchalantly wiped the blade under the scrutiny of numerous eyes. The sound of fabric scraping against steel drowned out the cries emanating from the ground. With a swift flourish, Mizuno brandished his sword before him, emanating an intimidating aura that caused the surrounding thugs to retreat in unison. His leg, infused with chakra, propelled him forward, shattering several meters of stone beneath his feet, transforming him into a human projectile. Mizuno's blade moved with increased velocity, clashing against weapons in a symphony of metallic sounds, as the moonlight illuminated the arc of his katana, creating yet another crescent on the ground. Satetomai believed she should succumb to the urge to vomit, yet the reality was her nerves heightened with excitement. Humanity is innately drawn to the powerful. Mizuno had transformed into a beastly figure, reducing all foes in his path to mere ripe tomatoes, fresh tomatoes that burst with juice. With a resounding crack, blood sprayed into the air, and the sky, which had only recently shed rain, began to weep anew, the crimson deluge cascading down, seeping into the crevices of the stones and splattering against the white walls of the courtyard. Amidst the bloodbath, Mizuno had exchanged blades countless times, inciting a storm of carnage. Thud, thud, thud. Monk Makamura arrived with his subordinates, the sound of their wooden clogs reverberating against the ground. Damn it! How could we let intruders slip through? He cursed vehemently, lamenting the lack of guards at such a crucial gathering, allowing the enemy to breach their defenses. The nearby monks, scolded by Makamura, held their heads low. Who could the invaders be? This thought looped incessantly in Makamura's mind. Could it be government agents? Unlikely. For one, government officials would not resort to such chaotic tactics, especially as they had local representatives within the Righteous Assembly. Thus, it must be a rival Yakuza organization. Makamura's gaze darkened. The conflicts over loans and human trafficking between the Righteous Assembly and the local Yakuza were relentless, as severing financial avenues was akin to murdering one's parents. An attack on their headquarters was the only plausible explanation. Go, ascertain how many foes we face, he commanded. Several knife-bearing monks rushed into the courtyard, but halted abruptly after a few steps, huddling together and retreating in trepidation. Were there numerous adversaries? Makamura's thoughts raced. Yet they were no match for the sudden flash of a blade. A brilliant arc of steel sliced through, cleaving several advancing monks in two. A solitary man, holding a long knife and standing over the pool of blood, bore a calm demeanor, the blood beneath him congealing into a muddy puddle. For the first time, Makamura's hand trembled around his weapon. There was but one enemy. Who are you, and why do you disturb the sanctity of my temple? Mizuno Sora recognized the monk as the very priest who had emerged from the Sadaki household that fateful night. At that time, he bore a countenance of satisfaction. Now, he trembled like a fowl awaiting slaughter. He could not help but marvel at the capriciousness of fate, polishing his blade. I am a swordsman, here to delve into the teachings of Buddhism. If one seeks to explore these doctrines, why then resort to murder? Makamura gestured to his subordinates with a raised hand. While the young monk had never encountered such a form of Buddhist practice, my path is one of enlightenment, Mizuno Sora proclaimed, having finished honing his blade, its gleam surpassing even the moonlight. Before he could utter another word, Makamura swung his arm heavily behind him. Open fire! Makamura shouted through gritted teeth. This swordsman was the most formidable he had ever encountered. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, verging on the legendary. Truly, no one in this world could rival him in the art of the blade, a lone warrior dismantling adversaries as the ancient sword saints once did. Yet, times had changed. The modern era was no longer one where a mere sword could dominate. No matter how swift your blade, can it outpace a bullet? Once the gunfire erupted, the situation escalated drastically. Although the estate was somewhat secluded, there were still residents who could hear the shots, inevitably leading to resource expenditure to quell official inquiries. Several armed monks drew their pistols and began firing, the flames from the muzzles illuminating the night. Mizuno Sora steadied himself, bending low as he deftly maneuvered his long blade within the confined space. Clang! The long sword danced forth, emanating a silvery brilliance. Most of the bullets deftly deflected by the artful manipulation of his blade. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though he simply swatted the bullets aside. Impossible. The bullets, hurtling forth, were actually intercepted by his sword. Such an elegant display, yet the pain in Mizuno Sora's arm rendered him nearly numb. Employing a healing technique upon his arm, he surged forward, closing in on Mokomura. Paralyzed by fear, Mokomura became a mere puppet, his long-held beliefs shattered before him. Surely even the omnipotent master could not achieve this. As the long sword grazed his neck, Mokomura's world spun wildly, a kaleidoscope of chaos. Is it not resolved yet? The master maintained his composure, though he quietly inquired of his subordinates. The sudden barrage of gunfire startled many of the disciples awake. They are armed now, no doubt, master. The presiding monk wore a reassuring smile, but before he could finish, a blood-soaked young monk stumbled into the room. The presiding monk rushed over, demanding, "What is happening? How many have come? We cannot win, we cannot win. It is just one person, just one." The young monk's frazzled nerves betrayed him. His pale lips stark against the blood smeared across his face. One? Guns, they cannot even kill him. He is a demon, a demon. The demon has arrived. The presiding monk violently threw him to the ground. Incredulous, how could one individual create such havoc at headquarters, even resorting to firearms? Pathetic. With all of you, how can you fail to subdue a single person? You are worthless. A demon? If there are demons in this world, it is certainly this lot. I have come to explore the teachings of Buddhism. The figure, brandishing the longsword, strode into the gathering, where a veritable layer of bodies had already accumulated in the courtyard outside, whether wielding a firearm or a long blade. Mizuno Sora did not hesitate to strike down with lethal precision. The bewildered congregation, numbering over 1,000, gazed upon this demon-like man as he severed the obstructive monk in one swift motion and flicked the blood from his blade. A thick layer of blood clung to the soles of his shoes, each step leaving deep imprints upon the ground. Gripping his long knife tightly, Mizuno Sora surged forward like a tempest, his weapon slicing through the corners of the courtyard with the ferocity of a meat grinder. The monks, who had been maintaining order, fell to the ground with wide eyes, caught in the whirlwind of his wrath. It is said that death comes swiftly enough that one feels no pain. Most of the miscreants in the courtyard had already met their demise at his hands, with only a lingering remnant remaining at the assembly. The upper echelons of the church could scarcely fathom that within mere moments, their core strength had been obliterated by this man before them. Not only the monks, but also the fanatical adherents who had tormented innocent girls were dispatched with the same ruthless efficiency. Mizuno Sora surveyed the scene, his gaze a blend of numbness and fervor. The rotund leader atop the platform, once composed and unflappable, now appeared frantic, taking small steps in an attempt to flee. "Monk, I have a question that perplexes me. What exactly defines a meat product?" Suddenly, a frenzied monk burst forth from the shadows, brandishing a powerful submachine gun. In a nation where gun control is exceedingly stringent, the appearance of such a weapon sent shockwaves through the surrounding faithful. Though fervent, not all were willing to sacrifice themselves for their beliefs. The sound of gunfire erupted. Bullets erupted from the muzzle in a cacophony of dread as they struck Mizuno Sora, who remained unfazed amidst the panicked screams of the congregation. "Die! Die!" The frenzied monk's eyes bulged, nearly dislodged from their sockets amidst the fraying blood vessels. What does it matter if you are a demon? Do not underestimate the power of the bodhisattva of the submachine gun. Yet, just as the bullets were about to make contact, Mizuno's solid form transformed into mist, and all the rounds found their mark in empty space. With a sudden flourish, Mizuno Sora materialized behind the monk, cleaving him in two with a downward strike. He traversed the assembly with unyielding might, his body gliding through the dense throng as if greased, effortlessly purging the vicinity of its malevolence. "My good sir, let us converse amicably. I am the leader of the righteous society," the leader stammered, Mizuno's long knife embedding itself into the floor before him, forcing a strained, sycophantic smile from his pudgy visage. "If you were sent by an enemy." Mizuno Sora crouched down, locking eyes with the now vulnerable leader, who gasped in terror. Fire release, great fireball technique. A torrent of searing flames erupted in a straight line from his mouth, a fiery dragon engulfing the leader, culminating in a violent explosion as flames roared with unrestrained fury. The platform shattered, flames consuming everything in their path, and, given the estate's wooden structure, it would not be long before it was reduced to ashes. The fire sought to purge the night of all wickedness. "God, oh God, the Son of Buddha has manifested," cried the desperate voices. "Please save us from this sea of suffering." Uncertain of who initiated the act, Individuals in the audience suddenly knelt one by one, their foreheads pressed against the ground, uttering soft, grateful sobs for the miraculous event that had just transpired. Mizuno's shadow clone technique and the grand fireball were indeed a spectacle of wonder. He had rescued the nearly slain female worker from the inferno. And as he listened to the reverent prayers, a smirk of derision adorned Mizuno's face. With a knife plunged into the earth, he soared into the air, leaping gracefully. The monk, however, ultimately failed to respond to his inquiries. On the rooftop, the figure of Mizuno Sora abruptly appeared behind Sadai. "Let us depart." He resumed his normal appearance. Sadai lifted her chin to gaze at Mizuno Sora, her lips moving yet failing to articulate a single word. "There is no cause for concern regarding Mrs. Sadai. I spotted her among the crowd." After Mizuno Sora's departure, faced with the raging flames, the congregants frantically sought escape. If they were truly fearless, they would not adhere to such faith. From above, they resembled ants fleeing from fire, each ant possessing eyes and noses, scarcely differing by a hair's breadth. Returning home? Having come all the way to Yamanashi Prefecture, we ought to behold Mount Fuji. Yet, this was hardly an opportunity to truly appreciate the mountain. Standing beside the station, Sadai wore a sullen expression, her large eyes filled with indignation. How can one not see it? Is it not clear? Mizuno Sora fashioned a pair of binoculars with his hands before his eyes. Sadai rose onto her toes, striving to catch a glimpse, but could only discern a minuscule patch of white snow atop Mount Fuji. If this could be deemed as viewing Mount Fuji, then it would be preferable to watch an NHK documentary about the mountain on television. Sadai did not particularly need to see Mount Fuji. Years prior, before her family's bankruptcy, they had resided in an apartment in Yamanashi Prefecture that offered a panoramic view of the mountain. Yet, the sight of Mizuno Sora's playful grin stirred her irritation. "Do not be upset. It is not that I do not wish to show you Mount Fuji." Mizuno Sora was, after all, a straightforward and earnest individual, yet he lacked the funds to reserve a room with a view of the mountain. "Book a room?" Sadai nearly succumbed to the urge to pinch Mizuno Sora's arm. "Do not do that. He is a merciless killer. He was a demon. One must not act foolishly." Yet her frustration persisted. The train has arrived. At the Yamanashi Prefectural Police Headquarters, dozens of high-ranking police officials from various departments, administration, law enforcement, criminal investigation, and security, convened. The atmosphere within was so oppressive it felt as though one could wring water from the air. A young officer, who had just delivered documents from the meeting room, nearly collapsed to the floor. The senior officials gathered, each wearing a grim countenance. Those with weak hearts would surely be frightened to death upon entering. In the coming days, one must remain an invisible presence within the department, adopting the guise of a mute, constipated individual confined to a wheelchair, even holding back one's bowels until reaching home. The images projected onto the wall sent shivers down the spines of those present. Some continuously wiped the sweat from their brows. Severed limbs, dismembered bodies, rivers of blood, dozens, if not hundreds, of corpses piled together, half of a manor ablaze, while outside, over 1,000 panicked survivors roamed. These are photographs transmitted from the headquarters of the Hokage Society. Although the scene has been completely sealed off, reporters armed with cameras have gathered outside. Despite it still being the early hours of the morning, local media from Yamanashi Prefecture, as well as Tokyo and foreign journalists, will take several hours to arrive. The chief of the Yamanashi Prefectural Police pressed his thumb against his aching forehead, glancing after a long pause at the chief of the Otsuki Police Station. He had not blinked since midnight. "Good morning." The chief of the Otsuki Police Station bowed respectfully to his superior and colleagues, his naturally amiable face unable to muster even a hint of a smile. Such an incident occurring on the territory of the Otsuki Police Station is indeed overwhelming. "Our annual mandate is merely to apprehend petty thieves. We are ill-equipped for this." At 12:45 a.m., the Otsuki Police Station received a multitude of emergency calls reporting a violent conflict at the estate of the Hokage Society. The Otsuki police chief swallowed hard. A severe gunfight had ensued, resulting in the recovery of 165 bodies thus far, with others possibly trapped beneath the rubble or consumed by wildfires. Numerous members of the Hokage Society at the scene appeared to have ingested psychoactive substances and are currently being transported to the county hospital for treatment. Multiple firearms have been confiscated. Both the police chief and the bureaucrats present felt an icy dread as they listened to the reports. Firearms, illicit drugs, and collective substance abuse. To have such a catastrophic event, resulting in hundreds of casualties, occur within their jurisdiction was not merely a domestic news story. It was likely to dominate international headlines as well. After all, while the deaths of over 100 in Syria might barely warrant a mention in the news, the loss of a few lives in France would prompt worldwide mourning and condemnation. The presence of the Hokage society was well known among the police officials present, being a prominent new religion within Yamanashi Prefecture. Although they occasionally engaged in questionable activities, the backing of certain politicians allowed the police to turn a blind eye. And when incidents arose, the society would readily accept responsibility, often designating a member as a scapegoat, claiming their actions were personal rather than representative. Though such denials were met with skepticism, they provided a semblance of justification. However, the Hokage society had evidently incurred the wrath of a formidable adversary, leading to this calamity. The head of the Criminal Affairs Department stood to continue the briefing. The headquarters of the Hokage society lacked extensive surveillance equipment. The 2 existing cameras had been destroyed in the fire, and the salvaged hard drives are undergoing technical recovery. From the evidence at the scene, we can infer that this was a conflict involving a substantial number of participants, though the casualties on the opposing side have already been removed. It seemed absurd to suggest that this could have been a one-sided altercation. Yet, witnesses among the society members claimed that the attack was solely the work of a single individual. Considering the substantial intake of psychoactive substances at the scene, such testimonies are dubious at best, likely mere manifestations of collective hallucinations. The discussions in the conference room were still ongoing when the police chief of Yamanashi Prefecture abruptly answered a phone call. Hello? Yes, we will certainly handle the relevant matters. Are we cooperating with the investigators? Yes, indeed. Amidst the astonished gazes of other bureaucrats, the chief of the Yamanashi Police Department stood up, bowing respectfully as he made promises over the phone. Surely, one need not be so deferential even when receiving a call from the highest bureaucrat of the police department. Similar to most nations that practice a parliamentary electoral system, the leaders of the highest echelons of power in the island nation are members of the ruling party, appointed by the incumbent prime minister, and are professional politicians. For instance, the Minister of Justice and the Chief of the National Police Agency do not engage in practical work and lack the requisite professional capabilities. Their duties are entirely reliant on the capable hands of their deputy officials, akin to a modern-day rendition of officials and clerks. After 3 beeps echoed through the line, the minister returned to his seat. Observing the terrified expressions of his subordinates, the police chief of Yamanashi Prefecture stated gravely, "That was a call from the Prime Minister." With those words, the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted further. A direct call from the Prime Minister was indeed significant. The case would be handed over to specially assigned investigators from the central government. Our responsibility lies in how we present this matter to the public. The investigation into this significant violent crime had been relinquished, yet the burden of blame remained firmly on Yamanashi Prefecture. The minister cast a hawk-like glance over the room, and the bureaucrats lowered their heads, resembling fresh graduates entering the workforce. The incident had transpired. Now, who would be sacrificed to take the fall? He, too, would have to offer an apology. As the highest police official in Yamanashi, he had already contemplated how to bow during the press conference. On the central mainline train, after returning, the police were expected to visit. Mizuno Sora gazed out at the still dim sky, catching a glimpse of Mount Fuji through the train window. "I understand what to say." Satomai brushed her hair off her shoulder. Mizuno's implication was clear. She should not divulge any information. Satomai, being astute, recognized Mizuno's enigmatic demeanor and understood the importance of remaining tight-lipped. Observing Sada's expression, Mizuno nodded. This girl was stubborn yet not foolish. She grasped his intent immediately. Though Mizuno had employed a transformation technique during the act of murder, it did not imply perfection. Satomai was the only one privy to the incident. The second train had few passengers, with only Sora and Mizuno occupying the spacious compartment. Amidst the fleeting light and shadows, Mizuno closed his eyes to rest, appearing no different from an ordinary high school student. Was this the killer from last night? Satomai caught sight of Mizuno resting with closed eyes, his prominent nose, sharply defined facial features, and somewhat disheveled hair. Upon closer inspection, he was not unappealing. Sada whispered, "Hey, who exactly are you?" Mizuno opened his eyes and turned to meet Sada's earnest gaze. This question was challenging to answer. "Are you familiar with the Tanuki?" Had he asked this question in the past, Satomai would have laughed at him. "Are you a Tanuki that has transformed?" Upon hearing Sada's speculation, Mizuno exchanged a knowing glance with her. In the legends of the island nation, the tanuki is said to possess the art of transformation, often taking on human forms to play tricks on mountain dwellers, making it one of the most benevolent of all supernatural beings. Sadamai firmly believes that Mizuno Sora is akin to a deity or spirit. After all, how else could he shapeshift and breathe fire? Yet, hearing Mizuno's admission caused her heart to race. She was living next door to a great yukai. Was this not the very stuff of mediocre shoujo manga? The thought of those stories made Sada's face flush, and she scolded herself internally. A whole night passed without sleep. Furthermore, she had just taken a life and was now preparing to attend school. This stark contrast induced a surreal sense of disorientation. For someone who had lived 2 lives, taking a life was a first, yet remarkably, he did not experience the nausea that others often spoke of. Whether it was the influence of the system or the fact that he had only slain those deserving of such fates remained unclear. Sadamai turned her gaze toward the window and remarked nonchalantly, "In modern society, it's best not to kill indiscriminately. With such advanced technology, a careless slip could lead to major trouble." This seemingly innocuous remark elicited a knowing smile from Mizuno, as Sada seemed to regard him as a creature from the depths of an ancient forest, unfamiliar with contemporary society, fearing he might unintentionally create a scandal. Though her warning was well-meaning, it took on a different flavor when it passed her lips. Indeed, compared to the last time he awoke, much had changed. With a hint of mischief intended to frighten her, Mizuno nodded seriously, even having mastered the use of a toilet. Sada was understandably taken aback, her eyelids twitching. He did not deny it. He truly was a yukai from ancient times, capable of killing without a second thought. What was his purpose in infiltrating the human world? What did he seek by getting close to her? A toilet? When had that become a part of his existence? Surely, this was a creature that had existed since the Edo period. Thoughts swirled in Sadamai's mind, and after leaving a misleading comment, Mizuno rubbed his shoulders in contemplation of his actions. This impulsive decision to take so many lives was reckless. However, even if given another chance, he would still draw his sword. If no one else would stand against evil, then he would wield the blade himself. Delayed justice is not justice, and one must not only indulge in life's pleasures, but also seek swift retribution. This was the chivalry of Mizuno Sora, which could also be described as youthful bravado. Yet, he had underestimated the power of firearms. While he enveloped his blade in chakra to slice through bullets mid-air, the visual spectacle was stunning. The cost, however, was that both his arms were now numb from the impact. During those crucial seconds of deflecting bullets, Mizuno had not truly caught the projectiles in mid-air. Although his vision had improved, it had not reached the divine level of bullet time. He had merely relied on the orientation of the gun's muzzle to barely execute the miraculous feat of blocking bullets. Such skill was already straining to withstand handgun fire, and the rapid fire of a micro-Uzi exceeded his physical reaction limits. Realizing this, he swiftly employed the technique of shadow cloning to create duplicates of himself. It seems that even with the mastery of ninjutsu, he is not entirely free to act as he pleases. A mere mortal wielding a firearm could easily turn the tables on him, and should he fall victim to a sniper from afar, he would find himself utterly helpless. The realm of divinity that allows one to withstand bullets is still far beyond his reach, and as for artillery, only through achieving the pinnacle of martial prowess might he even hope to withstand such force. One must forge oneself before forging iron. After a moment of despondency, Mizuno Sora rekindled his spirit. Why lament his inability to block bullets and shells? Compared to the common populace of the world, he has already ascended to the ranks of mythical beings. If he desired wealth akin to that of the Saichokai, he could swiftly gather a following and establish a religion. After all, Aum Shinrikyo's Shoko Asahara expanded his congregation largely through a single photograph of himself levitating in meditation. Having mastered all the fundamental ninjutsu, he could not only levitate, but also manipulate water and fire with ease. However, Mizuno Sora's aspirations did not lie in such pursuits. He had no desire to engage in deceitful schemes for profit, nor did he wish to attract the attention of authorities and be subjected to experimentation. One unfortunate soul from Donghai village, involved in a nuclear criticality accident, was more than enough. The train journey from Atsuki to Tokyo was swift, and upon arrival, Mizuno Sora gently patted Sadamai's shoulder. The girl had been dozing off, her eyes nearly closing in slumber. "Are we in Tokyo?" she exclaimed, suddenly wide awake. only to droop her head again in a daze before opening her eyes once more. Yes, we've arrived. Let us ride the bicycle home. We should return it before others wake up to avoid a theft report in the morning. Observing Sadama's valiant struggle to stay awake, Mizuno Sora couldn't help but smile. Should I request a day off from school for you? With the enhancement of his physical condition, Mizuno Sora found that he required less sleep, often thriving on merely 4 to 5 hours each night, a skill that would elicit envy from both programmers and corporate drones alike. No, Sadama replied, sitting sideways on the back seat and gripping his shirt. I still need to study. What a diligent student. Although a life of hardship may not warrant gratitude, those who remain unbroken amidst challenges often possess a resilient character and achieve remarkable success. Sadama's academic performance appeared to be quite commendable. What is your deviation score at school? After a prolonged silence, Sadama reached out and pinched Mizuno Sora's waist. Hey, that's dangerous. I nearly lost my balance and fell. Don't ask me about my deviation score. Ah, so your studies aren't going well, then? Shut up. Sadama found herself utterly exasperated by this ancient spirit from the Edo period. Why should an old demon concern herself with deviation scores? After changing into his school uniform and washing his face, Mizuno Sora commenced another day of classes as usual. Besides the girl next door, no one was aware of the wild events that had transpired the previous night. As he scrolled through the news on his phone, he reflected that true men never look back at explosions, yet he was curious about the impact of his own. To Mizuno's disappointment, the headlines did not focus on the incident in Yamanashi Prefecture. Instead, it merely mentioned, in passing, that a forest fire and violent events had seemingly occurred in that region, with reporters continuing to follow up on the matter. 5 hours have elapsed since the incident, and it remains the dead of night. While the delay in reporting may be understandable, Mizuno couldn't help but smirk, noting that the reporters from the island nation were rather sluggish. Perhaps there was pressure from the authorities? After all, the estate nestled in the foothills of Yamanashi Prefecture is relatively remote. Stifling news temporarily would not be too difficult. Had this occurred in Shibuya, the scene would likely be live-streamed. Mizuno hurried along, swiftly reaching the commercial street, where the sign of Kaibu's restaurant came into view from afar. There stood a figure at the entrance. Having not attended the previous night, he surmised that Kaibu-sawa and arena must have been quite occupied. Apologizing silently to himself, Mizuno quickened his pace, raising a hand to greet Kaibu-sawa. Kaibu, who is this beautiful girl standing here this morning? At the entrance of the restaurant, Kaibu-sawa stood with her head bowed, a backpack slung over one shoulder, the other hand nervously fidgeting behind her back. The prospect of seeing Mizuno-kun was nerve-wracking. Ever since discovering his remarkable interests on Saturday, she had tossed and turned all night. It turned out that Mizuno-kun favored the types depicted in magazines: long black hair, a tall figure, and black stockings, all elements of beauty that felt so distant from her own reality. In her daily life, she was just a simple girl, dressed in a long skirt that reached her knees, white socks, her head lowered, with disheveled bangs obscuring half of her eye. Coupled with her habit of looking down as she walked, the modesty of her appearance was even more pronounced. When she finally rose the next morning, sporting dark circles under her eyes, Kaibu-sawa resolved to take the first step towards transformation. She spent the entire morning queuing at the hair salon, then nervously navigated the bustling shopping center to purchase stockings and other garments, returning home filled with trepidation. Upon witnessing the remarkable change in Kaibu-sawa, Irina was momentarily taken aback, then smiled without uttering a word. If Irina had dared to criticize her, Kaibu-sawa felt she would have burst into tears on the spot. She vowed that this was the boldest step she had ever taken in her life. Yet, she pondered how Mizuno-kun would perceive her. Would he think her a woman of loose morals? Would he disapprove of her attire? The previous night, Mizuno-kun had not come to work at the restaurant. Amidst her disappointment, she also felt a deep sense of relief. With her heart racing, she finally faced the dreaded Monday. As Mizuno-kun approached, Kaibu-sawa's cheeks flushed with anxiety. Who is this beautiful girl? Mizuno's words filled her with joy, yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Mizuno-kun, I am Kaibu-sawa. Mizuno, of course, recognized her. Who else could be waiting at the restaurant's entrance but Kaibu-sawa? However, he was astonished by her transformation. Beneath her previous self-doubt lay a face and figure that were truly stunning. Although he had caught a fleeting glimpse of her on the staircase, nothing compared to the clarity of the moment now. Why are you crying? He was perplexed as to how his sincere compliment had inadvertently brought her to tears. Kaibu sniffled, hastily wiping away the tears that streamed down her face. It's nothing, really, just too happy, so very happy. This must be what it means to cry tears of joy, thought Mizuno, who, bemused, patted Kaibu on the shoulder. Am I not praising you? No need to cry. Kaibu sniffed again, forcing a smile onto her face. Your face is a mess. You should wash up before going back, Mizuno said, shaking his head with a faint smile. Upon hearing Mizuno's words, Kaibu hurriedly wiped her face once more and dashed back to the kitchen, bowing to Mizuno before entering. Mizuno watched Kaibu's behavior with a slight smile. She was so starved for confidence that a simple compliment could move her to tears. When Kaibu entered, laughing and crying simultaneously, Irina inquired with concern, "How is it?" Kaibu shook her head, then nodded, saying, "It looks beautiful." "That's wonderful, then." A few minutes later, Kaibu emerged from the kitchen with her head down. In her more than a decade of life, she had seldom heard praise from others, especially after her family faced turmoil, leading her to endure endless distress and insults. Hearing Mizuno's compliment filled her with such joy that she couldn't help but shed tears. Kaibu patted her face, mustering courage within herself. "You should smile. If you keep frowning, good fortune will flee." She lifted her head, forcing a smile that, despite its intent, bore a tinge of sorrow. Observing this expression, Mizuno found an incongruous word surfacing in his mind, poignant. Her eyes, still slightly swollen from crying, held a hint of melancholy, while her pale pink lips curved into a smile that, at its end, seemed to betray a lingering sadness. Such beauty feels unfair, Mizuno thought, unable to resist turning his head away, murmuring to himself. "Is this all right, Mizuno?" Kaibu asked, her gaze cast downward, clutching her skirt tightly. "Is it all right?" "I would say it's more than all right. Everyone is looking at you. You're the most beautiful person on this street." Only then did Kaibu notice the gazes around her. Those passing by were all staring at her. Unaccustomed to such attention, she instinctively shrank closer to Mizuno, wrapping her arms around his, leaning her weight against him. "Oh, did I hurt you, Mizuno?" "No, not at all. If you're scared, just hold on tighter. You'll get used to the attention." Mizuno initially intended to pat Kaibu on the shoulder, but, seeing her frightened demeanor, couldn't help but gently stroke her head. There will be many more moments of being in the spotlight. Most girls have little immunity to such affectionate gestures, but it varies by person. If someone they dislike touches their head, they might wish to retaliate. Yet, when it's someone they admire, even a simple word can leave them weak in the knees, let alone being affectionately patted on the head. As Mizuno caressed her head, Kaibu closed her eyes, feeling a warm wave of comfort wash over her. Her heart skipping a beat. I don't want to be the center of attention," Kaibu murmured softly, her body relaxing. "Just Mizuno can see me." With such audacious words escaping her lips, Kaibu saw cast a nervous glance at her shoelaces. The black stockings, starting from her knees, elegantly enveloped her feet, and today she wore glossy tights recommended by a store attendant. Although she was uncertain which of the matte or glossy varieties would truly capture Mizuno-kun's affections, she resolved to experiment with a different style each day. Perhaps in a fleeting moment, Mizuno Sora responded with a sound, causing Kaibu to question whether she had misheard. Was this a veiled confession of affection? Should she have been bolder and directly inquired about the possibility of dating? It wasn't too late to seize the moment. Yet, the fear of being outright rejected by Mizuno-kun loomed large. Such an outcome would hinder even their shared journey to school. As Kaibu anxiously walked alongside Mizuno towards the school gate, the student council members on duty exchanged dubious glances. "Wait, is that girl from our school?" While the student council members were ostensibly responsible for all students, even the most astute among them could not memorize every face within the school. However, beautiful girls were an exception. From first to third year, the duty member could recall not only their appearances, but also their names and classes. Yet, who was this girl? With her flat-soled shoes and nearly 1.7 meters tall stature, she possessed enchanting almond-shaped eyes, a fair complexion tinged with a rosy glow, and an exquisitely delicate oval face. At first glance, she was breathtaking. Upon closer inspection, she was even more captivating. Is she truly from our school? No. Is she from our reality? Surely. She must have stepped out of an anime. The duty members stood agape as they watched the girl and the boy beside her enter the school. Only after they had departed did she stomp her foot in regret. Damn it, I was so lost in thought that I forgot to ask which class she belonged to. But she is undeniably stunning. She must be a transfer student. But what sort of enigmatic creature is that boy accompanying her? As they made their way to the classroom, incidents of students colliding with trees or tripping over stones abounded. The transformed Kaibu-sa resembled a vibrant flower in full bloom, not a common wildflower, but rather the most exquisite blossom thriving upon a high cliff. Upon entering Class 2B, a wave of astonishment rippled through the corridor, as a throng gathered at the classroom door. "No way, is that Kaibu-sa? This is someone from our class. It can't be true, can it? That girl who covered her face. Hey, didn't you all say that Kaibu-sa from Class 2B was a hard-to-pronounce name, always keeping her head down like a ghost? If she's like a ghost, then the girls in our class don't even measure up to a pixelated image." This came from a boy in the neighboring class. "I heard she was the scapegoat in your class. It must be jealousy from the girls that led them to bully Kaibu-sa so mercilessly. If I were in your class, I wouldn't stand idly by and let such bullying occur. I would have stepped in to help her." This came from a latecomer to the conversation. How infuriating. Who is that boy beside her? Why does Kaibu-sa exchange such flirtatious glances with him? At last, someone has noticed the presence of Mizuno Sora next to Kaibu-sa. The boys are seething with jealousy, wishing they could take his place, while only the informed individuals from Class 2B display a hint of embarrassment. Speculations abound regarding how these two came to be together. They are both targets of ridicule, enduring relentless mockery and bullying, and now they have unexpectedly transformed into the protagonists of their own tale, a sensation akin to the ugly duckling blossoming into a swan. A bitter pill to swallow. Yet the comments from the neighboring class ring true. Why were the students in Class B so blind to the fact that Kaibu-sa was a concealed beauty? It is exasperating. Perhaps the girls, out of envy, intentionally made Kaibu-sa's life miserable, turning her into a pariah within the class. In this hierarchical society, strict social stratifications seep into the lives of ordinary students. To assist the class's most downtrodden often means resigning oneself to the same fate. However, with such a stunning girlfriend, even being a scapegoat in class seems worthwhile. The boys in Class B grow increasingly convinced of their own foolishness, reflecting on how they had once fixated solely on mocking Kaibu-sa's flaws. Now, with her newfound allure, even her past shortcomings have morphed into endearing traits. With her exquisite beauty, introverted nature, and obedient demeanor, Kaibu-sa possesses not a single flaw. There is no such thing as love at first sight. It is merely aesthetic allure that ignites desire. Beautiful people are seldom at fault. They enjoy a wider margin for error. Even if they falter, those around them tend to overlook their missteps, often rushing to offer assistance. Conversely, the unattractive face a different reality. Their flaws are magnified, while their virtues are often taken for granted. Among the onlookers at the entrance, one boy pulls out his phone, directing the camera towards Kaibu-sa in the classroom. Like many students in this island nation, Hariyama Tatsuya finds solace in scrolling through Instagram during dull moments, enviously observing the glamorous lives of others. The notion that one can earn substantial sums simply by posting mundane images leaves him feeling discontented. Damn it, why? Why does no one pay attention to what I post? I don't even need likes. Just a few insults would suffice. It baffles him that his own posts garner no attention, unlike Hariyama's Instagram, which goes unnoticed. However, upon encountering Kaibu-sa from Class B today, Hariyama recognizes an opportunity. If he captures her and shares it on Instagram, the masses will undoubtedly flock to it. Without hesitation, he snaps a photo, the shutter sound echoing. The government mandates that all digital cameras must emit a shutter sound to alert the subject and prevent surreptitious photography. This sound cannot be silenced through the phone's settings. Yet this regulation is little more than an exercise in futility, as numerous apps exist to bypass this requirement. Takahashi Tatsuya pressed the shutter button with satisfaction. But in his haste, he forgot to mute the app. The sharp sound of the shutter startled everyone. Tatsuya himself was taken aback, realizing he had neglected to silence the sound. In his moment of panic, he even forgot to activate the stealth mode of the app. Kaibu-sa, frightened, instinctively grabbed Mizuno's hand, feeling like a mole unaccustomed to such attention. Mizuno patted Kaibu's hand reassuringly, offering a calm smile before rising to make his way toward the exit. Tatsuya understood that he had landed himself in trouble. Among the boys, such behavior might even earn him a peculiar kind of notoriety, as there was no shortage of like-minded gentlemen in the islands, lurking in the shadows of various illicit spy photography websites. However, the disdainful glances from the surrounding girls made him feel as though his high school reputation would plummet into the negatives. The boys around Tatsuya instinctively took a few steps back, maintaining their distance. Honestly, it was just a single photo, Tatsuya muttered to himself, contemplating an escape. Yet, a boy beside Kaibu suddenly approached, and before Tatsuya could flee, he was seized once more. The students from Class B observed as Mizuno took action, offering a moment of silence for the lecherous photographer. Hand it over, Mizuno commanded, standing before Tatsuya. Hand over what? Tatsuya was not one to back down easily. He stepped back, clutching his phone in his pocket. My phone. I have no intention of giving it up, and I value my life. Tatsuya tightened his grip on the device, knowing that the fate of his social standing hinged on that very photo. He was determined not to relinquish it. Though he thought resolutely of resisting to the bitter end, the imposing presence of Mizuno made Tatsuya lower his head in defeat, turning to flee. Who was this guy? More intimidating than the leader of Class B, Hirakawa? As Tatsuya attempted to merge into the crowd, Mizuno narrowed his eyes. Before anyone could react, Mizuno darted into the throng like an eel, snatching Tatsuya's phone. Hey, give me back my phone. Typically, those who were single did not lock their phones. And Mizuno swiftly found the recently taken photo, deleting it before tossing the phone back to Tatsuya. Fuming, Tatsuya caught the phone and glared at Mizuno. Yet he refrained from acting irrationally. He had noticed the scrutinizing gazes of Class B's group. He was neither a brute nor a fool, and charging in blindly would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Mizuno's actions had startled the boys at the entrance. It seemed Kaibu's boyfriend was not to be trifled with, and lingering any longer could result in a severe beating. After making an example of Tatsuya, the onlookers dispersed in haste. No more watching, no more watching. She's already taken, and her boyfriend seems quite formidable. Did I cause you trouble, Mizuno-kun? Perhaps I should revert to my old self tomorrow, Kaibu murmured, half collapsed on the table, appearing utterly disheartened. This is not a burden for me at all. Mizuno Sora withdrew her textbook, asserting that being beautiful was never a fault. You have done nothing wrong, you know? Even if you had erred, I would stand in your stead. Comparatively, this is trivial compared to the troubles she had stirred up at dawn. The Japanese National Police Agency, while police and public security share the same meaning in Chinese, here in Japan, the National Public Safety Commission and the Metropolitan Police Department do not operate in unison. The Public Security Bureau, akin to the national security functions in China, does not concern itself with local law enforcement, but rather engages in intelligence and counter-espionage operations, handling matters of national intelligence activities and seldom focusing on local incidents. However, if any officer from the Otsuki police station were present, they would recognize that the footage playing on the screen was a recording from the headquarters of the Seishin Association, a video that neither the Otsuki station nor the Yamanashi prefectural headquarters possessed. In the spacious room, there were only 3 individuals, the head of the bureau, along with a pair of Shinto priests and a shrine maiden, Minister Shikishima. Shimajima Kiyomi pushed open the door and bowed. Shimajima has arrived, please come in. Hello. Shimajima Kiyomi glanced at the 3 individuals in the room and promptly lowered her head. She was merely a junior section chief, having achieved this position before turning 30. And as a woman, she had indeed demonstrated remarkable capabilities. Yet, the preceding events had left her utterly bewildered. First, she had been summoned to an interrogation room and made to sign a stringent confidentiality agreement, followed by a series of inspections before being ordered to this room. The rigor of this examination was comparable to that of an entry investigation for the Public Security Bureau. She never anticipated that upon opening the door, she would encounter her superior, along with a pair of religious officials. What was the shrine maiden doing here? Were shrine maidens not typically university students working part-time? Could it be that this one was also affiliated with the Public Security Bureau, merely masquerading as a shrine maiden? This was exceedingly peculiar. Even Shimajima Kiyomi, a graduate of the University of Tokyo, could not fathom what was afoot. Shimajima, I hear your kendo skills are quite impressive, remarked Minister Shikishima, observing her intently. He was a middle-aged man of modest stature with piercing eyes. Shimajima Kiyomi quickly bowed her head, replying, I have merely followed my father's teachings in kendo since my youth and have been fortunate enough to win a few medals. Were those who had once faced defeat at the hands of Shimajima Kiyomi in national competitions to hear her words, they would surely be moved to tears. It was no mere stroke of luck, but rather a bewildering defeat. From the high school Yurioku flag to the subsequent All-Japan Police Kendo Championships, Shimajima Kiyomi had never tasted defeat. Very well, Minister Shikishima nodded. Shimajima, you must have signed the confidentiality agreement before entering. Therefore, I expect you to analyze the swordsmanship style exhibited by the individual in the video using your expertise. Understood. Though Shimijima Kiyomi's mind was flooded with questions, she nevertheless obeyed the command and turned her gaze toward the screen. Her kendo prowess ranked among the elite in both the public security and police systems, attributed to her family's traditional techniques and her undeniable talent. It was precisely due to her exceptional achievements in kendo and her esteemed academic background that she had directly entered the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department upon graduation, later being promoted to the Public Security Bureau. In the island nation, an annual nationwide police kendo tournament takes place, and the majority of the high-ranking kendo practitioners are police officers. This phenomenon is partly due to historical legacies and partly because police officers tend to favor kendo over karate and judo. Achievements in kendo during one's student years significantly enhance prospects for future employment in police functions. As for discerning the school of swordsmanship, this is her forte. With unwavering confidence, Shimijima Kiyomi nodded earnestly. Minister Shishima lifted the suspension, and the screen flickered to life. Due to only half of the content being salvaged and the limited number of cameras at the Saikyo headquarters, the visuals appeared peculiar. Figures would vanish and reappear intermittently. Yet the ghostly silhouettes and divine swordsmanship were undeniably evident. There was also the figure that abruptly vanished after being struck by a submachine gun, followed by a burst of flames. Upon the conclusion of the playback, Shishima nodded. Kiyomi, have you identified the school of the opponent? Instinctively, Kiyomi reached into her pocket, only to remember that her cigarettes had been confiscated. Gazing at the minister's serious countenance, she exerted considerable effort to swallow her retort. Minister, could you refrain from jesting? Which film is this footage from? I couldn't discern anything, Kiyomi replied, her head bowed in resignation. While she possessed a commendable lineage in kendo, it was no match for special effects. The erratically soaring figures were not mere swordsmen, but perhaps the legendary sword immortals from Chinese cinema. Is that so? Minister Shishima's expression reflected mild disappointment, intertwined with a sense of resignation. What an absurd situation this was. What had initially been a significant international security case had inexplicably spiraled into supernatural phenomena, far beyond the purview of the Public Security Bureau's counter-espionage and intelligence functions. However, there was no alternative. This was an issue personally pressed by the Prime Minister, who had prudently opted for a face-to-face discussion rather than a phone call. Minister Shishima had never been one to believe in such supernatural occurrences. If they were real, he, as the head of public security, would have been aware long ago. Meanwhile, the priest from Meiji Shrine was already engulfed in self-doubt. His family had served as priests for generations, enjoying a revered status in society. Yet he was fully aware of his own limitations. Far from breathing fire or deflecting bullets, he was an ordinary man, albeit an expert in folklore. Upon first viewing the video, he suspected that the higher-ups at the Public Security Bureau might have been under the influence of substances. But observing their serious demeanor made him feel as though he were still in a dream, not yet fully awake. If the video were not fabricated, then the purpose of summoning him was clear. Did these priests and onmyoji harbor any legendary techniques? Otherwise, how could the figures in the video exhibit such otherworldly strength? Akin to terrestrial deities or spirits? The old priest found himself at a loss for words. If such techniques were concealed, his ancestors would have long since vanquished the monks and foreign missionaries. However, the granddaughter beside him wore an expression of unwavering belief, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The priest regretted the education he had provided to her. After the disobedient child perished in a reckless car accident in the capital, the granddaughter remained the only heir. To ensure she would inherit the family legacy, he had imparted the teachings of their ancestral priesthood to her since childhood. But in truth, dear granddaughter, the tales of the 8 million deities are mere fabrications spun by your grandfather. Our family is one of hereditary tricksters. The texts we possess are not unique to us, but shared among other onmyoji clans. When these clans convene, their mystical posturing is simply a form of mutual flattery. Those old-timers proclaiming you the most inspired maiden of this generation are merely jesting, laying the groundwork for you to seamlessly ascend to the role of priestess in the future. This has thoroughly bewildered the granddaughter. The priest had already prepared to fabricate a story for Minister Yondai, assuring him of his discretion before taking his leave. Yet, standing beside him, the granddaughter spoke with solemn conviction. Grandfather, this seems to be Akahibi. Her tone was remarkably resolute, exuding a credibility that contrasted sharply with her sweet high school appearance. Minister Yondai's eyes brightened instantly, and the priest felt a jolt of surprise as he regarded his granddaughter, wondering where she had gleaned such knowledge. Oh, the priest feigned profundity, acknowledging that it did indeed resemble descriptions of Akihibe. Wait, from which tome had he encountered such a reference? Why did he have no recollection of it? Miss Ito, could you elaborate? Minister Yondai had not anticipated receiving such valuable information. His expression turned serious. What exactly was Akihibe? Had he truly stumbled upon a rare lead? The priestess, Ito, recalled a book she had once encountered. I came across it in a document from Iwate Prefecture. It is said that during the Kamakura era, a member of the warrior class possessed unparalleled swordsmanship. However, in a fateful duel, he was poisoned by his opponent during a banquet and ultimately lost his head. Filled with resentment, legend has it that after his demise, his soul, unwilling to accept being betrayed by a scoundrel, transformed into a specter. Because he favored red armor in life, he was named Akihibe. It is said that besides his extraordinary swordplay, he also wielded the flames of vengeance. Minister Yondai listened intently to the priestess's narration, nodding gravely. Can this tome still be located? The only explanation for this matter lies within the realm of the divine. And he was astonished that these clerics had indeed documented such occurrences. Though uncertain of its credibility, having a breakthrough, however small, was far better than having none at all. In the library of the shrine, the priest pondered anxiously. Could it be that our ancestors truly encountered demons and specters, rather than deceiving us? Yet why? In our present time, do we possess no genuine abilities, relegated only to performing rituals for a pittance? Minister Yondai, hands clasped behind his back, spoke solemnly to the priest. Priest Ito, the Eastern Conference intends to commission a folklore investigation at the shrine and will require your assistance. Of course, the priest nodded in agreement. Folklore research was indeed his forte. The island nation is not only subjected to the economic and military dominion of the United States, but its intelligence system is as permeable as a sieve. The Minister of the Four Islands cannot guarantee how many American intelligence operatives are embedded within the Public Security Bureau. Upon acquiring the data from the recovered hard drive, the minister swiftly took control of the technical recovery personnel at the Metropolitan Police Department, leaving even the Minister of the Police unaware of the contents within the hard drive. Currently, only those directly involved, the Minister of the Four Islands, and the Prime Minister are privy to this matter. Individuals such as Shimajima Kiyomi and the priestly grandfather and grandson have been meticulously selected as trustworthy confidants. At this juncture, the minister's gaze fell upon Shimajima Kiyomi, who immediately straightened her posture, her proud bosom nearly straining against her buttons. The minister's serious and solemn demeanor induced a wave of anxiety within her. Having access to such crucial information without proposing any effective suggestions made her fear that the minister might contemplate silencing her. If only she had foreseen the gravity of the situation, she would not have honed her swordsmanship to such an extent. Having learned that the grandfather and grandson hailed from the Meiji Shrine, her heart tightened. They were truly members of the upper echelons of society. Even if they lacked wealth, their social standing was undeniable. While the minister might find amusement in toying with a subordinate like her, he would never engage in frivolity with high-ranking priests. Shimajima, what you have just witnessed is a matter of the utmost national secrecy. As an elite officer of the Public Security Bureau, you are well aware of the consequences of leaking such information. The minister's tone turned exceedingly stern. A breach of confidentiality would be treated as treason. And given the gravity of the situation, not only would it implicate you, but your family would also bear the repercussions. The minister's words were directed not just at Shimajima Kiyomi, but also at the priestess beside her. Though he was confident that none of the three would betray the information, certain matters needed to be articulated clearly. Yes, Shimajima Kiyomi responded with fervor. Not being silenced on the spot would indeed be a favorable outcome. The minister nodded and continued, Kiyomi, you are no longer suited for your current position. The Public Security Bureau will be establishing the 5th Investigation Division, and your appointment will be directly transferred to this newly formed division. Understood. Shimajima Kiyomi felt a surge of excitement. This was a new division being established, and she would be among its inaugural members, an absolute pioneer. Thanks to her high level of swordsmanship. However, she could not shake the feeling that this 5th Investigation Division was somehow connected to Akibo. Today seemed like a day shrouded in haze. At the Kaibu Cuisine House, the saltwater peanuts were ready, accompanied by 2 bottles of warmed sake. Kaibu-sa was bustling about like a butterfly, her her refreshed demeanor making her the focal point of the cuisine house. Old patrons had never realized how striking the daughter of the cuisine house had become. Ariina observed the particularly spirited Kaibu-sa with a smile before turning her attention to Mizuno Sora, who was immersed in slicing vegetables. "Mizuno-kun, has your academic workload been arduous lately?" "It remains the same," he replied. The mention of academics brought a slight headache. He had been preoccupied with various matters recently, neglecting his studies. Having been an ordinary student in his previous life, playing the role of an academic prodigy posed some difficulty, especially since the textbooks of Hokage differed from those of the island nation. "It seems that I must diligently focus on my studies tonight, for it is essential to assimilate into modern society rather than merely exist as a solitary wanderer. The starting point of this body is exceedingly low, and without relying on extraordinary means, obtaining a degree remains the most expedient route to penetrate the middle class and even the upper echelons of society. Only through devoted study can one hope to achieve success. Our contemporary society places paramount importance on educational qualifications. Without admission to a prestigious university, the struggle to provide for a family in the future becomes exceedingly arduous," Huiri Nai spoke earnestly. After completing high school, Huiri Nai assisted at home, but later, in her youth, she misjudged a person and ventured far to marry on Kyushu Island, leading to a painful chapter marked by domestic violence. She returned to Tokyo with Kaibu-sa, only to find herself ensnared again in the same turmoil. Whenever she reflects on her youthful misjudgment, Huiri Nai cannot help but feel a deep sorrow. Had she been more composed and discerning of the other's true nature, her current life would likely be drastically different. Despite being in her 30s, she often feels a peculiar frailty. Mizuno Sora, though hailing from a less fortunate background, possesses a commendable heart and a spirit of perseverance. Kaibu-sa harbors affection for him, and their union could indeed yield a favorable outcome. However, Huiri Nai is resolute in her intention to observe Mizuno Sora's character closely, determined not to allow the tragedies she experienced to repeat themselves in Sa's life. Mizuno nodded in agreement, displaying none of the impatience typically exhibited by youth when admonished. He, too, had traversed a similar path in a previous life and resonated deeply with Huiri Nai's insights. The island nation is one where educational attainment is even more revered than in Hokage. While there are stories of individuals ascending from humble beginnings in Hokage, in this land, the prestige of one's alma mater predominantly determines one's social standing throughout life. Take the police force as an example. It is categorized into professional, semi-professional, and non-professional groups. To enter the first level of the semi-professional group, one must pass the rigorous first-class National Civil Service examination, starting as a deputy inspector. Conversely, the vast majority of non-professional officers may aspire to reach the rank of inspector only after a lifetime of service. For those in the professional group, however, graduating from university and becoming a deputy inspector within a few years is a foregone conclusion. Although they nominally recruit graduates from various universities, the elite who enter the professional ranks predominantly come from prestigious institutions like the University of Tokyo. Thus, the adage one examination determines a lifetime holds true. The efforts of a typical university student over a lifetime pale in comparison to those of graduates from esteemed universities who have merely begun their careers. "Mom, what are you and Mizuno-kun discussing?" Kaibu-sa asked, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she approached the backstage. "We're talking about future paths." Huiri Nai replied with a smile. "Mizuno-kun aspires to attend a good university." "How admirable of Mizuno-kun!" Kaibu-sa exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Although Mizuno's academic performance had been average in the past, someone as capable as him could easily excel if he were to apply himself diligently. As Huiri Nai regarded Mizuno as a potential son-in-law, he felt an intangible weight settle upon his shoulders. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he found himself in the position of a prospective son-in-law. Meanwhile, Kaibu-sa had already begun to contemplate other matters. Even if Mizuno-kun does not gain admission to a prestigious university, it matters not. Even if it is merely an ordinary institution, securing a modest job afterward is of little consequence. Her desires do not encompass a life of grandeur, but rather, she yearns for a simple existence shared together. The shadows cast by her scoundrel of a father and her experiences of bullying have profoundly shaped her perceptions, leading her to set her standards for happiness extraordinarily low. This thought reminded Kaibu-sa of Mizuno-kun's earlier words, contemplating whether, had they been bolder, their relationship might have already been solidified. carrying the bento for the following morning. Mizuno Sora returned home. However, he first knocked on the door adjacent to his own, revealing Satama's petite head. What is it, Great Demon? The moniker had evolved from lecherous man to Great Demon. Leaning against the wall, Mizuno Sora considered this new title far more flattering. Adding a touch of prestige, the Great Demon brings you your meal. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Silently, he offered an apology to Kaibu-sa, pondering how heartbroken she would be if she knew her bento had ended up in Sada's possession. Initially hesitant, Satama then extended her hand to accept the bento. They had already traversed life and death experiences together, establishing a bond that was profound in Sada's eyes. Holding the door with one hand, Sada hesitated for a moment before softly uttering, "Thank you." As she took the bento, she retreated indoors, rubbing her slightly reddened eyes. The warmth emanating from the bento indicated that it was no mere convenience store meal. It was indeed a disheartening situation. She had only consumed a free lunch at school, and upon returning home in the early hours, Sada found her household devoid of funds. The thought of borrowing money from the neighboring Great Demon felt too humiliating, rendering her day largely spent in hunger. "I shall dig in," she murmured quietly, opening the bento box. Yet, as she finished her evening meal, she pondered the uncertainty of her breakfast the following morning. Perhaps it would be best to retire early. That would curtail her consumption significantly. Additionally, going to bed on an empty stomach might even prove advantageous. As she unfurled the wrapping, her hand trembled slightly. A 1,000-yen note featuring Noguchi Hideo lay atop the bento box. The bill was not pristine, showing signs of age, yet it was neatly placed, as though deliberately arranged to ensure she would notice. Her hand gripping the chopsticks quivered, and her eyes soon brimmed with tears. Thank you, Satama whispered, biting her lip as she nodded repeatedly, wiping away her tears. Large droplets fell upon the bill, softening the visage of Noguchi Hideo. Listening to Sada's sobs and expressions of gratitude from outside the door, Mizuno Sora shook his head with a smile. Meanwhile, the slow-reacting reporters finally broadcasted the events in Yamanashi Prefecture, launching into a comprehensive, round-the-clock coverage that dominated news channels and mobile updates for several consecutive days. The press conference held by the Yamanashi Prefectural Police was nothing short of heart-wrenching. The head of the department and other officials bowed sincerely, while the chief of the Atsuki station knelt on the floor, tears streaming down his face, admitting his failure to uphold community safety and offering his resignation on the spot. Although rumors suggested a conflict involving organized crime, a spokesperson from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs unequivocally labeled the incident a terrorist attack perpetrated by a malevolent cult, drawing parallels to the infamous People's Temple incident. Meanwhile, nations around the globe expressed their condolences while closely monitoring the unfolding situation. The tragedy deepened, with the death toll surpassing 200. Public opinion surged, and journalists, akin to sharks sensing blood, eagerly scoured through every detail leading up to the incident. It was horrifying. Over 200 lives lost. It had to be a clash involving organized crime. Such a sinister cult was terrifying. Just yesterday on my way home, an elderly woman stopped me and tried to recruit me into some sort of cult. The Science Creates Happiness sect? Yes, that peculiar-sounding group. The woman was truly frightening. And thankfully my father intervened and chased them away. It was incredibly annoying, especially with the remnants of the Aum Shinrikyo cult forming the Alipa group. Why do such nefarious activities always seem to be connected to Adachi Ward? Aside from the infamous IA's cement murder case, another notorious incident involved a long string of murders committed by Koreans over several decades. Satama certainly knew what had transpired that day. Listening to her classmates incessantly discussing the events, a small, secretive smile crept across her face. This was a secret known to only 2 people in the world. As Sada reminisced about that fateful evening, her homeroom teacher suddenly appeared at the classroom door, beckoning her. "Sada, come here for a moment." Following her teacher into the office, Sada was left wondering what this summons entailed. Was it another reminder about her grades? "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Daimon." A woman clad in an elegant urban uniform sat in a chair, her eyes lighting up upon Sada's arrival. "Sada-san, Inspector Shimajima has a few questions for you. Please answer directly." Teacher Daimon gently patted Sada's shoulder. "Inspector?" Shimajima smiled at Teacher Daimon. "It's just a few minor matters." Acknowledging the need to leave, Teacher Daimon nodded apologetically and exited the office, leaving only Shimajima and Sada behind. Upon hearing the title of inspector, Sada's ears perked up, and a cold sweat trickled down her back. Please have a seat, Miss Sada. Shimajima exuded an aura of authority, a result of her mastery in kendo and numerous victories. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, Sada defiantly raised her head. Inspector Shimajima, what brings you to seek me? Shimajima Akimi scrutinized Sada, although she was only 14. She had grown into a striking young lady, and her demeanor bore a slight resemblance to her own. She hoped that society would not grind her down into a polished stone. It is like this, Miss Sada. Kiyomi Shimoda presented her identification, a counterfeit police department badge, as acting under the guise of law enforcement can be rather conspicuous. You reported your mother missing 3 days ago at the Hanabatake police station, did you not? My Sada nodded, her wariness still intact. Who is this woman? A police officer from Adachi Ward? Allow me to broach a matter that may be difficult for you to accept. I would like to inquire, rather presumptively, how much you know about the Saisaikai. Upon hearing the name Saisaikai, Sada's heart jolted, her hands clutching her skirt. I know a little. Did you learn about it from the news? No, Sada shook her head. My mother was led astray and came to believe in the Saisaikai. Sada's candid response prompted a nod from Shimoda. In Yamanashi Prefecture, Shimoda succinctly recounted the situation. Following the destruction of the Saisaikai headquarters, while many followers fled in a frenzy, some remained behind, either unable to leave in time or suffering from psychological issues. Sada's mother was later taken in by a hospital in Yamanashi Prefecture, where her mental health was assessed and confirmed to be deteriorating, and she is currently receiving treatment there. Though their family has faced financial ruin, both Sada and her mother had previously purchased substantial health insurance, and with the government's subsidies for this matter, they are only required to pay a minimal amount for her hospital care. After conveying this information, Shimoda observed that Sada's demeanor had not shifted significantly. She merely exhaled softly, her expression reverting to an icy composure. It seems the mother-daughter relationship is quite strained. However, Shimoda was not here to concern herself with family matters. Clearing her throat, she directly stated her true purpose. Miss Sada, based on information provided by relevant organizations, we have discovered that you boarded the last JR train to Otsuki Station in Yamanashi Prefecture on the night of the attack, correct? Yes. Sada recognized that the pivotal moment had arrived, sitting up straight. Shimoda pressed her lips together, her new lipstick a celebratory token for her recent promotion. Over the past few days, she had worked tirelessly, channeling the determination she had when she first applied to the University of Tokyo. Meticulously reviewing countless case files concerning individuals sent to hospitals or the social backgrounds of other members. Finally, in the early hours, Shimoda uncovered a peculiar detail. Sada Matsubara, who was admitted to the Yamanashi hospital with psychological issues, had her only daughter file a missing person report at the Adachi police station. These details alone were not suspicious. But the anomaly lay in the fact that Sada had taken the last JR train to Otsuki Station just hours before the incident and returned to Tokyo on the second train a few hours later. There seemed to be a connection between these events, yet it was shrouded in ambiguity. Nevertheless, Shimoda seized this lead, prepared to confront even the most extraordinary circumstances, should they arise. Even if Sada transformed before her into a middle-aged swordsman from a video, she would flee without hesitation. Could you elucidate the reasons behind this? Shimajima Kiyomi grasped her pen, her gaze fixed intently on Sada, urging him not to misinterpret the situation. Our police department is merely curious. This matter pertains to the police, and it holds no relevance for us in public security. Sada's words began to waver, his eyes drifting uncertainly. Kiyomi felt an urge to smoke, a habit that surfaced during moments of tension or critical junctures. I wish to see Mount Fuji, she stated, confusion evident on her smooth forehead. Mount Fuji? Indeed. It is a destination every Japanese person must visit at least once in their lifetime. Yet, to embark on such a journey in the dead of night? Yes. Sada nodded earnestly. I wish to witness the sunrise at Mount Fuji, so I went to Yamanashi Prefecture with Mizuno-kun. Mizuno-kun, the boy you rode the train with? Kiyomi had already deduced that Mizuno referred to Mizuno Sora, Sada's neighbor, as investigating a person's background was a trivial task for them. Indeed. That night, I went to Yamanashi to see Mount Fuji with him. Kiyomi, determined to uncover every detail, was resolute in her ambition to become an elite bureaucrat. Might you elaborate on why you chose to go to Yamanashi with Mizuno? Sada bit his lip, responding, it was my birthday, hence we went to watch the sunrise together. Kiyomi cast a sidelong glance at the file in her hand. Indeed, that day was Sadamai's birthday. You and Mizuno, Kiyomi began, but Sada interjected firmly. We are in a romantic relationship. Kiyomi felt a strong urge to smoke. Was this a jest? According to the records, Satomai was merely 15, while Mizuno Sora was 17. Although not illegal, it was quite disconcerting and utterly reprehensible. Kiyomi, having attended an all-girls school since childhood, reflected that had her academic performance not been so stellar, she might have ended up at Tokyo Women's University instead of the University of Tokyo. After posing a few more inquiries, Kiyomi allowed Sata to leave, advising her homeroom teacher to disregard the incident, treating it as though nothing had transpired and ensuring Sata did not receive any differential treatment. With a furrowed brow, Kiyomi exited the school premises. No need for Kiyomi to voice her thoughts. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Oatori, would not indiscriminately spread news of the police inquiry into Sata. If word were to circulate, suggesting she had tarnished the reputation of a minor, it would spell disaster for her career, revocation of her teaching license, public scorn, and social ostracism. Kiyomi felt a pang of frustration over the interrupted lead. In truth, she harbored little expectation for this visit, as Mizuno and Sata hardly seemed connected to the assault case. Kiyomi had already perused Mizuno Sora's information several times before her arrival. Upon returning to her vehicle, she lit a cigarette, contemplating the details of Mizuno's file. Apart from his striking appearance, he was an unremarkable high school student, with average academic performance and a troubled family background. The dossier even detailed the kindergarten he attended, which hardly painted him as a heartless swordsman. With a heavy sigh, she extinguished her cigarette and drove away from the school. Could it truly be the malevolent spirits of the deep mountains emerging to commit murder? Or could it merely be a coincidence that these two individuals ventured into Adachi Ward? The complexity of this case is excruciating. Why must the assignments I accept be so intricate? This investigation, shrouded in enigmatic forces, is classified at the highest level. Thus far, Shimajima Kiyomi remains unaware of how many individuals are involved in the 5th Investigation Division. In any case, she is without a partner and is essentially pursuing the investigation alone. This may well align with the intentions of Minister Shikishima, who has selected a few trustworthy individuals to conduct investigations independently, simultaneously minimizing the risk of exposing these mysterious powers to others. The 5th Investigation Division is still an unofficial department. Perhaps in due time, as more informed individuals emerge, she may find a partner. After a day filled with activity, Shimajima had scarcely eaten. Her hunger overwhelmed her fatigue upon returning empty-handed. She parked her vehicle by the roadside and entered a modest eatery for a meal. The establishment was small, its exterior somewhat weathered, yet the interior was impeccably clean, indicative of the proprietor's meticulous nature. Acknowledging the environment with a nod, Shimajima noted the time, just past 6, resulting in her being the sole patron at that hour. Upon her arrival, the waitress, Kaibusaki, promptly greeted her with a warm welcome. Oh, even the waitress is stunning. Judging by her age, she seems to be in high school. Is her family comfortable with her working here? Perhaps this establishment belongs to her family. After ordering a couple of side dishes, Shimajima, adhering to her professional instincts, began to observe her surroundings. The young man in the background was quite handsome. He seemed somewhat familiar. After opening her phone and comparing images, realization dawned upon her. A scoundrel. In the background, the enchanting waitress was engaged in cheerful conversation with the young man, her expressions unmistakably laden with affection. Although Shimajima had never been in a romantic relationship, she had certainly watched her fair share of romantic dramas. It is evident that he has a girlfriend from middle school, yet has sought another. This is the epitome of a scoundrel. If anyone dared to treat her or her sister this way, Shimajima Kiyomi would ensure they experienced the terror of the Public Security Bureau. If her younger brother were to flirt with girls, that would be a different matter altogether. Sensing the hostile gaze from a customer, Mizuno Sora scratched his head in confusion. Why was this woman staring at him with such animosity? Had he done something wrong? He focused intently on his task of chopping vegetables, ignoring the peculiar glare directed at him. Let them stare. As a man, he should not be intimidated by others' glances. Moreover, Mizuno believed his looks were quite resilient. After that night, his mindset had not swollen with arrogance. He merely wished to study diligently and earn an honest living. Of course, he had no intention of working for a company or institution in the future. He could not tolerate the strict hierarchies and sycophancy prevalent in Japanese society. Starting his own venture after graduation seemed appealing, yet the entrepreneurial environment in Japan was dismal, not to mention the country's low global ranking for entrepreneurship. The job-seeking paths in Japan clearly indicated that starting a business was a perilous choice. Typically, by December of their junior year, university students in Japan begin their preparations for job hunting. If they have not secured employment before graduating in their senior year, they are likely to encounter significant challenges along their career path. Should a year pass post-graduation without finding a job, it could be said that they are essentially estranged from most companies. The anguish of a failed entrepreneurial venture can be overwhelming, almost leading one to a state of despair. One might wonder if there truly exists a way to earn easy money through mere cunning. Mizuno Sora chuckled softly. "Good day, your meal is served," Kaibusara announced as she presented the dishes. "Thank you," Shimajima Kiyomi replied, accepting the tray. After a few bites, she found the fare from this modest eatery to be quite delightful. The prices were reasonable, yet the flavors were exquisite. However, the presence of that insufferable man standing nearby was rather jarring. With Mizuno Sora's assistance, the Kaibu eatery had settled into a pleasant rhythm, alleviating much of the burden for the mother and daughter duo. After practicing for some time, Mizuno Sora was ready to embark on the next stage of her culinary journey, the preparation of side dishes. "I shall begin making the sides tomorrow," she mused, feeling a twinge of self-doubt. As she walked home, a sense of nervousness lingered. Inside her room, Sadama anxiously awaited Mizuno Sora's return after completing her homework. Upon seeing him enter the corridor with a bento in hand, she swiftly grabbed his arm. Mizuno looked at Sada quizzically, raising the bento. "Are you that eager to eat?" "This isn't about that." Sada rolled her eyes, eager to discuss something of importance. Following him into the room, she no longer felt intimidated by their shared space. If that ancient spirit truly had any ill intentions, even residing in a castle would not protect her. It was better to face the situation boldly. This afternoon, Sada recounted the day's events in exquisite detail, her usual calm demeanor tinged with urgency and anxiety. After the other party had departed, she had reflected deeply, unsure whether police officer Shimajima had been deceived or was secretly lying in wait like a venomous serpent. After listening to Sada's account, Mizuno Sora rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the official response. He had deliberately avoided the first train, yet still found himself ensnared. Observing the anxious glint in her eyes, a smile crept across his face. "It must simply be a coincidence. My transformation technique is such that even my own mother would not recognize me. Fear not. As long as I maintain my innocence, I shall come to no harm." Sada, ever vigilant and acutely aware of potential dangers, felt a slight easing of her tension at Mizuno's words. Although he was a creature of legend, there was an inexplicable sense of security he provided. "And you need not worry. Even if my existence is revealed, as a creature like myself, I can simply retreat to the mountains. They cannot apprehend me." Mizuno's audacious remarks prompted Sada to contemplate what she would do if he were to flee. Given her prior encounters with the supernatural, she feared being captured by the authorities. Subjected to a series of close observations and experiments aimed at uncovering why she attracted such beings. Is it the alluring aura of a demon that surrounds you? Or is it simply that you possess the bloodline of an otherworldly being? In the glass-walled laboratory, surrounded by an intricate network of wires and peculiar hospital beds, the thoughts of the lab technician, Sada, begin to spiral uncontrollably. Reality is not like a shoujo manga, where one might casually encounter a handsome, gentle, and kind-hearted demon in a bathtub, on a mountain, or by a well. Why should you be the exception? Although Mizuno is undeniably attractive and occasionally excels in certain aspects, his temperament leaves much to be desired. Yes, it is not my character that is lacking, rather, it is his. If such an extraordinary event were to occur in the future, I would take you deep into the mountains, perhaps to the Hida Mountains. Wouldn't that be splendid? Or perhaps to Mount Aso on Kyushu. Sada nodded seriously, but suddenly lifted her head, exclaiming, "Who wants to venture into the depths of the forest with you?" Mizuno chuckled, resting his chin on his hand. "The idea of retreating into the wilderness is implausible. When the time comes, I could simply transform and escape abroad." However, Sada's words echoed ominously in his mind. He feigned confidence, yet a sense of unease gripped him. The power of an individual pales in comparison to that of state machinery. They could easily trace their journey based on transportation routes, and he feared he might have inadvertently revealed more than he intended. Regret washed over Mizuno. Had he known, he would have reduced the entire estate to ashes. He could not abandon Sada in times of trouble. Mizuno held no inclination to let others bear the brunt of his actions. If necessary, he could practice water-based techniques, and together with Sada, they could traverse the Japan Sea. By the time they reached LV5 or LV10, they should be capable of such feats. And then there's the Kaibu family to consider. Oh right, my Sada said, her gaze drifting. When that inspector asked why we wanted to see Mount Fuji, I said that on that day, I wished to witness the sunrise over the mountain. So you, as my boyfriend, naturally accompanied me. What on earth? Mizuno exclaimed, nearly losing his balance. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that you don't think highly of me? After uttering those words, Sada regretted her choice of phrasing. It sounded as if she were desperately marketing a product. Yet, to be fair, I am not lacking in appeal. Among my peers, I stand as the most beautiful, though I am only 1.6 meters tall. At the tender age of 14, I still have years to grow, and it will be effortless to become tall and graceful in the future. Isn't that the common trajectory for men? His tone, however, dripped with disdain. It was infuriating. That's not what I meant, Mizuno gestured dismissively, only to let his hand fall slowly. And how is Mrs. Sada? At the mention of that woman, my Sada's demeanor darkened. She is in the hospital. There is insurance coverage. Their family faced sudden upheaval due to her father's company collapsing, compounded by the fact that the woman continued to live beyond her means, accumulating debt on credit cards to maintain a facade of normalcy. By the time her father realized the severity of their financial situation, they had already exhausted their resources. And even the proceeds from selling their home were insufficient to repay the high-interest loans. Having fallen from the affluent district of Minato to the less desirable Adachi, this tumultuous experience forced young Mai Sada to mature significantly, not only in her understanding of finances, but also in her grasp of the complexities of human relationships. That's good. Sada Mai suddenly exclaimed, let us live together. It's not what you think. That woman is hospitalized, as I just mentioned, and hospitalization incurs expenses, right? Although there is reimbursement, it still requires upfront payment. I have no income to rely on, only welfare, and most of that has been spent on treatment, correct? Consequently, the remaining funds are exceedingly meager. I can barely afford meals, let alone rent. If I cannot pay the rent, I will end up on the streets. And you wouldn't want to see me homeless, would you? So, having said all this, I hope you understand my point. Can you comprehend? As Sada grew increasingly animated, she leaned closer, almost touching him. Mizuno Sora, hesitating, slapped her face and replied, cohabitation? No, it's a temporary residence. Very well then. Mizuno Sora realized that opening the door that day had been a mistake. The following day, Saturday, Mizuno accompanied Sada to the landlord to handle the move-out process. If they had gone through the proper channels for renting, leaving without notice would typically incur a penalty on the deposit. However, this dilapidated rental building in Adachi Ward had fewer formalities. No deposit had been paid at the beginning, and rent was collected quarterly. Had the 5th and 4th floors not already been leased, for the sake of saving money, they would certainly have chosen a room on the 5th floor. The landlord owned an appliance store across the street, which, in theory, should offer reasonably priced goods, yet astonishingly, the prices were significantly higher than those at chain supermarkets and specialized brand stores. Nevertheless, the landlord thrived, living quite comfortably from this little shop. In truth, such small stores often had connections with government procurement agents, and the inflated prices were a mutually understood arrangement. Thus, the greedy nature of humanity truly was inescapable, particularly in places like Adachi and Edagawa. After expressing his apologies multiple times, the 60-year-old landlord, with his eyes crinkled in a smile, assured them it was no trouble at all. The landlord is so easy to deal with, Mizuno remarked sincerely on their way back. And the rent is quite reasonable because he isn't financially strained. Sadamai looked at Mizuno with a bewildered expression. This row of houses, along with the adjacent ones, belonged to the landlord's South Ancestral Estate. He must be counting countless rents monthly, and typically, those with wealth tend to be more agreeable, with logic and evidence. Mizuno found himself unable to refute her. Speaking of which, you've lived for centuries. Don't you have any assets? He countered. Back in the Edo period, even in remote areas, purchasing land would have been a wise investment, and now those lands have transformed into thriving metropolises, elevating your worth into the billions. Indeed. Should I seek proof from the Yasuji clan of the Fan Valley? The Yasuji clan of Fan Valley? Sadamai pondered. Isn't that a noble family from the Azuchi Momoyama period? No. Wait, didn't they exist during the Muromachi shogunate? Was there even a Tokyo during the Muromachi period? The builder of Tokyo, Edo, was named Oda something, wasn't he? Suddenly, Sada noticed Mizuno suppressing laughter, and it dawned on her. She playfully clenched her little fist and struck Mizuno on the shoulder. "You're teasing me." After several rounds of playful confrontation, Satomai, still unsatisfied, lightly kicked Mizuno Sora with her clean shoe. No, hurry back and move," she insisted. Although termed a move, there was scarcely anything of value in Sata's abode, just a bed, a small dining table, a dilapidated second-hand refrigerator, a little lamp, and a desk. All so meager that they barely met the most basic living standards. As Mizuno gazed upon the solitary bed, a thought crossed her mind. Did they share it at night? Following Mizuno's gaze, Sata nonchalantly remarked, "She sleeps on the bed while I take the tatami." How pitiful! Mizuno felt a pang of emotion welling up in her nose. "My room is too small to fit 2 beds, so will you continue to sleep on the tatami when you come to my place?" Mizuno's tone shifted as she spoke. Noticing the sharpness in Sata's eyes, Mizuno transformed her statement into a question. "All right, I'll manage with the tatami," she conceded, raising her hands in surrender. "Once I earn some money from working, the first thing I will do is buy a bunk bed." A bunk bed, even the least expensive one, would cost a considerable sum. Sata understood that Mizuno had been working late into the night, and without resorting to theft or other means. A high school student could hardly earn much. "How about this? You can sleep on the tatami for a while, and then I will take my turn," Sata suggested. As they spoke, Mizuno busily cleared the sparse furniture, leaving only some refuse that would have to wait for the community's designated disposal day. Fortunately, Sata's home was also devoid of any old furniture or appliances that would require disposal fees from the government. Cough, cough. Dust from the moved furniture filled Mizuno's face, prompting her to shield herself with her sleeve as she coughed. Sata emerged from the bathroom with a cloth in hand. "You leave it here. I'll wipe it down." "All right, just take this and hold it for a moment," Sata instructed. After a flurry of activity, the layout of the small apartment changed once more, with the coffee table moved aside and a mattress laid out on the tatami. The space for the bulky television was further diminished, though Mizuno never watched TV anyway. Watching television pales in comparison to honing one's skills, she quipped, stretching her joints. Turning her head, Mizuno added, "To celebrate the move, let me treat you to a feast." Sata, who had previously frequented upscale restaurants when living in the Harbor District, scoffed. However, being taken out by Mizuno for a meal seemed appealing in its own right. A few minutes later, as they stood before a restaurant adjacent to the community, Sata's cheeks puffed up in indignation. "Let us go eat," Mizuno urged, rifling through her wallet. "Is this really a feast?" Sata questioned, her skepticism evident. "Yes, this is Shokichiya, right?" Mizuno confirmed, observing Sata's expression. Mizuno understood her grievances. Not taking you to Matsuya or Yoshinoya is already a significant improvement. In Japan, 3 fast food chains are beloved by the masses, ranked by price as Shokichiya, Yoshinoya, and Matsuya. The dining experience at Shokichiya is rather pleasant, with a level of sophistication that surpasses that of the other 2 establishments. In the past, Yoshinoya and Matsuya were places that young women would avoid in the islands, frequented only by socially awkward men and older gentlemen. However, upon reaching foreign shores, Yoshinoya's brand image has transitioned from that of a low-end fast food chain to a more mid to high-end dining option. Unlike affluent districts such as Minato and Setagaya, Adachi Ward lacks eccentricities, and patrons here, both male and female, include vibrant young students. The less fortunate tend to be less particular, watering down 3 servings of beef rice. Mizuno Sora consumed 2 on her own. The taste was satisfactory, nothing exceptional. Satoda had not indulged in beef rice for quite some time. Had it not been for the bento prepared by Irina, delivered by Mizuno each evening, she would have scarcely consumed any meat at all. Feeling somewhat guilty for not fully appreciating Mizuno's kind gesture, she wiped her mouth and remarked, "It's quite good." Then, hesitantly, she added, "Next year, when I turn 16 and can legally work, I promise to repay you. With interest, perhaps?" In terms of flavor, Yoshinoya's beef rice aligns more with Mizuno Sora's palate. Yet only Shokichiya is conveniently located nearby. Mizuno had preparations for the evening's work and had previously arranged with Irina to start making side dishes that night, which he anticipated with a measure of excitement. At the Kaibu restaurant's back kitchen, Kaibu-sa, while washing edamame with Mizuno Sora, inquired, "You seem to be in good spirits today, Mizuno-kun." "Do I?" Mizuno replied, glancing at Kaibu with a hint of unease, perhaps sensing that something fortuitous was on the horizon. The edamame bobbed gently in the basin. In the culinary landscape of the islands, Edamame holds a position akin to that of snails in the culinary tradition of Hua, often enjoyed alongside beer. This pairing has been passed down through the ages. After rinsing the edamame several times, Kaibu-sa took a small bowl filled with salt. Mizuno-kun, place the edamame in here. The process of boiling edamame is considerably simpler than that of preparing snails in Hua. Minimal seasoning is required. Just a sprinkle of salt will suffice. Kaibu-sa's delicate hands kneaded the edamame in the bowl. Rubbing the edamame with salt enhances its flavor, though care must be taken not to crush them. Kaibu glanced at Mizuno, then lowered her head to continue gently kneading the edamame. The Japanese hold edamame in high regard, considering it a healthy, nutritious delicacy that can be consumed without fear of weight gain. Truly a premier health food. Premium edamame from renowned regions can fetch prices as high as 100 yen per pound, leading many to question how such an expensive item could sustain its market. Naturally, the Kaibu family does not utilize such extravagant edamame. The ones they employ are the ordinary varieties available at supermarkets. After a brief period of kneading, they prepared to boil the edamame, using only a few kilograms for the evening, as their small establishment did not attract many patrons, and each serving of edamame was modest. Truly a minimalist accompaniment to drinks. Mizuno-kun, you should give it a try. As he tentatively attempted to knead the edamame, Mizuno found himself momentarily transfixed. Culinary ninjutsu. Level 1. Had he just gained a skill? Wait a moment, Mizuno pondered. Is there such a thing as culinary ninjutsu in Naruto? Is it the kind of fire release used for barbecuing and wind release for fanning? Don't ninjas consume nothing but soldier pills and Ichiraku ramen? Mizuno's thoughts drifted to the culinary ninjas that indeed exist in Naruto. However, they merely made a fleeting appearance amidst the hundreds of episodes, seemingly to uncover the delectable secrets of Ichiraku ramen, as a band of culinary ninjas abducted the daughter of Otsutsuki Ichiraku, Otsutsuki Ayam. Although the culinary delights in Naruto do not reach the divine heights of Chuka Ichiban, or Shokyuki no Soma, where lids emit radiant light, and poppy is used as seasoning, their quality is comparable to that of Earth, and in the realm of side dishes like ramen and dumplings, they may even surpass it considerably. After all, it is a world endowed with supernatural abilities. Yet, it is somewhat regrettable. With the prowess of Lu Maoxing, one could easily amass wealth by opening a restaurant, perhaps even becoming a legal drug lord. Mizuno, imitating the movements of Kaibu-sa, skillfully kneaded the edamame. With the enhancement of his skills, Mizuno's actions were precise and methodical. The kneaded edamame could be simmered in a pot for 10 minutes before being served, but it was still early. He could afford to wait until after 6 o'clock to prepare it. Just as Mizuno was diligently preparing the boiled edamame, the restaurant's door curtain was drawn aside, and the first wave of customers entered. However, this initial group struck Mizuno as particularly remarkable, clad in the most common black suits of corporate drones. They entered the eatery without the typical expression of relief one might expect after a day's work. Instead, their faces bore a serious demeanor. How might one describe the smile of a corporate worker? Perhaps akin to a pig that, after a leisurely stroll through a gym, realizes it one to be slaughtered for its tender meat, finds happiness in its newfound freedom. Upon the entrance of these two men in black suits, the smiles on the faces of Ariina and Kaibu-sa vanished. Kaibu lowered her head, while Ariina retrieved 2 bottles of beer and a plate of prepared side dishes from the refrigerator. Little Sa, Mizuno-kun, please begin preparing the ingredients here, Ariina instructed before approaching the men. As Ariina approached, the 2 men stood respectfully and bowed, their manners exceedingly formal. Were it not for Kaibu's reaction, Mizuno might have assumed these individuals were merely conventional patrons here for a meal. Kaibu, who are they? You seem quite familiar with Ariina-san. Mizuno gently inquired as he placed the edamame into the pot. Kaibu, still with her head bowed, responded in a small voice. They are from the Moritani family. They have come to collect protection money. The Moritani family? Mizuno had not heard of them, but upon hearing the term protection money, he understood the nature of their business. They were members of a violent organization, or perhaps the mafia. In many foreign narratives, Japan's organized crime seems to have morphed into a chivalrous group, often assisting local citizens in resolving issues and ensuring their safety. Even the government acknowledges their existence, occasionally leading to amusing news stories. However, in reality, the Japanese government neither admits nor denies the existence of violent groups, organized crime, or yakuza organizations, occasionally cracking down on a few, though such efforts yield little effect. The residents express a facade of appreciation towards the underworld, yet harbor profound disdain behind closed doors. Having duly paid taxes to the government, one might reasonably question why it is not the state that ensures their safety, but rather why they must additionally provide sustenance to these criminal syndicates. Are we truly living under the governance of the state, or under the dominion of organized crime? The occasional humorous news stories about the mafia may serve as lighthearted anecdotes. Yet fundamentally, they bear no distinction from the theatrics of celebrities. These individuals are affiliated with the Matsubakai, a group that routinely extorts anti-violence fees from local merchants. Ibu-san gestured with her finger, indicating that establishments like ours are charged 10,000 yen monthly. This sum represents nearly 9 days' wages for Mizuno Sora. And these individuals truly embody the leeches that cling to the livelihoods of merchants, accumulating wealth bit by bit across the many shops in Hanabatake. Mizuno Sora had never heard of the Moritani family, but was aware of the Matsubakai, reputedly a formidable Yakuza organization with ties to political parties in Tokyo. After a brief conversation with two men in dark attire, Irina presented an envelope, which they accepted with a bow, subsequently retrieving the earlier meal expenses from their wallets. This exchange was laden with understanding, provided one disregarded each other's societal standings. Ibu-san, my apologies for the intrusion, and may your business thrive. Following their departure from the shop, the two members proceeded to the next establishment, conversing as they walked. Is that the daughter of Ibu inside, with her head down? I never noticed she was so striking before. What are you thinking now? The two Yakuza members, mere interludes in the establishment's routine, left only a subtle mark, a sign resembling the Matsubakai emblem affixed in a corner, signaling to their peers or other groups that this shop had paid its dues. Such tacit agreements seemed to bear little impact on the restaurant, as Irina maintained her cheerful demeanor, and Mizuno Sora saw no reason to intervene. This encapsulates the societal ecology of the island nation, where one navigates a complex web of social norms, adhering to certain regulations. Even if one organization is dispelled, another will inevitably encroach. Nonetheless, a sense of dissatisfaction lingers. Upon returning home, Sadamai was engrossed in her studies at the table. Though her academic prowess was not exceptional, her determination was commendable. Having come from a wealthy background, she understood all too well the transformative power of education on social mobility. Previously hindered by the influence of the Saisaikai, she now seized the opportunity to delve into her studies earnestly. I'm back. Mizuno opened the door and placed Irina's bento on the table. Upon seeing the bento, Sada waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. I cooked something for myself tonight. The bento must be from the manager. You should eat it. Noticing the traces of cooking in the small kitchen of their rental unit, Mizuno recognized that while she had not previously cooked, she now lacked the time to do so daily. You can cook? Mizuno chuckled. What do you think I went grocery shopping for that day? To feed rabbits? Setting aside her bento, Mizuno drew up another table to commence her studies. With Mizuno seated beside her, she reflected on her struggle to concentrate yesterday, compounded by the fact that she had already completed today's assignments. After poring over her books for more than 3 hours, it was high time for a break. Thus, she decided to switch on the old television, which, despite its antiquated appearance, still functioned adequately, receiving the obligatory NHK broadcasts. Unlike in China, many classic Japanese dramas and variety shows are aired in the dead of night. In contrast to primetime broadcasts, late-night dramas often delve into suspense, horror, absurdity, and ethical dilemmas, characterized by their bold themes and profound narratives. Occasionally, these late-night shows spark societal discourse and become wildly popular. However, there are instances when primetime dramas overshadow late-night offerings, such as the aptly titled Hirugo that hints at its storyline. Lowering the television volume to the minimum, Sada eagerly immersed herself in the drama. Oh, is this the recent hit I Am the Boss? She exclaimed. If you don't watch television, you shouldn't interrupt. This is nothing like those absurd dramas. Mizuno observed for a while, but found nothing remarkable in the show, deeming it an ordinary occupational drama. Sada, on the other hand, appeared genuinely intrigued, though she intermittently critiqued the drama as flaws, giving the impression that she was more intent on nitpicking than truly enjoying the show. As midnight approached, it was time for sleep. Sada glanced at the clock and remarked, "Is it really so late?" Although she had already sensed the late hour, she struggled to voice her reluctance to sleep. With Mizuno prompting her, she feigned unwillingness while secretly feeling relieved. Lying in bed, Sada found herself tossing and turning, unable to drift off. Despite knowing the old monster beneath her bed posed no real danger, she harbored an irrational fear. What if it were deceptive, revealing its true form at night, creeping into her blankets with malicious intent? Legally, women can marry at 16, but she had no desire to rush into such commitments at her tender age. Living with a male companion was indeed quite inconvenient. Sada resolved to retrieve her phone, donned her headphones, and began scrolling through her screen incessantly. Do you still have the habit of scrolling through your phone before bedtime? She mused. Isn't that common? In fact, Sada found herself wanting to chide Mizuno for lacking this habit. Mizuno, unable to sleep either, required little slumber in a day. So he engaged in light conversation with Sada. What are you scrolling through? TikTok? Twitter? Who even browses those? Sada replied dismissively, even in the darkness. Mizuno could vaguely discern the disdainful smile on Sada's face. I'm reading reviews of the drama, she stated. Alas, the previous episode was utterly foolish. One must wonder how the director could conceive such arrangements. Did you witness the peculiar performances unique to the island nation? My goodness, I had thought such absurdity had vanished with the new generation of actors. Yet I was confronted once more with that nauseating recitation and posturing. How disheartening. Especially when we anticipate a primetime premiere. That insufferable Suzuki has returned, having just made disparaging remarks about women in public, only to be caught in scandalous infidelity. How can such a person still grace our screens? Is this truly the most talked-about series of the upcoming season? Have they no shame? Perhaps this is precisely the effect the distributors seek. Mizuno Sora, who never watches television dramas, found it challenging to keep pace with Sada-Mai's commentary. After all, when topics are discussed and debated, they tend to gain traction. The moral fabric of society seems to be unraveling. Another facet of Sada-Mai's personality emerged in the presence of Mizuno Sora. She was a girl who relished television and film, often expressing her opinions fervently online. In the anonymity of the internet, one can easily discern the essence of a person, yet one can never truly know who or what sits behind the screen. As Sada-Mai's critiques flowed, Mizuno Sora's eyelids began to droop. Her voice possessed an unanticipated hypnotic quality. After a lengthy monologue, Sada noticed Mizuno gradually becoming unresponsive. After several confirmations, she sighed in relief within the darkness. In truth, Sada usually reserved her online banter for the digital realm, rarely expressing such thoughts in reality. This evening, her nerves had compelled her to speak so freely. Listening to Mizuno's steady breathing, Sada nestled deeper into her blankets, finding solace. Such a cohabitation experience was unprecedented for her. Living in the cramped confines of a small living room rendered daily activities, rising, dressing, bathing, and using the restroom, exceedingly inconvenient. The bathroom's soundproofing left much to be desired. Do boys not fantasize that girls do not pass gas? And during a shower, what thoughts might arise? Oh dear, aren't monsters supposed to possess supernatural hearing? The following day, Mizuno Sora awoke to find Sada-Mai already awake. You're up quite early, she remarked, lifting her shirt. Each day, she engaged in exercise before dawn, long before the sun ascended the horizon. What are you doing? Sada exclaimed, her eyes wide in horror as she watched Mizuno remove her shirt in broad daylight. Exercising, and besides, it's still pitch dark outside, Mizuno replied, proceeding to execute perfectly formed push-ups. They were indeed exemplary. Even a physical education instructor would struggle to achieve such muscular control. Yet, was there something amiss with this monster? The school holiday schedule in the island nation differs from that of Hokage. It is divided into winter, spring, and summer breaks. Although the number of holidays seems extensive, the duration is misleading. Winter and spring breaks last 2 weeks each, while summer extends just over a month. Altogether, the total time off is less than that of Hokage's winter and summer vacations. However, once one reaches high school in Hokage, the holiday durations become fantastical. The variations in holidays usher in differences in the academic year. In the island nation, students generally commence their studies in April and conclude the academic year by the following March. Consequently, the timing of the university entrance examination is naturally shifted to January. The phrase "one exam determines a lifetime" is not an exaggeration in this context. Although the atmosphere of relentless preparation for the entrance examination has diminished since the advent of the new century, the pressure remains palpable even in schools like Hanabatake Junior High, which are deemed academically inferior. While the majority of students show little ambition towards their studies, many girls contemplating marriage soon after graduation, there are still those who aspire to learn. Mizuno Sora has already experienced the entrance examination in her past life in Hokage, and this time it merely represents a change of location and company. Mizuno-kun. Those third-year seniors appear quite sorrowful, remarked Kaibu, as she and Mizuno stood in the corridor, observing the third-year students preparing to take their collective graduation photos. The inevitable separations and reunions weigh heavily on their hearts. Mizuno noted that the graduating class at Hanabatake Junior High seemed to possess a more stable mindset than the students of her previous life in Hokage. Many wore expressions of relief, showing no signs of concern for their futures. After all, the quality of education in Adachi Ward ranks among the lowest in all of Tokyo, and below the national average as well. For such individuals, aspiring to dominate in academics or to attend prestigious high schools feels somewhat unrealistic. As the third-year students completed their photo sessions, the teachers of the first and second years organized a farewell gathering in the grand auditorium. After the bald principal delivered his remarks, over 1,000 voices united to sing the school anthem. The sun shines brightly in the sky. The school radiates with light. Friends, lift your youthful chests high. Hanabatake, our alma mater. Our beloved Hanabatake. Within the grand auditorium, first and second year students bid farewell to the graduating third year students. Some underclassmen, who had shared experiences with their seniors, embraced one another in tears or offered words of encouragement. For many, graduation heralded a divergence of paths. Yet, as previously stated, given the academic capabilities of the students in Adachi Ward, most are unlikely to venture far, often remaining in Adachi, Taito, or Arakawa wards, crossing paths frequently. The atmosphere at Hanabatake Junior High grew markedly quieter with the absence of an entire grade. However, the situation would improve significantly once the new students enrolled in the upcoming academic year. Following the farewell, Mizuno noticed a significant shift in Kaibu's demeanor. Her spirits had noticeably dampened. Mizuno-kun, will we also part ways like this in the future? Kaibu clutched her backpack, acutely aware that Mizuno-kun had escaped from her original family and would eventually return home. The uncertainty of whether they would meet again loomed large. Not at all, Mizuno asserted firmly, retrieving her phone from her pocket. Gone are the days when separation meant relying solely on horse-drawn carriages or postal services. In this modern age, we have smartphones, Line, and various other tools. Even if I travel far one day, you can reach me anytime through your phone. Kaibu had already registered online. Her contact list contained only Mizuno. January marks the season of college entrance examinations, and as we approach the end of March, we also encounter the spring break, coinciding with the third semester academic assessment for second-year students. This examination serves as a pivotal juncture, transitioning students from their second to their third year, based on their performance prior to the spring break. Hanabatake High School will categorize students into different classes for their third year. Those excelling academically will be placed in esteemed groups, while those struggling will be left to fend for themselves, all in the pursuit of better educational advancement. While ninjutsu can enhance one's prowess, there are no shortcuts in the realm of academia. Aside from Orochimaru and his cohort, ninjas do not delve into the studies of physics, chemistry, or biology. Jiraiya's literary pursuits, it seems, are of little utility. However, Mizuno possesses confidence in his abilities to gain admission to a prestigious institution. Aiming for the University of Tokyo may be too ostentatious. So he resolves to set his sights on Waseda University instead. Hey, stop right there. As Mizuno walked alongside Kaibu, two boys stood boldly at the intersection. They were not members of the previous group led by Hirakawa. Had they been those delinquents, Mizuno would have certainly retaliated with a decisive blow. One of the boys wore glasses, while the other carried two sword sheaths on his back, exuding an air of authority that belied any notion of being a petty thug. In terms of appearance, Mizuno felt that the other boy was several magnitudes more attractive than himself. Could they be students from the Kendo Club? Judging by the sword sheaths. This was Mizuno's only conclusion, though he could not recall any instance of offending a member of the Kendo Club, as his former self had little interaction with any clubs. Kaibu timidly concealed herself behind Mizuno. Are you Mizuno Sora? One of them inquired. Yes, Mizuno nodded. And you are? I don't recall having offended the Kendo Club, he added, perplexed. Does such an esteemed organization even exist in our small Hanabatake High School? Most students have only practiced Kendo a few times during mandatory classes in middle school. Enough of that. I am not from your school. Aren't you the one who bullied Hariyama? The somewhat neurotic boy with the sword sheath drew a wooden sword. I am Shimajima Zobii, and I have no tolerance for the bullying of fellow students. Today, you shall pay for your misdeeds. Mizuno clasped his chin, utterly bewildered by the boy's erratic claims. Is there truly someone in modern society named Zobii? Is it a product of parental eccentricity or a reflection of societal decay? Furthermore, the notion that he bullied anyone was absurd. Mizuno, upon reflecting on his own existence, had rarely interacted with classmates and had been grateful not to be bullied himself, let alone bully others. Who, then, was Hariyama? Big brother, stop calling me Hariyama. Look at how indifferent he is. That's contempt. Big brother, the glasses-wearing boy interjected. After a moment of scrutiny, Mizuno recognized the boy with glasses. Was he not the same individual who had surreptitiously taken photos of Kaibu and had his phone snatched away by Mizuno just 2 weeks prior? It appeared he had enlisted help for revenge and twisted the narrative. For how could his act of reclaiming the phone and deleting the photos be considered bullying? I believe there may be a misunderstanding. Mizuno decided to appeal to reason, hoping to avoid conflict. A misunderstanding? Shimajima Zabii shook his head, asserting that Hariyama Saki would not deceive him. Enough talk, let us begin. As he spoke, Shimajima Zabii tossed a sword bag, declaring, I, Shimajima Zabii, never strike a defenseless opponent. Mizuno accepted the sword bag, contemplating that it was not made of iron. Observing the eccentricity of his opponent, he relinquished any hopes of reasoning with him, who said that only words could convey logic. The movements of one's hands could also embody reason. The synopsis would require some time before it could be altered, and the cover was the same. This was already the second edition of the synopsis, the first being even less compelling. Seeing Shimajima Taro preparing to spar with Mizuno Sora, Hariyama Tatsuya chuckled from the sidelines. Although Shimajima Taro's swordsmanship had rendered him somewhat dull-witted, his skill with the blade was well established. Shimajima's fencing prowess spanned all high school kendo clubs in Taido and Arakawa districts, and coming from a lineage of martial artists, he was formidable with a sword. In a fair contest, 3 or 4 opponents would hardly stand a chance against him. The reality of brawling was far removed from cinematic portrayals. It was already a formidable challenge to contend with 2 adversaries of similar stature, let alone 3 or 4. Brother Zabii, you must avenge me. Hariyama Tatsuya unabashedly called out to Zabii. Because of his bullying, I am looked down upon at school. I cannot even find a girlfriend. Shimajima's true name was Taro, a fitting name for the eldest son in his family, particularly in the Showa era and earlier. However, sworn to become the Kensei of the Heisei era, Shimajima could not accept such a name. Thus, during middle school, he adopted a name imbued with ancient charm, Zabii. Hariyama Tatsuya believed this notion required re-evaluation, as the Heisei era was soon coming to an end. Furthermore, if he sought something with ancient allure, why not adopt a name reminiscent of the Asuka period, such as Meiko or Sister? Leave it to me. Shimajima Zabii drew his wooden sword, signaling the commencement of their duel. As the two prepared to engage, Kaibu Saya timidly interjected, Mizuno-kun, do not worry, I shall prevail. Her words, devoid of any effort to soften their volume, were clearly heard by both Hariyama Tatsuya and Shimajima Zabii. Witnessing Mizuno Sora's dismissive demeanor, Zabii tightened his grip on the hilt. This was the behavior of a bully, one who lacked respect for others, truly a villain. He was determined to ensure that his opponent would pay a price in their ensuing battle. With his wooden sword drawn, Mizuno assumed a stance. Oh. Shimajima Zabii felt a flicker of interest, judging by his posture. Mizuno Sora was also a practitioner of swordsmanship, his initial form commendable, with good coordination between shoulder, elbow, and waist. Yet, in comparison to Zabii, he was still lacking. The swordsmanship of the Shimajima family was far from mere showmanship. Though not a school that had been passed down since the Warring States period, it had begun to take shape during the Edo period, a time when private duels flourished, and it had shone brightly during the Boshin War, just as Western fencing thrived in urban duels. The great development of Japanese swordsmanship did not occur during the large-scale wars of the Warring States, but rather in the Edo period that followed. With the absence of large-scale warfare, the use of long weapons such as naginata and spears diminished, and the practicality of the sword, being more portable, became increasingly prominent. In the era of peace, the art of swordsmanship evolved to address unlawful duels, imbued with a sense of cultural ritual. Practitioners believed that mastering the sword could lead to tranquility and a zen-like state. Consequently, 2 distinct branches of swordsmanship emerged. 1. A lethal technique employed by lower-ranked samurai for self-defense and vengeance, The other, a refined practice appreciated by the upper echelons of nobility. The latter, despite being cultivated for over a decade, might still find itself outmatched by a peasant wielding a sword for the first time. Had it not been for the invasions and various other circumstances, the peaceful era might have seen the latter gradually subsume the former. But the true brilliance of swordsmanship would only manifest during the tumultuous Bakumatsu period. Although the Shimoto family's swordsmanship lacks renown, its lethality is formidable. Since the days of the elder generation, the Shimoto swordsmen have been keen to learn from other schools, aspiring to one day become the foremost swordsmanship lineage in the island nation. His elder sister has always been his idol in martial arts, while the second sister prefers to quietly pursue a career in journalism. Suddenly, Shimoto Zobiai unsheathed his sword with a swift motion of his left hand, his unexpected method of triumph, as drawing with his left hand allowed for greater speed and more cunning angles, enhancing its lethality. During the duels of the Edo period, samurai did not carry armor, making every exposed part of the body a target for a swordsman's attack. With an unprecedented concentration of spirit, Zobiai's gaze fixated on Mizuno Sora, feeling as though his very soul beheld the blade, its edge, and the sound of the blade slicing through the air. Though it was merely a wooden sword, it imparted an overwhelming sense of ferocity akin to a legendary weapon. Perfect. This was one of the rare instances he could deem his strike as flawless, a perfect blow typically reserved for countless repetitions in his family's dojo, now unleashed in battle. This sensation of breaking through a barrier ignited a surge of vitality within him. Mizuno, was it? To fall to this strike is no shame. In fact, it is somewhat of an honor, though you may feel a bit of pain afterward. To be a worthy opponent for my generation's next sword saint is commendable. Thud. The sound of the wooden sword striking flesh resonated dully. One could imagine Mizuno crumpling to the ground, perhaps wondering if Zobiai's strike had been too forceful. In that moment, Zobiai found himself on the ground, clutching his waist, curled up like a shrimp. Ouch! 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 A searing pain radiated from his midsection, as Mizuno's wooden sword had struck him squarely, though not on the kidney, merely eliciting muscular discomfort. This wasn't how the script was supposed to unfold. Dazed, Zobiai looked at Mizuno Sora. After groaning on the ground for a moment, he finally grasped the reality. He had been defeated. I have been defeated. Struck down by a single blow. Such is the nature of swordsmanship, a fleeting moment between life and death. There are no prolonged exchanges of 300 rounds. Yet, what I cannot accept is that my flawless strike was effortlessly countered by another, and that this adversary is merely a peer. If it were an older opponent, it would be more palatable, but this Mizuno Sora is a year my junior. What transpired in that fleeting instant? Shimajima Saburo struggled to recollect the scene. He had evaded a thunderous sword strike from an astonishing angle, only to find himself struck in the waist. As he touched the wound, he mused that had it been a real blade, his entrails would surely have been exposed. Is such instantaneous reflex a trait exclusive to humanity? I have lost. I have lost. Meanwhile, Hirayama Tatsuya wore a rigid smile, fully aware of Shimajima's prowess, a man who dominated the Taito and Arakawa districts. Yet here he lay, vanquished by Mizuno, akin to a lifeless dog. And it all transpired in a single strike. Is Mizuno truly that formidable? As Mizuno approached, Tatsuya's eyes widened in terror, retreating until he collided with the wall. Mizuno, Mizuno, he stammered, recalling the moment he was robbed of his phone amidst the crowd, and the devastating blow that had felled Shimajima Taro. That strike appeared agonizing. Should it land upon him, he could very well be rendered incapacitated, especially with Mizuno still wielding that sword. In a moment of clarity, Tatsuya swallowed hard and knelt before Mizuno, exclaiming, Mizuno, it is all my fault. I should not have spoken falsely, inciting Shimajima to trouble you. Tatsuya was straightforward, kneeling as a gesture of contrition. In Japanese culture, such an act, while humiliating, had not yet reached the level of the saying that beneath a man's knee lies gold. In contemporary society, kneeling has evolved into a common form of apology, exemplified by the recent spectacle of the Yamanashi Prefectural Police collectively kneeling in remorse. Observing the sincere apology from the police chief, the crowd merely demanded stringent punishment for the officers involved. However, Tatsuya remained oblivious to the fact that the individual before him was not from his culture. As Mizuno raised his wooden sword, Tatsuya promptly threw himself at Mizuno's legs, pleading, Mizuno, please. It was all my error. I shall sincerely explain everything to Shimajima. I beg you spare me. Tatsuya was indeed a remarkable character. Though his words were mere platitudes, his tearful display, accompanied by trembling muscles, made him appear as a genuinely remorseful individual, a talent that would have served him well in politics. Yet Mizuno still lifted the wooden sword, delivering a few strikes upon Tatsuya's back. Thud, thud. The force was minimal, yet Tatsuya complied with exaggerated cries of agony. Do you understand what you must do? Understood. Brother Mizuno, I shall return Shimajima home now, earnestly explaining what a dark and despicable individual I truly am, harboring such sordid thoughts as to contemplate using Shimajima's hand to teach you a lesson. Upon arriving at school, I shall cease all disparagement of you and sincerely acknowledge my faults, striving to be a better person. Is Tatsuya Hariyama still maligning me in secret? After delivering a few swift kicks to Hariyama, Mizuno departed the scene, exuding an aura reminiscent of a delinquent youth through his decisive actions. Mizuno-kun, is it really acceptable to leave them there? Kaibusa turned her head to glance at the two fallen figures, tugging at Mizuno's sleeve. It's fine. They're merely in pain. I know my limits. There won't be any issues. Indeed, there would be no repercussions. When Shimajima staggered home, the pain had considerably subsided, revealing only faint red marks upon closer inspection. Teru, you're home a bit late today. Hurry and eat. His second sister, Tomomi, sat at the table, watching her brother. Today, both the long-absent eldest and second sisters gathered at home. Teru, the university entrance exams are approaching. Prepare yourself well, the esteemed eldest sister spoke in a calm tone. Shimajima Sibei silently served himself a bowl of rice, eating in a sullen manner. Where's father? Sibei glanced towards the direction of the dojo. The Shimajima family owned a hereditary dojo in the Taito district. Economically and culturally, Taito is not particularly distinguished among Tokyo's 23 wards. However, it lies at the very heart of the metropolis. The value of their ancestral dojo is immeasurable, and should they choose to sell it, the Shimajima family could effortlessly ascend into Tokyo's upper echelons. Yet, valuing tradition, the Shimajima family adheres to their ancestral teachings, maintaining the dojo. Oh, father is likely still at the dojo, instructing students, claiming that swordsmanship must reach new heights. The second sister held a neutral stance on swordsmanship among the three siblings. She possessed the least skill, barely surpassing the average individual. In her eyes, as long as the eldest sister and brother excelled in swordsmanship, that sufficed. However, what puzzled Tomomi was that despite her words, her brother remained despondent in his seat. Under normal circumstances, upon hearing their father teaching students and studying the way of the sword, Shimajima Teru would have eagerly abandoned his meal, brimming with enthusiasm to join in the practice. His ambition was to become the next sword saint of the Heisei era. Yet today, devoid of any fervor, he appeared utterly listless. Casting a glance at her elder sister, Tomomi subtly indicated that her brother's mood was amiss. From the moment her brother entered, Shimajima Kiyomi sensed something was off. As an elite of the Public Security Bureau, her keen eyes had long been honed to perceive the truth. Any offender in her presence would be recognized at a glance. With the university entrance exams looming, such a low mood could significantly hinder his performance. Even if he aspired to be the Heisei sword saint, an education cannot be limited to compulsory schooling. Has he experienced a heartbreak? After much contemplation, it appears that heartbreak is the only conclusion. My younger brother, aside from his swordsmanship, has managed to find a girlfriend. What manner of young lady could be so easily charmed? Following a hasty meal, Kiyomi Shimajima escorted Taro Shimajima to the practice room, where he walked with his head bowed in silence. Subsequently, she tossed him a practice sword, which he instinctively caught. Taro. He suddenly lifted his gaze, hearing that name which filled him with shame and a desire to vanish. Regardless of what you have endured, take up your sword and strike me. Kiyomi Shimajima proclaimed with a serious expression, unabashedly uttering lines more suited for a dramatic production. She longed for a normal conversation with her brother, yet it seemed futile. Taro thrived on such melodramatic dialogue, and every time she spoke in this theatrical manner, it invigorated him. Let me witness your sword spirit. As he gazed at his wrist, her words resonated in his ears. Today, he had suffered defeat. How did you lose? Could it be that he confessed his feelings before the college entrance examination, only to be rejected? Or perhaps the girl he admired was snatched away by another. Indeed, such occurrences could be deemed a loss in every conceivable sense. Yet, Taro was destined to endure many such trials. He would have to grow accustomed to it. To be defeated by a single strike, Though he exhibited a touch of youthful foolishness and was inferior to her in skill, his swordsmanship was already exceptional among his peers. Kiyomi was slightly taken aback, yet the performance must continue. How can you fall into despair over such trivial matters? Haven T, I already warned you that beyond the heavens, there are more heavens, and beyond people, there are more people. Do not confine your vision and underestimate the world. Is it truly so easy to succumb to self-doubt after one failure? How will you ever become the next sword saint? There exists no undefeated swordsman. As long as the spirit of the sword within you remains unbroken, there is no such thing as failure. Taro, swing your sword at me. Taro drew his sword and launched a fierce attack toward his sister. As she observed the thrust approaching, Kiyomi narrowed her eyes, gripping the hilt with unwavering focus. Within his swordsmanship lay a sense of determined resolve, devoid of hesitation. However, she could not perceive such ephemeral nuances. What she did recognize was that during their time apart, her brother's skill had indeed improved, yet it was still far from sufficient. Kiyomi seized upon a gap in Taro's defense, striking at the critical moment. Brother, your swordsmanship still lacks refinement. The Shimajima style emphasizes attack above all else. Progression is solely for the purpose of offense. And retreat is merely a tactic to create further opportunities for attack. Engaging in combat with such a youthful fool brought a thrill to Kiyomi. Upon noticing his sister's advance toward his opening, a sly smile crept across Taro's face. A ruse. Though he exhibited some youthful folly, he adhered to the Shimajima philosophy in his swordsmanship, unpredictable and cunning, drawing from the strengths of various schools. Intentionally revealing a weakness to feign vulnerability is, after all, an art in itself. The seasoned Kiyomi Shimajima deftly evaded Taro Shimajima's trap, simultaneously exerting force with her left hand, striking Taro's thigh with a wooden practice sword. The resounding crack of wood meeting flesh echoed in the air. It seems that my younger brother has also learned to employ trickery, yet he remains rather inexperienced. Setting aside the preliminaries, whether in a kendo match or a personal duel, issues are typically resolved within mere seconds. I have been defeated. Taro's tone carried an air of nonchalance. It was a day of consecutive losses. He had first succumbed to a stranger, and then to his sister, both times suffering a swift and humiliating defeat. These two successive defeats weighed heavily upon his mind, abruptly clearing the chaos within. Thank you, sister. Taro realized that he had previously been narrow-minded. Indeed, there exist individuals capable of defeating him in a single strike, be it the formidable Serrano Mizuno, his sister, or others. He had merely been spinning in his own limited circle, nurturing unrealistic delusions. This afternoon's man was undeniably powerful, able to defeat him in a manner akin to his sister. If assessed on a scale, Taro Shimajima would rate himself at 50 points, Serrano Mizuno at 80, and his sister at a perfect 100. Thus, his defeat was not unwarranted. Taro, have you regained your confidence? Yes, sister, I am ready. The adolescent Taro, steeped in his youthful delusions, found enlightenment. Excellent. Maintain this mindset until the college entrance exams. Once you enter university, you will discover an even broader world of kendo, where you can clash with various masters. Observing her brother's fervor for learning, Kiyomi felt a sense of relief. His imaginative, self-soothing abilities, albeit a product of his youthful delusions, served as a strength. As long as he could articulate a stream of seemingly profound yet vague statements, he would be able to guide himself out of his mental impasses. Just moments ago, she had nearly suffered the embarrassment of not defeating Taro in a single strike. She could no longer underestimate him. Experiencing setbacks is beneficial, for now. He only bears the pain inflicted by a wooden sword upon his body. Those who practice kendo possess a combative spirit. To phrase it positively, they are undaunted by defeat. But in truth, they are fiercely competitive. Taro's character is resolute, his nature inherently good, yet he is too easily manipulated. While he fares well in school, the harsh realities of society could ensnare him in conflicts driven by pride, leading to unfortunate incidents. Kendo is intrinsically linked to violence, and as a public servant, Kiyomi is acutely aware of the ambiguous connections between their dojo and the local underworld. Numerous examples abound of individuals who, driven by loyalty and self-interest, have represented the underworld only to suffer grievous fates, ending their lives in misery or incarceration. Taro must never traverse such a path. Nonetheless, today, he has encountered a true master, capable of defeating him in a single blow. Why aren't you doing push-ups today? Maisata lay on her side in bed, glancing at her phone before shifting her gaze to Sorano Mizuno. Upon returning home this evening, Mizuno had been enthusiastically brandishing a practice sword, and Mai had reluctantly attended a kendo lesson, recognizing that Mizuno was engaged in training. My swordsmanship must improve, Mizuno murmured. More than half a month has passed since the incident at the headquarters of the Zhengzheng Society. That night during the 100-man slaughter, he vaguely sensed an impending enhancement in his swordsmanship. Tonight, through a moment of enlightenment, he finally ascended to the 3rd level, transitioning from the 2nd to the 3rd level. He had taken the lives of over 100 individuals. Although the act of killing does not contribute to skill enhancement, and one does not gain experience points from taking lives, the arduous nature of advancing to the 3rd level is evident from the countless battles fought without improvement. Mizuno Sora was met with a perplexed gaze from Satomai. Hadn't his swordsmanship reached an extraordinary level that night? How could it possibly be further refined? Was he expected to cleave Mount Fuji with a single strike? Compared to ordinary swordsmen, Mizuno's skills had already reached a masterful realm. However, the carnage from that night was largely attributed to his overwhelming physical prowess. Even a ninja with no swordsmanship training could have slaughtered the monks present, given the enhancement provided by chakra. Thus, in terms of technique, Mizuno's swordsmanship still lacked refinement. Upon breaking through the bottleneck to the 3rd level, Mizuno's motions in slicing the air abruptly halted. In his grasp was a mere water pipe. Should those practicing kendo witness Mizuno wielding nothing more than a water pipe instead of a proper sword, or even a wooden stick, they would undoubtedly find it both absurd and humorous. With his newfound 3rd-level prowess, Mizuno focused intently on the top of the water pipe. Invisibly, chakra crawled up the pipe, then exploded forth in a series of bursts, coalescing and erupting repeatedly. As the energy flowed, beads of sweat trickled down Mizuno's forehead. He was searching for that ephemeral moment of unity between himself and the object he wielded. The water pipe trembled with rapid oscillations, emitting a mournful wail from its hollow interior as an endless wind swirled about. Mizuno inhaled deeply, the cramped room sealed tight with locked doors and windows. Yet a gentle breeze seemed to emanate from his very being. He could not articulate this sensation. It felt as though an invisible hand in the cosmos was delivering air into him, circulating within before escaping through the water pipe. He and the pipe became one. With a single stroke, he moved. Mizuno swung the water pipe towards the faucet. It was an incredibly swift motion, yet within Mizuno's perception, it felt akin to pushing against a colossal door weighing thousands of pounds, slow and arduous. Yet the instant it opened, clarity washed over him. The water pipe sliced through the continuous flow of water from the faucet. As the water cascaded over the dishes in the basin, the moment the pipe passed, the flow ceased. It did not stop at the source, but rather in midair, as though a wooden block had been cleanly severed in two. One stroke, and the water flow was interrupted. Only a second later did the severed water resume its course, flowing as it had before. Unless witnessed firsthand, none could fathom that the flow had been halted for an entire second. With a long exhale, Mizuno released the now misshapen water pipe from his grip. 3rd-level swordsmanship achieved. Would he require rebar for his next practice session? Time for sleep. Observing the water-slicing feat, Satomai merely raised an eyebrow, her astonishment waning. What was there to be surprised about? It wasn't as if he had cleaved Mount Fuji in twain. Having witnessed much, her nerves had been tempered like steel. Mizuno Sora discerned a terrifying watershed between the 3rd and 2nd levels, which not only denoted the difficulty of breakthrough, but also the prowess involved. If the 1st level represents professional competence, and the 2nd level signifies mastery among professionals, akin to a sage of a particular path, then the 3rd level transcends into an ineffable realm, where one can sever the flow without reliance on chakra, achieving what is referred to in literature as a mythical state. With techniques nearing the essence of Tao, a mere flick of the wrist could inflict harm, and a swift draw of the blade could part the waters. In the world of Naruto, even the unremarkable swordsmanship, when elevated to the 3rd tier, manifests such potency. What then of fire style or water style? Sitting at a desk in the classroom, Mizuno folded a sheet of white paper into a long strip. The edges were smooth, devoid of sharpness. With this elongated paper, he effortlessly sliced through a plastic pen nib, cleaving it neatly in half, a feat that even industrial-grade tools would struggle to replicate. "What is Mizuno-kun doing?" asked Kaibusa, who had retrieved 2 bento boxes from her backpack, gazing curiously at Mizuno as he toyed with the severed pen nib. Mizuno rotated the nib before swiftly concealing it. smiling as he accepted the bento from Kaibu. I was pondering a mathematical conundrum, one that eludes resolution, and inadvertently snapped the used nib in my distraction. The midday bento had been entrusted to Kaibu for several days now. Although she claimed it was a two-person serving prepared by her mother, Mizuno had discerned that this bento bore a distinct style, unmistakably crafted by Kaibu herself. He perceived this, yet chose not to voice his insight, accepting her assertion that it was prepared by her mother, Irina. A math problem, indeed. I too am troubled by it, with exams looming. My confidence has all but vanished, Kaibu lamented, her face adorned with a look of poignant distress. She spoke of the final examination for second-year students before the spring break, which would soon follow the first-year students' entrance exams in January. The impending academic assessment would delineate the exceptional from the mediocre, and it was rumored that class divisions would occur thereafter. Kaibu harbored deep insecurities regarding her performance, fearing that the upcoming placement exam might separate her from Mizuno-kun. Even if they could still travel to and from school together daily, the inability to see him in class would rob her of peace. Mizuno rubbed his nose. Feeling somewhat ashamed, he too harbored little confidence regarding the forthcoming examination, uncertain of the effectiveness of his late-night study sessions. Suddenly, a dubious figure appeared at the classroom door, stealthily advancing towards Mizuno Sora. Mizuno-san, I diligently explained everything to Shimajima yesterday and escorted him home, recounting all the misdeeds, the malicious deceptions, and false accusations in their entirety. However, Shimajima appeared somewhat dazed, perhaps not fully absorbing my words. Some individuals don spectacles that exude an academic aura, while others, like Hariyama Tatsuya, project an unsavory demeanor. His obsequious posture resembled that of a treacherous character from a drama. Given his swift transformation, it was hard to imagine that not long ago he had instigated Shimajima Taro to confront Mizuno. Today he approached with a facade of sincerity, seeking to align himself. As for Shimajima's predicament, Mizuno felt little concern, suspecting the other had been left with psychological scars from their previous encounter. Observing Mizuno's apparent disinterest, Hariyama Tatsuya remained undeterred. His visit today was not primarily for Shimajima. After failing twice in direct competition with Mizuno, he had come to terms with reality. Since he could not contend with Mizuno, why not forge a better relationship with him? After all, he and Shimajima Taro had once been strangers before becoming allies through their mutual respect, although only 1 year remained in high school. Hariyama aspired to lead a life of substance, at the very least, to shed his status as a virgin. Surveys across various prefectures indicated that 40% of individuals in the Heisei era had their first experiences before entering university. In any case, university held little allure for him. Even with relentless effort, he would merely manage to attend a mediocre institution. Subsequently, he would return to inherit the family internet cafe. Life was rife with its share of unavoidable frustrations. Mizuno, this was the lunch bread I had prepared, but seeing that Kaibu-san has already made you a bento, this bread may go to waste. However, I still have drinks prepared for both of you. As he spoke, Hariyama Tatsuya tucked away the bread and produced 2 bottles of juice. Peach-flavored, he chose a universally appealing flavor, given his uncertainty about their preferences. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Hariyama's eyes. While he had indeed prepared the bread, he intentionally revealed it only to demonstrate his consideration for his superior. It was foolish to silently conceal one's efforts when faced with insurmountable odds, without showcasing results, who would recognize the toil you exerted. And how could you win favor from your superiors? Hariyama recalled a saying he had once encountered. A naive man would hand over his entire savings of 100,000 yen to a woman while claiming to have another 100,000. In contrast, a mature man would give half of his 200,000 yen, asserting that it represented his total wealth. Thus, while the sincerity of one's contributions might be irrelevant, it was essential to maintain a polished exterior. Were it not for Kaibu-san's presence, Mizuno would undoubtedly have insisted that Hariyama surrender the bread as well. His appetite was hearty, and he would never complain of having too much food. However, under the current circumstances, demanding the bread would lead Kaibu to feel guilty about the insufficient quantity of the bento she had prepared for him. When Hariyama pointed out that the bento was lovingly made by Kaibu, she cast a shy glance at Mizuno before lowering her head, nervously twisting her fingers. Mizuno, I have come across some intriguing information regarding the upcoming academic assessment. Hariyama spoke in a furtive manner, resembling a clandestine operative. To better differentiate the results, these assessments would be derived from previous standardized exam papers, which were of considerable difficulty. Post-assessment, the students would remain divided into 6 classes, but the groups would be rearranged according to their scores. This development was confirmed directly by the director. Hariyama offered what could hardly be deemed trivial intelligence, and observing his serious demeanor, Mizuno might have assumed he could provide answers to the exam papers. Yet, from his tone, it appeared that this matter could indeed be substantiated. Mizuno Kaibu is troubled by academic assessments, and Satomai harbors her own concerns. At Hanabata Junior High, in her 3rd year, Satomai is packing her bag while gazing at the half-red clouds outside, letting out a sigh. Ding ding ding. The chime of the fading evening glow resonates through the low buildings. Most students opt to return home after school, while some diligently prepare for the upcoming high school entrance examinations. Satomai is among them, with no pressing matters at home. She prefers to study a bit at school before heading back to cook dinner before dusk. However, upon hearing the chime of the fading evening glow, she cannot help but stand and glance outside, just as the sun is about to dip below the city's skyline. The fading evening glow, also known as Evening Glow, is a children's song with lyrics penned by Nakamura Yuta in 1919 and music composed by Kasakawa Shin in 1923. Its widespread recognition stems from its daily broadcast in the city streets every afternoon, akin to the Westminster chime that has accompanied generations through their school years. The reason for this daily airing is not what most would assume, due to the frequent disasters in the island nation. An emergency broadcasting system was established in the early 20th century to provide warnings before calamities and alerts afterward. While television and mobile networks are useful, nothing surpasses the efficacy of hearing a loudspeaker directly. Thus, around 5 o'clock every afternoon, simple melodies are played to test the system's functionality. In Tokyo's 23 wards, most have chosen the fading evening glow as their testing song. Although it is the same melody, each ward's rendition differs significantly, ranging from pure piano versions to vocal interpretations, ensemble arrangements, and various recompositions. Over generations, the fading evening glow has acquired additional meanings in collective memory. Its timing coincides with children finishing school and working individuals concluding their day. Coupled with its melancholic melody, it has come to symbolize a gentle reminder to return home. Work is over, school is out, stop playing outside and hurry home. This bears a resemblance to the saxophone rendition of Home played in public squares in certain cities in Hwagwa. My, let's go home together. A petite figure suddenly embraces Satomai from behind. It is a girl with a ponytail and eyes resembling peach blossoms, who wraps her arms around Mai's waist, playfully rubbing her cheek against Mai's. Her delicate face features a small, upturned nose, and when her eyes narrow in a smile, they resemble the gentle slant of a little fox. Mia, stop it, that tickles. Sata swatted away Ko Mia's small hand, realizing that if there were others in the classroom, she would certainly make Mia's forehead swell with a playful hit. Satomai's Achilles heel is her ticklishness. The only parts of her body that are not ticklish are her hands and face. Everywhere else is fair game for laughter at the slightest touch. After being struck by Satomai, Kaiyara Myo showed no sign of anger. With a cheerful smile, she clutched her chest and exclaimed, "Oh, how it hurts. The heartless Sata has abandoned me. I am so frightened. The entrance exams are just around the corner. Transitioning from middle school to high school is truly daunting." Satomai, with a disdainful pout, retorted, "What is there to fear? High school is also compulsory education. Poor grades do not alter that fact." Kaiyara Myo pointed to her head and replied, "My family insists that I achieve excellent grades to gain admission to a private high school. They do not wish for me to enroll in the public high school in Adachi Ward, but I simply lack the academic capability. In our country, a zoning admission system is in place. However, public high schools generally offer inferior education compared to private institutions, thus the issue of school district housing does not arise. Public schools, being of lesser quality, contrast starkly with the superior education provided by private high schools, which accept students based on both financial means and academic performance. In such circumstances, while there may be no district housing, the underlying factors of capital that define housing in prestigious areas become evident. Those with means can directly access expensive private education, paving the way for future success and admission to esteemed universities. Alternatively, those with exceptional talent might secure free tuition at private high schools and receive scholarships, while those lacking financial resources are left to content themselves with a joyful education in public schools, transitioning from their first to third year with little concern for societal expectations. This disparity is clearly reflected in the number of private and public schools. Adachi Ward boasts 9 public high schools, yet only 2 private ones, one of which is exclusively for girls. Considering Kahiyara Myo's academic performance, Sadamai nodded in agreement, acknowledging that with her soul friend's capabilities, gaining admission to a private high school would indeed be challenging. If money were available, one would have already attended a private institution during middle school. Thus, I implore you. All-powerful Mai, Kahiyara Myo pleaded. As she leaned in closer, Sadamai quipped, I can barely ensure my own grades. How could I possibly help you gain admission to a private high school? Kahiyara Myo blinked, managing to squeeze out a few tears. I do not expect you to tutor me. Your last exam results were even poorer than mine. I propose we visit the shrine this weekend to beseech the divine for blessings, so that we may achieve good results in our exams. Upon hearing such a self-serving prayer, Sadamai remarked, the gods would surely punish you for such insincerity. Why pray only at the last minute, when you Haven T sought their guidance before? Kahiyara Myo tugged at Sada's hand. A deity only requires a visit once a year during New Year's. If the divine truly intervenes during this exam, I would gladly offer half of my monthly allowance as a sincere gift. Are you attempting to bribe the gods? Sadamai inquired. How could that be? Let us go to Meiji Shrine. It is a grand and effective shrine. Observing Kahiyara Myo's hopeful expression, Sadamai sighed and nodded. It was evident that her friend approached the divine with a casual attitude, treating the matter of faith with a sense of indifference. Unlike Sada, who had already begun cohabitating with monsters, the existence of deities in this world remains uncertain. Thus, it was resolved, a visit to Meiji Shrine would take place tomorrow. However, Sadamai calmly interjected, perhaps the day after. Though reluctant, she was compelled to visit a hospital in Yamanashi Prefecture the following day, as a relative of a patient. She had yet to make an appearance, and the hospital had persistently called for her to come and sign necessary documents. Some matters must be faced. On the weekend, Meiji Shrine bustled with visitors, even on an ordinary day. After all, Meiji Shrine is renowned for attracting the highest number of worshippers during the new year, ranking first in popularity across Tokyo. Nestled in one of Tokyo's most expensive areas, adjacent to Shinjuku and situated within Shibuya, the streets were alive with fashionably dressed individuals, though the presence of ostentatious young women had diminished in recent years. Observing the excited expression on Uehara Myo's face, Sadamai pondered whether her enthusiasm stemmed from the anticipation of worship or from plans to explore Shibuya or Shinjuku thereafter. I suspected it was more likely the latter. Look at the crowd. How long will we be waiting? Myo lamented while craning her neck to catch a glimpse of the lengthy queue, reminiscent of the dread she felt during the New Year's rush. Let us go to Ohio Shrine instead. For Sadamai, the act of worship was optional. If prayer could truly yield results, there would be no need to strive alongside the gifted. The charlatans within temples and shrines often proclaimed the futility of last-minute appeals, asserting that mercenary prayers would only invite misfortune, an implicit testament to the ineffectiveness of such rituals. Why bother praying to a mere chicken? Ohio Shrine, a local shrine in Hanabatake, is quite well known within the Adachi ward. Its name hints at its dedication to the deity of the chicken, a rather uncommon focus amidst the eclectic pantheon of Japanese shrines. Suddenly, Uehara Myo seized Sadamai's arm, declaring, it is a disgrace to waste time. We cannot squander our lives waiting in line here. Once we reach Shibuya, we must immerse ourselves in contemporary experiences. We can always return to the shrine when the crowds have thinned. This way, we gain more from our outing. Under Myo's persuasions, Sadamai found herself being drawn into the vibrant streets of Shibuya. Shibuya, Shinjuku, and Ikebukuro are celebrated commercial districts in Tokyo, vibrant even through the night. To experience Tokyo's commercial culture and youthful trends is essential. Shopping, dining, and entertainment abound, and during festivals, the streets teem with throngs of people. Uehara Myo's family income hovers around 7 million yen. Her mother is a homemaker, while her father holds a mid-level position in a company. In the context of Adachi Ward, where the average income is just over 3 million yen, Myo's family can be regarded as middle class, although Adachi ranks last among Tokyo's 23 wards, with a threefold income disparity when compared to the top-ranking Minato Ward. However, in comparison to all urban districts across the nation, Adachi Ward's income is undoubtedly among the upper echelons. Hand in hand with Sada, Miyuki Uehara settled at the entrance of a light snack shop, where the establishment offered refreshing juice beverages and petite cakes. While it was utterly impossible to satiate one's hunger here, The aesthetic appeal undeniably met the expectations of young women. Sadamai also appreciated such eateries, though that was in a time before her family faced bankruptcy, when she would frequent light snack shops daily with her classmates. Now, upon glancing at the prices on the menu, Sada felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The amount spent could have fed her for several days. 2 servings of ice cream and a mixed drink, accompanied by 2 small cakes, had cost nearly 10,000 yen, causing Sada to feel a pang of sympathy for Uehara. Indeed, Uehara felt the pinch. Despite her father's substantial income, her allowance was limited, as he still had to support her sister's university education. Meanwhile, her elder brother, who spent all his time at home, was on the verge of becoming an NET, contributing little to their household. This small indulgence had consumed several months of her savings. Nevertheless, Uehara deemed it entirely worthwhile, as her dear friend Sada seemed to be perpetually troubled. Especially after expressing distress about an obligation on Saturday, just the day before, her anguish was almost palpable, although she genuinely desired these treats. That was but a fraction of her motivation. Indeed, it was merely a small aspect. How delightful! With a lingering reluctance regarding expenses, Uehara found the ice cream's flavor to be even more exquisite. Sada, too, succumbed to the allure of the money spent. Just as the two were enjoying their sweet snacks with a twinge of regret, someone beside them suddenly exclaimed with surprise, "Oh, isn't that Sada?" Uehara looked up in astonishment to see a girl clad in trendy attire with styled hair standing next to their table, flanked by 2 others, all gazing intently at Sada. Upon observing their fashionable outfits and then glancing down at her own Uniqlo attire, Uehara felt a wave of despondence wash over her. Yet, upon inspecting their faces, she regained her spirits. After all, they weren't even as attractive as she. "Are they your former classmates?" Uehara whispered discreetly. "Indeed," replied Sada, a shadow flickering across her eyes, her small hand clenching slightly. Noticing Sada's subtle reaction, Uehara sensed that these 3 had come with ill intent. She realized she knew nothing of Sada's past, only that she had suddenly transferred into their class, initially appearing rather aloof, but revealing a gentle nature upon closer acquaintance. Yet, Sada had never divulged any details about her life prior to the transfer. "Hello, Mizukawa, Aoi, and Makamura," the lead girl greeted, her name being Mizukawa Anki, a former classmate from Sada's previous school. Back when Sada's temperament was not as fiery, she had many friends, but naturally, also numerous adversaries. Mizukawa Anki had once harbored feelings for a boy who had confessed to Sada, only to be publicly rejected by her. Shuichuan Anshi harbored animosity towards Sateda Mai simply because the person she admired was infatuated with Sateda. In the realm of Japanese schoolgirls, such enmity is far from uncommon. Even if one remains indifferent, the environment compels one to acknowledge the issue. "It has been over a year since we last met, hasn't it, Satada-san?" Shuichuan feigned a smile while scrutinizing Sateda Mai. "Upon hearing that you transferred from Minato Ward to Adachi Ward, I have been genuinely concerned for your safety, Satada-san. It is quite striking to see you again. You seem to have adopted a simpler style, very much in tune with the Adachi aesthetic." "Indeed. Is that an unfamiliar clothing brand? It seems to complement your essence perfectly, Satada-san. I hope you haven't encountered any dangers in Adachi. My grandmother mentioned that girls in that area often face unsavory situations. Everyone at school misses you dearly, and your story continues to circulate among us. In our island nation, social circles hold great significance, from expansive societal networks to the more intimate bonds among girls. Such circles often form between a few individuals, sometimes fragile, yet they unite effortlessly in exclusion and bullying. The indirect manner of speech typical of our culture makes such direct verbal assaults among 3 girls a rarity. To speak so pointedly indicates a profound grudge. As Kagawara Myo observed, her enigmatic best friend, Sateda, was once a privileged young lady from Minato Ward, a district reputed for its affluence, even surpassing Setagaya Ward, replete with various embassies. Transitioning from Minato to Adachi must have been fraught with myriad tales. Snapping back to reality, Kagawara Myo glared at the trio led by Shuichuan, resolutely refusing to accept any disparagement directed at her friend. "Is this the new friend you've made in Adachi, Satada-san? She seems quite fitting in every regard." Shuichuan appraised Kagawara Myo, disregarding her fierce glare, and smiled gently at her companions. Following her relocation to Adachi Ward, the changes in her surroundings and various stimuli had profoundly altered Sateda Mai's demeanor. She was no longer the meek, quiet girl perceived by Shui Chuan and her group. Clenching her fists tightly, her blood surged with indignation, every hair on her body bristling with the urge to retaliate. If she uttered another word, Sateda would not hesitate to deliver a punch to her face. Satada-san, since we were once classmates, would you like us to contribute some funds to assist you in your current plight? It need not be a large sum. If each of us contributes a little, it could suffice for you to indulge in desserts daily. Perhaps we could even initiate a fundraising event at school. I'm sure the boys who once admired you would be eager to donate generously. At that moment, Sateda could no longer contain herself. Just then, her fist was suddenly grasped. What is the matter, Mai? Have you encountered old classmates? The voice was familiar, yet for the first time, it spoke with such tenderness. As sweet as honey on the lips, sugary and indulgent. It was Mizuno Sora's voice. Miyusada cast a perplexed glance at Sora Mizuno, who responded with a radiant smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that exuded a sunny charm, devoid of any shadows characteristic of an ancient creature. Strangely enough, upon witnessing this smile, Sada's previously agitated heart instantly calmed down. She took a deep breath and, with a slight smile, remarked that she had come out to enjoy a day with her good friend, Miku Utagawa, and fortuitously ran into some former classmates. She merely shot a disdainful glance at the three girls, too arrogant to even bother with introductions. While Sada maintained her haughty demeanor, Mizuno embraced his theatrical side, nodding gently, his smile becoming even more brilliant as he addressed the trio with warmth. Hello, I am Sora Mizuno, the boyfriend of Miyusada. She has been in your care in the past. A subtle illusion enveloped the three girls before them. Mizuno's striking appearance, coupled with the enhancement of the illusion, rendered the girls utterly spellbound upon witnessing his smile. His sparkling eyes, pristine teeth, and handsome visage left no room for imperfection. Every inch of him was flawless. Compared to the Mizuno before them, the boys they had previously admired paled in comparison, akin to the moon in the sky versus a firefly on the ground. The overwhelming surge of hormones clouded their minds, leaving them dazed and bewildered. It was only after Mizuno repeated his introduction that they snapped out of their stupor. The leader, Anki Mizuhana, stammered, "Why you? Hello, I am a classmate of Sada, from the 3rd year of Tokyo Women's Academy." Under the influence of that charming smile and the intoxicating illusion, Anki had completely lost her composure, stumbling over her words, addressing him with honorifics while inadvertently mimicking the tone of a historical drama. The other two girls mirrored her behavior, and Mizuno feigned understanding, nodding along. What divine beauty was this? Anki gazed at Mizuno for several seconds, unabashedly swallowing hard. The first glance was stunning, the second even more so, and the more she looked, the more entranced she became, never tiring of his magnificence. No idol from Johnny's or any Korean artist could compare. She realized that all the beautiful faces she had ever imagined were embodied in this one person. Then he declared himself to be Sada's boyfriend. Anki, utterly disheartened, turned to Sada, exclaiming, "Sada, is this your boyfriend? Really?" The last word trembled with disbelief. Though she had already heard the answer from Mizuno, Anki still found it hard to believe. She acknowledged that Sada was indeed a tad more beautiful, but how could she possibly be worthy of such a handsome boyfriend? Was this a mere illusion? Well, yes, I suppose, Sada replied, fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, feeling quite uncomfortable. Mizuno's sudden remark caught her off guard, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. She had previously told such a lie in front of Inspector Shimajima, yet this time, it felt particularly difficult to articulate. Well, yes, is it? The essence of the sentiment conveyed suggests a sense of reluctant acceptance, an unsatisfactory feeling lingering in the air. How can one not be content with such a celestial boyfriend? Is he merely a passerby in a dachi ward? The heart of the narrator, Shuei-san, is bleeding, tears swirling within. Oh, heavens above, why do you treat me so harshly? If you do not desire him, I would gladly take him. With great effort, Shuei-san managed to swallow the words lodged in his throat. Shuei, how did you ever end up with Sada? Ah, that. Shuya, with a smile gracing his face, momentarily donned a bashful demeanor. He had noticed her long ago. Initially captivated by her appearance, he ultimately surrendered to her beautiful soul. The shyness reflected in Shuya's smile struck a deep chord in the hearts of those present, prompting Shuei-san and his companions to feel an overwhelming urge to embrace him and tenderly comfort him. It was I who actively pursued Mai, enduring a grueling journey filled with numerous rejections, yet eventually achieving success. The pursuit was arduous in every sense, and I nearly gave up. Shuya's words were rather coarse, Reminiscent of a poorly crafted stage play, yet under the influence of the illusion, they resonated with undeniable depth and authenticity. Please, be a decent person, one might think. Is this a charming, warm-hearted gentleman who has stepped out of a television drama? If only he were wealthy. No, even without riches. Having such a boyfriend would still be a treasure. Just imagine the delight of being the recipient of his affectionate gestures. It wasn't just Shuei-sen and his friends. Miku Yatagawa had been utterly mesmerized the moment Shuya appeared. Wait, when did my Sada get a boyfriend? How could her best friend be oblivious to this? Moreover, it seems he is older? She had never seen this handsome gentleman at school, yet here he was, appearing just in time to save the day. So gentle, so striking. To think that my Sada would keep such a gem to herself, overflowing with boyfriend potential. Mai, striving for composure, sat rigidly in her seat, her expression betraying her inner turmoil as she murmured, "It's just okay." Beneath her calm facade, her heart raced, her hand trembling around her ice cream. She smiled at Sada, gently taking hold of her ice cream, his thumb clasping her pinky, while his other hand reached out to wipe the ice cream residue from the corner of her mouth. Didn't I say it's best to avoid cold things? While I wouldn't mind accompanying you to the hospital again. It's vital that you take care of your health. When his fingers brushed against her cheek, Mai found herself in a daze, allowing him to take her ice cream away. Weakly, she replied, I'll be more careful next time. With so many people around. There might not be a next time. Shuya, with a gentle tone, insisted, I won't allow you to neglect yourself. If it were anyone else saying this, even a handsome man, it might evoke a sense of disdain for the overly charming. Yet, Shuya was different, under the spell of the illusion. Even addressing a dog in such a manner would be met with understanding and affection. Shuya's tenderness pierced the hearts of several young women present. He then placed the ice cream he had just taken back into Sada's hands, speaking softly, "This time will suffice. Upon returning home, I shall prepare nourishing meals for you. Next time, do not let it happen again." Bang! Another soul-piercing shot reverberated, causing several girls' spirits to nearly escape their bodies. He can cook, even kanji for stomach health. Where can I find such a handsome, gentle man who can also cook? Bring me 10. And what was that about going home? What home? What does home imply? Were the two already cohabiting? Mizuhara's heart was already in tatters. She swayed, trembling, and asked, You two, could it be that you are living together? The girls from their district usually enjoyed a carefree lifestyle, particularly those mingling in Shibuya. Wealth and high educational backgrounds were not necessarily linked with chastity. Yet, even the most liberated among them had not experienced living with a boyfriend at their age. They were still in junior high, not university. Not quite. I only occasionally help at Sada's house, staying for a while. He can be a bit careless with his daily life and struggles to take care of himself. At this, Mizuhara gazed at Sada with infinite tenderness, her lips curling with deep affection. I merely assist with cleaning and cooking, nothing more. What could nothing more possibly entail? Mizuhara and Kagawa Miyu were both incredibly curious. Nothing more? I would welcome that kind of boyfriend. Not only would I accept a bit of mischief, but even an unexpected incident wouldn't be out of the question. Kagawa gazed at Sada as if he were a ghost, pondering what kind of celestial being her friend was in real life. She thought she understood her well. Yet she hadn't even caught a glimpse of the iceberg's tip. Stop jesting. Sada gently flicked Mizuhara's arm, intending what should have been a forceful action. Yet it turned out to be exquisitely tender. It was less a hit than a caress. The girls watched, their eyes wide in astonishment. Was this never-ending banter? Do we not exist? They were still engaged in flirtation. I'm not jesting. You rushed out today. Your hair and tie are all disheveled. As she spoke, Mizuhara adjusted Sada's slightly tousled hair and smoothed her collar, making everything seem much better. It was no longer a sniper attack. It was akin to a Gatling gun, blasting forth with a blue flame that left several girls utterly stunned. This was overwhelmingly sweet, 100 times sweeter than ice cream or cake. Did such a paragon of a man truly exist? What had they encountered in their past relationships? Mere human livestock. The trio pondered the philosophical dilemma of what they had become while dating such creatures, their expressions dazed and rigid in their seats. What had begun as a joyous excursion through Shibuya, Ikebukuro, and Shinjuku had inexplicably morphed into a public execution. This was not supposed to happen. It was unfathomable. Sada had been exceedingly popular in school, yet somehow, after moving to Adachi, he had managed to find a boyfriend of such celestial caliber. Had the universe's script gone awry? Should we alter our plans and take a stroll through Adachi and Katsushika districts? Has Snow White transformed into Cinderella, encountering her Prince Charming without the need to kiss a frog? By the time the three regained their senses, Mizuno had already departed the cafe with Sada and the others. In the bustling streets of Shibuya, Mizuno and the others were seated on a public bench. Mizuno's demeanor was calm, Sada's cheeks flushed as if she were tipsy, and Kagawa Mio remained in a state of shock. "Why you are really together?" Mio exclaimed, her delicate features radiating astonishment. "I mean, living together." "And no, of course not," Sada replied weakly, her heart still racing. "So, you are dating, but not living together?" Mio inquired, glancing at Mizuno. "Ah, forgive me, I haven't introduced myself. Hello. I am Kagawa Mio, Sada's classmate. Mizuno Sora, second year at Adachi High School, Sada's neighbor. I will certainly take good care of her," Mizuno replied with a smile. Sada, gently squeezing Mio's hand, murmured, "There's nothing romantic. Mio, please don't misunderstand." Sada's head swirled. After all, no girl is immune to the pangs of youthful affection. She too enjoyed the sweet allure of romance, and while she often critiqued the cliches in love dramas, one must wonder who would ever critique unless they truly cared. When such cliché scenarios unfolded in her own life, her sharp mind faltered. And no romance. Really? Mio was taken aback, her head spinning as she glanced between Sada and Mizuno. Is everything we just witnessed, the sugary display and Sada's blissful expression, all fabricated? Of course it's real. We are merely neighbors, Sada affirmed, turning to Mizuno. "Thank you." This polite gesture hardly seemed to suggest a romantic relationship, causing Mio's spirits to dip momentarily before igniting with excitement. An opportunity had presented itself. Mizuno did not refute Sada's words, his smile unwavering. "No need to thank me. We are neighbors, and honestly, I find them quite bothersome. It's better for me to assist in driving them away than for you two young girls to handle it alone." Sada lowered her gaze and took a bite of her ice cream. "Furthermore, I genuinely meant it when I suggested you eat less ice cream." Mio's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Mizuno, standing on her tiptoes to ask, "Mizuno-kun, are you and Sada truly not dating?" Her height barely reaching 156 centimeters. She often found herself looking up at others. "No, we are not," Mizuno replied, resting his chin on his hand. "Although we are not in a relationship, living together is indeed true." What about me? What about me?" Mio exclaimed, cupping her face in her hands and eagerly promoting herself. "I am in my third year of middle school, petite in stature, with a melodious voice, and I will soon be attending the same high school as you, Mizuno-senpai." At that moment, she had no thoughts of attending a private school. Mizuno Sora regarded Kajihara Mio with a bemused smile. She possessed an astute appearance and an eccentric demeanor. "Well then, let us discuss it again when we reach high school," Mizuno jested. "I'm quite serious," Kajihara Mio replied, tugging at Sadamai's arm, as if to shake Mizuno Sora's arm instead. Indeed, Mizuno's thoughts began to drift elsewhere. Listening to her friends nearby, Sadamai grew somewhat uncomfortable. Although she harbored no affection for Mizuno Sora, Kajihara Mio's words still unsettled her, and Mizuno's ambiguous attitude, neither denying nor accepting, only added to her irritation. "What does this mean? Why have you come to Shibuya?" Sadamai interjected abruptly, her cheeks still flushed. "You're not here to see the Shibuya girls, are you?" Mizuno Sora rubbed his temples, unable to fathom the allure of the dark-skinned, trendy youth culture. Shibuya girls were notorious for their penchant for ultraviolet exposure, which was meant to achieve a bronzed complexion. This was not merely a beach activity. Many indoor establishments in Tokyo specialized in providing comprehensive UV treatments, where one could lie in apparatuses reminiscent of CT scanners, basking in all-encompassing rays. By the end of a session, one's skin would darken significantly. It was said that these businesses thrived. Upon hearing that Mizuno Sora disdained Shibuya girls, Kajihara Mio breathed a sigh of relief. "You nearly scared me. If you were truly fond of the Shibuya girls, I wouldn't know how to respond." Sadamai cast a sidelong glance at Kajihara Mio. "Unlike the two of you, who revel in fashion and shopping, I am here to enjoy the serenity of Yoyogi Park and the tranquility it offers." Shibuya is not only home to the Meiji Shrine, but also to Yoyogi Park, two landmarks that stand in stark contrast to the bustling commercial streets, both being significant tourist attractions within Tokyo. Yoyogi Park lies adjacent to the Meiji Shrine. The etymology of Yoyogi is quite intriguing. Even those who have resided there for generations often cannot ascertain its origins. The area known as Yoyogicho was established as a village, dating back to the early Edo period, with assertions that it existed even before that, though such claims are unverifiable. There are two prevalent legends regarding the curious name's origin. The first, the most widely circulated, asserts that the region was once abundant with soapberry trees, and the villagers relied on harvesting these for sustenance, thus over time coming to be known as Yoyogi Village. The second legend relates to the Meiji Shrine, which was originally the residence of Kato Kiyomasa. Eventually, the estate was inherited by the two clan and subsequently became imperial land. At the eastern gate of the estate stood a colossal fir tree, reputed to be 50 meters tall and a landmark of Edo, akin to an ancient Tokyo tower. However, it withered during the Meiji era and was eventually reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a few indistinct photographs. This led to the interpretation of Yoyogi as the tree of generations. As time has progressed, the historical significance of Yoyogi Park has diminished. What people now cherish is the tranquility that this free sanctuary offers amidst the clamor of the Steel City. The lush greenery of Yoyogi Park stands in stark contrast to the urban landscape, evoking the serene imagery of pastoral bliss as one strolls through its tree-encircled paths. During every holiday season, the park is never devoid of visitors. Yet, a high school student, akin to a weary office worker, laments fatigue and yearns for the rejuvenating embrace of a forest bath in Yoyogi Park. The nation not only faces an aging population and a rise in reclusive lifestyles, but even the youth seem to be prematurely entering their twilight years. Such a fate seems inevitable for the country. Sadamai is skeptical, yet largely inclined to believe in Mizuno Sora's words. After all, can one truly measure the supernatural with human standards? Wow, I never realized how poetic you are, senpai, remarked Yutagawa Mio, who genuinely believed in the mystical. The purpose of Mio and Mai's visit to Shibuya was to pay homage at Meiji Shrine, seeking divine blessings as they approached their entrance exams. Senpai, would you like to join us at Meiji Shrine? We can head back together afterwards, she suggested. Mizuno looked at the two with surprise. What could be their purpose for traveling so far to the shrine during such ordinary times? His visit to Yoyogi Park was purely to indulge in a forest bath, hoping to inspire his wood-style techniques, where even chopping vegetables could manifest as swordsmanship. There was no reason he shouldn't gain insight into wood-style abilities within the forest. Indeed, as Mizuno wandered through the woods, he unexpectedly unlocked the secrets to water and earth styles as well. Perhaps it's best to refrain, Sadamai commented, glancing at Mizuno. What if you're discovered as a yokai at the shrine? Sensing the concern in her eyes, Mizuno smiled brightly, assuring her that he was well aware of his own nature and that he wouldn't be detected. Moreover, he was genuinely curious to discover if any other extraordinary powers existed in the world beyond his own. I shall join as well, Mizuno declared, directing his gaze towards Meiji Shrine. O divine spirits, bless my wife with a smooth delivery. A young couple stood before the main hall, hands clasped in prayer, hoping for twins. The expectant wife playfully nudged her husband, whispering, "It's enough to think it. Don't say it out loud, or it might not come true." With a chuckle, the husband replied, "With so many people praying daily, how could the divine spirits possibly listen to each one individually? Spoken words surely carry more weight." After concluding their prayers, the young couple turned to Mizuno and his friends with apologetic smiles, acknowledging that their conversation had lingered a bit too long. They offered a 5-yen coin, a token of good fortune, into the offering box, then clapped their hands together before bowing low, each silently conjuring their wishes. Adachi High School. Yutagawa Mio softly voiced her heartfelt desires, completely forgetting her initial purpose for visiting Meiji Shrine. While praying, she couldn't help but steal glances at the remarkably capable Mizuno Sora. Following their brief prayers, the trio departed from the main hall. While the act of worship was simple, the arduous task lay in the lengthy queue they had to endure. Shall we seek a fortune or refrain from doing so? After leaving the main shrine, Miyuki Kayahara was initially eager to draw a fortune but abruptly shook her head in contemplation. If fortune favored her with a good omen, it would indeed be delightful. However, if the outcome were unfavorable, it would bring discomfort. She was unwilling to risk such unhappiness. Thus she pointed toward the area where the emma were hung and declared, "Let us write an emma instead. It is sure to come true." Emma serve as a medium for wishes, originating from the practice of offering horses as sacrifices to shrines, which later evolved into drawing horses on wooden plaques due to the prohibitive cost. Nowadays, people inscribe their wishes on these plaques before hanging them, hoping for divine favor and the fulfillment of their desires. At Meiji Shrine, the price of an emma is 500 yen, a sum that remained somewhat steep for an ordinary student. After Nishino purchased 2 emma, Mai sat about her head, calculating how much food she could acquire with 1,000 yen. Nishino distributed the emma among the 2 young women. Nishino-senpai, are you not going to write an emma? Kayahara asked, noticing that Nishino had not procured one for herself. As for my wish, Nishino smiled, flipping through the emma hanging together. I shall fulfill it myself. Countless emma hung together, clanging melodically with the breeze, adorned with inscriptions in Japanese, English, Chinese characters, and Korean. Virtually every foreign tourist visiting this locale would pen an emma. Flipping through a Chinese character emma, Nishino chuckled softly upon reading, "May my son marry this year." It was indeed a unique form of urging marriage from abroad, a sentiment difficult to articulate. Can you comprehend Chinese characters, Nishino-senpai? Kayahara discovered another intriguing facet of Nishino. I understand a little, Nishino replied. Maisata casually wrote her wish and hung it up. It seemed that cultured individuals in ancient times understood Chinese characters. As a centuries-old entity, Nishino certainly possessed such knowledge, perhaps even having conversed with peers from the Huan nation. As they hung their emma, Sata's gaze suddenly sharpened. By the vermilion pillars of the Torii Gate, 2 figures were strolling together. One was a young maiden clad in a striking black and red Miko outfit. While her beauty was exquisite, it was not the focal point of Sata's attention. What truly captivated her was the woman accompanying the Miko. The woman was tall, exuding an air of authority with her sleek ponytail, dressed in ordinary attire, yet radiating a commanding presence. Sata recognized her instantly as the police officer, Chief Shimajima, who had inquired about her earlier that afternoon at school. Although Sata had a strong inclination that she had successfully deceived the officer, one could never be certain how easily a government official could be misled. Upon spotting Shimajima, Sata instinctively recoiled, clutching the sleeve of Nishino's garment. What is wrong? Nishino quietly inquired, lowering her head. Kayahara was engrossed in writing her emma, carefully crafting minuscule characters, intent on filling every inch of the plaque, oblivious to the subtle exchanges between the 2. Do you remember the Chief Shimajima I mentioned? She is standing by the Torii Gate. Mizuki Sata cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze, feigning nonchalance as she observed the emma. A sudden alarm rang in the heart of Superintendent Mizuno Sora. For the repercussions of the Yamanashi Prefecture assault incident lingered, and although the national public agencies exhibited no peculiar activities, one could only wonder the extent of the adversary's progression. They might have already acquired crucial information and were merely biding their time in the shadows. Mizuno resolutely reminded himself, remain calm. If the opponent indeed possessed knowledge, they would undoubtedly conceal themselves rather than brazenly present themselves before us. Feigning an air of normalcy, he turned to gaze at the Torii Gate, where he beheld 2 individuals standing beside it. The woman clad in a Miko outfit could not possibly be Officer Shimajima. It was, in fact, the woman in regular attire. Her visage struck him as eerily familiar. Ah, yes, she was that peculiar patron from the eatery, who had occasionally regarded him with a piercing glare during their meal. Though mastery of ninjutsu does not enhance one's memory, Mizuno's recollection had always been commendable, and the impression she left on him was undeniably profound. By an unfortunate twist of fate, Mizuno's gaze collided with Shimajima's. He feigned astonishment, nodding in greeting while managing a smile. Miss Shimajima, do you know that man? Inquired Miko Ito Masao, following Mizuno's line of sight towards Shimajima Kiyomi. I do not, Shimajima replied, narrowing her eyes. I have encountered him once at the eatery. She was reluctant to discuss such individuals. Having grown up in a family steeped in Kendo tradition, she maintained strict standards in her personal life. She demanded such discipline not only from herself, but also from any prospective partner, even though she currently had none. Ito Masao cast a serious glance at Mizuno Sora and remarked, that man possesses a remarkably high level of spiritual energy. What? Shimajima Kiyomi's demeanor shifted, despite her disdain. She was an elite officer who would not allow personal biases to infiltrate her professional conduct. If Mizuno Sora proved valuable, she would undoubtedly seek further engagement, even resorting to round-the-clock surveillance. Why do you say that? Had anyone else made such a claim, Shimajima would surely have dismissed it, but Ito Masao was different. Although she appeared to be merely a college student, indeed, she was still pursuing her studies. She was the only informant in the current case, and her status as a Miko connected her to the realm of supernatural abilities. Ito Masao turned her gaze away, continuing her leisurely stroll towards the shrine. Because he is exceptionally handsome. Generally, handsome individuals possess higher spiritual energy. Shimejima Kiyomi, astonished, nearly stumbled as she exclaimed, "Could you repeat that? Why is it that handsome people have high spiritual energy?" "Because they are handsome," Ito Maseo asserted, her expression earnest, devoid of jest. Perhaps this was the enchanting allure of Miko Ito Maseo, serious humor, a natural talent for comedy. In my recent studies of ancient texts, I discovered that, according to legend, both yokai and onmyoji, as well as monks and other extraordinary figures documented in folklore, share a common trait. They are predominantly handsome or beautiful. It is rare to find exceptions. Even those who may have been striking in their youth often fell victim to curses or other misfortunes that rendered them unattractive. Thus, I believe there exists a correlation between physical appeal and spiritual energy. It is indeed a salient point made by Ito Maseo, leaving Shimejima Kiyomi momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. Lacking experience in the organization of literature, she was unable to refute the claim, which had been meticulously compiled by the two Shinto priests alongside professors from the University of Tokyo. However, if beauty were to correlate with a heightened spiritual power, would that not imply she too possesses considerable spiritual prowess? As the two strolled together, their voices dwindled into whispers, navigating through desolate paths devoid of any passers-by. "Miss Shimejima, have you made any groundbreaking progress?" "None," Kiyomi thought, rolling her eyes internally. Even if she had made discoveries, there was no way she could divulge them. Individuals within the same system would not share such highly confidential information, as all intelligence is funneled to the highest authorities. Furthermore, they had merely glimpsed a video. And since they did not belong to the Public Security Bureau, it seemed as though the individual had evaporated into thin air. They had scrutinized all surveillance footage near Itsuki, both official and civilian, but unfortunately, the results were dismal, if not entirely non-existent. There was no sign of the middle-aged man entering or exiting the residence. Only a throng of followers crowded the monitors. Conversely, the records indicated that someone had witnessed the middle-aged man leap into the sky, subsequently vanishing into the vast mountains. Those privy to such information, like her, no longer entertained notions of mere imagination or collective unconsciousness. Yet, the confirmation of this occurrence left her perplexed about how to trace his whereabouts amidst the mountains. To her surprise, she also detected the presence of Mizuno Sora and Satomai, who, upon disembarking, veered into the darkness for unknown purposes. When they reappeared on other monitors, dawn was nearly upon them. The distance between the two women continued to increase as they made their way towards the buildings behind the shrine. Mizuno Sora's nerves began to ease as they spoke softly, believing themselves unheard. However, they had only considered the limits of human hearing. Even as they moved to the rear structure, Sora could still faintly catch snippets of their conversation. From a purely physical standpoint, Mizuno Sora had transcended human limitations, particularly following her enhancement in swordsmanship. Although her muscular strength had not increased, she felt her senses had undergone a comprehensive elevation. Her olfactory and tactile senses, as well as her vision, were heightened. Even with her eyes closed, she could pinpoint locations by sound. Perhaps this was akin to the legendary hard-eye state in the Way of the Sword. The exchange between the priestess and Shimejima was shrouded in secrecy, yet with keen analysis. Mizuno Sora gleaned a vague understanding. The government of the island nation had indeed grasped at the threads of extraordinary power, an undeniable reality. The sole ambiguity lay in Shimejima's identity. During her interaction with Satomai, she had identified herself as a police officer from the Yamanashi Prefectural Police, claiming her visit to Mai was merely a routine matter, making no mention of extraordinary powers. Yet, based on Shimejima's conduct and words today, it was evident that this Yamanashi officer was privy to information regarding supernatural abilities. Could a mere county officer, even one of the rank of inspector, access such sensitive intelligence? One could only ponder. If Mizuno Sora were a high-ranking official in the island nation, upon discovering extraordinary powers, she would undoubtedly take great measures to conceal the information and conduct clandestine investigations, rather than disclose it to a lowly county police officer. Thus, the Yamanashi Prefectural Police must be a false identity for Shimejima. The individual in question is indeed a figure from a governmental agency of the island nation, albeit from a more clandestine department. Mizuno Sora's mind raced, swiftly reconstructing the outline of a truth. Regardless of the veracity of his speculations, Mizuno felt compelled to take action to further conceal his identity. Having completed the Emma, the trio's work for the day was satisfactorily concluded. Although Shibuya and Adachi are both part of Tokyo, they are separated by considerable distance. Less than 200 years ago, Adachi was not even under the jurisdiction of the Tokyo metropolis, and even now, it remains a suburban area, akin to the sixth ring of the capital in Huagua. After passing through the station's ticket gate, the trio boarded the train heading to Adachi. Upon entering the carriage, the throng of passengers caused Mizuno to frown. He detested the sensation of being surrounded by such a crowd, which was precisely why he usually avoided taking the train during peak hours. Once aboard, Mizuno grasped the overhead pole with both hands. "Mizuno-senpai, let's hope there are no train perverts," he mused, as he navigated away from the crowded masses. With the twin-tailed Kaharaji Myo half leaning against him. Instances of perverts on the island nation's trains are rare, at least in the present day. Decades ago, that would have been a different story. In light of the numerous incidents involving train gropers over the years, which escalated to the level of national disgrace, the government has enacted stringent laws to curb such behavior. If caught, one would face not only arrest, but also the inevitable social death, termination from employment, and the disintegration of family ties. Should a girl identify a man as a pervert on the train, the presumption of guilt is immediate, with a staggering success rate of less than 1% for those who attempt to contest such accusations in court. This has led to the emergence of the term pervert wrongful accusation, as many men, bewildered and innocent, find themselves labeled as train perverts, casting a shadow over their lives. In such circumstances, the only recourse is to flee. Not likely, there are hardly any train perverts nowadays. Mizuno secretly wished to voice a complaint. As Kaharaji, Myo presently bore a closer resemblance to a train pervert herself. Sadamai observed Kaharaji Myo with a mixture of emotions, shifting her stance but opting not to lean against Mizuno. Instead, she held onto the pole, keeping a short distance from him. The sight of two youthful maidens standing together prompted the weary salarymen around them to instinctively yield their seats, casting a disapproving glance at Mizuno before averting their gaze. In the realm of perverse conduct, not only direct physical contact qualifies, but also close breathing and persistent staring may be construed as perverse behavior. The overworked salarymen were already burdened with their own struggles and wished to avoid being unjustly branded as perverts. Upon arriving in Adachi, the two young ladies had their own matters to attend to, while Mizuno opted not to return home, but instead jogged towards the culinary establishment. Among the 23 wards of Tokyo, Adachi Ward ranks third in terms of area and boasts a considerable population. However, when it comes to notoriety, Adachi is perhaps more renowned than its neighbor, Kita Ward, owing to its chaotic nature. After all, the sole impression that Kita leaves in the minds of Tokyoites is that its name suggests a location in the northern part of the city. Yet the precise direction remains ambiguous. This disordered environment has naturally given rise to a Yakuza culture. As Mizuno Sora strolls through the streets, he occasionally encounters elements of this underworld. The nation's cultural treasure, Takashi Kitano, hails from Adachi Ward and is its most illustrious figure. The series of Yakuza films he has directed has brought widespread awareness of Adachi's organized crime culture. As such an environment is essential for the emergence of a figure like Kitano. Having just disembarked from the train, Mizuno Sora jogs along the streets of Adachi, squinting towards a distant street corner. A group of individuals is engaged in animated conversation, laughing and leaning on one another as they enter a local eatery. Among them is Hirakawa, a classmate whom Mizuno has clashed with on 2 occasions recently. He recalls Hirakawa vaguely, but he also notices a member of the Yakuza who had come to collect protection money at the Kaibu eatery on the same day. Kaibu-sa had mentioned Hirakawa's connections to the Yakuza, and it appears her words were not unfounded. How did these two groups converge? Not only does Mizuno spot Hirakawa, but he also sees him with the Moriya family. While Mizuno is indifferent to Hirakawa's potential Yakuza affiliations, he is acutely aware that in contemporary society, Hirakawa's violent tendencies would instill fear even among the organized crime circles. The mere fact that these two groups have gathered casts a shadow over his thoughts. What are they discussing? Stepping into a nearby, unmonitored alleyway, Mizuno Sora employs his transformation technique. Shortly thereafter, a portly middle-aged salaryman emerges, clutching a bag, his sedentary lifestyle evident in the beads of sweat forming after just a few steps. He embodies the image of an ordinary, disillusioned middle-aged man. Lifting the curtain of the eatery, Mizuno, now transformed into the salaryman, maneuvers to the counter and orders a bowl of udon. This establishment is significantly larger than the Kaibu eatery, featuring not only a main hall, but also several partitioned private rooms. The group he observed is conspicuously absent from the main dining area, prompting Mizuno to settle into a corner near the private rooms, focusing intently on the surrounding sounds. The rhythmic chopping of vegetables resonates in the air. To achieve our Team S performance goals this month, we must put in extra hours. Understood. The sound of flushing echoes. And Mizuno patiently taps his fingers on the table, finally capturing the conversation he seeks. Hirakawa, we have located that man in the valley, but unfortunately, he has legally severed ties with the target. It seems we cannot use him to set a trap. Hirakawa, the valley. That man, Mizuno's fingers tap against his other hand thoughtfully. In this nation, 3 significant slums exist. Aren in Osaka, Kotobuki in Yokohama, and the valley in Tokyo. The valley is not merely a geographical feature. It refers to an old village known as Shangu or Sangu, located at the confluence of Taitung and Arakawa districts. Over time, due to urbanization and an influx of external populations, it evolved into one of the 3 major slums of the archipelago. After decades of redevelopment efforts, the Shangu area, when compared to Aren and Kotobuki, can no longer be deemed a slum, yet it still hosts a significant number of budget accommodations. In the eyes of Tokyo residents, it remains akin to a slum. Many homeless individuals and vagrants choose to reside in the Shangu area. Interestingly, in the Aren slum of Osaka, numerous foreign tourists express curiosity about the red light district of Tabita Shinchi. When booking accommodations, they often discover that the lodgings around Tabita are quite inexpensive. This is not due to the hotels aligning their prices with the modest ones in the Tabita Entertainment District, but rather because Tabita Shinchi is adjacent to the Aren slum. Hirakawa paused briefly, questioning whether such methods of high-interest loans were no longer applicable. Legally, there may be no issues, but what about familial bonds, Nakano? No, Nakano Katsusuk replied. The relationship between the parties is quite poor. Using him to intimidate that mother-daughter pair would be futile. Although Nakano Katsusuk is not part of the Enikido family to which Hirakawa belongs, the Enikido and Moritani families are nominally affiliated under the Matsuba Kai, maintaining a close relationship. Furthermore, Nakano Katsusuk, despite having ascended from the lowest echelons of the underworld, is still far from matching Hirakawa's influence. Although Hirakawa is merely a high school student, his father is a cadre of the Enikido family, with elders connected to high-ranking figures within the Matsuba Kai. Just as in society, the underworld is governed by human relationships. A subordinate cannot compare himself to such a second-generation figure. The Yakuza's origins are inextricably linked to the destitute samurai and ronin of the bygone era, thus exhibiting a distinctly feudal character reminiscent of that age. This implies that a Yakuza headquarters can be subdivided into multiple secondary organizations, whose leaders are senior officials within the Matsuba Kai and chiefs within their own groups. Major Yakuza organizations can further branch into new factions. The relationship between these secondary organizations and the headquarters resembles that of feudal lords and vassals. Although reports of Yakuza conflicts are now rare, secondary organizations are still required to remit funds to the headquarters regularly. In the event of a conflict, they are obligated to participate. It appears that forceful action may be the only recourse. Upon hearing Hirakawa's remarks, Nakano Katsusuk anxiously inquired, "Will this pose any problems?" The subordinate appears to hold a certain status. In truth, he is merely a street thug. He has engaged in similar schemes numerous times, but only after receiving orders from the upper echelon of the Moritani family. Is Hirakawa suggesting that he intends to take matters into his own hands? Although Henabatake was once the territory of the Enikido family, it now belongs to the Moritani family. Did you not say that they are a mother and daughter without support? Such targets are the easiest to exploit. Just think of that girl's beauty. Whether offered to the upper echelons or for a film, it could easily yield billions. Hirakawa's tone shifted from the arrogance of school to a chilling demeanor. Nakanoya certainly understood that such a business venture was lucrative, yet he was apprehensive about making unilateral decisions without the upper management's consent. Moreover, dear Nakanoya need not worry. I shall not place you in a difficult position. This evening, I will inquire about the upper management's stance on this matter, and should they acquiesce, I would appreciate your generous assistance. The fierce glint in Mizuno's eyes grew increasingly intense, his grip on the table corner leaving deep impressions. Ah, your udon. The server presented a bowl of udon noodles before Mizuno. Taking the bowl, Mizuno consumed the noodles slowly and meticulously, almost counting each strand as he savored them. The passing servers contemplated urging him to finish so as to free up the seat for waiting patrons, yet they ultimately refrained from doing so. Just a minute longer. Just a minute longer. If he does not depart soon, I shall have to insist. This wait extended for over half an hour. Once their discussion concluded, Mizuno barely finished his meal, paying not only for the udon but also a seating fee. Under the complex gazes at the front desk, Mizuno departed. Casting a glance at the already dispersed group of Hirakawa and others, his thoughts turning towards the Kaibu restaurant. These individuals had successfully ignited the flames of vengeance within him. All beings are bestowed by nature for the sustenance of humanity, yet humanity offers nothing in return to nature, regardless of how the times change. Detritus will continually emerge from the sea of humanity, banding together in groups, acting with impunity, engaging in all manner of sordid dealings, imposing their will upon the common folk, much like tigers in the mountains. However, at the first sign of authority, they tremble in fear, hiding among the oppressed populace, as if they too were victims of oppression. If any creature could epitomize them, it would be the fly, a parasitic insect, since the island's government chooses not to intervene in such matters. Mizuno does not mind taking up the mantle of justice once more. Furthermore, the Kaibu has extended significant kindness towards him, and Mizuno's clenched fists were brimming with a surge of chakra. At the Kaibu restaurant, as the clock struck 9:30, preparations were underway to close for the night. Mizuno-kun, you seem unwell, Kaibu Sawa remarked, as she assisted in tidying the tables and chairs, carefully observing Mizuno's expression, sensing something was amiss. It's nothing. Mizuno naturally refrained from divulging the earlier events to Sawa, knowing it would only serve to cause her unnecessary distress. Nevertheless, he cautiously advised her to be vigilant, as the safety in Tokyo had been deteriorating lately, and should any issues arise, she could simply give him a call. Sawa, somewhat perplexed, nodded in understanding. Though she did not grasp the full extent of Mizuno's concerns, his care made her feel genuinely happy. Is it related to the recent murder of a female university student in Katsushika? Yes, Mizuno murmured. It has indeed been recent. A large question mark appeared above Sawa's head. The reasoning Mizuno spoke seemed profoundly complex, eluding her understanding. Not only did Sawa notice Mizuno's troubled demeanor, but upon returning home, Satamai also observed it. You look rather frightening today. Sada's attitude had shifted from her previously harsh demeanor. Noticing Mizuno's expression, she offered him a glass of water. We can't afford fruits or snacks at home. Even you have noticed, I truly lack the skill to conceal my expressions. Mizuno accepted the water with a dry laugh. Satamai fell silent. The pallor on Mizuno Sora's face tonight reminded her of that day in Yamanashi Prefecture at the residence of the Chosikai, where his countenance was similarly grim. The Yamanashi assault and the recent spate of heinous incidents in Tokyo stirred feelings of impending doom among the psychologically vulnerable citizens of this island nation. However, Satamai was indifferent to the future of the country. From the moment Mizuno Sora committed murder, she comprehended that their fates were irrevocably intertwined. Do as you wish. After all, the laws of humanity bear no weight upon you. Just be careful not to expose yourself. This isn't concern for you. It's fear of being implicated. Do you understand? Refrain from wearing that smile. Mizuno drained the cup of water. Your tone resembles that of an overbearing mother on television. Dodging Sada's flustered swats, Mizuno gazed out the window. Though climbing to the top floor was exhausting, the view was splendid. Thanks to the absence of towering skyscrapers in Adachi Ward, one could behold the night sky of Tokyo in its entirety. Throughout the night, Mizuno pondered how to proceed. The next day in class, Hirakawa maintained his usual demeanor, greeting Mizuno with a sycophantic smile, as if truly swayed by him. Mizuno cast a cold glance at him, stifling the urge to obliterate him on the spot. The government of the island nation exhibited unprecedented efficiency in investigating the mysterious events. If he did not devise a sound plan and acted impulsively, his identity would be entirely compromised under the overlap of the two incidents. During the last Chosikai assault, he had fortuitously been in Yamanashi. Now the gang in the Hanabatake area had been eradicated, and the shop where he worked and resided was also in Hanabatake. Mizuno, do you still claim to be unrelated to the supernatural? In ordinary cases, the authorities might maintain a polite demeanor, but in such matters, suspicion alone provides sufficient cause to act without evidence. To eliminate the Moritani family, a justification was essential. It was not yet noon when Mizuno Sora was summoned by the class leader, who informed him that the supervising teacher wanted to see him in the office. The supervising teacher, typically domineering, was now smiling as he conversed with a police officer. Upon seeing the officer, Mizuno nearly succumbed to the urge to unleash his skills. He found himself receiving treatment akin to that of Satomai. "Mizuno, come here." When the supervising teacher saw Mizuno enter, his expression shifted to one of stern seriousness. "Have you been fighting with others outside of school lately? These officers are here to speak with you." Upon hearing that it was not related to Yamanashi, Mizuno sighed in relief, but the mention of an altercation outside school snapped the tension within him. Was Hirakawa behind this? This peculiar coincidence made him ponder deeply. Just yesterday, Hirakawa had been plotting something, and today he was confronted by the police. If he claimed there was no ghost at play, he himself would not believe it. "Are you Mizuno Sora?" A male officer, with a grave countenance and an air of righteousness, stated, "Someone has reported you for intentional injury. Please accompany me. Now, may I have a moment to inform my companions in the classroom and those heading home this afternoon? It is now. Although in this island nation, one assumes relative criminal responsibility at the age of 14, the other party is still a minor." The officer, not wishing to escalate the situation, softened his tone, assuring that he would merely take a statement and would return shortly, without causing any delays. His words bore an unsettling resemblance to a dubious character luring children to gaze at goldfish. Confrontation was not an option. He was reluctant to abandon his identity as a high school student. An illusion seemed unreliable unless he could bewilder the entire police precinct. Mizuno clenched his fists, only to release them in resignation. While everyone else was in class, Mizuno and the officer entered a vehicle parked outside the school. Though the campus was desolate, there remained a possibility that someone by the window might witness Mizuno being escorted away by the police. Adachi District, Kitasenju Police Station. Mizuno sat alone in a small room, observing the two delinquents next door with a cold gaze. What was promised as a simple inquiry at school had transformed into a serious accusation of assault with a weapon upon arriving at the station. The delinquents ostentatiously displayed fresh scars on their arms, undoubtedly inflicted by a knife, strategically avoiding major blood vessels, merely superficial wounds that no one could credibly claim were accidental. The case had become convoluted. Assault with a weapon was a far graver matter than a typical brawl, and the officers at the precinct were complicit with the Moritani family, choosing to ignore Mizuno's plight and temporarily detaining him. Bang! The railing of the adjacent cell rattled. And though Mizuno could not see the faces of the delinquents due to the partition, he could discern the middle finger thrust defiantly through the bars, accompanied by a sharp, arrogant voice. "Surprised to see you again, aren't you?" The finger waved in the air, mocking the earlier bravado of the delinquents. "Was it Hirakawa who sent you?" Bang! As Mizuno's words echoed, an officer outside struck the railing with a baton. "Silence!" The officer barked, entirely disregarding the increasingly hostile remarks from the delinquents. The latter responded with a thumbs up to the officer, their admiration evident. Mizuno cast a deep glance towards the officer, sitting cross-legged on the floor, his complexion slightly pale. A mixture of calmness and underlying panic. He had been ensnared in their trap. Mizuno had not anticipated the audacity of the underworld in this island nation, nor the extent to which local government had been infiltrated. What had become of Kaibu and the others? He was now confined, and Hirakawa's scheme had been set in motion. Mizuno's chest rose and fell as a torrent of thoughts swirled in his mind. He did not attribute the predicament to his own sluggishness, but rather to the sheer madness of Hirakawa and his associates. As time ticked by, the delinquents next door grew increasingly restless. "What a pity. That girl who was with you the other day was quite lovely. A woman of such quality is rare in all of Adachi District. She must be your girlfriend, right?" The delinquents' words dripped with endless mockery. "Do you know how the Moritani family makes their money?" In the presence of law enforcement, the ruffian boldly proclaimed his audacity, referring to an actress, not the kind broadcasted by NHK, but rather one renowned for her promiscuity, a veritable siren of the night. It seemed that neither of the two had yet partaken in her charms, prompting a taunt. "Ah, allow me to share a secret. You shall soon see her on screen. Alongside myself and other familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Add me to the list." Another rogue chimed in with embellishments. "Are you contemplating my demise? Come then, I await your attempt." As silence lingered from the adjacent cell, a smug smile crept upon the ruffian's face. His assertions were not unfounded. The Moritani family had indeed established a film company in Tokyo, where male performers were selected from within their ranks, a unique perk that left others envious. At that moment, the officer rose, observing the policeman, who was in collusion with the Moritani family. The ruffian assumed he would issue a customary warning to temper his speech. Officer Aota, I understand. I shall be more cautious. This was not the ruffian's first encounter with the police. He had often displayed his bravado, knowing that the officers in Kitasenju would afford him some leniency, though occasional admonishments to temper his arrogance were not uncommon. However, he was perplexed when the familiar officer produced a key, unlocking the door to Mizuno Sora's cell. What was his intention? To deliver a beating? Officer Aota, you are far too courteous. Personally administering punishment might not reflect well. The ruffian assumed Officer Aota was about to confront Mizuno Sora himself. Such instances of police brutality against detainees were not uncommon in the previous century, particularly during the post-war economic boom, when dark narratives of police misconduct frequently surfaced in films. Even in the new millennium, scandals involving law enforcement occasionally emerged. If reports were made regarding the assault of a detained minor, Officer Aota's position would undoubtedly be jeopardized, potentially implicating the Kitasenju police station as well. The ruffian felt a surge of admiration for Officer Aota's chivalry, astonished by the influence of Matsuba, and relieved that no unsavory organizations were involved. Yet, the anticipated sounds of fists meeting flesh and cries of anguish did not materialize. Mere moments later, Officer Aota emerged. Though he appeared somewhat transformed, the specifics of this change eluded the ruffian. Officer Aota crouched before the two ruffians' cells, his expression inscrutable. Are you finished? He inquired, as he opened the doors of their confinement and stepped inside. Half a minute later, the walls of the cell were splattered with crimson and white, a chaotic canvas reminiscent of a child's unrestrained painting spree. Officer Aota picked up a mobile phone from the table, its small screen inundated with incoming calls and messages. All from Kaibu Sora. Taking a deep breath, Mizuno Sora glanced at the phone before turning to exit. Is it true that you were taken away by the police, Mizuno-kun? Mizuno-kun, could you please respond? Mizuno-kun, I'm so frightened. Sora, where are you? The last text message was riddled with typos, reflecting a sense of panic. Mizuno Sora tightened the police uniform around her and hurried out of the makeshift holding room. Outside, a fellow officer was engrossed in his phone, his eyes glued to the screen, swaying with the visuals as if engaged in a motion-sensing game, apparently a shooting mobile game. Oh, Akataka, are you heading to the restroom? The officer glanced at Akataka while shaking his phone. Want to join me for wild action? I must admit, this mobile game made by Huagua is quite impressive. And there are many JK characters. A new map just released, called Battle in Tokyo. I remember you have it on your phone too. Want to play together? Battle in Tokyo? Sora tightened her uniform once more. I like it. Then let's battle in Tokyo together. The officer beamed with a bright smile. I'm fine on my own. Sora returned a similarly cheerful smile. For now, you should check the holding cell. Nothing has happened inside. Illusion, activate. The holding cell. Nothing has happened. Yes, yes. The officer set his phone down, his expression dazed as he wandered toward the makeshift holding room. The game on his phone continued to run, the screen displaying a tense final circle, and the characters stood frozen, prompting furious exclamations from three teammates. Kaibu, Kaibu, leaning against the shadow of a building corner. Sora dialed Kaibu-sa's number. The phone rang for less than half a second before it was answered quickly. What's up, Mizuno-kun? On the other end, Kaibu-sa's voice quivered, and before Sora could respond, her words were laced with an almost imperceptible sob. Where are you now? Sora's heart tightened. I am at the hospital. Kaibu-sa's petite figure trembled slightly. The slightest sound of medical equipment would send her into a shudder. My mother suddenly fainted at Adachi Hospital, and she's now in bed. Fainted? How could Erina collapse so suddenly? Sora clenched her fists tightly. What's Erina's condition? The Moritani family hasn't caused any trouble, have they? Without questioning how Sora knew about the Moritani family causing a ruckus, Kaibu-sa leaned against Sora's shoulder, her sobs finally breaking free. They caused a disturbance at the store this afternoon. Hanakawa was there too, saying that since business was booming, they were raising the protection fee to 100,000 yen a month. And my father was dragged into the store, claiming he owed 10 million yen in debt. They even said that even if they severed legal ties, they could still make the court hear the case. My mother suddenly fainted. The doctor said it was due to insufficient blood supply to the brain, but there's no serious issue. She just needs to be observed in the hospital for 2 days. Kaibu-sa's words tumbled out in a rush, slightly disjointed, and given her timid nature, it was remarkable that she could relay the events at all. Where are they now? Have they left? She departed, yet they warned that if they failed to gather 10 million, The words of despair would linger on her lips, unuttered. The threats were terrifying. Not only would they seize her, but her mother would suffer the same fate. After a brief pause, with tears brimming in her eyes, Kaibusa confessed, "Shuai-kun, I am so afraid. I am so afraid." Her head hung low, tears soaked into her school uniform. Shuai Sora was uncertain whether the law permitted estranged spouses to share the burden of debt, yet even if they meticulously managed to amass the 10 million. Based on his past dealings with predatory lenders, should they covet something of the borrower, no amount would suffice. They would devise methods to thwart repayment. They might obstruct money transfers, provide incorrect accounts, and employ endless tricks, setting obstacles until the repayment deadline passed, and then the terrifying interest would surge, rendering one utterly incapable of clearing the debt. Selling homes, cars, even family. These parasites of capital would drain you of your last drop of blood, shattering your bones to suck out the marrow. Do not fear, I will come to you right away. Just wait a moment, all right? Without needing to close his eyes, Shuai could vividly envision Kaibusa at that moment. She sat alone on a chair, gazing pitifully at her mother in the hospital bed, her complexion paler than the white walls surrounding her. Yes. Kaibusa clasped her phone against her cheek, nodding heavily. After offering a few words of comfort, Shuai ended the call. The key to resolving troubles lay in addressing them at their source. Shuai Sora was unaware of Hongchuan's whereabouts, nor did he intend to inquire with teachers at school. He merely needed to eliminate the Moritani and Enikido families, and the Matsubo Association would be thoroughly dismantled. The Yakuza in this island nation were brazen. Not only did they openly engage in sensitive industries, but they also formed relationships with political parties through donations or other means, acting as both white-gloved and black-gloved intermediaries. They even boldly advertised their office locations online. The Matsuba Association's headquarters was situated in the Boyong building, albeit not in Adachi Ward. Shuai Sora did not plan to visit the Matsuba headquarters first. Instead, he sought the most immediate scoundrels. From the mouths of thugs, he had already learned the locations of the Enikido and Moritani families' bases. He slipped into the shadows of the streets. In Adachi Ward, on the streets of Senju, low houses stood in close proximity, and a web of electrical wires crisscrossed overhead. The sound of heavy wooden clogs echoed against the cement pavement, blending ancient and modern sounds on the streets of Senju. A woman clad in wooden clogs walked by, tall and slender. Her black hair styled in a Heim cut contrasting sharply with her pale skin, an astonishing beauty intertwined with a haunting aura. The only consistent element was the red paper umbrella she held and the crimson kimono she wore, classical yet unpretentious. The bustling crowd parted before her, and the men who brushed past could not resist turning back for a second glance. She appeared emaciated, yet radiated an extraordinary beauty and an almost suffocating allure. Women, needless to say, could not help but curl their lips in jealousy at the beauty of the woman with the paper umbrella, pondering with ill intentions whether she was unwell to be dressed so flamboyantly in broad daylight. After a while of her graceful stride, the woman with the paper umbrella halted before a tastefully decorated shop, and without her needing to push the door, the black-clad men on either side chuckled as they opened it for her. As she stepped inside, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Who was that woman? A sight never before seen. I do not know. I have never encountered her, though she is somewhat slender. Her visage is beyond reproach. Dressed in a kimono, she possesses a certain charm. Do not dwell on it. Judging by her demeanor, she is at least a woman deserving of our leader's attention. Perhaps even the consort of a high-ranking member of the Matsuba Association. Sigh, when will I ascend to a position of authority within the association? Upon entering the headquarters of the Enikido family, Mizuno Sora folded the paper umbrella she had been holding. Observing the imposing figure of the woman with the paper umbrella, a younger member approached with a servile smile, bowing slightly. May I ask whom you are seeking? He resembled a dog seeking favor. Is Hirakawa here? Are you referring to the esteemed Hirakawa? He is currently at the Matsuba Association headquarters. As for young Master Hirakawa, he is likely still visiting the Moritani family. Mizuno nodded, extending her alabaster hand towards the younger member. Upon seeing the smooth, pale hand reaching out, the young man swallowed hard, his gaze betraying greed. He had never encountered such an exquisite woman. Those bar girls and abducted maidens paled in comparison. This must be the allure of a mature beauty. The delicate hand brushed against his scalp, grasping his hair, temples, and crown. With a swift motion, an entire spine was extracted, akin to a gleaming sword. The room was stained with a mix of white and crimson, the stench mingling in the air, while the young man's eyes widened, greed still flickering within them. In the brightly lit hall, the woman held the complete spine aloft, with the skull serving as the hilt and the interconnected bones forming the blade. The spine, which should have hung limply, now rose sharply, empowered by her swordsmanship at level 3. In her hands, anything could become a weapon, and the spine was no exception. The onlookers, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, felt their scalps tingle and their minds drift beyond their corporeal forms. A sensation of discomfort surged from the crown to the coccyx. "Oh, one young man gasped, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate the sound. Mizuno Sora's slender, tall figure stood erect in the hall. Her neck tilted back as she gazed at the stunned onlookers. In an instant, her red kimono transformed into a fleeting crimson shadow, and like the wind, she was upon them, the spine sword slicing through their necks with precision. Severed heads, adorned with expressions of sheer terror, soared into the air, none able to utter a scream. The gushing blood turned the hall into a celebratory scarlet. Clutching the spine sword, a line of system prompts vividly appeared before Mizuno Sora's eyes. Acquisition of bloodline limit. Bone pulse. The bone pulse is a form of bloodline limit within the Naruto universe, granting its user the terrifying ability to manipulate their own bones. By controlling the quantity of osteoblasts and the composition of their skeletal structure, they can freely alter the number or shape of their bones, utilizing this power for both defense and offense. As the term bloodline limit implies, it is a technique passed down through bloodlines, possessing greater potency than other ninjutsu. However, it is inherited solely within the same lineage, rendering it quite rare. Nonetheless, even with their scarcity, those who possess a bloodline limit command a formidable presence, overshadowing other ninjas in the Naruto world. The inheritors of the bone pulse unleash their abilities, enveloping themselves in a semblance of exoskeleton. Their ribs and scapula serve as weapons for both attack and defense. Mizuno, wielding the spinal sword, becomes increasingly formidable, resembling a skeleton cloaked in human skin. The Enikido family is not numerous, with only a handful remaining at the headquarters. Before this group of rogues could react, more corpses littered the ground. Drip drop. Blood flowed from the spinal sword, pooling on the floor where crimson flowers bloomed. In a room accumulating corpses, Mizuno bent down to retrieve a membership roster. Comparing it to the photographs, he methodically crossed out the names of the deceased. It resembled not merely a roster, but rather the ledger of a grim reaper, his white fingers wielding the pen of judgment and blood serving as the ink. In the corner of Lady Bone's chamber, a disheveled girl with tear-filled eyes gazed at Mizuno. Upon realizing that Lady Bone was looking at her, the girl did not tremble in fear. Instead, she quivered with excitement akin to a desert traveler spotting an oasis. "Lady Bone, have you come to avenge us?" After witnessing Mizuno enter the room and sever the old man who lay atop her, the girl concluded that he was the legendary Bone Lady, a vengeful spirit born from the resentment of a woman wronged in life. Driven by her obsessions to exact revenge upon men, it is said that the Bone Lady appears as a pile of bones, cloaking herself in human skin to disguise her emaciated form. Like many girls her age, Misa had once enjoyed astrology, divination, urban legends, and tales of the supernatural. She fondly recalled times spent with friends sharing horror stories and watching terrifying films, yet those days were now but a distant memory, leaving her life shrouded in darkness. Her father had signed away their fortune to loan sharks, and she was dragged into repaying a staggering debt of tens of millions. The cycle of debt and servitude only grew more burdensome. This reflects the typical pattern within the adult film industry, though no company would overtly admit to such realities. They concoct various absurd justifications, claiming aspirations for cinematic dreams or that the actresses possess an inherent love for their craft. Should any actress successfully escape and speak of their coercion, they would face scorn from their peers, who, despite knowing the truth, would adhere to their company's demands and cast slanderous aspersions instead. In the last century and the first decade of this one, news of unexpected deaths among actresses has surfaced each year, ranging from fatal accidents, such as car crashes and murders, to more bizarre occurrences. Upon realizing that the other party recognized her as Bone Woman, Mizuno Sora broke into a grin. This was precisely the effect he desired. How to obscure the government's gaze? By releasing one smoke bomb after another. On a particular evening at the Saijikai, Mizuno Sora instinctively transformed into a middle-aged ronin. while the current incarnation of Bone Woman was a deliberate manipulation on his part, as he sought to fabricate a shadowy underworld through ninjutsu. Casting a deep gaze at Misa, Mizuno spoke in a chillingly feminine voice. If you seek vengeance, cleanse yourself, don appropriate attire, and join me. A flicker of light ignited in Misa's lifeless eyes as she nodded fervently and hurried to the washing area. Mizuno followed suit. He had yet to master the art of water ninjutsu and could not conjure water from thin air to wash away the bloodstains on his face. Misa stripped off her tattered garments, and after a brief rinse, she filled a basin with water and crouched down to scrub vigorously. Despite enduring days of hellish torment that had led her to believe she would never shed tears again, she found herself weeping fiercely, unmoved by her cries. Mizuno methodically cleaned the blood from his hands and face. The world was rife with darkness, misery, and suffering, even with extraordinary powers. Mizuno could only safeguard the safety of himself and his loved ones. He held no sway over the destinies of billions nor any grand designs of conquest, rescue, or the reconstruction of a new world. This wretched realm could unravel as it pleased, provided it did not impede him. Fundamentally, Mizuno Sora understood that he still possessed the mindset of a small, contented bourgeois from a past life. I will not provoke trouble, but please do not disturb me. After hastily washing up, Misa donned a simple change of clothes and turned to face Mizuno, who stood there humbly dressed. With a smirk, he inquired, "Do you wish to kill?" His pristine fingers gestured toward the corpses strewn across the ground. The terrified faces of the Enikido family stirred a violent tumult within Misa's chest. Yes, ever since she had descended into this inferno, thoughts of vengeance consumed her. She yearned intensely to slay them, to devour their flesh, to drink their blood. Then, put on this robe. Mizuno tossed her a bathrobe he had procured from headquarters. Misa was now prepared to accept the legacy of Bone Woman. Yes, the mere mention of the word legacy ignited a fervor within her, engulfed by the flames of revenge as she eagerly exclaimed, swiftly shedding her clothes to don the bathrobe. Unlike ninjutsu such as water and fire techniques, the bloodline limit could be shared with a chosen individual, transcending the constraints of mere bloodline inheritance while still aligning with the essence of the bloodline's legacy. This was a result of the system's mutation. Yet Mizuno believed it was more accurate to describe it as a bestowal, an act of mercy from the superior to the subordinate. The bestowed bloodline limit upon others is but a diminished version, akin to the distinction between an automatic rifle and a flintlock musket. Moreover, Mizuno Sora possesses the ability to revoke the shared bloodline limit at will, holding the power of life and death at the mere whim of his thoughts. Misa has acquired the capacity for vengeance, yet simultaneously becomes a target for Mizuno Sora, strategically placed to attract fire and mitigate risk. For Mizuno Sora, there is no peril in this. It is a win-win situation. As for Misa's eventual fate, whether she is hunted by the island nation's government or captured, it bears no relevance to Mizuno Sora. His act of rescuing her from darkness and endowing her with strength is already a manifestation of his benevolence, even if she ultimately betrays Bone Woman. That remains an act of Bone Woman herself. Upon receiving the shared bloodline limit of the corpse bone, Misa let out a pained scream and fell to the ground, gritting her teeth as she resolutely observed the transformations occurring within her. Beneath her bruised and tormented body, her bones twisted and contorted wildly, resembling a stress ball, her skin encasing the skeletal structure, which jutted out and receded, writhing across her form. Misa bit her lips until they bled, supporting herself with her limbs as she emitted low, beast-like growls. Mizuno had not anticipated the sharing process would be so agonizing, for him, with the system's existence. Acquiring ninjutsu or bloodline limits was a seamless endeavor. Minutes later, after all her bones had completed their specialization, a trembling Misa stood up. Compared to before, her complexion had grown even more pallid, her skin exuding an eerie, insubstantial quality. Upon completing the inheritance of the bloodline limit, when Misa beheld Mizuno Sora once more, the overwhelming pressure stemming from his elevated status compelled her to kneel in submission. Before her stood the even more terrifying Bone Woman. Tossing the roster to Misa, Mizuno withdrew his hand from the skull embedded in her head, shattering the spine, soared with chakra, and retrieved his paper umbrella. Accompany me to finish off the Moritani family, and hunt down every name on this list, leave not a single one alive. With that, Mizuno strode away, his wooden clogs thumping against the ground as he departed the headquarters. Misa remained kneeling until Mizuno had left, then reverently picked up the roster from the ground. The moment she grasped it, her eyes turned a furious crimson, and her bones resonated with a chilling clangor. The sharing of the corpse bone had amplified her strength, yet the torturous metamorphosis deepened her hatred. Regardless of whether they had personally tormented her, the Enikido family and the members of Matsubakai all deserved to perish. Rising to her feet, her gaze icy, she approached the door and pulled it open. The long-absent sunlight streamed in at the moment the door swung wide, warming the air. Yet the icy barriers encasing Misa's body and psyche were impervious to the sun's embrace. The two sentinels stationed at the entrance stared in astonishment at the sight of Misa pushing open the door. They recalled her as the new merchandise delivered just days prior. Initially defiant, yet ultimately subdued by force. Now, it seemed it was their turn. You too. Come in. Misa's tone was stiff, yet the two, clouded by malevolent thoughts, failed to perceive the dissonance in her words. Upon encountering the young girl who had been brought in a few days prior, the two exchanged smiles and entered the headquarters, effortlessly shutting the door behind them. This was a benevolent gesture from the leader of the Enikido family. Before they could utter a single complete sentence, the younger brother appeared as though he had been throttled, his eyes wide with shock, unable to articulate a word. The sight of blood-soaked surroundings filled his vision. To outsiders, he might be perceived as a gallant figure of the underworld, yet in contemporary society, he had never witnessed such a gruesome spectacle, let alone taken a life. Stunned, he stood frozen in place. Suddenly, Misa raised her hand. Her alabaster bones pierced through her flesh, resembling extending blades as they impaled two of the younger brothers. With a sickening sound, sunlight streamed through the glass, casting distorted shadows upon the walls. The skeletal appendages, akin to a scorpion's tail, ensnared two individuals, and with a swift flick, transformed them into four dismembered pieces. Thud! The four segments collapsed to the ground, blood splattering in all directions. Grasping the roster, Misa took quick, delicate steps to keep pace with Mizuno. The headquarters of the Moritani family was thickly coated with fresh blood, greasy like a tar pit. Mizuno's wooden sandals squelched upon the surface, the sound seemingly swallowed by the sanguine pool. After acquiring several streets in Adachi ward from the Enikido family, the Moritani family's strength had significantly increased, boasting over 60 members. Except for a few fortunate individuals who were absent from the headquarters, the Moritani family had suffered catastrophic losses. Yet, amidst the sea of corpses, Mizuno could not find the body of Hirakawa. Misa showed no mercy towards the lifeless forms scattered about. The sound of bones being extracted and reassembled sent chills down one's spine. Without needing Mizuno's direction, she instinctively located the Moritani family's roster, ensuring that not a single member of the Matsuba Association could evade her relentless pursuit. "Hirakawa, where are you?" Mizuno coldly inquired, clutching the last surviving individual by the throat. Hirakawa, the esteemed leader of the Enikido family, along with the chief and the minister, have all gone to the headquarters in Taito Ward. Upon receiving this information, Mizuno crushed the man's skull. Closing his eyes, he inhaled the acrid scent of blood, his mind racing. In Adachi Ward, the last vestige of the Matsuba Association remained under the protection of the Kuno family, whose headquarters in Yamejima was significantly smaller. This matter could be entrusted to Misa for resolution. What should be the next course of action? After a moment of contemplation, a frenzied thought flickered in his eyes. It was time to address the chaos from before. Before heading to the headquarters in Taito Ward, he had a wall of troubles awaiting him at the police station in Kitasenju. Illusions, after all, are merely illusions. They can deceive the memories of one person, even 10, but they cannot obliterate a fact that has already transpired within the social fabric. Numerous individuals at the school had witnessed his arrest, not to mention the records held within the police department and the indelible marks upon the walls. All of this required Mizuno to remedy bit by bit. The government of the island nation was not naive. A rigid bureaucratic system does not equate to being rendered obsolete. Given that the local police department had colluded with the violent factions, Mizuno had no qualms about loosening the rigid soil of the island nation's government. In this moment, he and the government of the island nation found themselves irrevocably at odds, a conflict that could potentially reverberate across the globe. Inspector Rikawa felt a gnawing anxiety. As a graduate of a prestigious university, he had risen to the position of chief at the Kitasenju police station in his 30s. Although this title may not seem particularly impressive for a Nagoya University alumnus at his age, he wielded considerable power. With this authority, he had discreetly amassed a substantial fortune. For the island nation operated under an electoral system where even politicians like the mayor of Adachi Ward relied on civil servants like him. They maintained a tacit understanding, each party benefiting from the other's discretion. Beyond his innate talent and the connections afforded by his political lineage, Rikawa's ascent was largely attributed to his intuition. It could be said that aside from his natural gifts and instincts, his success depended on nothing else. His abilities outside of his personal attributes were virtually non-existent. T&I. Please present me with the case files from the past few days. His unease stemmed from the possibility of having apprehended someone of significant consequence or having angered a powerful figure. While he felt untroubled within the confines of Adachi Ward, he was well aware that Tokyo was a place where hidden dangers lurked, necessitating a greater level of vigilance from a chief of his modest stature. Chief, is it personnel files or case records? Rikawa waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, the phone at the station rang, as it did routinely. A young policewoman expertly answered the call, and upon catching the chief's gaze, she offered him a sweet smile. The ambitious inspector remained single, though rumors about him were not particularly flattering. He was indeed someone dependable. A partner for a lifetime seemed an appealing prospect. Hello, there are dead people everywhere. The panicked voice on the line shouted. Filled with terror, upon hearing of the deceased, the policewoman froze, having only recently joined the force. Typically, she dealt with minor theft reports. But this was her first encounter with a call that spoke of multiple fatalities. Many dead. Such a situation was rare in the history of emergency calls at the Kita-Senchu police station. Following the Yamanashi prefecture attack incident, the government had grown exceedingly sensitive to news regarding mass casualties, and the officers in Adachi Ward had recently felt an intensified pressure from above. Rikawa abruptly seized the phone. Understanding now the source of his unease, a grave incident had indeed occurred. He had previously warned the various factions in Adachi Ward to maintain a low profile. Why, then? Were there still disturbances, or perhaps even antisocial elements at play? Was this yet another incident akin to the Kato Tomo affair? What is your current address? He asked, bypassing pleasantries and comfort, focusing instead on the critical details. Have you seen the perpetrator? Do not disturb the crime scene. The caller stammered. I'm currently at. This isn't a prank call. It's real. Rikawa, deducing from the address that it was the residence of the Enikido family, felt his heart sink as he realized the gravity of the situation. There had been a massacre, possibly involving 10 or even dozens of victims. To kill that many people in one go was an audacity that even the most chaotic years of post-war gangland activities would not have dared to exhibit. A single emergency call sent the police station into a flurry of chaos. As chaos reigned within the police station, a striking figure clad in red made her entrance. Despite the turmoil, the newly appointed young officer approached with warmth, eager to assist the citizen who had walked in, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the frantic atmosphere. Just like in corporate environments, the police department adhered strictly to a hierarchy based on age and experience, perhaps even more so. When he beheld the visage of the woman in red, the young officer was momentarily entranced, never having encountered such exquisite beauty. It rendered him almost speechless, stammering. Is the chief here? He dazedly gestured towards Chief Rikawa, who was overwhelmed with the distribution of tasks, his future shrouded in uncertainty, and he was fuming, feeling as though he had walked straight into a storm. Surely, the higher-ups at the Tokyo Metropolitan Police would tear him apart. As Mizuno Sora passed by the young officer, she softly inquired, "How long have you been on the job?" "Just a week," he replied. Nodding, Mizuno strode directly towards Chief Rikawa. "What are you still doing there? Get on with your duties." Rikawa was poised to unleash a tirade at the obstruction in front of him. However, Mizuno, not wishing to be unjustly reprimanded, unleashed a bone blade from her palm, slicing across Rikawa's mouth. Silence. With a crack, the lower jaw below the chin was violently dislodged, crashing against the wall. Teeth and lips adhered together, while the tongue, still flexible, wobbled up and down, as if the wall had sprouted a tongue, intent on listening to whatever it might hear. Before Rikawa could comprehend the unfolding events, Mizuno advanced a few more steps, brushing past him. As she did, a bone spur erupted from her shoulder blade, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, severing Rikawa's head. The officers, too, were mere mortals, not invincible superhumans. Not every policeman possessed the resilience of the officers from Raccoon City. Faced with such sudden terror, they were as vulnerable as any ordinary person. The cacophony of screams intensified the chaos within the station. Mizuno crouched down, bone spurs violently erupting from her elbows, knees, and shoulders, tearing through her crimson kimono, creating gaping holes. With a sound akin to a soft thud, the white bone spurs resembled slender willow branches. Each victim pierced was akin to a leaf upon those branches. The vivid red blood transformed the police station into a vibrant tapestry of crimson, every molecule in the air pulsating with an unsettling hue. In an instant, the world was enveloped in silence, the clamor of panic extinguished. Mizuno pressed onward toward the detention room. The surviving officers, paralyzed by fear, stood trembling, none daring to approach and meet their demise. The reality of the situation had transcended the limits of their wildest imaginations. Mizuno advanced with deliberate steps, her protruding bone spurs extending cruelly, blood cascading down in a line, the sound of her wooden clogs creating a rhythmic beat against the floor. It appears to be a queen of blood, adorned with exquisite bone spikes, the most precious of embellishments, jewels among jewels. Upon entering the confinement chamber, Mizuno theatrically enacted a scene of carnage in his prison space, while the surveillance camera merely focused on the corridor, failing to capture the solitary cell. After executing his grim performance, Mizuno raised his hands high. Creak, creak. He extracted a tempered arm bone from his shoulder, a sword of unparalleled sharpness, forged from his own essence. To a swordsman, all things in the world can serve as a weapon, yet the finest sword is oneself. An invisible sword aura erupted as the arm bone sword descended with thunderous force. Boom! The concrete ceiling was cleaved in two by the arm bone sword. The sound of snapping rebar echoed like firecrackers. Observing the swaying ceiling, the surviving officers jolted from their terror. Run! Quick, flee! The ceiling is about to collapse. Crash! Mizuno struggled to crawl out from the debris, casting a frantic glance around before hastily escaping. Sensing the shadowy corner devoid of surveillance, he dispelled his shadow clone technique. The recent use of the bone pulse had already drained considerable chakra, and with another grand performance ahead, conserving chakra was paramount. The illusions, shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and replacement technique acquired from the gathering at the Shoseikai were indeed the most practical skills in modern society. In Adachi Ward, Takazuka Town. The present-day Takazuka was once known as Takazuka Village. Legend has it that centuries ago, bamboo spontaneously grew atop several graves in this area, thus the name Takazuka Village. Although those graves have long since vanished, the name endures. The Daibyan Manpukaji Temple in Zashigaya is considerably smaller than its counterpart in Oda Ward. 3 police cars were stationed in the center of the road, while several seasoned officers stood by the doors, gripping their firearms, the guns tethered to the police vehicles. In Japan, the act of police officers drawing their weapons is a highly sensitive matter. Minor infractions result in written reflections, while severe incidents attract media scrutiny and public backlash. This often dissuades officers from drawing their weapons, even in the face of criminality. However, this moment was different. The mere act of holding a gun provided a semblance of security. Even if Japanese police firearms are relatively less potent, they still serve as lethal instruments. What manner of monster is this? Upon receiving reports of a murder in broad daylight, they swiftly responded, only to find that the perpetrator was no ordinary human. A woman clad in a crimson bathrobe was lifting a monk from Manpukaji Temple, her bone spikes extending from her palms. She stood at under 1.60 meters, quite petite. Yet the monk she was raising towered at nearly 1.80 meters, creating a striking contrast. Blood spurted across Misa's body, while the monk, with wide eyes, remained oblivious to the unfolding horror until his last moment. Misa thus held the monk aloft, innocently gazing at the officers aiming their weapons at her. Many of the monks in this temple were connected to the Moriya family. Should not the wicked be punished? If so, why are they pointing guns at me? If not, then who will come to my rescue? Misha turned and strode towards the police, exerting her strength, and the large monk was torn asunder like a mere rag doll. Do not come any closer. One more step, and we will open fire. The old officer shouted into the radio, his voice amplified by the electronic speaker. Takazutsuka was a transportation hub, bustling with foot traffic around the Wanfu Temple, yet amidst such a heinous act of murder, no one dared to approach. Only a few timid souls hid in the distance, surreptitiously capturing the scene on their devices. As the police drew their weapons, half of the onlookers vanished. Yet, some fearless individuals remained, intent on documenting the event. What is that woman? A demon. How could the officers still possess the courage to stand their ground? Misha took a few steps, and upon seeing the gun pointed at her, she stood frozen in confusion. The dark muzzle seemed to reflect a mirror, revealing her own visage. A student in her first year at a private girls' high school, she had once enjoyed a blissful family life, with a bright future visible ahead, frolicking with friends each day. But then the villains arrived, laughing maniacally as they draped black cloths that obscured the sunlight, casting shadows over her life, silencing her voice, and veiling her eyes. Misha had called upon deities and Buddhas, beseeching the government for justice, yet the wicked remained unpunished. "Officer," she murmured, gazing at the gun's muzzle. No one replied. The officers gripped their weapons tighter with rising tension. "Where's this place?" The old policeman swallowed hard. "This is the island nation. Is this not hell?" Misha looked skyward, unable to discern a path leading from hell to heaven. A younger officer, unable to contain his mounting anxiety, unintentionally squeezed the trigger. Bang! Flames erupted from the gun, and a golden bullet flew forth. Misha, lacking the reflexes of a seasoned fighter, felt the bullet pierce her shoulder directly. Thud! The young officer's face lit up in triumph. He had hit her, proving she was not invulnerable. Misha stared in shock at the wound from which blood flowed freely, tears streaming from her eyes. "It hurts. It truly hurts." "Oh no." The old officer inhaled deeply, contemplating retaliating against the young officer, but now was not the time for infighting. He commanded in a grave tone. "Fire! Fire!" Clearly, she was not an invincible demon. They could now muster the confidence to confront her. The battle had commenced, and any further calls for restraint would betray his comrades. Bang! Bang! The successive gunshots rang out like firecrackers. The recoil of the handgun was difficult to manage. From the side, the display of firepower was nothing short of spectacular. The skeletal structure lacked effective defenses against long-range assaults, but spurred by pain and awakened dark memories. Misha abandoned any thoughts of defense. With a desperate charge, she sprinted like a ravenous beast, swiftly closing the distance to the young officer who had fired first. She leapt high, her ribs flaring out like pincers, and as she lunged toward the officer, her white ribs clamped shut with alarming speed. Crack! Half of her body was impaled, and the gaping wounds gushed forth with blood. It hurt so much. Misha was riddled with bullets, her body a canvas of scars. Her hands, shoulders, and face bore the marks of violence, resembling an ancient tree stripped of its bark. With the corpse of a young officer propped against her, she charged into the throng of police, wielding her weapon with deadly precision. Each swing of her blade resulted in shattered bones and severed limbs. A resounding crash echoed as one officer narrowly evaded her assault, only to see the vehicle behind him cleaved open by her strike. Gunfire erupted as an elder officer, taking cover on the ground, continued to fire. This creature, once seen as communicable, had rendered their opportunity for peaceful negotiation futile through the reckless aggression of the younger officer. "Stop! Do you know what you are doing? Assaulting an officer." Misha's eyes burned crimson as she raised her bone knife. She was acutely aware of her transgression, cognizant of the countless evildoers she had dispatched, and understood that she could no longer be considered human. Under the furious gaze of the older officer, her blade pierced his chest, lifting him from the ground. He had prided himself on decades of service without engaging in heinous acts, convinced of his moral integrity. Yet he found himself dying in this moment of brutal reality. Misha pondered this conundrum as well. Why, at barely 20, must she traverse this hellish existence? Were the virtuous destined to endure suffering? The small temple, stained crimson, housed the statue of the 11-faced Guanyin, whose gaze was cast downward. Neither smiling nor sorrowful, a true embodiment of serenity. In a swift motion, Misha unleashed 5 finger bones, causing the statue to collapse with a thunderous crash, its tranquil visage shattering upon impact, crumbling into countless fragments. If deities existed in this world, she implored them to open their averted eyes and behold the grotesque countenances of humanity. In Tokyo's Chiyoda Ward, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department stood as the largest municipal police force globally, comprising over 40,000 officers serving a populace exceeding 10 million, a ratio unparalleled worldwide. It was this formidable contingent that maintained Tokyo's relatively high level of public safety. However, on this day, the authority of the Tokyo police faced an unprecedented challenge. "Hello, is this IACE in Adachi Ward? This is the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's 3rd unit. Where has another incident occurred?" There has been a shootout at Manpuka Temple. An entire team of officers has been wiped out, and the monks inside are in dire straits. A murder in Chiyoda Ward? No. It's at Manpuka Temple in Adachi Ward. Upon realizing the incident transpired in Adachi, the department head exhaled in relief. Yet, he quickly chastised himself. What was there to feel relieved about? Adachi had descended into chaos. In preparation for the impending Olympics, the government had allocated substantial funds to enhance public safety, causing the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's coffers to swell like never before. They had shuttered certain establishments and curtailed late-night programs, projecting an image of prosperity and security. The police brass felt optimistic, yet questions loomed. What had transpired in Adachi Ward? What indeed was unfolding there? Minister Shido hurriedly made his way to the conference room after arriving at the Metropolitan Police Department, having transitioned directly from the Public Security Bureau. The two buildings were situated diagonally to one another, allowing for swift access. As he alighted from the vehicle, beads of perspiration dotted his forehead. A grave incident had transpired in Adachi Ward, one that exceeded the capabilities of ordinary police officers, an ongoing series of terrorist attacks unfolding across multiple locations. The necessity for counter-terrorism measures was paramount, especially as footage from the scene had already been relayed back. The image of a woman clad in red instantly conjured the legend of the Bone Woman in Shido's mind. This was yet another supernatural occurrence, he thought. Navigating through the bustling crowd of officers within the police department, Shido pushed open the door to the conference room. Inside, the chief of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and the highest-ranking officials from the National Police Agency were already present, along with several close ministers from the cabinet. In terms of post-war Japan, an emergency meeting of such high caliber was unprecedented. Shido was not surprised. Even the prime minister's presence would not have astonished him. A projection on the wall displayed the latest footage. The scene at Moritani Family and Manpuka Temple was chaotic. Officers dispatched from the other 22 wards in Tokyo had cordoned off the area, and the bodies, wrapped in body bags, were being carried out one by one. Some were still discernible as human forms, while others appeared limp, reminiscent of a pile of butchered meat. A few officers with weaker constitutions had begun to retch, and even seasoned medical personnel exhibited signs of distress. While they could remain indifferent in the presence of raw meat, the realization that the victims were fellow humans stirred a tumultuous reaction within them. The frantic activity at the scene resembled a colony of ants in disarray. Onlookers, alerted to the situation, stood at a distance outside the cordon. Their expressions varied as they observed the police and forensic teams. Some were attempting to leave Adachi Ward by car, but only 3 hours had elapsed since the first emergency call was made. And various departments in Tokyo had already begun collaborating to seal off major bridges and roads surrounding the area, restricting vehicle movement in and out. The perimeter continued to constrict. As the investigation progressed, Adachi Ward transformed into a chaotic dystopia. The once thriving headquarters of local gangs lay in ruins, and the police station was reduced to fragments. The frontline officers were bewildered by the nature of the threat they faced, yet higher-ranking officials began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Some had been aware for some time, while others were just coming to terms with the information. The police team in Minima Senju, stationed outside Manpuka Temple, had been entirely obliterated, and the scene was drenched in blood. However, the in-car cameras captured invaluable footage, intimate paranormal recordings. The video revealed Misha, her skeletal frame piercing through the bodies, a beautiful youthful visage juxtaposed with a torrent of blood. Was she the instigator behind this upheaval? Minister Shido did not underestimate her due to her age. In the realm of the supernatural, age held no significance. Should a youth suddenly claim to have served in the Kamakura shogunate, as long as he could substantiate his inhuman identity, Shido would accept it as truth. Within the conference room, some officials who were already aware of the existence of supernatural entities grasped their heads in frustration, while those who were still in ignorance gazed in shock at the short film. The nation in which I grew up harbors such enigmatic entities, whether they be human or supernatural. If there are demons, what of the deities and immortals? What of the elixirs of life? Minister Shido sighed, casting a glance at the unvarnished footage from the vehicle, fully aware of the cabinet's stance. Once a secret is known by two individuals, it ceases to be a secret. The revelation of supernatural beings to the upper echelons of officials would soon propagate throughout the elite of society, and this secret would inevitably spread further. Yet, Shido understood that concealment was futile. The ongoing spate of killings by the Bone Woman in Adachi was well documented. with witnesses emerging one after another. Even without perusing the internet, he believed that videos were already rampant online. Furthermore, with the police rushing to Adachi, the number of eyewitnesses was in the thousands. This was not a secluded sect, where superficial distractions could mask the truth. The Chizai Association was perceived by the external world as just another case of black-on-black crime, and the Yamanashi Prefectural Police shared this view. Beneath the surface, however, clandestine investigations were underway, rendering any need for concealment obsolete. This was Tokyo, a metropolis with a population exceeding 10 million and home to hundreds of consulates. Every action would be scrutinized under a magnifying glass. It was likely that, apart from the Prime Minister's consent to share the footage with those present, the Americans had also received pertinent videos. If one must present a facade, it was better to do so with sincerity than to attempt to deceive. Whether or not there were Americans among the witnesses, it was possible that some ministers in attendance were double agents. The urgent meeting commenced before all personnel had arrived. The bone woman depicted in the footage was not impervious. She could be harmed by the relatively weak firearms carried by the police. The power of rifles and submachine guns was self-evident, and those present were confident in their ability to eliminate her. However, it was not explicitly stated. After brief discussions regarding the bone woman, who had caused an immense loss of life, the meeting resolved to capture her alive, even if it required sacrificing numerous officers in the process. This incident marked the closest encounter the government had had with a mysterious existence, and capturing the bone woman would surely unveil the secrets of that hidden world. All mobile police units, except those in Chiyoda, were dispatched to Adachi. Subways, trains, and vehicular traffic were restricted, cutting off all communication networks in Adachi. The self-defense forces were coordinated. A net had been cast over Adachi. She would not escape. In Bunkyo Ward, at the Yushima Tenmanga Shrine, a specialized shrine dedicated to Sugawara no Michizane, the deity of knowledge, it was a fitting location for the area known for its academic pursuits. Students typically visit to pray for success before examinations. Miyu Utaira skipped joyfully, clasping Maki Sada's hand as they exited the shrine. After returning home yesterday to find her parents' stern expressions, Miyu felt it prudent to aim for a private high school. Although Sora Mizuno was undeniably charming, her parents' admonitions seemed even more daunting. Yesterday's wishes must hold some weight. Otherwise, it feels somewhat disrespectful to the Meiji Shrine. Nevertheless, today's prayers at the Yushima Tenmanga Shrine are of utmost importance. With a spirited turn, Kagawa Miyu flashed a V sign toward the shrine, earnestly requesting the Yushima deity to grant her admission to a private high school. Sadamai gazed at her pragmatic friend with a mix of exasperation and amusement, muttering something about reverence for the divine, while secretly acknowledging that her own attitude toward the gods was just as utilitarian. Today, she found herself dragged all the way to Bunkyo Ward. Bunkyo, with little to offer in terms of entertainment, left the two of them eager to return to Adachi after their visit. At the platform, Sadamai and Kagawa Miyu waited for over half an hour for a train. This wasn't a major railway line spanning the nation, but merely a city tram, making the wait feel excessively prolonged. The restless Kagawa Miyu, unable to contain her impatience, twisted her waist, checked her phone, and playfully hugged Sadamai, exuding the exuberance of a child. "My, where's the train?" she pouted, wrapping her arms around Sadamai's neck in a playful spin. "There must be some sort of incident," Sadamai replied nonchalantly. Contrary to popular belief, trains in this island nation are often not punctual. A contributing factor is that when one line experiences delays, even unrelated lines may intentionally hold back to maintain a semblance of schedule. If, for instance, someone were to jump onto the tracks in Tokyo today, it would likely result in widespread delays across the city. Just as Sadamai finished her thought, an announcement crackled over the loudspeaker. Due to equipment malfunction, trains bound for Arakawa, Adachi, and Kita wards are temporarily out of service. The voice was calm and measured, repeating the message without urgency. Kagawa Miyu's expression fell. They couldn't return home due to the train issues. Taxis were prohibitively expensive, far beyond their means, leaving them with no option but to take the bus. How many transfers would that require to get back home from Yushima? Life feels so bleak, she lamented, leaning wearily against Sadamai's shoulder as they trudged along. Stepping outside, Sadamai squinted against the sunlight, noticing dark shadows flitting across the sky. Suddenly, 3 helicopters buzzed swiftly between the buildings, their thunderous noise compelling pedestrians to cover their ears. As she watched the helicopters head north, The faint sounds of the broadcast from underground reverberated in her mind. And Satami's gaze became fixed. Memories of Mizuno's troubled expression from the previous night resurfaced. Let us take the bus, Kagawa Miyu urged. Satami, with a sense of determination, grasped Kagawa Miyu's hand firmly. Miyu, let us visit the shrine once more. Huh, the Yushima Tenmanga shrine? With sincere devotion. Satami bowed deeply, her head lowered, eyes tightly shut. O divine beings, whether it be the vengeful spirit of Sugawara no Michizane or any other passing deity, I implore you to guide him through this hardship. Please, grant your blessings. A bird soared through the high skies of Tokyo, its obsidian eyes consuming the entirety of the steel forest below. In the northern districts, Katsushika, Tashima, and Taito, police vehicles streamed into Adachi like a flowing river, while helicopters buzzed overhead, their sirens blaring amidst the cacophony of noise and shouts. The hundreds of thousands inhabiting Adachi remained blissfully unaware that they were ensnared within a tightening circle. In Taito, at Sensoji Temple, Kiyomi Shimohira shook her arm and deftly donned her uniform jacket as she walked, her high ponytail swaying with purpose. Her brows furrowed with seriousness as she exchanged her cumbersome heels for practical flats. As an elite member of the public security force, she carried a handgun, a recent privilege granted to her, necessitated by the supernatural forces she was about to confront. The thought of engaging in hand-to-hand combat felt absurd, and yet, Kiyomi never believed that the firearm would provide her any sense of security against a middle-aged swordsman. Today was particularly significant. Her superiors had issued unequivocal orders for the first time to the 5th Division, commanding her to proceed immediately to Adachi. She had already viewed the footage circulating on short video platforms, depicting the legendary Bone Woman. As a distinguished member of the public security, Kiyomi held her own dignity. She did not expect the majority of civil servants and officers to muster much courage in the presence of the Bone Woman. Nevertheless, she would not waver. She was a prodigy in swordsmanship, having honed her skills since childhood. Should the Bone Woman appear before her, even if the odds were stacked against her, she would not flee. Kiyomi would seize the opportunity, believing that her firearm might indeed inflict harm upon her foe. If the protruding bones were to encase the Bone Woman like a cocoon, however, she would find herself at a loss. Come on, hurry. Hey, slow down. Two young girls clad in kimonos dashed past Kiyomi, their youthful faces radiating sunshine. It seemed that an event was taking place at Sensoji today. For girls in kimono bathrobes had begun to arrive since noon. If only she were a few years younger, Kiyomi mused, she too would partake in such festivities. Shaking off the distracting thoughts, Kiyomi stepped forward, but after only a few strides, her pace slowed once more. Approaching her was a woman adorned in a striking red kimono, holding a paper umbrella, her attire reminiscent of the other girls around her. Yet, her breathtakingly beautiful face and statuesque figure commanded attention, leaving even Kiyomi to concede that the woman was but a shade less striking than herself. Was this captivating woman attending the Asakusa event to incite envy among the other young women present? Kiyomi could not tell if she was hallucinating, but as she brushed past the woman in red, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a smile. Truly beautiful. At Nishi Asakusa, within the headquarters of the Matsuba Kai, a prominent organization recognized throughout the nation, the official and unofficial members registered with the police numbered only about 900. However, the actual figure was considerably higher. When accounting for the members dispersed across various districts and counties, the numbers multiplied exponentially. Today marks the annual gathering of the Matsuba Association, where the leaders from the headquarters and affiliated groups congregate in unison. The sight of numerous black luxury sedans lined up in the parking lot evokes a sense of oppression even before one steps into the building. Passers-by avert their gaze and hastily distance themselves from the black-clad figures surrounding the edifice. In honor of this grand assembly, the interior of the Boyong building has been adorned in a hotel-like style, with waitstaff bustling about amidst the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses, while a few hostesses and performers mingle within the crowd. Among the entertainers accompanying the Matsuba Association are female artists, but the majority are comedians known as manzai, a comedic format akin to the Chinese crosstalk. However, for foreigners, comprehending the humor of manzai through subtitles proves a daunting task due to the abundance of puns and island-specific jokes. At gatherings of the underworld, it is customary to feature comedic performers to enliven the atmosphere, a tradition that has persisted through the ages. Regardless of their stature within the criminal world, this age-old custom is adhered to. Consequently, Rumors often circulate in the entertainment industry about certain man's-eye comedians having ties to the underworld, occasionally accompanied by photographs. As he observed the performance, the sixth-generation leader, Yoshiro Ajino, erupted in laughter, prompting the other leaders to join in, even if they found it unamusing. If the superior is laughing, how could I refrain? Over there, the bald one. His performance is quite commendable, remarked Ajino, tilting his body and gesturing with chopsticks toward one of the man's-eye duo. Is he an artist from your agency? He inquired. Watanabe Hiroaki, the highest advisor of the Matsuba Association, nodded in agreement and chuckled. Then let us invite them again next year. The man's-eye duo on stage endeavored to mask their nervousness, secretly grappling with the weight of their situation as they faced the assembly of formidable leaders. They had long been aware of their agency's connections to the underworld, but they had not anticipated being part of such a significant organization like the Matsuba Association, which ranks among the top 10 nationwide and has ties to major political parties. If they wished to sever ties with their agency, they feared they might unwittingly find themselves disposed of in Tokyo Bay. Exchanging a bitter smile, the duo steeled themselves to continue their performance. The Matsuba Association's base in Adachi Ward had been eradicated with remarkable efficiency, leaving no opportunity for warnings to the headquarters. Unbeknownst to those present, a storm was brewing. Just as the atmosphere was filled with jovial camaraderie, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the room. Shouts, sounds of struggle, and anguished cries pierced the air, causing Ajino to furrow his brow. He was aware of the discord among the subordinate groups, especially following the dissolution of the Fujitomo Union, which had intensified the skirmishes between smaller factions. However, he could not tolerate any small groups resorting to open violence during the annual gathering of the entire organization. Without waiting for Ajino's command, Watanabe instructed his subordinates to investigate the disturbance. In a little over a minute, a flustered subordinate burst through the door, exclaiming, "Not good. It's bad." He pushed open the door, inadvertently toppling the man's-eye duo on stage, and stammered, There's been a murder." Upon hearing of the murder, the prominent figures present turned pale and rose to their feet. While they were indifferent to murder, committing such an act during today's gathering was tantamount to courting death. A throng of high-ranking officials surged to the doorway, peering over the railing at the grand hall below. The first floor served as a dining and gathering space for mid-level cadres, where a musical ensemble was meant to enliven the atmosphere. However, now the platform was bare save for a lone drum set, guitar, and keyboard, devoid of any performers. A solitary woman stood there, holding a severed head, draped in a resplendent red kimono. The moment Hongchuan Fangdian saw the head, his expression twisted with horror. It was his son. Bastard. The hall was awash with a gruesome accumulation of corpses, dismembered limbs scattered about, the bloody sight causing the leaders of the Matsuba Association to feel nauseated. The sheer number of bodies piled on the floor far exceeded the 450 official members reported to the police by the Matsuba Association. Mizuno cast a disdainful glance at the figures above. They were few in number, merely dozens, yet their attire revealed them as the elite of the Matsuba Association. Is everyone assembled? Mizuno murmured before hurling a bone knife. It resembled an elongated sickle, the small bones forming a chain, the blade sharp as bone itself, slicing through the air like a hand fishing in a pond. With a whoosh, the sickle severed the eyes of several high-ranking officials, cutting through their noses. A crimson arc spraying into the air. Utilizing formidable physical prowess, Mizuno leaped upstairs in search of the remaining elusive prey. The comedic duo huddled in a corner, both men sensing a warm, damp flow beneath them. Let me see, which fortunate soul remains undiscovered. Arakawa Ward, nestled between Taito and Adachi wards. Shimajima Kiyomi drove her official vehicle into Arakawa Ward, encountering numerous civil servants from other districts along the way. Yet, with each passing moment, her heart grew more anxious, not from fear of facing the bone woman, but from the unsettling impression left by the woman in red. She appeared to be dressed for a normal event, merely strikingly beautiful, yet something felt amiss. Asakusa, Nishi Asakusa. Shimajima Kiyomi pulled her car to the side of the road. The devastation wrought by the bone woman included 2 police stations, a temple, dozens of apartments, and 3 commercial enterprises, one of which seemed affiliated with the Matsuba Association. Her eyes widened in realization. She abruptly shifted gears and sped back toward Taito Ward. The Matsuba Association's stronghold was in Nishi Asakusa, Taito Ward. The destroyed commercial enterprises were undoubtedly linked to the Matsuba Association, and the murder incident in the apartments was certainly connected to its members. All the pieces of logic fell into place. The Bone Woman was retaliating against the Matsuba Association. This revelation was not merely her own insight. The higher-ups within the bureaucratic system must have deduced it after synthesizing information. Yet, they were preoccupied with laying a trap to hunt down the Bone Woman in Adachi Ward. But this assumption rested on the belief that there was only one Bone Woman in the world, who decreed that there could be but one. According to Shimajima Kiyomi's intuition, the woman she encountered moments ago bore an 80% resemblance to the Bone Woman. Their attire and demeanor were strikingly similar. Shimajima, what are you planning to do? The Boyang building in the Taito district, particularly in the Nishisakusa area, may have also fallen victim to the Bone Woman's attack. Immediate deployment of personnel to secure the Boyang building is imperative. I stand by every word I utter. This is not a jest. And it is not merely one Bone Woman. Shimajima Kiyomi's speed was remarkable. Despite being a female driver, her driving prowess surpassed that of many male counterparts, transforming an ordinary sedan into a formidable force. Were she traversing a desert, a swirling cloud of dust would have risen dramatically behind her. A lengthy queue of vehicles was ensnared in congestion from Arakawa to Adachi, the cacophony of honking horns and flashing lights intertwining chaotically, while traffic officers struggled to manage the gridlock with minimal impact. Yet, the route from Arakawa to Taito remained eerily clear, as the entirety of Adachi had been sealed off, with only a few cars sporadically visible on the opposite lane. Shimajima Kiyomi's vehicle sliced through the road like a black thread, leaving a chaotic trail. Speeding, running red lights, and blaring her horn, her car aggressively proclaimed to all vehicles on the road, "Do not provoke me." After overtaking the vehicles ahead, she finally arrived at Nishisakusa. The Boyang building towered amidst the bustling city, adjacent to the renowned Sensoji Temple. She was not the first official on the scene. A special rapid response unit belonging to the police had arrived a few minutes earlier, establishing a perimeter outside the Boyang building. Clad in elite counterterrorism uniforms and wielding powerful weaponry, they exuded a formidable presence. However, Shimajima Kiyomi harbored doubts regarding the efficacy of this domestic counterterrorism unit, as Japan is a culturally insular nation where foreign terrorists find it challenging to infiltrate. Under stringent gun control, domestic terrorists lack the capacity to create significant turmoil. Were these individuals reliable? There were no onlookers present. The local residents were well aware that the Boyang building was affiliated with the Yakuza group, Matsuba Kai. Upon witnessing the government-esque counterterrorism units surrounding the Matsuba Kai, they silently cheered, believing that the authorities were taking action to protect the public. After presenting her legitimate police credentials and passing the verification, Shimajima Kiyomi headed straight for the temporary command center at the scene. The commander, a middle-aged man, was a retired self-defense forces member who had participated in several peacekeeping missions. Although lacking direct combat experience, he had often sought counsel from countries with extensive counterterrorism expertise in Europe. "We currently do not have access to the Boyang building, and the situation remains uncertain. However, from our observations outside, the circumstances within the Boyang building appear grim." Shimajima Kiyomi felt a twinge of anxiety, should her speculation prove erroneous. The burden of mismanaging police resources would fall squarely upon her shoulders, especially in a time of such personnel shortages. Yet, she could now exhale. Her suspicions were validated. The sniper team had secured nearby vantage points, poised and ready, while every exit of the Boyang building was meticulously guarded. The assault team, armed with automatic rifles, cautiously advanced towards the main entrance of the Boyang building. Observing their cautious and deliberate actions, Shimajima Kiyomi felt an uneasy gulp in her throat. The special assault unit displayed a measure of courage, unlike during the Fukushima meltdown incident, where they had to select warriors from the unfortunate souls burdened by debts to face their demise. Before even approaching the building, the heavy black curtains of the revolving door on the first floor parted, revealing a woman clad in red who stepped forth. From her emergence, a thick, sanguine aura surged forth like a writhing mass of serpents, spewing forth a crimson mist. Behind that door lay a realm of horrors, even from a distance. Shimajima Kiyomi could sense the nauseating stench of blood. The interior of the Boyang building was drenched in a deep red, reminiscent of the vibrant hue of the woman's kimono, hinting at the grotesque events that had transpired within. Kiyomi bore no sympathy for the fate of the Matsuba Guild members. They were the detritus of society. long overdue for eradication. Her own family, the Shimejima clan, had once been entangled in the underworld, a chapter she preferred to forget. The scene before her indicated that the Special Assault Unit had transformed the Boyong building into a battlefield. They would not hesitate to bombard it if it meant capturing the Bone Woman. In this moment, the members of the Matsuba Guild were regarded merely as props in a larger narrative. As the woman emerged, the members of the assault team halted, swiftly seeking cover. Their weapons trained on her. Beneath their masks, their breaths quickened and grew heavy. In the distance, the snipers similarly aligned their scopes on the woman in red. The atmosphere became taut with tension. The woman walked slowly, her beauty reminiscent of an ethereal figure from a painting, were it not for the hellish scene behind her. The senior officials and the command center maintained constant communication. Naturally, the higher-ups would not be present at the scene, directing operations remotely from Chiyoda Ward. Upon seeing the woman on the video feed, a rapid debate ensued, culminating in the commander receiving instructions through his earpiece. Do not engage yet. Attempt to establish contact. From the footage of the fallen police force, it was clear that the Bone Woman was not an unapproachable entity, nor was she an outright anarchist. Despite the devastating blow she had dealt to the government facilities in Adachi Ward, the potential for dialogue with such supernatural forces made the endeavor worthwhile. Each year, countless trillions are funneled into research, yet the results invariably lag behind humanity's insatiable greed. The desires that science fails to fulfill find hope in the sudden emergence of the arcane, illuminating paths previously unseen. Who does not yearn to transcend humanity, to achieve immortality? They have spent half their lives seizing power and accumulating wealth. Yet as seasons change, the elite increasingly feel the weight of time and their own insignificance. Meanwhile, the ambitious see in the supernatural a glimmer of hope to escape their constraints. The psychological resilience of the Special Assault Unit members far surpassed that of ordinary police. In the absence of an order to fire, they suppressed their unease, refraining from pulling the trigger out of fear. This is also due to their lack of first-hand experience with the terror of the Bone Woman, allowing them to maintain their composure. The commander observed the woman in red from a distance and spoke into the megaphone with a grave tone. Greetings, we are the official police force of the island nation. The higher-ups had instructed the commander to refrain from using a harsh tone, urging him to regard the other party as a potential ally rather than immediately branding them a criminal with an imposing demeanor. The woman in red gazed at the commander, offering no verbal response. Excellent. She had not resorted to violence, indicating a possibility for engagement. My lady, the Bone Woman, we harbor no intention of opposing you. The commander began, but before he could finish, the woman in red suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke. Shimizu Kiyomi instinctively crouched behind the rocky outcrop in fright. As the smoke dissipated, there was no trace of the woman in red, only a section of bone left upon the ground, a stark, white fragment of skeleton. Quick, collect the remains. A thunderous voice blared through the commander's earpiece, nearly deafening him. Observing the bones left behind, all the higher-ups watching from a distance clenched their fists in triumph. This was a monumental victory. In the face of various arcane phenomena, the blockade of modern technology appeared almost ludicrous. Mizuno Sora effortlessly infiltrated the sealed-off Adachi district, though he felt a twinge of sorrow as his mobile phone, previously taken by his doppelganger, had been trampled during the chaos, reduced to a pile of electronic refuse. Despite secretly being a disruptor of the island nation, he outwardly presented himself as a mere impoverished high school student. The destruction of his phone caused a pang in his heart. He lamented the effort required to earn enough to replace it. While he could easily access cash from the organizations and residences around him for a swift fortune, his inherently cautious nature prompted him to earn money through honest labor instead of resorting to cash withdrawals. After all, every banknote bore a serial number, and every expense represented a potential risk. One should never underestimate any nation. Once the formidable machinery of the state is mobilized, it relentlessly pursues the missing funds within organizations, tracing withdrawal records to infer who accessed the money, and subsequently investigating the serial numbers to uncover any recent circulation of notes bearing the same identifiers. The Adachi district resembled a war-torn area, devoid of pedestrians, with uniformed police officers armed to the teeth patrolling the streets, while helicopters hovered overhead. Had it not been for the sensitivity surrounding the mobilization of the self-defense forces, coupled with the quality issues of their personnel, soldiers would have been stationed throughout the district. Police vehicles formed barricades at every intersection. If the situation persisted, barbed wire would likely be erected. The more than 600,000 residents of Adachi had been rendered paralyzed by fear. Some trembled in their homes, while others on the outskirts attempted to breach the defenses. Who goes there? After a few steps down the street, Mizuno Sora found himself confronted by a tense officer aiming a firearm at him. Upon realizing he was merely a high school student, the officer sighed in relief, yet the weapon remained steadily trained on Mizuno Sora. For the typically strict police of the island nation to wield their firearms so casually was unprecedented, a privilege perhaps only afforded to the militaristic society of the pre-war era. If given a choice, these police officers would certainly prefer not to wield such power. With a pained expression, a young officer approached to question Mizuno Sora. He was reluctant to take the risk of interrogation, but being the most junior member, he felt compelled to act. What if this youth were a creature of the supernatural? Who could withstand that? Moreover, he had an unsettling feeling that the weapons of his colleagues were also aimed at him. Given their marksmanship, he suspected that a stray shot would undoubtedly spell his demise. It was perhaps time to contemplate resignation, despite the arduous effort it took to secure his position. Yet, the threat of death loomed larger. He needed to return home swiftly and avoid aimless wandering outdoors. After a brief inquiry, confirming that Mizuno Sora was merely a high school student, the officer waved him off. Indeed, the Adachi District Hospital was situated in Bakakana. Without even entering the hospital, Mizuno could sense the palpable resentment of the medical staff from a distance. A multitude of vehicles, ambulances, police cars, private cars, crowded the hospital's exterior, stretching from the parking lot out onto the street, creating a congestion that spanned over a mile. Injured individuals, both lightly and severely wounded, were being transported from the vehicles. Due to the overwhelming number of casualties, stretchers were in short supply, and makeshift litters were hastily constructed from available materials. Those with only external injuries were promptly carried into the hospital. Mizuno shook his head. He believed that among those injured, very few belonged to the Matsubo Association. For all members would have met a bloody end at the hands of the vengeful Misa without sustaining injuries. Most of the unfortunate wounded were police officers. With very few civilians present, Misa was not a mindless monster and would not target ordinary people who posed no threat. After being threatened with firearms, Mizuno even harbored malicious thoughts, wondering if any of the injured had been mistakenly shot by overly anxious officers. Interestingly, some officers, despite suffering only minor injuries, rushed into the hospital in droves, finally finding an excuse to avoid confronting that creature. Their sensitivity rivaled that of certain celebrities from Huagua. Inside Adachi Hospital, in the patient room, Kaibu-sa sat anxiously at the bedside, gripping her mother's hand tightly. The hallway echoed with cries and the unsettling sounds of gurneys rolling, causing her small hands to tremble. Make way, a nurse called as she pushed a stretcher into the room. Although the words were not directed at Kaibu-sa, she instinctively curled up. On the stretcher lay an officer with a shoulder wound, his expression devoid of emotion, not due to unwavering resolve, but rather from the effects of anesthesia. Once the numbing sensation faded, he would surely lament his plight. Yet, it was this expression of numbness that intensified Kaibu-sa's terror. What on earth had transpired outside? Suddenly, as Kaibu-sa quivered in fear, she felt a hand clap upon her shoulder. She turned in alarm. I'm here, Mizuno-kun. Upon seeing Mizuno Sora standing behind her, Kaibu-sa could no longer contain herself. She sprang from her chair and enveloped him in a tight embrace, akin to a koala clinging to a tree. Faced with a special assault team, Mizuno Sora found himself unexpectedly at a loss. He caught a whiff of the fragrance drawing near and sensed the trembling of Kaibu-sa, whose body was chilled by fear. Her hands clasped tightly behind his back. After a moment of hesitation, Mizuno wrapped his left arm around Kaibu's shoulders, gently patting her back with his right hand. Lowering his head, he murmured softly, "It's all right, I'm back." Kaibu trembled slightly, not from fear, but as tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop landing silently on Mizuno's shoulder, causing every inch of his skin to quiver. He ceased his patting and instead ran his right hand through her hair, caressing her head as her silky locks slipped through his fingers, mingling the scent of her with the medicinal aroma of the hospital room. After holding the quietly sobbing Kaibu for what felt like half a minute, Mizuno gently said, "All right. There are others here too." Only then did Kaibu gradually cease her tears, slowly releasing her grip, her head bowed, the faint sound of tears tracing down her cheeks still audible. Kaibu's life had been fraught with misfortune. She was like a delicate white feather drifting through the air, blown in every direction by the slightest breeze. She was not one to wail loudly. Her tears fell silently, yet Mizuno could still detect a rasp in her voice. "It was my fault. I won't let you feel this afraid again." He took both of Kaibu's hands and clasped them tightly in his own. In a modest apartment in Adachi Ward, Misa gasped for breath, afraid to touch her wounds, for even the slightest contact sent sharp pain coursing through her, urging her to cry out. Leaning against the windowsill, she observed the police and patrol cars on the street, suppressing the impulse to scream. Her pale face, disheveled hair, and bloodstained clothing made her look like a ghost from a horror film, no makeup necessary. After being granted the bloodline limit by Mizuno, Misa possessed a trace of chakra within her, yet it was insufficient to withstand the toll of the corpse-bone path. Each use of her abilities drained her life force further. After hours of relentless slaughter, her fragile teenage life was dimming, her breath growing shallow as she curled up in the corner of her room. Gazing at her vision, now marred with static, Misa's heart beat slowly and laboriously, a sign that her body had reached its limits. It's not over yet, she thought. She had yet to experience the icy landscapes of the north, to behold Mount Dyson from the Tottori sand dunes, to revel in the beaches of the south, or to savor ice cream in winter. Life held so much beauty still unseen, and even in her current state, she yearned to find a beloved companion with whom to share the unfulfilled joys of existence. How can someone as beautiful as I am consider death? Misa chuckled bitterly to herself, clutching her wound as she staggered through the room in search of hope. In typical households, a medicine cabinet is often found, stocked with commonly used hemostatic medications and cold remedies. Misha rummaged through the cupboard and finally unearthed the medicine box. The brown wooden chest, exuding an aura of antiquity, bore the inscription San Yi Children's Care Home. It appeared that the owner of this apartment had once worked at an orphanage. Misha felt an inexplicable fondness for the unseen proprietor. Although the world harbors many nefarious individuals, there remain good souls. More often than not, the human heart is more terrifying than any demon or monster. Lady Bone, despite being a creature of darkness, embodies humanity more than most people do. As Misha applied a bandage to her wound, the sliding door of the bedroom creaked open. With a reflexive motion, she extended her hand towards the bedroom, poised to unleash her fingers like bullets at the slightest thought. Even if the apartment's owner were merely an innocent citizen, she would not hesitate to kill in the name of survival. However, the figure that emerged was an elderly woman, her hair a snowy white, her face a tapestry of wrinkles, and her squinting eyes framed by a gentle smile. "Ah, is that you, Mochizuki-chan?" The old woman turned to close the door behind her. "Why are you up so early? If you don't sleep well, you won't grow up, you know." Mochizuki? Misha could not recall having such an elegant surname. "Are you hungry? Did you wake up due to hunger?" The elderly woman flashed a mysterious smile at Misha, then bent down to rummage through a drawer, retrieving a piece of fruit hard candy. "Here, take this. It's something the chubby old lady has secretly saved for you. Enjoy this treat while I prepare your meal." The old woman extended her cracked, weathered palm, presenting a green-wrapped fruit candy, shaking it gently before Misha. Though she referred to herself as a chubby old lady, the woman appeared quite frail and emaciated. Misha instinctively recoiled, finding herself backed down by an elderly woman, despite being a formidable creature with countless lives taken. Observing the woman's kind smile, Misha hesitantly accepted the candy, cradling it in her palm without consuming it recklessly. The elderly woman chuckled and ambled towards the kitchen. If only Mitsushima, Takeo, and the others were as well-behaved as Mochizuki, they are far too mischievous. Who knows where they are off playing now? It's a wonder they still have the energy to frolic without a proper meal. Such behavior won't serve them well in society, unlike you, Mochizuki-chan, who diligently studies. As she traced the orphanage's inscription on the medicine box, Misha began to understand. The elderly woman must have once worked at the orphanage, and in her later years, she had succumbed to dementia. Her ability to discern reality diminished to a mere shadow of its former self, mistaking Misha for one of the children from the orphanage. Yet, Misha did not let her guard down. Who could tell if the woman was feigning innocence? Her vigilance remained unyielding. From the kitchen wafted the sounds of cooking, accompanied by a faint aroma of delectable dishes. Returning the medicine box to its rightful place, Misha noticed a framed photograph resting on the table. The image depicted a middle-aged, plump woman surrounded by children, likely the very same elderly lady, featuring children of various ages, from 5 or 6 years old to teenagers and even adults in their 20s. In the background, there are some wedding photos, with the plump grandmother standing beside the bride and groom. It appears that the children from the orphanage have grown up and formed their own families, inviting the grandmother to partake in their wedding as a maternal figure. Misha also discovered a family portrait of the grandmother within the frame, depicting her alongside her own family. Curiously, it seems that only the grandmother resides in the current apartment. One can surmise that her children are living and working elsewhere, having established their own households. The number of solitary elderly individuals on the island is increasingly on the rise, a phenomenon that had already become a societal issue decades ago. Economic development has led to a declining population growth rate, transforming large families into smaller ones and single-member households. The social circles of lonely elders have diminished significantly, with many childless seniors receiving visits solely from community welfare workers. This has given rise to the term lonely death, referring to the unfortunate reality where many seniors pass away alone, their bodies unclaimed and homes left vacant, often discovered months later by neighbors or community personnel. Come, Mochizuki-chan. This is a special meal prepared by Annie for you. You must finish it before Yanazumi and the others wake up. The slender grandmother struggled to carry the rice cooker. Misha limped forward to take the rice cooker from her. The grandmother smiled contentedly and presented a stir-fried dish, bending down to place 2 bowls of rice on the table. Hurry and eat. With her hands clasped together, the grandmother said a prayer before placing a piece of meat in Misha's bowl. I shall begin, Misha replied, awkwardly clasping her hands together with her chopsticks. The meal was consumed at a leisurely pace. The elderly grandmother ate sparingly, while Misha lacked appetite due to her shoulder injury, which made movement cumbersome and dining a laborious task. After assisting with the dishes, Misha relaxed on the sofa, adopting a comfortable position to ease her discomfort. How has school been for you lately, Mochizuki-chan? Be cautious with the swing in the yard. The ropes appear rather worn, and I fear you might fall and hurt yourself. Sighing, the grandmother mused about the fate of the garden since its adoption. A sweet girl like you will surely be taken in by a good family, leading a fulfilling and happy life, eventually bearing beautiful children. The grandmother's rambling lulled Misha into a gentle drowsiness, yet she felt no impatience. She relished the tranquility of the moment, willing to listen to her chatter for hours on end. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Who could it be? The grandmother rose and ambled towards the entrance, her steps unsteady and agonizingly slow, to the point where Misha could have easily overtaken her in an instant. Who is it? As the grandmother reached the apartment door, she gently pulled it open. With a creak, the iron door swung open to reveal community workers accompanied by several tense-looking police officers. Mrs. Shimizu, how have you been lately? The community worker, noticeably anxious compared to previous visits, was now tasked with the unfortunate duty of screening residents alongside the police amidst the current turmoil. Oh dear, everything is just fine, quite well indeed. The plump grandmother waved her hand dismissively, indicating that there was no issue. The 2 police officers exchanged glances, and one of them gently inquired, Mrs. Shimizu, would it be convenient for us to come in for a moment? The courage displayed by these officers far exceeded that of their colleagues in the Metropolitan Police, demonstrating a boldness that seemed out of place for the Heisei era. The plump grandmother chuckled, there's nothing inside, dear. The children have all gone to school. The officers had been informed by community members prior to their arrival that Mrs. Shimizu was afflicted with dementia, mistaking her solitary apartment for the welfare institution where she once worked. Fortunately, she still retained the ability to care for herself. Otherwise, as a solitary elderly person, she would find it difficult to gain admission to a nursing home. After all, without relatives or children, such individuals are often perceived merely as economic burdens, with no one to claim their remains after death. Despite her dementia, she had not forgotten her past responsibilities, a testament to her character. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, ruffling the officer's hair. After bowing an apology for the intrusion, the officers and community members departed politely. Once they had moved a distance away, the plump grandmother turned and spoke softly, Mochizuki-chan, you needn't hide anymore. The bad uncles have gone. Misa, concealed by the bedroom window and prepared to leap from it at any moment, cautiously peeked her head out only after confirming the officers had left. She regarded the plump grandmother with a complicated expression, unable to discern whether the old woman was genuinely forgetful or merely feigning it. Mochizuki-chan, you've hidden very well, the grandmother said, producing a piece of fruit-hard candy from her hand. Here, this is your reward. With the candy in her mouth, Misa's shallow breaths steadied slightly. Given the choice, she preferred not to die at such a young age. How is it that when I take my eyes off you, you end up playing outside and getting so dirty? The grandmother frowned at Misa, who was smeared with blood. Come now. Let us get you cleaned up inside and into some fresh clothes. She rummaged through the wardrobe and retrieved an old-fashioned men's suit, still pristine, suggesting it had never been worn. This was bought for Yuta, but he hasn't returned home these past few days. You can wear it for now. Misa looked at the suit, bemused. A girl wearing a man's outfit seemed an odd pairing, and their body shapes were entirely different. Without rejecting the grandmother's kindness, she accepted the suit and slipped into another room, feeling too fatigued to bathe. She knew she needed to regain her strength quickly and escape the lockdown in Adachi Ward. Lingering here could cause untold trouble for the plump grandmother. What's wrong, Mochizuki-chan? Are you feeling down? No. Misa shook her head but then nodded. If something is troubling you, you can share it with the grandmother. I've experienced many unhappy moments myself, yet I still find joy in life. Grandmother, why are some people destined to suffer from birth? Is this fate truly predetermined? Upon hearing Misha's words, the plump matron feigned anger and clapped her hands. Such words cannot be uttered. These are merely deceitful notions propagated by the church. No one is born to suffer. Look at the many children from the welfare home who have ventured out into the world. Do they not live well? Every year, successful youths return to visit us. Although the examples cited by the matron were beyond Misha's comprehension, a smile still graced her lips. Life indeed holds countless beauties. Much like the skeletal lady extending a hand amidst despair and the kind matron before her, to live is to harbor hope. After conversing with Mochizuki for a while, the matron began to shuffle about the room, clutching the orphanage's roster and counting the children one by one. Misha closed her eyes, seeking to relax her mind. Currently, the forces sealing off Adachi Ward were the police. She felt a headache at the thought of the small handguns, yet they did not seem fatal. Although her school days were consumed with astrology, Misha was aware of the self-defense forces' nature and surmised they had yet to advance into Adachi Ward. Thus, the hope of breaking through the blockade remained. She could no longer be considered human. Her existence should not trouble the kind matron. Yet suddenly, Misha's eyes widened, a sense of danger gripping her heart. The glass of the bedroom window shattered violently as a specially crafted bomb was thrust inside. In an instant, her body erupted into motion, and with a single hand, she seized the bomb and hurled it away. This all transpired in a flash. As the high-concentration tranquilizer bomb flew back out, the command center instantly realized their setup had been compromised, issuing orders to all personnel from the makeshift command post in the distant residential area, open fire. The doors and windows of the apartment were instantly breached as a tactical unit, clad in gas masks and armed to the teeth, unleashed a barrage into the room. Mochizuki, has another mischievous child broken the window? The matron called cheerfully as she entered the room with a plate of desserts. Facing her was the window, and the dark muzzles of the tactical unit were aimed directly at the bedroom. In Misha's eyes, this sudden assault unfolded in slow motion, allowing her to witness the movements of the tactical unit, the flames erupting from their firearms, and the matron caught in the bullet's trajectory. The matron's body twisted under the gunfire. Misha's eyes widened, blood seeping from the corners as she beheld the matron struck by bullets, her mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. The expression of concern etched on the matron's face seemed to convey a silent message to Mochizuki. Be sure to hide well. The bullets struck not only the matron, but were primarily concentrated on Misha. In the blaze of gunfire, Misha doubled over in agony, a heart-wrenching pain preventing her from standing upright. This posture was her only means of alleviating the encroaching despair. Why must all her hopes be torn asunder, reduced to fragments before her very eyes? She merely wished to be an ordinary girl, to return to the life she once knew. The dance of the early ferns. This is the most formidable technique among the 5 dances of the bone pulse. Suddenly, the apartment floor erupted with a multitude of sharp bones, resembling early ferns. The ambushing troops, taken by surprise, found themselves impaled in midair, akin to rag dolls. The dance of early ferns was extraordinarily powerful, yet commensurate with its might was the terrifying consumption of energy. Before fully unleashing the dance, Misa collapsed to the ground like a paper doll. Mizuno Sora raised his head in astonishment, sensing a pull towards the east. The skills of the bone pulse had unexpectedly ascended to LV2, allowing for an additional participant in the sharing of experience. He did not believe this enhancement was solely due to witnessing numerous afflicted individuals. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that Misa must have done something that enabled him to share in her experience. Much like in an online game, even when idling, one could draw strength from a teammate's achievements, which was a delightful surprise. Sora contemplated whether he should unlock more bloodline limits to diversify the distribution of power. With the amplification of his bone pulse, Misa's strength would similarly be enhanced, further augmenting her already formidable abilities. Within the apartment, as Misa fell, the jagged bone spikes vanished, causing the ambushers to tumble to the ground. After a struggle to regroup, the assault team, consisting of over 100 members, managed to select a single brave soul. In truth, compared to ordinary police, the casualties among the newly arrived assault team in Adachi Ward were not excessively severe. However, the annihilation in the bedroom was utterly terrifying. It was not a force that humans could contend with. Only one member of the assault team cautiously entered the room, inching closer to the bone woman. His demeanor suggested he would flee at the slightest provocation, inciting the commander's ire. Despite having confirmed through drone surveillance that the life signs of the target had nearly vanished and that she was gravely injured, why was there still such trepidation? Nonetheless, this was the bravest individual they could muster. The fearless counterterrorism operative, standing over 2 meters away from the bone woman, repeatedly verified her lack of threat before cautiously approaching. Moments later, his voice crackled through the radio. The bone woman seems to be dead. Dead? Are you certain? We fired only tranquilizer rounds. Looking at the lifeless bodies of his fallen comrades, the counterterrorism member felt a surge of frustration. To ensure the capture of the bone woman, they had chosen low-impact tranquilizers. Against such a creature, he would prefer to bombard it with artillery. Were tranquilizers a mere jest? They were risking their lives for this. The bone woman was important, but were their lives not of equal value? It seemed that after this mission, it might be prudent to consider resigning and returning home to Mary. I'm not certain. She has faint life signs. Very weak. The counterterrorism member jumped in alarm, grasping his weapon in self-defense. After all, she was a mythological creature. Resurrection was not out of the realm of possibility. Swiftly entering the building, they aimed to capture her. A grand victory, the second major triumph of the day. Capturing the living bone woman would undoubtedly hold immeasurable value compared to her lifeless form. The lockdown in Adachi Ward was lifted swiftly by nightfall. The majority of the lockdown forces had withdrawn, although patrol officers could still be seen traversing the streets. The self-defense forces, arriving belatedly, decided to turn back to their base without ever reaching Adachi, with an unknown number of their vehicles having broken down en route. In the dimly lit hospital room of Adachi Ward, Kaibusa rested her head upon the shoulder of Mizuno Sora. Before succumbing to slumber, she silently wept in his embrace. The reticent yet perceptive Mizuno Sora was at a loss for words of comfort and resorted to gently patting her shoulder and caressing her hair. Hearing her soft sobs, he could only utter simple reassurances of "don't cry." Perhaps exhausted from her tears, Kaibusa eventually leaned against him and fell asleep. After enduring such turmoil, Mizuno too felt wearied. His face nestled atop Kaibusa's head as he sought a comfortable position and drifted into a deep slumber. He was roused by the sensation of being observed. Following the evolution of his perception to an almost metaphysical level after attaining level 3 in swordsmanship, he could instantly detect the gazes directed towards him. Upon opening his eyes and meeting the source of the scrutiny, Mizuno Sora awkwardly touched his nose. After a period of unconsciousness, Hirana finally stirred back to consciousness. Upon awakening in her hospital bed, her gaze fell upon her daughter and Mizuno Sora, who were nestled together. She remained silent, observing them. It was clear that Mizuno had taken the time to be with little Sa in the dead of night, demonstrating his sincere care. However, memories of the gang members from before her fainting struck Hirana with a sharp pang of anguish. What would become of those ruffians? They merely operated a modest eatery. Must they truly sell their home and relocate to another city? At that opportune moment, Mizuno Sora also opened his eyes, and their gazes met. He awkwardly withdrew his hand that rested on Kaibusa's shoulder. Hirana managed the awkwardness with a smile. This was the hospital in Bakuma. After Hirana had fainted, Mizuno Sora recounted the events he learned from Kaibusa. Following her collapse, she had been swiftly transported to the hospital, remaining unconscious during that time. So much had transpired. As she touched her surgical wounds, Hirana came to a profound realization. Since mustering the immense courage to divorce, she had transformed into an entirely different person. embodying a resilience that contrasted starkly with her gentle exterior. Even just moments after being wheeled into the operating room, where life and death hung in the balance, Hirana's countenance remained serene as she gently regarded the sleeping Kaibusa. Surely, the child must have been terrified when she had collapsed. In the shadows, Mizuno Sora gently patted Kaibusa. She entered a long dream, one in which she and Mizuno sat atop a Ferris wheel, overlooking Tokyo, and watched the sunrise by the sea. For her simple and unadorned life, this was the most romantic scenario she could conceive. Then, the scene shifted, and she found herself clad in a snow-white wedding gown, culminating with Mizuno Sora playfully tapping her bottom. How startling! Kaibusa, startled, opened her eyes and emitted an involuntary sound of shyness. She found herself face-to-face with Mizuno-kun, so close that upon closer inspection, she realized she was leaning against his shoulder, half of her body nestled in his embrace. The thought of drooling crossed her mind, and her cheeks flushed a bright crimson. She instinctively touched the spot on her backside where she had been tapped in her dream and caught a glimpse of Irina, who had turned her head towards them. "Mom," Kaibusa whispered in suppressed astonishment. She eagerly leaned over the edge of the bed, tears welling in her eyes. Although the doctor had assured her that her mother would awaken soon, a sense of unease had lingered in her heart. Now, witnessing her mother open her eyes, a wave of joy enveloped her entire being. "As long as Mom is all right, everything is fine." Irina gently stroked Kaibusa's hair, saying, "I made you worry. Your Mizuno-kun is right here. It's not good to cry so much." Irina's words were devoid of any intention to shield Mizuno Sora from the conversation, causing Kaibusa to blush even deeper. She then recollected that she had fallen asleep resting on Mizuno-kun's shoulder, and her heart raced at the thought that her mother had undoubtedly witnessed this. What was she to do? Mizuno Sora chuckled awkwardly, realizing how Irina was wholeheartedly nudging her daughter toward him. As for Kaibusa, he felt indifferent, a notion he himself found hard to believe. Yet, this formidable entity, adept at dealing with violence, found himself timid when it came to matters of the heart. The Mizuno and Kaibu families had been ushered out of Adachi Hospital after confirming that Irina's injuries were not severe. The doctor urged them to return home for recuperation. It wasn't that they were unwilling to earn a profit or treated patients poorly. Rather, Adachi Hospital was experiencing an unprecedented surge in patient numbers. Lightly injured and severely wounded individuals were crammed together, with makeshift beds filling the corridors and lobbies, some even lying on the floor due to a lack of space. Despite the hospitals in Tokyo collaborating to transfer victims to other facilities, the pace was painfully slow. The roads in Adachi remained congested, with the majority of the injured unable to escape the confines of Adachi Hospital. Surgeons were busy operating, while other departments were called upon to manage minor injuries. Even pediatrics and obstetrics had been summoned to assist, as any knowledge of basic treatment was better than none at all. Once traffic restrictions were lifted, Adachi's roads continued to be choked with congestion, not from an influx of vehicles, but from the overwhelming number of people fleeing the area. The evacuation efforts rendered the main roads leading out of Adachi completely blocked, prompting some to take to bicycles and navigate side streets. Despite announcements and police reassurances that the terrorists had been dealt with, the panic persisted. What a farce. Terrorists? Creatures capable of growing bones and slaughtering? With over 60,000 residents in Adachi, countless individuals had witnessed the chaos unleashed by Misa. Even those who hadn't seen it firsthand had heard whispers of the events from others, their understanding tinged by the shared fear. The calamity wrought by vengeance is destined to inflict a profound blow upon the economy of Adachi Ward. Though the passage of time has been brief, rendering the impact not yet discernible, the mass exodus of residents will likely deter their return for the foreseeable future. Numerous shops along the streets have suffered damage. Fortunately, Adachi Ward is not a commercial or industrial stronghold within Tokyo, and one would be hard-pressed to find a notable shopping street. Most establishments resemble the antiquated seafood eateries of the area. Otherwise, if the Bone Women were to unleash chaos, the losses would be catastrophic. And it is not inconceivable that a disturbance in the financial heart of the nation could precipitate a stock market crash. The wind rustled through newspapers on the streets, while tumbleweeds scuttled across the road. As Irina and Yumaib-sa were making their way home, they were taken aback by the war-torn atmosphere enveloping the streets. The once modestly bustling commercial area had descended into desolation, with every shop shuttered and not a soul to be seen strolling along the pavement. What could have transpired? It seemed as though a violent incident had occurred. Mizuno casually responded to Erina's inquiry, noting that police had entered Adachi ward. Though some claim they were there to eradicate the Yakuza. Is that truly the case? If so, it would be a relief. Erina's wound throbbed. A reminder of the violence instigated by the Yakuza. Yumaiba, though she had not witnessed the events firsthand, grasped the gravity of the situation while accompanying Erina in the hospital. The injured in the corridors suggested something significant had transpired outside. So, this is what happened. Upon returning to the shop, Yumaiba mimicked the actions of other merchants, securing the doors and windows. Erina retreated to her bed to rest. There was no need for business today. The doctor had cleared her for discharge, yet this did not mean she could spring back into life. She required a month of convalescence at home, free from exertion. If the hospital had not been overwhelmed, Erina would have likely remained bedridden for another week. Yumaiba ventured into the back to prepare a meal. With her mother's condition improving and Mizuno back at her side, her heart felt lighter. After helping Yumaiba with the meal and tidying up the shop, Mizuno did not linger. He packed a portion of food, eager to return home. Before departing, he cautioned Yumaiba to ensure that the doors and windows were securely locked. The presence of police remained on the streets, despite apprehending one bone woman. Another lurked in the shadows. The lower-ranking officers were likely unaware of the existence of the second bone woman, as evidenced by their relaxed demeanor. However, those in higher positions must consider the potential threat posed by her presence. As Mizuno approached his apartment, his expression grew increasingly grave, culminating in him breaking into a run. What chaos ensued! The streets had devolved into utter disarray. Surrounding the inexpensive apartments of Hanabatake, signs of vandalism were evident. Some shop windows had been shattered, indicative of violent break-ins and thefts. In the corners, the sounds of scuffles could occasionally be heard, soon followed by police escorting individuals from the scene. The captured individual thrashed about, desperately yearning for escape. In a bid to save money, he resided in a dilapidated apartment, a dwelling largely occupied by the underprivileged individuals who, like him, sought refuge in its affordability. Although most of them were honest and well-meaning, every community harbors both virtuous and nefarious souls. Moreover, certain individuals from the islands have long been enthralled by a fatalistic, melancholic narrative. To put it nobly, it is a philosophy that embraces life through the lens of death. In more mundane terms, it reflects the despair that readily emerges in the face of calamity, a despair that compels one to act with reckless abandon before the inevitable demise. The chaos in the streets stood as a testament to this notion. Sada must still be at home. May she not encounter any misfortune. Mizuno Sora wore a somber expression, hastening up the stairs 2 steps at a time. Their abode was situated on the top floor. Yet signs of a struggle were evident in the corridor. Blood-stained clothing, the legs of tables, wooden clubs, and scattered items indicated a violent altercation had transpired. A door to one of the rooms stood ajar, creaking ominously with the wind, and drag marks of blood marred the floor. Knock, knock. Mizuno rapped at the door. Silence reigned within. Sada, are you there? Sada, he called out, pounding on the door. As his calls went unanswered, his countenance grew increasingly grave until, at last, a sound emerged from behind the door. A faint, labored noise suggested something was being moved, and after a half-minute, the door cracked open. A gust of wind swept into the rental unit, and in the doorway, bathed in light, stood Sadamai, brandishing a knife, a freshly acquired kitchen blade, sharp and glistening. Flanking the door were heaps of debris, which Sada had used to barricade herself, emulating the ancient strategies seen in cinematic portrayals of fortifications. Her body trembled slightly, and her grip on the knife wavered. I'm back, Mizuno announced, stepping forward to accept the knife from her trembling hand. He could envision Sada, moments earlier, clutching the knife in a corner of the room, using the clutter and her weapon as a means of defense. When Mizuno's fingers brushed against hers, he felt the chill of her small hand, colder than the steel of the knife itself. I, Sadamai, she mumbled, her gaze lowered, her words faltering. While hiding in her corner, her mind had been a whirlwind of thoughts, rebuke, blame, grievances, but upon Mizuno's sudden presence, her myriad of sentiments became lodged in her throat, leaving her at a loss for words. Disposing of the knife, Mizuno shut the door. The tumultuous scene outside was intricately linked to Sada's distress, and witnessing her emotional state left him uncertain. Would he be compelled to comfort her as he had done with Ibusa? His mind was in disarray. He extended his arms. attempting to emulate the protagonists of romantic dramas he had once watched. "I'm scared," Sada murmured, swaying slightly, yet she made no move to draw closer. Not in the slightest. Mizuno, feeling awkward, let his arms fall to his sides, realizing he had perhaps overestimated his own confidence. "I am filled with dread, an overwhelming fear." After uttering these words, Sadamai abruptly crouched to the ground, her hands shielding her face as she began to sob uncontrollably. She knelt there, her dark hair swaying behind her with each cry. "Do you know how worried I am about you?" If memory serves, this was the first time Mizuno had witnessed Sada weep. Despite having endured the misfortunes of her mother's descent into a wicked cult and narrowly escaping the clutches of a monk, she had never shed a tear until now, weeping over the consequences of his actions. Mizuno took a deep breath as Sada's tears, which fell to the ground, felt as though they struck his very face. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" "I was so scared," Sada implored through her tears. Mizuno slowly closed the door to the dimly lit room. In the narrow entryway, a haphazard pile of items had been placed by Sada to block the entrance. "I couldn't reach you outside. As soon as the lockdown was lifted, I rushed back. Mayu is still in Bunkyo, and she advised me to stay put. I ran back desperately, avoiding those madmen on the street. I was terrified that you wouldn't find me when you returned home, but you weren't there. Why won't you answer your phone? Do you know how worried I was?" Sada's voice quivered, her speech fragmented, devoid of her usual sharpness. "They lifted the lockdown. I fear they might kill you." Sada, ever perceptive, had surmised that this chaos was the result of Mizuno's actions. The clutter at the door was intended to shield her from the madness outside, and the knife she held was for self-defense. Mizuno could easily imagine the dangers she faced as a middle school girl navigating through the tumultuous streets. "It won't happen. It won't. I'm strong. How could I be killed?" Mizuno placed a reassuring hand on Sada's shoulder. Under normal circumstances, she would have shrugged him off. But instead, she remained still. Mizuno spoke softly, "Please, do not engage in such perilous actions again. I will not be harmed." Mizuno spoke the truth. This recent escapade had been borne by Misa as sacrifice. What about the next time? While seeking vengeance may offer a thrill, the aftermath and ensuing troubles are far from delightful. Moreover, Misa had hoped that her skills would improve and she could navigate danger more deftly. As it stood, he was at level 2, while Misa was at level 1. Conventional light weaponry posed no threat to her. The panel showing Misa's status still indicated her survival. But the lifted travel restrictions left Mizuno uneasy, suggesting that the authorities had made significant progress. Had Misa successfully escaped Adachi, or had she been captured? Mizuno's apprehension regarding the power of the modern state apparatus intensified. Sada raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes glistening with moisture, filled with concern and fear. She was not afraid of the people outside or the sounds of fighting in the corridor. Her sole fear was that Mizuno might never return. Her father's fate remained uncertain, having vanished after the divorce. He could be wandering aimlessly or perhaps at the mercy of unscrupulous lenders. Meanwhile, her mother lay bedridden, resembling nothing more than a living corpse, existing solely to eat and breathe. Though Sadamai was not an orphan by blood, her reality bore a striking resemblance to that of one. In this world, she has become utterly alone. The appearance of Mizuno Sora is akin to a solitary beacon of light in the abyss, though she occasionally presents a sour visage towards him in her daily life. It is merely a reflection of her uncertainty about how to engage with him. Only in the presence of someone as dependable as Mizuno can she afford to reveal her more vulnerable side. Should Mizuno face demise, where would she find herself? Ultimately, the facade of strength she projects, at times bordering on brutishness, is merely a protective armor fashioned to shield her fragile self. Beneath this armor lies a third-year junior high student, one who has yet to step into the realm of high school and is not even permitted to seek employment. Upon boarding the train from Bunkyo Ward, she proceeds cautiously through the ill-intentioned throngs of people in Adachi, clutching a small steel pipe she found by the roadside. Once at home, she immediately envelopes herself in layers of protection within her room. However, the instant Mizuno steps through the door, all her defenses crumble, revealing her fragility akin to that of a young beast. This is the first time she allows her true nature to surface before him. Her whimpers escalate into sobs, which then evolve into uncontrollable wails. If only there were words to provide comfort. Mizuno, seated on the floor, contemplates reaching out to wipe away the tears from Sadamai's face, but hesitates, retreating instead to fetch a clean towel for her. Upon receiving the towel, Sadamai's cries intensify. She weeps unabashedly. For now, the neighbors who might have fled or been apprehended have all but vanished, leaving only Mizuno to bear witness to her distress. Let her cry out. Let it all pour forth. Perhaps afterwards, such perilous events will cease to haunt her. Mizuno speaks these words from the depths of his heart. He vows never to engage in reckless risks again. He has solidified his role. He cannot return to his previous life, for he is no mere transient in this world, but someone who is cherished and who also cares for others. Be it the Kaibu family or Sadamai, both hold a special place in his heart. Sadamai sits there, cradling her knees, weeping while Mizuno squats beside her, his toes touching the ground, his hand resting gently upon her petite shoulder. You can't mock me for crying so loudly. Sadamai sniffs. I won't mock you, Mizuno replies with a soft smile. And no mocking afterwards either. No mocking afterwards, he assures her. The past 2 days have been a peculiar blend of comfort and disquiet for the students of Adachi Ward, as all schools have been closed due to an emergency situation, granting students and teachers a brief respite at home. Yet, for many, these days have been fraught with anxiety, every noise sending them into a state of alarm. When they eventually return to school, the classroom is noticeably less populated, with nearly half the students absent, and some teachers untraceable. The private high schools are particularly affected, struggling to gather even half of their students. The exodus from Adachi Ward has begun to manifest its effects, plunging the community into a state of decline. However, while some students have fled temporarily, others may never return. With this thought, Mizuno casts a glance towards Hirakawa's empty seat, forever left behind in the Boyo building of Asakusa. The morning that should have been filled with mathematics and physical education classes remains unfulfilled. However, whether it be the mathematics teacher or the physical education instructor, they have all vanished without a trace. Even the language teacher, during class, appears to be lost in thought, occasionally making errors on the blackboard, oblivious to what occupies her mind. As noon approaches, students gather in clusters, their bento boxes in hand, chattering excitedly about the recent sensational news. Those without lunchboxes wear expressions of dismay as they reluctantly make their way to the convenience store, forced to purchase bread or rely on dwindling supplies of leftover meals. The school cafeteria is unable to muster sufficient kitchen staff, and the company responsible for delivering ingredients to the school has abruptly halted its supply. No driver dares to venture into Adachi Ward, and the convenience stores have not replenished their stock for 2 days. Did you all witness the events of that day? A girl whispered mysteriously to her classmate, I had intended to step outside, but my father held me back, and our family remained hidden at home, seeing nothing. Rumors abound online, claiming sightings of monsters. Are they true or false? The broadcast and news reports mention that arms were secretly delivered to a violent gang in Adachi Ward, which was subsequently contained by the police and military, resulting in numerous casualties. Regardless of the details, it is all quite terrifying. Isn't this reminiscent of the attack incident in Yamanashi Prefecture? During the conversation among the girls, their tone lacked the usual enthusiasm of gossip. Instead, they were filled with concern. Had it not been for the absence of relatives in Adachi Ward, they would have fled like many of their classmates. Indeed, the sound of gunfire was heard, but the notion of monsters is utterly absurd. Just as the girls were conversing, a boy in the class suddenly rose and exclaimed loudly, Monsters do exist in this world. He was not responding to the girls' inquiries, but addressing his nearby friends. Moments ago, they had also been discussing this topic, yet no one believed his tale of having seen a monster with his own eyes. After speaking, he pulled out his phone. If you don't believe me, I have the video I recorded that day by the window. Hey, let me see. I want to see too. Give me one as well. His words ignited a fervor in the classroom as students rushed to gather around him, peering eagerly at the contents of his phone, while those unable to squeeze and resorted to standing on chairs to get a better view. Every resident of Adachi Ward had heard the rumor of monsters, even if they had not witnessed it themselves. They had heard accounts from acquaintances who claimed to be eyewitnesses. It's undeniably real, not a fabrication. Although many on the internet have fervently asserted their encounters with monsters, complete with seemingly authentic photos and videos, all media were swiftly silenced, not only within the island nation, but also on platforms like YouTube and Facebook. Even saved content on cloud storage has been uniformly banned based on identifying codes. Newspapers such as the Literary Weekly have been unusually reticent, with no physical or online media addressing the rumors of monsters, and foreign press remains equally tight-lipped, leaving only local netizens in Adachi Ward to discuss it without evidence. It seems a silent riddle is brewing, one that we all know but dare not articulate. Thus, upon hearing the boy mention the existence of a video, the entire class gravitated toward him, stretching their necks in eager curiosity. The boy, who had never received such attention before, wiped the sweat from his brow and, after calming his emotions, opened his phone. He was about to play the video. After a brief moment of trembling, the screen revealed a stunning street scene, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. The footage shook violently, revealing the palpable fear of the cameraman, and after a moment of blurry focus, a house engulfed in flames emerged at the center of the screen. Amidst the rising flames, a young girl covered in bone spikes emerged, her protrusions smeared with fresh blood. As mournful cries echoed from within the burning building, suddenly, the sound of police sirens pierced the air, prompting the girl to leap from the ground and bound onto the roof of another house, moving with the agility of a ninja from a comic book. In this harrowing, life-threatening footage, the cameraman quickly retracted his phone and ceased recording just as the police arrived on the scene. Though the video lasted scarcely half a minute, it left the onlookers profoundly shaken, as if their very perspectives had been irrevocably altered. Is this really your footage? It can't be special effects. It's too realistic. This must be the Bone Girl. I've heard rumors online, but I never thought it was true. Ugh, it seems there are corpses inside the house. Oh, I saw that police car with the Shinagawa license plate near my school today. After receiving the validation from the crowd, a smug smile spread across the boy's face. Yet, as he continued to smile, the reality of the situation struck him. Monsters truly existed in this world. Who could withstand such a revelation? The streets of Adachi Ward were now heavily patrolled, as authorities struggled to accept that a violent gang had acquired a significant arsenal and that monsters lay hidden among them. Such occurrences radiated from Adachi Ward, spreading in all directions. Although information technology could erase discussions online, it could not eliminate the tangible evidence stored on hard drives. The instigator, Mizuno Sora, walked home steadily with his backpack after escorting Kaibu-sa back, finding his store still closed, as it had been for the past 2 days, devoid of customers. Not only Kaibu's eatery, but most shops along the way remained shuttered. Those that opened were desolate. The streets were filled with various police vehicles from Tokyo, alongside fire trucks spraying high-pressure water to cleanse the bloodstains from the corners of the city. Even after 2 days, this was still an unfinished task. Upon reaching his apartment, as Mizuno opened the door, he was greeted by the sound of barking. A small, yellow-haired puppy, no more than half a month old, stood before him. Has Satomai really turned into a dog? You're back? Satomai emerged from the room, cradling the little yellow dog. The puppy gazed at Mizuno with eyes brimming with fear, as if it had encountered a terrifying beast. You're back. Mizuno breathed a sigh of relief. Sato had not transformed into a dog. Yet, where had this puppy come from? Sato was not the type to casually rescue stray dogs from the streets. Without prompting from Mizuno Sora, Satomai cradled the little yellow dog and explained, Miyu's family dog had a litter of puppies, but Miyu's mother forbade keeping too many. So most were given away, and this one was gifted to me. You don't dislike dogs, do you? Sato gently stroked the dog's head, adding, if that's the case, I can return it. Mizuno Sora bent down to change his shoes and waved his hand dismissively, saying, no, I actually quite like dogs. With that, he reached out to pat the dog's head. The moment his hand made contact, a system notification chimed in his mind. Acquired skill, Summoning Technique LV1, Summoning Technique? Mizuno Sora felt a shiver run down his spine. How could a mere touch of the dog trigger a ninjutsu? And why was it the Summoning Technique? Adopting a dog seemed more fitting for a technique like the tooth-to-tooth ninjutsu, yet the Summoning Technique was undeniably superior. After all, it could be considered a versatile ninjutsu in the world of ninjas, capable of summoning formidable beasts, some of which could fight, some excelled in healing, and others had tracking abilities, even enabling bizarre skills like Edo Tensei. Numerous powerful forbidden techniques relied on the Summoning Technique. Do you wish to train the current creature? As Mizuno Sora stroked the dog's head, he gently tapped the option. In the real world, summoning beasts did not exist, and he had likely confirmed that he was unique in his abilities. Otherwise, he would have encountered other superpowered individuals long ago. Thus, without chakra in this world, the Summoning Technique mutated into a self-sufficient ninjutsu, necessitating his own efforts to train the beast. The first summoning creature in existence was this seemingly inconspicuous little yellow dog before him. Suddenly, The chosen little yellow dog shivered, and a mysterious power began to awaken within it. Its pair of glossy black eyes sparkled with newfound intelligence as it barked and glanced around, then extended its tongue to lick Mizuno Sora's hand. "Have you thought of a name?" Mizuno Sora asked Sada, rubbing his finger, which had been licked, against the dog's fur. "Quill, let's call it Xiao Q," Sada replied, looking at Mizuno Sora with hopeful eyes. Wasn't he that the name of the guide dog in Guide Dog Xiao Q? Xiao Q? Mizuno Sora regarded Sada with curiosity. He found it hard to believe that Sada resembled a blind person. Besides, this was just an ordinary little yellow dog, a mixed breed resembling an Akita rather than a Labrador typically used for guiding. Indeed, it had yellow fur, identical to that of a Labrador. After being trained, the dog was still too young to show significant combat prowess, but its intelligence levels had markedly improved. Sensing the praise in Sada's tone, Xiao Q eagerly licked Sada's palm. Mizuno thought that since this dog was so fond of licking, perhaps a name like Licking Dog would be more appropriate. From Xiao Q, Mizuno Sora felt a faint trace of chakra. Previously, the same had occurred with Misa, who naturally exhibited chakra after sharing her bloodline limit. In the original narrative, chakra is depicted as an abundant force permeating the world, a construct of human creation. In reality, the conditions for the existence of chakra are non-existent, leading Mizuno to humorously ponder whether he might be the sole origin of chakra in existence. However, upon witnessing the emergence of chakra in Misa and Xiao Q, Mizuno did not feel a decrease in his own chakra reserves, suggesting that their energy did not derive from him, which can only be attributed to the wonders of the system. After Sada brought over kitchen utensils from her home, Mizuno's small apartment finally acquired the means to prepare meals. Each morning and evening, Sada took it upon herself to cook, though her culinary skills could only be described as mediocre. After crafting a simple doghouse for the devoted Xiao Q, Mizuno affectionately patted the dog's head, eliciting an expression from Xiao Q that was tinged with unease. The eager Xiao Q wagged his tail vigorously, but when he realized this tactic failed to garner the man's affection, he promptly rolled over, exposing his white belly. The dog displayed a surprising intelligence. Perhaps it was the result of having been trained to awaken its cognitive abilities. Mizuno scratched Xiao Q's belly, recognizing this gesture as a sign of submission, typically reserved for those with whom one feels a bond. Mizuno did not believe that, upon their first encounter, both he and the dog had instantaneously recognized each other as trustworthy companions. It was more plausible that the dog sensed a hint of threat from him, or that it was a consequence of the system at play. After all, in the world of Naruto, ninja dogs are known for their high intelligence, and some are even capable of speech, rivaling human intellect. Bond LV1. You have established a Bond LV1 with the currently trained creature, allowing for shared vision and mental communication. The system's continuous notifications validated Mizuno's musings, and the ability to share vision filled him with delight. It was akin to possessing a mobile camera, and as a small yellow dog, Xiao Q would raise no suspicions wherever he went, making him a natural infiltrator. Once Xiao Q matured, he could not only ensure Sada's safety, but could also serve as a unique spy under Mizuno's command. However, communicating mentally with a dog seemed somewhat trivial. This bond did not manifest immediately upon training. Rather, it was triggered only after Xiao Q expressed submission, indicating that specific conditions were required for its activation. In addition to preparing the usual simple meal, Sada had also prepared a small bowl containing a mushy substance. The dog's diet was similar to that of humans, although it was generally milder and should not contain excessive salt. Upon catching a whiff of food, Xiao Q sprang to life, but upon seeing Mizuno, he quickly subdued his excitement. Whimpering softly, he appeared utterly pitiful. "Go ahead and eat," Mizuno said, placing the dog food bowl before Xiao Q. The dog, with a glint of intelligence in his eyes, nudged the bowl towards Mizuno with his paw, as if urging, "Boss, you eat first." Yet, simultaneously, his red tongue flicked out repeatedly, licking his lips in reluctant anticipation. Mizuno Sora, bemused, gently patted the head of the dog, an epitome of a devoted companion. During mealtime, he earnestly gazed at Sadamai and suggested, "Should we perhaps consider nurturing some frogs, slugs, or snakes?" Sadamai, after finishing her meal, turned to little Q and inquired, "Shall we build a small house for you?" Upon hearing her call, little Q, having satisfied its hunger, playfully extended its tongue and rolled over, exposing its belly. Currently, It was nestled in the makeshift dog bed crafted by Mizuno Sora from discarded paper and boxes, a chaotic little abode reminiscent of a transient shelter one might encounter on the streets. Let it be, Mizuno Sora murmured. A devoted companion deserves no house. Upon hearing her master softly utter its other name, little Q's eagerness intensified. If it could transform into human form, it would likely be on its knees, licking his shoes. Mizuno Sora felt a twinge of embarrassment for little Q. After all, it was the first spirit beast of Earth. Could it not exhibit a modicum of dignity? Perhaps one day it would even establish its own realm, akin to the great toad sage of Myobokuzan or the white snake sage of the Dragon Cave. Yet, at this moment, it was merely acting like a dog. After toying with the dog's head for a while, Mizuno Sora took out his textbook and diligently began to review his studies. It was only during his studies that he genuinely yearned to master the shadow clone technique. When the technique is dispelled, the memories and experiences of the clones return to the original body, making it an invaluable tool for espionage and accelerated learning, truly a method of achieving twice the results with half the effort. Moreover, compared to other clone techniques such as water or wood clones, the shadow clone possesses distinct advantages. These clones are tangible, capable of attacking foes, and possess an independent consciousness and a degree of resilience. Although they may not excel in singular attacks or stealth compared to wood clones, the advanced variant of the shadow clone technique is crucial for Mizuno Sora's forthcoming plans. Noticing her master's unusual demeanor, little Q curled up in its dog bed, pondering what this beastly master was contemplating. What am I to do? I am merely a dog. Why must I endure all of this? Meanwhile, Sadam found herself entertained while watching television, holding the puppy in her arms and gently stroking its head. Generally, due to the variance in frame capture, television programs viewed by humans appear as mere slideshows to dogs, disjointed and incoherent. Thus, most dogs struggle to find interest in televised content. However, little Q had indeed transcended ordinary canine nature. Even the most mundane human dramas captivated its attention. Much like an infant under 1 year old, though it could not comprehend the dialogue or the performances, it was nonetheless fascinated by the moving images on the screen. As Sadamai's emotions fluctuated while watching television, little Q echoed her sentiments with various barks. Mizuno Sora deeply suspected that as this dog matured, it might end up glued to the television, watching NHK's nature documentaries daily, perhaps even pawing to change the channels. Thud, thud. The door of the small apartment was suddenly knocked upon, causing Maki Sada, cradling her dog, to tremble slightly. Who could be at the door? Sora Mizuno gestured for her to allow him to open it himself. Given the current tumultuous state of Adachi Ward, who would come knocking without reason? Both Mizuno and Sada felt a sense of foreboding, the word police flashing through their minds. Only the police would dare knock in such chaotic times, wouldn't they? The dilapidated apartment lacked a functioning peephole. Leaning against the door, Mizuno called out loudly, "Who is it?" "No one is home from NHK," Sada shouted back. The mere mention of NHK left no room for doubt. The individual outside was undoubtedly a collection agent from the broadcasting company. Although the title might lend an air of prestige to those unfamiliar with the island nation, in reality, the position of NHK collection agent ranks among the lowest in society. Even individuals lacking higher education could pursue this job, which had minimal entry barriers. Beyond a meager guaranteed income, everything hinged upon performance. NHK's standing in the island nation is reminiscent of the ZY television station in Huagua. However, unlike its counterpart, NHK does not air commercial advertisements and does not rely on government funding. It primarily operates on subscription fees. According to the Broadcasting Act, paying NHK's viewing fees is deemed a constitutional obligation. Nevertheless, in practice, few cases exist where individuals have been prosecuted for non-payment, and many citizens find it incomprehensible. Why should they pay for a service they hardly use? Thus, from the day NHK's mandatory fees were instituted, the populace devised numerous methods to evade payment, leading to an enduring struggle between NHK and the islanders. It is not only the island nation that grapples with such issues. Many public broadcasters in Europe also collect fees, with citizens devising various strategies to avoid payment. The NHK collection agent outside felt a pang of frustration upon hearing Sada's words. If no one was home, could it possibly be a ghost? He took a deep breath. Judging by the tone, the occupant was a young girl, and it was precisely such girls who were adept at extracting funds with just a few well-placed threats. This was, after all, the notorious Adachi Ward. a place where even the lowest-tier NHK agents dared not tread. Only he, a young man from the countryside venturing into Tokyo, possessed the audacity to continue collecting fees in Adachi. After all, the salary offered was too alluring to resist. With a frighteningly high base pay and commissions that allowed agents to keep all they collected, money drives one to perilous lengths. Survival is the ultimate motivation. Furthermore, officials claimed that terrorist organizations had been apprehended, and with so many police patrolling the streets, the rumors of ghosts, whether true or not, seemed unlikely to affect him. Please stop hiding. I know you are home. There is no television here. Greetings. I possess the latest signal detection device, capable of identifying the presence of a television within your abode. I must confess, I have never indulged in NHK's programming. According to the Broadcasting Act, as long as a mobile device can receive television signals, one is obligated to pay the associated fees. Furthermore, should one neglect to fulfill this obligation, NHK reserves the right to pursue legal action, and as you may verify in the news, once a lawsuit is filed, defeat is inevitable. Mizuno Sora and Sato opted to feign death within their quarters, while Mizuno Sora was genuinely terrified of the legal implications. Under the enticement of financial gain, the NHK fee collector persisted for over an hour, ultimately departing in a huff after uttering a few threats of impending litigation for non-payment. This fee collector exhibited remarkable tenacity. With a chuckle, Mizuno Sora shook her head, remarking that there was no need for dialogue. She could merely pretend to be an international student unfamiliar with the Japanese language. You ought to pay, Sato said, mimicking the fee collector with a stern expression. My Japanese is truly lacking. Little Q, observing the eccentric behavior of her two owners, let out a quiet bark before turning back to the television. Regardless of circumstances, life must go on. The beleaguered NHK fee collector stands as a testament to this truth. After several days of relative calm, the inhabitants who had fled Adachi Ward began to return. Although many remained in other regions, Adachi Ward was no longer the desolate ghost town it had once been. Even amidst calamity, there exists a pillar to uphold the weight. These individuals are merely struggling citizens, vulnerable to the mechanisms of society, facing starvation if they refrained from work for even a few days. A few shops on the old commercial street had reopened, marking perhaps the most secure days Adachi Ward had experienced in recent times. With 40,000 Tokyo Metropolitan Police officers deployed, petty thieves dared not act with impunity, and opportunistic criminals were apprehended that very day. Unbeknownst to the public, the underworld organizations in Adachi Ward were in a state of bewildered collapse during this period. The Matsubakai's affiliates were uprooted, and other criminal factions faced official crackdowns. Regardless of their industries or affiliations, all were subjected to arrest. Why was the Bone Woman targeting these organizations? Why did her attacks first manifest in Adachi Ward? These individuals must possess something of significant concern to her. Whether they be leaders or subordinates, operators of casinos, loan sharks, or purveyors of illicit pleasures, I desire them all. Due to the prolonged closure of Kaibu Restaurant, Mizuno Sora had not received her wages for several consecutive days. Had she known that even pocket change would suffice, she would have taken it without hesitation. As she raised the shop's roll-up door, she lamented how even a single penny could thwart a hero. Even spirits require sustenance. Kaibu Restaurant is set to resume operations today. Mother, can I truly manage? Kaibu-sa, lacking confidence, gazed anxiously at Irina from backstage. My cooking is subpar, and my speed is slow. Irina, her head wrapped in freshly changed bandages from the hospital, reassured her, even if we open the shop, there won't be many customers. Your pace need not be swift, especially with Mizuno-kun assisting you. Turning back to the shop, Mizuno Sora offered Kaibu-sa a reassuring smile. Then, I shall give it a try, Kaibu-sa said timidly. Clutching a knife, she donned the attire of a great chef, while Mizuno Sora stood by as her assistant. The Keifu restaurant had reopened, but this time, due to Ari's need for proper recuperation, she could only observe for a while before returning to her bed, leaving the culinary duties to be completed by Mizuno Sora and Keifu-sa. Previously, Keifu-sa had merely assisted in the restaurant, serving as a waitress. It was her first time taking on the role of head chef. Startled by her mother's request, she nearly curled up under the table. But Mizuno Sora gently pulled her out. Welcome, 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 Keifu-sa mumbled to herself, gripping her hands tightly. If it weren't for Mizuno-kun's presence, she might have wished to write the word person on her palm and swallow it whole. As Ari had predicted, Business was indeed quite slow. They waited until nearly 7 o'clock before the first customer entered. "Welcome, officer," Keifusa exclaimed nervously. When she recognized the newcomers, her hair seemed to stand on end. A pair of policemen, wearing their caps, stepped inside. While seeing police on the street at night can be reassuring, their presence within her own establishment felt unsettling. "Our restaurant operates legally, and all our staff are law-abiding citizens," she thought, feeling anxious. "Don't be nervous. We're just here for dinner." The taller officer waved his hand dismissively, somewhat surprised by Keifusa's youth. At such a young age, can her culinary skills be reliable? The shorter officer whispered skeptically. Indeed, anyone entering a restaurant would naturally question the capabilities of such a young head chef. After all, reality is not a culinary manga where one might encounter a gifted young gourmet at every corner. Moreover, in a society like Japan, where seniority is heavily emphasized, youth often equates to inexperience in the eyes of many. The taller officer had his doubts as he entered, but having already come in, it would be awkward to leave now. Besides, it was worth noting that some businesses in Adachi Ward had begun to operate again, albeit closing early before darkness fell. Even the izakayas were cautious, still haunted by recent incidents. After a long search, he had finally found this restaurant brave enough to stay open at night. "It's quite clean. Let's eat," he remarked after taking a few glances around, eager to finish quickly as they both had duties to attend to later. Grabbing the menu, the tall officer swiftly placed his order: 2 servings of beef, 2 servings of fried chicken, and pickled vegetables. "As for drinks, let us skip the alcohol. We need to stay sober for our shift. 2 servings of peach juice, please." Although it wasn't Keifusa's first time taking orders, standing at the front desk and hearing the customers was an entirely different experience. Shaking her head to focus, she struggled to memorize their requests. Beef, chicken, beef, chicken. Then, as she was preparing, she suddenly looked up and said nervously, I'm sorry, but we're out of beef. The supermarket hasn't opened these past few days. In that case, how about wasabi octopus?" Yes. Watching Keifusa's anxious demeanor, Mizuno Sora chuckled as he retrieved a small, live octopus from the water tank. In establishments of considerable stature, colossal octopuses are routinely prepared, with their tentacles meticulously diced into sashimi. However, the humble seaside eatery lacks such provisions. Mizuno Sora can acquiesce to the consumption of deep-sea fish sashimi. Yet the notion of octopus sashimi, particularly when served alive, leaves her profoundly unsettled. Gazing at the wriggling octopus on the cutting board, she finds herself at a loss for words. After repeatedly rinsing it in saline, followed by a brief plunge in hot and cold water, the octopus's exterior assumes a reddish hue, though it appears crimson. Its flesh remains raw within. Among the island's denizens frequenting izakayas, there exists a peculiar subset of patrons who relish wasabi octopus, served partially cooked and still bearing a hint of brininess, with wasabi employed to mask the fishy taste. There are even those intrepid souls who prefer it in its unadulterated state, still writhing. The seaside eatery, being modest, lacks the luxury of wasabi and instead utilizes a more affordable horseradish, generously dolloping it over the pristine octopus sashimi before Sora serves it alongside fried chicken. 2 officers take their seats, wiping their hands with damp towels. "Do you need a cup?" one inquires of his shorter companion. "We're not drinking. Let us just dig in," he replies, and without further ado, they grasp their chopsticks and begin to eat. Despite the smiles adorning their faces, Sora feels a profound discomfort watching them lift the horseradish and tentacles to their mouths. After a few chews, the potency of the horseradish hits them, contorting their faces into grimaces before they relax, alternating between bites of fried chicken and octopus, savoring the experience as it unfolds. The flavor, while not extraordinary, is surprisingly acceptable, and within the context of an izakaya, it is deemed satisfactory. For these unfortunate officers stationed in Adachi Ward, their standards for evening meals have plummeted to remarkably low levels. As anticipated, business is dismal, with scarcely a handful of patrons visiting before closing time, all of whom are police officers, a fact that elicits mixed feelings of reassurance and dismay. I did it, murmurs Kaibu-sa as she tidies the tables, having taken a significant leap by daring to cook at the front. Observing her animated demeanor, Sora chuckles. "Let us venture out tomorrow to procure some ingredients." All right. The following afternoon, after school, the two take the train to the neighboring Arakawa ward, returning with several large bags of ingredients. Such scenes of bustling activity are not uncommon on the train, and some residents of Adachi Ward smile knowingly at Sora's efforts, each carrying their own bounty of ingredients from outside. It is evident that the popularity of Adachi Ward is gradually returning, and it is likely that the supply chain for fresh vegetables and meats will soon be reinstated. Sa is somewhat taken aback by Sora's purchase of glutinous rice, matcha powder, red bean powder, and soybean flour at the market, as it clearly indicates an intention to prepare desserts. Although most izakayas and restaurants offer a selection of desserts, they are not typically operated by professional pastry chefs, resulting in rather ordinary confections that do not command high prices. Consequently, it is rare for restaurants to devote much attention to desserts. They suffice with what is available or simply procure sweets from nearby confectionaries to stock their establishments. Upon returning to the shop, Mizuno Sora placed the ingredients down and explained to Kaibu-sa, "It seems we are lacking in dessert offerings. The grandmother who usually makes our sweets has not opened her shop for a few days, so I thought I might try my hand at making some myself." "Oh, Mizuno-kun can make desserts? How impressive." Kaibu-sa accepted his words without question, her trust in him unwavering. "Well, a little bit," Mizuno Sora replied, pinching his fingers together to indicate a small gap. His culinary skills were at level 2, still within the realm of human capability. Even knowing a little is quite remarkable. Kaibu-sa gazed into Mizuno Sora's eyes, then shyly glanced down, reminiscing, "When I was younger, I always dreamed of opening a cake shop." Many girls share this childhood wish. Much like Mizuno Sora's desire to eat instant noodles every day when he grew up. "There will be opportunities," he reassured her. With matcha green, yellow soybean, and red bean hues, complemented by glutinous rice, Mizuno Sora prepared to create the highly popular dish known as sambwa dango from the Naruto series. As one of the most beloved foods in Konoha, sambwa dango is undoubtedly the most affordable and simplest to make, requiring neither elaborate broth nor expensive grilled meats, just skilled hands. Since the source material did not specify the exact flavors of the three-color dumplings, only noting that they were sweet, Mizuno Sora began his preparation based on his own understanding. He mixed fresh milk with 3 types of flour, then combined it with well-washed glutinous rice. Simultaneously, he cooked red bean paste and infused different fillings into the rice mixture. In this step, he took a slight shortcut by utilizing chakra to expedite the grinding process, significantly hastening his work. Then came the boiling step. If this was mishandled, the dumplings could easily fall apart or yield some peculiar result. "All done. Kaibu, please taste and see how it is," Mizuno Sora said, presenting a skewer of sambwa dango. While the preparation of sambwa dango is simple, the quality ultimately depends on one's skill. In terms of appearance, Kaibu-sa believed the dumplings looked delightful, rivaling those sold at traditional wagashi shops. As for the taste, holding the dumplings, she nodded in her heart, resolving that even if they were not delicious, she must feign delight to avoid disappointing Mizuno-kun. With this thought, she took a bite of a red dumpling. The size of Mizuno Sora's sambwa dango was comparable to those from wagashi shops, easily consumed in one bite by an adult male, though for Kaibu-sa's petite mouth, finishing 1 in 3 bites would be quite an achievement. As she savored the first bite, her eyes narrowed with happiness, an honest admiration escaping her lips. She had genuinely not anticipated the sambwa dango to be so delectable. As a common type of wagashi, the 3-color dango can be found in every small shop, available in both boxed and bagged forms. Those made on-site are often drizzled with sweet sauces. However, regardless of whether it is freshly prepared or mechanically produced and refrigerated, none can compare to the exquisite 3-colored dango crafted by Mizuno-kun. The difference is as vast as the heavens and the earth, although they share the same ingredients. Indeed, even the materials Mizuno-kun procured from the supermarket are inferior to those supplied by the wagashi shop. Under Mizuno-kun's skilled hands, they radiate a unique brilliance. The texture is delightfully soft, exhibiting just the right degree of stickiness, with the red bean paste so finely ground that it seems to meld away between one's teeth. Sweet yet not cloying. Kaibu-sa, who relishes sweet treats, hastily devours the remaining dango, her face illuminated with joy. "Isn't it delicious?" Observing Kaibu-sa's expression, Mizuno Sora can surmise her answer. "It's wonderful, absolutely delightful. Even the masters at the wagashi shop cannot produce dango this delectable." Kaibu-sa nods vigorously. Although he has utilized the system's capabilities, witnessing the happiness on Kaibu-sa's face fills Mizuno Sora with a deep sense of fulfillment, as this is indeed food crafted by his own hands. From selecting the ingredients to grinding, boiling, and cooking, Every step has been personally undertaken. Mizuno-kun, are you considering selling the three-colored dango? Upon seeing the considerable amount of glutinous rice Mizuno Sora had purchased, it was evident that this quantity was not merely intended for a few servings. Yes, I am contemplating that. Mizuno Sora nodded in response to Ibu-sa's inquiry, though he wondered whether it would meet the tastes of potential customers, as selling three-colored dango in a restaurant seemed a bit odd. It will surely be a success. It's so delicious that everyone will love it. Ibu-sa firmly believed in her palate and Mizuno-kun's culinary skills. Then, what price do you intend to set? Mizuno Sora glanced at the price list hanging on the wall. How about 100 yen? That would allow for a modest profit. If it sells well, we can consider raising the price later. Sounds good. I trust your judgment. The proposed price of 100 yen is relatively low, comparable to the mechanically produced refrigerated dango. But given that it is a new item and in the context of a restaurant, it is an acceptable compromise. On the evening of the second day of operations, Mizuno Sora stretched his neck in anticipation, mirroring Ibu-sa's eagerness. However, his spirits were dampened when several groups of patrons entered the establishment. Yet none ordered the three-colored dango. Instead, a few opted for octopus sashimi. With a lingering resentment towards the dango, Mizuno Sora deftly prepared the small octopuses. Just as Ibu-sa was about to offer some words of comfort to Mizuno Sora, a female police officer, slightly over 1.6 meters tall, walked into the shop. After ordering a few dinner items to take away, she curiously remarked, "I'll have a 5-skewer portion of three-colored dango, please." Not everyone in the department enjoys sweet treats, so it's best not to buy too many at once, especially since the taste is still uncertain. Besides, given Shimajima's frosty demeanor, he doesn't strike me as someone who indulges in sweets. Upon hearing someone order the three-colored dango, Mizuno Sora's previously gloomy expression brightened once again. Adachi Ward, Kitasenju Town. As a vital transportation hub and central district of Adachi, Kitasenju is heavily patrolled by a significant police presence, with officers often outnumbering pedestrians on the streets. The majority of those on duty are regular city police, dispatched from the 23 wards of Tokyo, typically tasked with minor thefts and rarely encountering serious criminal cases. In addition to these ordinary officers, elite members from the Criminal Investigation Division and Special Search Section patrol the streets of Adachi, showcasing far superior capabilities. The Tokyo police, walking in small groups, instill a sense of security. However, even they engage in casual conversations at night to bolster their courage. For the legends surrounding Adachi are no longer mere folklore, but a tacit secret within the Tokyo police force. The municipal officers are acutely aware of the events that transpired on that fateful day, cautioning their families to avoid the area whenever possible. As they pass Kitasenju Station, Tokyo police cannot help but glance at the Kitasenju police station, now a mere ruin. A temporary station has been established in a nearby functional building, as the new Kitasenju police station dares not rebuild in its original location. While the temporary station may appear to be an ordinary municipal police unit, the informed professionals know it houses the newly established 5th Public Security Division. This previously unrecorded division has finally been legitimized, with Kiyomi Shimajima unexpectedly appointed as its chief. At under 30, she holds the rank of police superintendent, a position within one of Tokyo's core functional departments. A remarkable feat, almost inconceivable. It is well understood that even elite professionals struggle to attain the rank of police superintendent, often only receiving honorary titles upon retirement after years of service. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department demands higher qualifications than local prefectural forces, while a division chief can attain the rank of police inspector. Entering a department like public security requires the rank of police superintendent. Transitioning from a division chief to a police superintendent is an extraordinary leap, raising questions about the influential connections that must support Shimajima's ascent, especially since elite candidates typically need to be over 35 to achieve such a rank. The notion that she could have reached this position without connections seems implausible. Were it possible to swap roles, they would gladly assume the leadership of the 5th Division themselves. Yet, the elite professionals are unlikely to choose such a path. It is clear to anyone with sense that the establishment of the 5th Division at this critical juncture signifies something profound, akin to heroes battling extraordinary phenomena in cinematic narratives. When faced with the supernatural, armed only with sidearms and a rhetoric of love and peace, such heroic endeavors are best left to others. They simply wish to safeguard the safety of the citizens in a conventional manner. The elite of the professional group predominantly hail from prestigious universities, most having been nurtured in an environment of elite education from a young age. This indirectly reveals the privileged backgrounds of these professionals. The ability to invest substantial sums into elite education suggests, if not immense wealth, at least a middle-class status. Many of them have relatives employed in relevant governmental positions. When news arises, only a scant few individuals from humble beginnings find themselves assigned to the 5th Division, while those with connections have long distanced themselves from potential risks. There are indeed dangers, yet the benefits are equally compelling. Upon being transferred to the 5th Division, salaries automatically increase by a tier, and opportunities for advancement become markedly swifter. As for the question of whether this gain outweighs the peril of life, opinions will undoubtedly vary. Director Shimajima, I have brought dinner, Yuki Shiratani exclaimed, hurriedly entering the quarters with food in hand. The 5th Division, still a nascent entity, comprised primarily of individuals who had been transferred from other divisions. Aside from Director Shimajima, who could be considered a semi-promoted officer, the other section chiefs were also elite individuals from modest backgrounds. However, these section chiefs remained engaged in advanced studies at headquarters, leaving only a few operatives present in the Adachi district besides the esteemed Shimajima. Upon Yuki's entrance, despite their hunger, the operatives in the room feigned indifference to their appetites, diligently poring over documents in the presence of their superior. After placing the dinner on the table, Yuki stood obediently before it. Thank you for your hard work, especially at this late hour. Shimajima began with customary pleasantries. I suppose you are all quite hungry. Let us dine together. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty. I could continue working, the subordinates replied, understanding the ritual of polite discourse, eagerly preparing to partake in the meal. Being selected for the 5th Division was already a stroke of misfortune. Accompanying the director into the Adachi district seemed to invite even greater calamity. As Shimajima ate her dinner with distracted thoughts, her emotions fluctuated between the exhilaration of her promotion and the dread of what lay ahead. She was acutely aware that her ascent to the role of director was a fortuitous occurrence. Within the Metropolitan Police Department, she had been among the earliest to confront extraordinary phenomena through the Saijokai incident. A few days prior, she had a sudden realization regarding another bone woman in Nishisakusa, Taito Ward, where she had collected a significant piece of evidence. Her superiors held her professional abilities in high regard, yet Shimajima was mindful of her limitations. The abrupt leap from inspector to director weighed heavily upon her, leaving her breathless beneath the sudden burden. Excelling could lead to a promising future, while faltering could result in dire consequences, even threatening her life. Oh, how I wish a yokai would suddenly appear before me at this moment. Even a mere hint would suffice. It had been nearly 7 days since the Bone Woman incident, with the 7th day of mourning for the victims approaching. While the families of gang members were relatively manageable, the relatives of the fallen police officers in Adachi had persistently demanded answers, though such matters were not hers to oversee. Thoughts of weapons, fingerprints, and evidence swirled in her mind, and she found herself yearning for a cigarette. With a sigh, Shimajima retrieved a wooden skewer from her bag. Oh, not for barbecue, is it dango? Such delicacies are seldom indulged in by Shimajima Kiyomi, a professional elite. How could she, akin to ordinary women, possess a fondness for sweets? Her true preferences lie with beer, tobacco, and grilled meats. On this late evening, from which confectionery did she procure such a treat? Nonchalantly, she took a bite of a rice dumpling, and the moment the glutinous rice yielded beneath her teeth, her eyes narrowed in delight. Baitian, where did you acquire this dinner? Hiya. Baitian Yuki still held a trio of colored dumplings, untouched by her lips. Could it be that the dinner purchased was unpalatable, thus catching the supervisor's attention? Kanagawa Prefecture, Yokosuka City. As a gateway to Tokyo, Yokosuka's renown in modern times does not stem from its historical significance as the landing site of Perry's black ships, but rather from the presence of the U.S. military base stationed here. The Yokosuka Naval Base, a product of substantial investment, boasts facilities that rank among the finest in the world. Within a mere few days, the Military Exclusion Zone's 1st District established a laboratory of exceptionally high standards. Without the need for prodding from the American side, the Japanese government efficiently mobilized. Top-tier equipment and personnel swiftly congregated, and even the most sought-after laboratory apparatus, previously unattainable, was procured from various countries by the Americans. The swiftness with which this laboratory was constructed left all researchers astounded. Equipment that typically required extensive lobbying was now arriving without cost. The Ministry of Finance raised no objections, with numerous influential conglomerates even inquiring if financial support was necessary, interest-free and without a timeline, even free of charge, as long as they could partake in the endeavor. A new laboratory, rivaling the Cold Spring Laboratory in hardware capabilities, was rapidly established in the first district. Aside from some exceptionally advanced non-commercial equipment still needing fabrication and calibration, the primary framework was complete. Takamasa Akihiko walked through the laboratory, his emotions a complex tapestry. Employed at Nagoya University, he is one of the nation's foremost biotechnology experts. And the young Takamasa had previously worked at Cold Spring. Just as every gaming enthusiast dreams of a perfect gaming room, Takamasa, as a leading figure in biotechnology, longed for a laboratory of the highest global standards. Today, his dream materialized. The nation had acquired a premier laboratory, yet sorrowfully, within this space, he, a top professor of the island nation, found himself under the constraints of others. A group of newly arrived Western professors stood in awe behind the thick glass curtain wall, gazing at the figures within. Each of these professors, formidable in their own right, had the power to stir the industry with a mere stamp of their foot. Many had been awarded the Nobel Prize in physiology or medicine or in chemistry. It was utterly astonishing. Was this the creature from the videos? How could her bones penetrate her body? And yet, upon retracting, her form remained unscathed. You all have been here for several days. Have there been any significant discoveries? A professor who had only been present for 2 days shook his head and remarked, due to the singularity of this precious specimen, invasive testing is strictly prohibited. Over the past few days, we have made several observations through various measurements. This woman's body weight significantly exceeds that of an average human, and her bone density has reached astonishing levels. Logically, one would assume that her body requires a substantial intake of food. However, her food consumption, particularly the amount of nutritional liquid, is akin to that of a normal human being. Despite the constraints imposed by the inability to conduct invasive experiments, the professors did not express any arrogance or dissatisfaction. They had encountered far more rigorous demands in their intricate research. Moreover, they cherished this extraordinary individual more than anyone else. The epoch-making advancement in life sciences is embodied in her. Is her body in a dormant state? No, that seems improbable. Has she previously experienced excessive food intake? I believe Gao Qingjing, a distinguished figure in the same field, entered the circle of professors. Regardless of nationality, those in their realm are often acquainted, if not intimately familiar. Beyond the typical ingestion of sustenance, she undergoes another form of material exchange, one that remains invisible and intangible, yet undoubtedly occurs. This explains why Misha's physical condition has remained remarkably robust over the past few days. Misha, the name of the bone woman, was identified within mere hours of her capture. Yet, it was this very identity that left those in the know utterly astounded. A seemingly ordinary high school girl transformed into a mythic bone woman overnight. What has she endured? This appears not to be an invasion of myth, but rather a mutation of humanity itself. Just as Gao Qingjing and several professors were engaged in conversation, the warning light outside the room suddenly turned green. This was not a sign of external invasion, but rather an indication that the bone woman was awakening. The room was equipped with countless surveillance devices, and the moment Misha's eyelids fluttered open, an alert was triggered. Under the escort of security personnel, the professors were swiftly relocated to another chamber. Although the strength of the glass walls provided some reassurance, the adage better safe than sorry prevailed. For these professors were invaluable assets to the world. Any mishap could result in a catastrophic regression in their field. In another operations room, Minister Sito and a group of high-ranking officials from me watched the screen with palpable tension. The glass walls were one-way transparent, allowing clear visibility from the outside, while within, the surroundings were stark white. Misha slowly opened her eyes. After several days of unconsciousness, her gaze darted aimlessly for a moment before adjusting to her surroundings. The stark white walls and glaring lights enveloped her. As her eyes shifted, she noticed the soft white blanket covering her, reminiscent of hospital linens. How did I end up here? What happened? My body aches. And what about the bone woman, the bullets, the fat old woman? The fat old woman. Misha's eyes widened in shock as the face of a young nurse came into view. Hello, you have finally awakened. Is there any discomfort you are experiencing? The young and beautiful nurse gently inquired. The moment she noticed a stranger approaching, Misha's gaze suddenly sharpened. Her fragile nerves instinctively prepared to unleash her skeletal defenses for protection. However, upon realizing that the individual posed no threat, Misha merely shook her head slightly in silence. In the operations room, those monitoring the surveillance breathed a sigh of relief. The various life signs being transmitted by the monitoring instruments indicated that, upon seeing the nurse, Misha's heartbeat and blood flow suddenly accelerated. The scientists from both nations were elated to observe that, in that fleeting moment, Misha's skeletal structure underwent subtle changes, and her body weight noticeably increased. Misha's slight shake of the head indicated her willingness to communicate, which saved them considerable effort. After a brief discussion, a voice emerged from the communication device in the ward. "Miss Misha, you need not fear your current surroundings. You are receiving the finest medical care in the world, and we harbor no malice towards you." The male voice, specifically chosen for its soothing and deep timbre, was designed to appeal to Misha's preferences based on collected intelligence. Lying on the hospital bed, Misha remained unresponsive, while the young nurse beside her maintained the most radiant and professional smile, not a bead of sweat to be seen. After some time, Misha finally spoke in a low voice. "Grandma, where's the plump grandmother? Are you referring to Mrs. Shimizu? She is currently undergoing treatment." "Impossible. She was clearly shot. It was you who killed her." Misha's emotions surged once more. A sheen of sweat appeared on the young nurse's forehead. The male voice from the equipment remained gentle. "Miss Misha, you may be under a misunderstanding. The bullets we fired were merely tranquilizers, which is why you have awakened so swiftly. We can also provide you access to the surveillance of Mrs. Shimizu's ward. Would you like to see it?" The analysis room had already constructed a psychological model of Misha. In today's digital age, an ordinary person's external appearance and inner self are utterly transparent. Your music player betrays your auditory preferences. Your video viewing habits reveal your visual tastes. Search engines expose your hidden inclinations and recent circumstances, while communication tools divulge your linguistic style and mannerisms. After compiling all this information, a model was created that understood her better than she understood herself. With a lingering suspicion in her eyes, Misha nodded cautiously upon hearing that she could confirm the condition of the plump grandmother. Directly opposite Misha's hospital bed, a screen emerged from the wall. The plump grandmother. The display revealed another white hospital room, where under the attentive care of two pleasant nurses and a doctor, the plump grandmother lay peacefully on her bed, her breathing steady. Although Misha could not interpret the ECG, she understood that the rising and falling waves signified that the plump grandmother was still alive. As if sensing someone calling her, the plump grandmother's eyelids fluttered slightly. Yet she remained unresponsive. "Miss Misha, as you can observe, due to the miscalculations of the assault team, Mrs. Shimizu remains in a state of unconsciousness. We sincerely apologize for the distress this has caused you, yet there is no need for concern. Mrs. Shimizu will receive our utmost medical attention and shall awaken in a matter of days." As she spoke, the image on the screen zoomed in, allowing Misha to scrutinize the pallid visage of the portly matron more closely. Witnessing the frail and ashen face of the matron stirred a deep sense of compassion within Misha, her lips trembling as she murmured, "Dear matron, it is well. Dear matron, Wanshue is so worried about you." The mention of the name Wanshue captured the attention of the elite analysts in the room, prompting an immediate investigation. They had already amassed a plethora of information regarding Misha and Mrs. Shimizu, and had constructed a comprehensive psychological profile for Misha. However, a thorough connection between Misha and Mrs. Shimizu had yet to be established. It was uncovered that in the orphanage where Mrs. Shimizu had once worked, there was a female orphan named Wanshue, who had been adopted by a family at the tender age of 9. According to the developed model, it was possible that Mrs. Shimizu, in her senility, mistook her target for Wanshue Kyeko. Upon awakening, the target immediately recalled Mrs. Shimizu, indicating that the bond formed between them exceeded prior expectations. In the operations room, analysis department, security office, and laboratory, distinct divisions were established, all coordinated by the operations room. This was treated as a grand battle, reflecting the intense combat potential that Misha exhibited, which, in the context of modern warfare with a smaller scale, could indeed be deemed a significant conflict. Such a humanoid supernatural entity found urban warfare to be her natural battleground. Encountering such an extraordinary presence in a city would render an entire platoon insufficient. While the adversary's direct combat strength might be lacking, their elusive movements were terrifyingly formidable. The high-ranking officials in the operations room listened intently to the reports from the analysis department, and in conjunction with Misha's emotional responses, each bore a smile of reassurance. It seemed the substantial financial investments had not been in vain. "Goodness, technology has advanced to this extent," remarked one of the officials. Removing his glasses and turning to his companions with a smile, "Were it not for others claiming this was CG technology, I would hardly believe it myself." The so-called living Mrs. Shimizu was merely an illusion crafted through technological means. Over the course of an entire week, the base had devised detailed contingency plans. Mrs. Shimizu was included among these plans, with technicians sourced at great expense from a top-tier CG studio, creating a lifelike image in the shortest time possible. Every second, every frame, was a testament to the expenditure of wealth. The last time such an endeavor was undertaken in history was during World War II for the production of Private Snafu. As for the real Mrs. Shimizu, if she had indeed been struck by a tranquilizer dart, she might have remained intact. However, all the deceased, pierced by jagged bone shards on sight, had transformed into something indescribable. Should the truth be revealed, the target would likely succumb to madness at the first revelation. In another light, this serves as a benevolent deception, a source of consolation for the orchestrators of the plan. Apart from the colossal and intangible expenditure on CGI, another special actor is currently under intense production, meticulously undergoing cosmetic surgery by a top-tier specialist to resemble Mrs. Shimizu depicted in the photographs. This transformation encompasses every aspect, from her visage to her palms, throat, and skin. Despite the rapid pace of the surgical procedures, the special actor remains in the recovery and vocal training phase, rendering her temporarily unutilized. After a few moments of hesitation, the corners of Misha's eyes glistened with tears, but suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply as she sensed the voice of Lady Bone resonating within her mind. In Adachi Ward, Tokyo, Mizuno Sora abruptly halted his hands, which were crafting dango, as yet another bond was established, commencing at an impressive level 2. Beyond the level 1 shared vision and telepathic communication, the level 2 bond introduced a new phenomenon. Descend, a brief manifestation upon the target, with the duration inversely proportional to the intensity of the descent, and the intensity directly proportional to the target's physical capabilities. Having grasped the essence of this new skill, Mizuno Sora instantaneously sensed that the bond he had formed was with Misha. While he could articulate his understanding of the skill later, his immediate curiosity lay with Misha. He initiated telepathic communication. In the laboratory, Misha exhibited a marked surge of emotion, evident on the screen as her blood flow accelerated dramatically. "Lady Bone, please remain calm and describe your current situation," Mizuno Sora urged silently, squeezing the dango in his hand while activating shared vision. The laboratory environment materialized in his mind. Misha's surroundings appeared peculiar, resembling a hospital room. The mastermind behind all supernatural assaults in the island nation narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on the dango, as an invisible malice emanated from his gaze. It seemed that Misha had been captured and was being held under control within this hospital setting. "Hello. I would like 20 servings of dango." Yuki Shirada extended 5 fingers, stating that if there were not this many, he would take as many as were available. "Coming right up." Mizuno Sora suddenly sat upright, still clutching the dango. Misha quickly recounted the sequence of events, unable to speak slowly as she was still in a state of bewilderment, having no recollection during her unconsciousness, except for her encounters with the police in Adachi Ward before being subdued. After dismissing the police officer who had purchased the dango, Mizuno Sora fell into contemplation. It was surprising to him that Misha had been apprehended by the authorities, who appeared to be diligently caring for her. However, upon reflection, this was not entirely unacceptable. Were he in their position, capturing a supernatural entity would naturally necessitate understanding its origins and uncovering its secrets, rather than hastily concluding matters with a swift execution. Misha presented a promising future, offering substantial potential returns as a cooperative supernatural being, far superior to one that resisted consistently. Thus, extending goodwill within reasonable limits was the most prudent choice. As for the casualties during the capture, they were merely statistics. In the immediate context, Misha finds herself in an environment devoid of any danger. On the contrary, it would not be an exaggeration to say she is treated with the reverence akin to that of a national treasure. Moreover, even if he were to descend upon Misha without fail, it would be impossible for him to escape from the heavily fortified base. Mizuno Sora possesses a clear understanding of his own limitations, and the notion of personally embarking on a reckless mission to rescue someone is utterly inadvisable. He is Mizuno Sora, not Mizuno Duijui. While he harbors sympathy for Misha, he would not suddenly become a paragon of selflessness, disregarding his own safety for the sake of another's life. Misha, they harbor no malice towards you for the time being. Mizuno Sora resolved to allow Misha to remain within the confines of the base, where she could await an opportune moment. Should it become evident that no threat looms, she might cautiously cooperate with their actions. As you command, Misha's thoughts conveyed in response. She bore no dissatisfaction with Lady Bone's arrangements. Her very existence was bestowed upon her by Lady Bone. To her, Lady Bone was akin to a second parent. Even if Lady Bone were to command her to forcefully break out of the base, fully aware of the impending peril, she would not hesitate. Mizuno Sora, however, was not without personal motives. Concerning the intricate ninjutsu and bloodline limits, aside from recognizing them as gifts from the system, he understood little of their essence. This obscured perception left him quite unsettled. Now, with individuals willing to devote extensive research to bloodline limits, Mizuno Sora felt an overwhelming curiosity. With collective effort, perhaps the nation's resources could yield remarkable insights. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had conducted some research into bloodline limits, yet his findings were somewhat lackluster, constrained by the era and his personal prowess. In the contemporary world, the might of an entire national apparatus unleashed could astonish even Orochimaru. Individual genius may be pivotal, yet the power of collective research is indispensable, especially since Mizuno believed that any researcher involved in the study of Misha would be a genius, renowned worldwide. Nevertheless, Mizuno Sora harbored skepticism regarding their ability to unearth profound mysteries. After all, even bloodline limits, inherited through lineage, require chakra for manifestation, and in the real world, all chakra emanates from Mizuno Sora himself. Without chakra to fuel the bloodline limits, one merely creates ephemeral beings whose lives burn out in a flash. On the other hand, all bloodline limits originate from Mizuno Sora, placing him in an undefeated position. Once Lady Bone severed their telepathic connection, Misha exhaled a sigh of relief. She feared not for her own life, but rather for the potential consequences to the plump matron. Having endured so much, Misha's mental fortitude rapidly matured. She distinctly sensed the honor bestowed upon her within the base and understood the motivations behind such treatment. Whether it was the eradication of the Matsuba faction or the jeopardy posed to innocent officers, any single charge could condemn an ordinary person to death 100 times over. It was precisely because they harbored a vested interest in her that they willingly committed to aiding the plump matron. Should an escape be attempted recklessly, then the plump matron analysis chamber. Target's blood flow rate is accelerating and body temperature is rising. The increase is ongoing. Prepare the security team. Retrieve the screen. Anesthesia gas is prepared for release. Has it been discovered that the video is a forgery? When Misha's emotional fluctuations were observed, the entire base became tense. The mixed combat forces of Japan and the United States gripping their weapons tightly, especially modified wards, akin to cells, were lined not only with anesthetic gas, but also with an array of weapons and self-destruct mechanisms designed for extreme conditions. However, Misha's emotions stabilized swiftly, leaving them perplexed. It seemed she had not uncovered the deception of the video, so what was the cause? Document this emotional shift and investigate whether it was linguistic persuasion or the arrangement of the room that induced anxiety. If so, recalibrate the model, as the target's psychology has altered within days, necessitating the reintroduction of variables. A crisis averted. Yet the personnel in the analysis room were eager to decode every nuance of Misha's movements, not willing to overlook such a significant emotional transformation. Following the collection of information and the dispatch of specialists for analysis, a temporary dialogue plan was swiftly devised. Miss Misha, do you require sustenance? During your unconsciousness, we have merely sustained your bodily needs with nutritional fluids. We have prepared wholesome recovery meals, all freshly crafted by professional chefs. In their quest to study Misha, the islanders fully embraced their spirit of service, with the base always equipped with chefs sourced from Tokyo, ranging from Michelin-starred masters to skilled street vendors. Naturally, the ordinary people were not privy to the truth. They were merely informed that the base housed prominent figures with discerning tastes, demanding the utmost culinary excellence. Misha rubbed her stomach, recalling Lady Bone's instructions, and earnestly stated, strawberries, strawberry mousse, Adachi Ward, Kaibu restaurant. She properly disposed of the kitchen waste, carrying the trash bag to the small alley behind the restaurant, where Mizuno Sora swiftly formed a seal. Would release, body double technique. With a soft crackle, chakra gathered within Mizuno, accompanied by the faint sound of wood tearing. Half of his body transformed into a liquid state, brown wood flowing and coiling to one side, gathering and solidifying rapidly into a humanoid form. A wooden clone clad in a city police uniform stood before Mizuno, bearing no resemblance to him. Though it had the visage of a living person, its appearance evoked an eerie sensation, reminiscent of a corpse rising from the grave. Go! Mizuno commanded after setting down the trash bag. The police clone nodded and swiftly vanished into the shadows. Misha's plight instilled a subtle anxiety in Mizuno. His greatest fear was being dissected for research. If the higher-ups continued to pursue him relentlessly, he felt his exposure was inevitable. After all, he had once been briefly detained in the damaged Kitasenju police station, and now, the chaos in Adachi Ward had not yet been unraveled. Should someone take the time to sift through the mess, it would not be cowardice, but strategy. Mizuno resolved to stir this murky water into an even greater enigma. Mizuno Sora inhaled deeply, allowing the refreshing air to circulate within his chest before exhaling it forcefully. However, if he possessed the power to stir the very heavens and earth, there would be no need for concealment. Although he had acquired wood release from Yoyogi Park only a few days prior, and it was merely at level 1, mastering the technique of wood clones posed no challenge. The disparity between his skill and that of legendary figures like Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara was as vast as the sky and the earth. In truth, even Yamato Tenzo surpassed him in the control of wood release. Nonetheless, deceiving modern technology was sufficient. As the police clone slipped into the thicket from the shadows, it seamlessly blended with the surrounding flora, vanishing within moments amidst the rustling leaves. In its rapid movements, the sound generated by the wood clone was quieter than that of a wildcat. At the Takeshita police station, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Yet the lights shone brightly. In stark contrast to the nearly annihilated Kitasenju police station, the structure of Takeshita stood unscathed, yet the toll on personnel was equally devastating. The police unit that had been wiped out during the battle at Manpokaji was comprised of officers from the Takeshita station. In the aftermath, only a handful remained. Unlike the fiercely competitive elite groups vying for positions in national examinations, grassroots police officers in the country had always been in short supply, particularly as the aging population exacerbated the scarcity of manpower. Following the attack 7 days prior, a wave of resignations swept through all police stations in Adachi Ward. Had it not been for the upper management's unapproved stalling tactics, stations such as Hanabatake, Takeshita, Senju, and Homokuma would likely have been deserted. Tonight marked the 7th night since the incident. A young officer sat in the station, conversing with a colleague beside him. During the day, the families of the fallen were indeed pitiable. The entire East Asian region observes customs surrounding the 7th night, which is said to be when the souls of the deceased return home, prompting families to burn paper offerings in remembrance. Various local traditions exist, yet the essence of commemorating the dead during this time is universally shared. In many public cemeteries across the country, families who adhere to tradition will hold a memorial service on the 7th night. The police unit that perished in Takeshita was interred in a cemetery in Adachi Ward, and today marked the day for their 7th night memorial service. The remaining officers and families gathered during the day at the cemetery, conducting a collective ritual alongside other fallen officers from Adachi Ward. The scene of the collective 7th night ceremony was truly magnificent. A group of family members wept together, their sorrow filling the air, and the tears of their loved ones instilled a resolute desire among many participating officers to resign. Let us not discuss this anymore. It's quite eerie at night, one officer remarked anxiously, glancing outside. I truly believe in these supernatural matters now. Well, let us change the subject to the priest who was reportedly invited to perform the service today. The district government paid a substantial sum to secure his presence. The other priests, upon hearing they were to conduct rituals in Adachi Ward, were terrified and refused, leaving the district chief furious and cursing. They usually appear dignified, but when the situation arises, their true colors are revealed, the officer said, suddenly feeling uneasy about the conversation. Why does this topic grow increasingly disheartening? He pondered. In a place where ordinary individuals would not dare tread, they were tasked with duty deep into the night. Sigh. A myriad of words transformed into a single sigh. The sound of polished shoes striking the ground suddenly echoed outside the police station. The duty officer forced himself to focus on the outside world. After all, life must go on, and his family's livelihood depended on his salary. Moreover, should the world truly change, hiding away would not offer the safety of observing from afar. Good evening. Although visibility was poor at night, he could vaguely discern that the figure approaching was clad in a police uniform. It was likely a patrolling officer taking a brief respite. The patrol officers in Adachi Ward hailed from various parts of Tokyo, thus lacking a permanent station. Over the course of a week, he had forged connections with numerous officers from other districts, an invaluable network that might prove useful in the future. To patrol at such a late hour was indeed a testament to the hard work of the duty officer, who stood up and prepared to greet the newcomer. Yet, as he drew near for a closer look, the smile on his face abruptly froze, and his mouth gaped open like that of a shark. Ah! The shriek was so piercing that even a soprano would applaud. The high-pitched scream reverberated through the small police station, radiating outward at the speed of sound, prompting the pets of nearby residents to join in their own disquieted howls. What had transpired? The source of the commotion seemed to be from the direction of Takanozuka. On the road, Kiyomi Shimajima slammed on the brakes, gripping the gearshift in her left hand. Having just finished dinner and prepared to return to her temporary apartment for the night, she abruptly turned the car around, racing towards the Takanozuka police station without a moment's hesitation. Bang! Shimajima's sudden maneuver jostled Yuki Shirata, causing her head to collide intimately with the car roof. The section chief, Yuki Shirata, cradled her head, her expression a portrait of misfortune. She was still savoring the exquisite taste of the three-colored dumplings, never expecting that a humble eatery could produce such delightful treats. Yuki Shirata resolved that even if she were to be transferred from Adachi Ward one day, she would continue to return periodically for those dumplings. However, her superior's reckless driving had plunged her from the heights of culinary bliss into a chasm of despair. Observing the serious demeanor of her superior in the driver's seat, Yuki Shirata stifled her complaints. After all, her chief could do no wrong. Screech. SKR. The unfortunate government vehicle was subjected to Shimajima's reckless driving, the lightweight frame suddenly veering on the road as the tires screeched against the asphalt. In the moment of completing the drift, Yuki Shirata clamped her mouth shut, her eyes wide as she fought back the nausea threatening to overcome her. Should she succumb now? The color of her vomit would surely be quite distinctive, considering the three-colored dumplings she had consumed. As her thoughts wandered to the prospect of uniquely colored vomit, she was reminded of rainbow candy, which only intensified her queasiness. On the deserted road devoid of pedestrians or vehicles, Kiyomi Shimajima roared forward like a beast. Click! Not only Shimajima, but also the patrolling officers arrived at the Takanozuka police station. Having learned from the previous incident at Manpakuji, the officers refrained from hiding behind their patrol cars and instead sought refuge behind solid structures, aiming their firearms at the police station. The remnants of the mobile unit were also en route. The black government vehicle barreled in, and before it had even come to a complete stop, Kiyomi Shimajima flung open the door and leapt out. As Aki Tanaka stumbled out of the vehicle, she collapsed to her knees the moment she touched the ground, retching violently. Observing the 20 or so police officers braced for action, Kiyomi Shimajima withdrew her firearm. Given the current density of law enforcement in Adachi Ward, she was not surprised that over 200 officers had responded to the screams. However, the scant number present now indicated that many had either hidden or fled. It appeared that the confrontation with supernatural forces would need to be entrusted to their 5th unit. In the face of life-threatening danger, no one exchanged pleasantries with Kiyomi. Each officer fixated intently on the ominous Takatsuka police station. The silence surrounding the station was chilling. From the dimly lit entrance, a shadowy figure emerged. Under the luminous glow of the white moonlight, each step taken by the figure resonated within the hearts of those present. As the figure drew nearer, the shadows obscuring its features slowly dissipated, revealing a familiar visage. The tense officers could not help but tremble as they gripped their weapons. A face they recognized materialized before them, and upon seeing the figure clearly, the patrol officers exhaled in relief. Yamamoto? What on earth is this? Yamamoto? Was that your scream just now? Some among them recognized the figure's identity. That somewhat disheveled face belonged to Yamamoto, a patrol officer stationed at Takatsuka police station. Not yet 30, slightly balding, he was the sort of individual one might easily overlook in a crowd. a quintessential representation of a middle-aged officer who had lost his way. "Do not let your guard down," Kiyomi shouted emphatically. "We do not know what we are facing. He may not be the Yamamoto you think." Her words immediately jolted the patrol officers into a heightened state of alert. With a series of clicks, over 20 firearms trembled slightly, their nervous tension palpable as if the hammers were poised to strike. Indeed, they were not merely confronting ordinary criminals in Adachi Ward. They might be facing the legendary specters of folklore. Who could say whether the Yamamoto before them was a mere apparition? As his colleagues directed their weapons toward him, a bewildered Yamamoto quickly regained his senses, raising his hands in surrender as he knelt. "Do not shoot. Do not shoot. I am Yamamoto. I truly am Yamamoto." Seeing that the weapons remained aimed at him, Yamamoto's eyes brimmed with tears of desperation. Yes, yes, he has returned. The inspector has come back. The patrol officers exchanged furtive glances, pondering the identity of the Yamamoto referenced. Tap, tap. They need not ponder further. Footsteps echoed from within the station. Another figure emerged from the doorway, clad in a police uniform, with a determined gait and a pallid complexion. Upon witnessing the individual Yamamoto had mentioned, several officers with sharp memories gasped, biting their tongues in shock, their hands trembling around their weapons. They had seen him in black and white photographs during a memorial service just earlier that day. There was no mistaking it. He was the officer who had perished 7 days prior. Tonight marked his 7th night. A corpse had emerged from the police station. Resurrection? A zombie? A particularly irate officer from Meguro district could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Yamamoto, I curse you." Yamamoto, chastised, shook his head vigorously, his expression one of utmost innocence. "It is not my fault. I did not summon him." Yamamoto was at a loss as to why the deceased inspector had returned to life. It was remarkable that he had not fainted in shock on the spot, demonstrating a degree of bravery that spared the city police from disgrace. With the resurrected inspector behind him and the ominous muzzle of a gun before him, Yamamoto knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, afraid that his colleagues might mistake him for a monster capable of transformation and shoot him on the spot. "Shirata, contact headquarters." Shimejima gently nudged Yuki Shirata, who was kneeling on the ground spilling rainbow candies, while her eyes and the gun remained fixed ahead. "I recall that the inspector who fell in battle at Manpuka Temple was Matsunaka, correct? In the police force decimated by the Bone Woman at Manpuka Temple, only one held the rank of inspector." Yes, Shirata, weakened and surrounded by a mess of rainbow candies, nodded faintly. She had been chosen by Shimejima Kiyomi as her aide due to her exceptional memory, and that was Matsunaka Kazuo. Yuki Shirata was confident in her future. Although she currently held the ordinary position of a member of the 5th section, she believed that if she diligently assisted her section chief, she might one day ascend to the role of assistant chief. The resurrected Matsunaka Kazuo continued to walk forward, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating everyone. As he walked, Matsunaka spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "Why are you all pointing your guns?" As the situation was on the brink of escalating to gunfire, Shimejima Kiyomi exclaimed, "Inspector Matsunaka, what brings you here?" Upon hearing his name called, Matsunaka halted, lifting his gaze to Shimejima, his eyes clouded with confusion. "I have come to work." Matsunaka struggled to articulate, his voice gravelly and deep. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, and Yamamoto, still kneeling, felt tears welling up. He was utterly unmoved by Matsunaka's dedication. Even in death, he had not forgotten to report to the police station on the 7th day after his passing. Thankfully, Matsunaka was the only workaholic among the fallen. Had all his colleagues returned to work that day, Yamamoto would have surely perished from fright. Shimejima Kiyomi's long legs trembled slightly, and she swallowed hard, forcing herself to remain calm. "Inspector Matsunaka, we are deeply touched by your dedication, but can you recall the events that transpired before?" Matsunaka paused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The events before, after murmuring a few phrases, he grasped his forehead, a pained expression distorting his features as if a worm were writhing in his brain, causing him unbearable agony. Surely, there won't be any adverse changes, Shimejima thought, watching Matsunaka's escalating madness with trepidation. Suddenly, Matsunaka stomped heavily on the ground, declaring, I remember. I, Matsunaka Kazuo, have died." The chilling admission from a resurrected corpse sent shivers down the spines of those surrounding him. "Hey," Yuki Shirata whispered softly to Shimejima, having received instructions from above. The chief has asked you to delay Matsunaka as much as possible and avoid any conflict. Without the need for further elaboration, Shimajima understood the directive. Resurrection after death is a desire yearned for by many, representing a form of eternal life on a different plane, even without witnessing it firsthand. Shimajima Kiyomi can imagine the avaricious expressions on the faces of those influential figures who have just learned of this revelation. This is far more alluring than any mere embodiment of combat prowess. While superhuman abilities are also a dream for humanity, what significance do such ephemeral powers hold for them? Would they aspire to become vigilantes? However, if they were to uncover the secret of resurrection, would they not achieve perpetual existence in this world? After amassing boundless wealth and status, it is life alone, life that remains the unchanging pursuit of eternity. Engaging with Matsunaka Kazuo is a daunting task. Yet Shimajima Kiyomi possesses the confidence to succeed. As the head of the 5th Division and an elite operative, she is determined to keep Matsunaka Kazuo grounded, and perhaps even persuade him to willingly accompany them back to headquarters. I am dead, Matsunaka Kazuo murmurs weakly while gazing at his hands. A feeble laugh escaping him. His laughter abruptly ceases, and in that very moment, his figure vanishes. The uncanny phenomenon of his disappearance leaves the attentive patrolling officers momentarily stunned. With a sudden thud, there is no trace of Matsunaka Kazuo at the police station. Only a solitary object lies on the ground, appearing from a distance to be made of wood. Shimajima Kiyomi looks bewilderedly at Haitani Yuki, asking where he has gone, noting the absence of such a large presence. Haitani Yuki wipes the rainbow candy from the corner of her mouth, uncertain of the other's whereabouts. Shimajima gestures with her hands to indicate the size of the missing person, incredulous that someone so considerable could simply vanish. After several minutes, the patrolling officers still hold their weapons aimed at the police station, none daring to advance and investigate the remnants left behind by Matsunaka Kazuo's disappearance. Suddenly, the sound of a helicopter reverberates from above. It is the police department's chopper. How can this be explained? Shimajima Kiyomi's face twists in despair, tears threatening to spill as she realizes she has not even had the chance to engage before he vanished. What will become of this operation? Outside Mampukaji, 2 elites descend from the helicopter. They bear no weapons, dressed in formal attire with ties, one even sporting glasses, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. Upon landing, the patrolling officers and the newcomers exchange bewildered glances. Where is he? They ask, but he is nowhere to be found. Resigned, Shimajima Kiyomi begins to explain. Allow me to clarify. The elites, upon hearing her assertive declaration, feel a chill run down their spines. While persuading the adversary away with words may be advantageous from a safety perspective, they require a living individual. It is too late for complaints now. All that remains is this spirit tablet. Summoning their courage, they approach to find a wooden spirit tablet standing on the ground, inscribed with the name Matsunaka Kazuo. Haitani Yuki is horrified, retching as she realizes she has already expelled her rainbow candy. This is terrifying. It is indeed a ghost, an apparition, returning to work even after death. After being dismissed by the head of the division, all that remains is a tablet. Could this be Matsunaka Kazuo's vessel? Chief, I wish to resign. That night, a fleet of helicopters soared above Tokyo, flanked by escorting crafts that circled around the central helicopter. The whirring of their blades stirred many from their slumber. For numerous souls, this night was destined to be one of wakefulness. Influential figures entrenched within the government were likewise jolted awake. With their vast networks, they swiftly acquired the news that while the relationship between the government of the island nation and the financial conglomerates had not reached the symbiotic level of the neighboring South Moon sheep, the ties between the powerful corporations and prominent politicians were undeniably intertwined. Furthermore, following the attack by the Bone Woman, the existence of the supernatural was no longer a secret. The dead could rise again, or rather, their spirits could return. Though it did not equate to immortality, it provided a glimmer of hope for extending one's days. These influential individuals began to leverage their connections, reaching out to prominent cabinet members, with the Tokyo Metropolitan Police and Public Security being the most heavily contacted. At the Yokosuka Naval Base, the Minister of the Four Islands, having disregarded yet another call, handed his phone to his aide, declaring that he was in a meeting. Several major conglomerates and former cabinet ministers had dialed his number, causing the typically low-profile minister to feel an unusual stir within. Yes, sir, the aide respectfully accepted the call. nodding and bowing as he exchanged pleasantries on the other end. "I apologize sincerely. Yes, indeed." Even in the absence of these powerful figures, the aide maintained his deference as he continued to bow while on the call. The minister observed that Shimajima Kiyomi was indeed a fortuitous asset. She had previously uncovered the bone woman in the Taito district, and now, while temporarily overseeing her current post, had discovered a ghost, leaving behind significant evidence on both occasions. No one could contest this now. The appointment of the young Shimajima Kiyomi as the head of the 5th Division, directly elevated to the rank of police inspector, raised eyebrows. Could such a youth truly be capable? And what undisclosed connections did she have with the Minister of the Four Islands? The minister dismissed the malicious gossip with disdain. As one of the first to engage with supernatural events, he understood that times had changed. Continuing to employ ineffectual personnel based merely on seniority could lead to a scandalous encounter with the extraordinary at any moment. A fallout with the supernatural would not be easily resolved with a mere bow of apology. Now, Shimajima Kiyomi had demonstrated her remarkable talent in handling extraordinary affairs, consistently encountering bizarre phenomena, which in itself was an unconventional skill. The remains of the bone woman had yet to undergo research, either due to insufficient scientific conditions or the American side's reluctance to allow the island nation to conduct independent studies. It was only today, with the foundational construction of the research facility nearing completion, that the research team was permitted to begin their work. Yet, no one anticipated that before the remains could be studied, another extraordinary artifact would emerge, bringing forth a double portion of joy. In Adachi Ward, in the town of Senju, stood the ancient Akamon Temple, named for its striking red gate. There is no need for any dubious practices in the land of the rising sun. Temples that possess even a modicum of renown can thrive abundantly. Apart from the generous donations from devotees, local temples engage in a perfectly legitimate and lucrative business. All cemeteries in the islands are managed by temples and are considered temple property, available only for lease, never for sale, with burial plots costing several million yen each. According to Japanese customs, when a loved one is interred in a temple, it is customary to provide monetary offerings to the monks each year as a token of gratitude for their care, akin to paying rent even after death. Furthermore, as your family rests in our temple's cemetery, would you not seek our services to conduct rituals and recite sutras? This, too, constitutes a source of income. Another aspect that foreigners may not grasp is that while the living in the islands may hold any belief they choose, it is imperative for the deceased to have a Buddhist name conferred upon them by the monks of the temple. This, in essence, circles back to the issue of cemetery management. While it is said to be a bestowal of a name, it essentially constitutes an additional fee for the burial plot. Whether one believes in Buddhism or not is of no concern to the monks. Can it truly be said that a mere name change after death transforms one into a devout follower? If one were to eschew having a Buddhist name, it matters not. Our temple's burial grounds do not permit non-Buddhists to be interred. You may choose to be buried wherever you please, but the management of cemeteries accessible to the general populace is firmly in the hands of the temples. Not being interred in the earth is not an option. One cannot simply scatter ashes. After all, it can be asserted that this underworld real estate is meticulously managed by the temples in the islands, leaving ordinary individuals with no escape once they pass on. Tracing the origins of each temple's property can lead one back several eras, possibly even to the Heian period. Before dawn, a few small cats remained with the monks at Akamon Temple, bewildered by the sight of officials gathered outside the gates. When the young monk opened the door, he was taken aback by the impressive presence of the officials. The monks immediately raised their hands in greeting, their bald heads gleaming. The officials, wearing smiles and cloaked in frost, greeted the young monk with warmth as soon as he opened the door. This unexpected display of enthusiasm left the young monks quite flustered. After all, they were merely an ordinary temple, besides having recently laid to rest a group of fallen officers from the local Adachi Ward. They had little experience dealing with the government. Moreover, the rituals conducted at the cemetery were led by high monks from other districts, not from Akamon Temple. Once inside, after a few polite exchanges, the group proceeded towards the newly interred gravesite. The cemetery appeared entirely normal. The gravestones were undamaged, and there were no signs of disturbance at the burial site of Matsunaka Kazuo. Some individuals were taking photographs around the grave. Others were meticulously transcribing the inscriptions on the gravestone, while a few stealthily collected physical samples from the nearby trees. The monks watched in utter bewilderment at this series of events, completely at a loss. As the officials departed, they offered a monetary token of appreciation. The young monk, still quite confused, accepted the money. "Master, your temple is indeed a site of auspicious feng shui," remarked one of the officials. "Indeed, indeed," the monk replied. "I wonder how the monks are faring in their studies of the Dharma?" The young monk, now animated, beamed with a professional smile. "Everyone is diligently studying the Buddhist teachings. And our abbot is a highly accomplished monk." Reflecting on the recent incident at Wanfu Temple, it seems rather incongruous for the esteemed abbot to have taken refuge in seclusion. Yet, the young monk quickly devised a clever explanation. The abbot had been diligently studying Buddhist teachings at home, hence his temporary absence from the temple. "Is that so?" The officials exchanged glances, indicating that they had taken note. "In Tokyo, Chiyoda District, at the Metropolitan Police Department, I truly know nothing," declared the monk, Miao Zhang. For what felt like the umpteenth time, sweat glistened upon his bald head, reflecting the light. "I am innocent," he insisted. He had originally sought solace with his wife and daughter in Chiba Prefecture, but was unexpectedly summoned to the main department by the police. After being graciously offered tea and water, the officers began to inquire indirectly. Initially, the conversation revolved around profound Buddhist doctrines, then shifted to discussions of lineage and the profitability of the burial business. Gradually, the tone turned more sinister, veering towards inquiries about any supernatural abilities, and whether there were any transmissions of knowledge within the temple, including references to encounters with the underworld. As the abbot of a temple, Miao Zhang had long cultivated a sharp and discerning mind, yet the atmosphere at the police department made him uneasy as he considered the implications of their probing questions. His throat tightened. He sensed he was entangled in a serious matter, likely related to extraordinary events. Realizing Miao Zhang had grasped the gravity of the situation, the police no longer withheld information and recounted the sequence of events. Upon hearing that a police officer buried in a grave had returned to the police station on the 7th day, Miao Zhang's body trembled uncontrollably. Who could withstand such a revelation? "I truly do not know of any such occurrences at the temple. We merely interred individuals upon receiving payment. If such a resurrection had transpired, I would never dare to operate there again." The officers nodded, yet Miao Zhang interpreted their implication. "Do you believe we would trust you? Surely, you do not suspect me to be the orchestrator of this?" Tears threatened to spill from Miao Zhang's eyes. Having retreated to another prefecture, he wondered how trouble still found him. "Do I appear to you as a sagacious monk? I possess neither the skill nor the ability. Among all the monks in the nation, I am the most unlearned. I indulge in smoking, drinking, dancing, and racing cars. Even if our Pure Land sect had similar practices, I would not be the one to study them." During Miao Zhang's reception at the police department, research concerning the memorial tablets and skeletal remains was being conducted with great urgency. The examination of the remains was slow due to various factors, but some leads had already emerged regarding the memorial tablets. The wood used was of evergreen camphor, a common tree in Tokyo, distinct from the deciduous trees previously submitted from Akamon Temple. The material was notably dense and hard, surpassing ordinary camphor wood, with an estimated hardness comparable to that of regular hot-rolled steel. A comparison of the inscribed epitaphs revealed that the characters on the tablet were not penned by the monks of Akamon Temple, and no scratches were found among the traces of the inscriptions. What does this signify? The inscriptions on the spirit tablet are not carved, but rather formed by the natural depressions that occurred during the growth of the tree, akin to the cracks in its bark. However, unlike those cracks, this tablet is crafted from solid wood. One might question how the solid core of a tree could spontaneously develop such indentations, particularly ones that perfectly match the name of Matsumoto Ichifumi. Yet, once one considers the extraordinary nature of this object, upper echelons find it acceptable. The speculation that the tablet possesses a hardness comparable to steel only accentuates its remarkable essence. No matter how precious the wood, gems, or gold may be, they pale in comparison to this tablet. Within the research base in Yokosuka, there are not only scientists but also experts in folklore, including leaders from several major shrines across the island nation. While it would be impossible for them to perform on Myoto, their insights are invaluable when it comes to broadening perspectives. "What do you think of this piece of wood, Master Ito?" inquired a prominent official from the cabinet, addressing Ito. The shrine priest. It is rather embarrassing to admit that it was thanks to his granddaughter's assistance that Ito attained such a distinguished status within the base. It was not due to the mysterious swordsman Akibune, but rather because a single statement from his granddaughter determined the fate of the new Yokosuka base. To say that a single statement made such a difference is no exaggeration. Upon capturing the Bone Woman, the government mobilized these professionals. And when the tardy American side arrived and assessed the situation in Adachi Ward, their initial disbelief transformed into a demand for the Japanese government to surrender the Bone Woman for the highest level of research on American soil. Faced with the stern attitude of the American side, the Japanese government had steeled itself for the bitter prospect of conceding. However, Ito Masayo's words ignited a spark of hope within the Japanese officials. Could these local apparitions survive in a nation governed by a different belief system? The myriad deities of the island nation are indigenous spirits, and it is conceivable that their essence might disintegrate upon leaving their homeland. When Ito Masayo spoke these words, her expression was grave and serious, akin to a great scientist unveiling a groundbreaking theory. The words of the young shrine maiden cannot be verified. There exists no second extraordinary being to confirm them at present, yet neither can they be easily dismissed. Indeed, what if the Bone Woman were to disintegrate upon leaving the island? After all, no one has ever witnessed such a supernatural entity. After much deliberation, the American side resolved to establish a research facility on the island. In comparison to his granddaughter, Ito felt woefully inadequate as a high priest. This piece of wood must be a spirit tablet, he finally declared after much contemplation. It is not an ordinary spirit tablet. I suspect it may very well be an object from the spirit realm. The deceased's strong attachment during their lifetime likely caused their spirit to return to the mortal world, and this extraordinary spirit tablet serves as their vessel. Apart from the assistance of this tablet, today marks the 7th day since the death, a time when the spirit is at its most potent. When the truth of the deceased's awareness of their own death was revealed, the spirit could finally find peace. Yet this vessel remains in the earthly realm. Ito's lengthy exposition elicited nods of understanding from the cabinet officials. Ah, so that's how it is. This piece of wood is indeed a treasure, originating from the realm beyond death, possessing the extraordinary ability to serve as a vessel for souls. The gaze of the cabinet officials upon the wood was fervent. It was determined that the spirit tablet was of the same variety as the evergreen Nanmu cultivated in the Wanfu Temple. The researcher waved his hand before the equipment, confirming that the wood shavings just submitted for examination were indeed from Wanfu Temple, without a doubt. The priest Ito remained unperturbed, exhibiting no embarrassment. It appeared that this spirit tablet was crafted from timber sourced closest to the site of death, suggesting the possibility of something peculiar about Wanfu Temple. Could it be that dying in proximity to Wanfu Temple enhances the soul, allowing it to return to the mortal realm? Under the intense scrutiny of the cabinet officials, Ito felt a chill. It was merely conjecture, not to be taken as certainty. The tales of the ghostly police circulated only within a minuscule circle. For the majority of ordinary residents in Adachi Ward, recent public safety had been commendable, with no reports of strange occurrences. Supermarkets and shops gradually reopened, and life was returning to a semblance of normalcy. Meanwhile, the Kaibu restaurant had garnered a modest reputation among the police, with patrol officers well aware of the establishment in Hanabatake. Although it was not an all-night izakaya and managed by 2 young chefs, the culinary offerings were commendable, featuring a unique tricolor dumpling that even those who typically shun sweets couldn't help but praise. A curious scene unfolded at the Kaibu restaurant in the evening, where patrol officers sat at tables enjoying fresh seafood and set meals, sipping beverages, and occasionally indulging in a little illicit alcohol, embodying the demeanor of seasoned professionals. Yet, alongside the wasabi and soy sauce, the tricolor dumplings, favored by children, added an element of incongruity. The front desk had developed a peculiar dynamic between the 2 chefs. After several days, Kaibusa had made subtle progress in her conversational skills. As the head chef at the front desk, it would be remiss not to engage with the patrons. Thus, Irina had brought Mizuno Sora to assist Kaibusa, for it was only fitting that the fruits of their labor benefit their own. Mizuno Sora's adeptness in social interactions impressed Irina. Regardless of whether the interlocutors were police officers or female officers, whether quick-tempered or mild-mannered, Sora managed to communicate harmoniously, displaying none of the awkwardness one might expect from a high school student yet to graduate. "Here you go," Mizuno Sora said as she neatly wrapped several tricolor dumplings in paper and handed them to a patrol officer. "Thank you," the officer replied, marveling. "These dumplings are delicious. My daughter will surely adore them." "Really? That is wonderful to hear," Sora replied with a smile, continuing to craft more dumplings. To be so young and capable of creating such delightful treats. With this skill, you could easily open a dedicated wagashi shop in the future. The patrol officer felt elated as his turn to go home finally arrived after nearly 2 weeks of duty in Adachi Ward. These 2 weeks had been arduous, filled with relentless patrolling and overtime. Nothing compared to the comfort of sitting at the police station. Today, he would finally finish his shift and be reassigned. The haunting incident involving Matsunaka Kazuo had not spread among ordinary patrol officers. Those who had responded promptly that night, after investigating the family background and confirming their innocence, were swiftly reassigned to the Public Security Division by a decisive order from the Metropolitan Police Department. Subsequently, he was assigned to the Training Department to acquire relevant handling experience, thereby swiftly mitigating the repercussions of the resurrection of the deceased. Although a few police officers harbored doubts, none dared to voice their concerns in the face of senior management silence. Thus, apart from those who had heard the screams that night, the majority of officers on duty in Adachi District remained oblivious to the events that transpired, merely noting the absence of several colleagues reassigned to other departments. Life for the ordinary police officers continued as usual, eating, patrolling, and contemplating whether to resign. The 3-colored dumplings from the Kaibu restaurant had become a cherished treasure for the patrolling officers, with some replacing colleagues stopping by to purchase a few before heading home. This delicacy appeared to be on the verge of becoming a local specialty of Adachi District. The officers exchanged banter and laughter while several tables gathered to bid farewell to colleagues scheduled for reassignment the following day. After enjoying food and drinks for a while, they began to leave in scattered groups around 9:30. As they froze the remaining ingredients, Sora Mizuno and Sana Kaibu took out cloths and mops to tidy up the restaurant's decor. Glancing at Sora's profile, Sana felt a sweet sensation blossom within her, akin to a small couple managing a restaurant together. While they were halfway through cleaning, Irina slowly descended from the 2nd floor. "Thank you for your hard work," Sana said, wiping the sweat from her forehead and sporting a bright smile. 2 weeks had passed since Irina's discharge, and the bandages on her head had been removed by the doctor. Although she could not engage in strenuous tasks, she was able to assist by washing cloths and cleaning the customers' damp towels. As Sora prepared to leave, Irina presented a sealed envelope from her pocket. "Sora-kun, you have truly worked hard this month," she said, offering the envelope with both hands. It contained this month's wages, though modest. She hoped he would not find it lacking. Sora quickly wiped his hands, expressed his gratitude, and accepted the envelope. Regardless of the amount, the gesture held significance. He refrained from opening it immediately, considering it impolite. Besides, the envelope felt substantial, suggesting that the contents likely exceeded the typical part-time salary of 30,000 yen. Unlike other establishments, the performance of Kaibu restaurant had actually improved in the 2 weeks following the incident. Particularly after Sora had begun producing the 3-colored dumplings, revenues surged. Each serving sold yielded substantial profit, and a single pot could produce dozens, if not hundreds, of dumplings. Observing the daily sellouts, Sora contemplated discussing a price increase with the Kaibu family. Otherwise, he risked becoming an unfeeling machine for making 3-colored dumplings. Furthermore, he pondered whether to replicate the process for Ichiraku ramen, which was considerably more time-consuming. Upon returning home, Sora opened the envelope. 10 crisp bills of 10,000 yen each emerged, totaling a remarkable 100,000 yen. What a fortune! Beside her, Satomai was initially amusing little Q, but upon seeing Fukuzawa Yukichi, she covered her mouth in surprise. She then cast a puzzled glance at Mizuno Sora. This was not a trivial amount. Disregarding graduate students and PhD candidates, a newly graduated university student typically earns just over 100,000 a month. Cases where one graduates with an annual salary starting in the millions, with year-end bonuses equating to half a year's salary, are far from representative. Just as people in China are aware that entering major companies in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou yields high salaries, among millions of graduates, how many can actually secure such lucrative positions? The same holds true in Japan. The vast majority are mere mortals, and after a decade of striving, their salaries barely reach 5 million. Through their time spent together, Satomai discerned that Mizuno Sora was not human and noticed that he occasionally caused significant events. Yet he seemed to lack the habit of casually pocketing money, consistently laboring diligently in the outside world. Should one describe him as a principled creature or merely an eccentric individual? However, Seeing the 100,000 yen Mizuno Sora brought home today compelled Sada Mai to ponder the nature of his employment. He had only mentioned working at a restaurant. But would a typical establishment offer such a high salary? Could it be a host club masquerading as a restaurant? Yet, to a host club, 100,000 yen seemed rather meager. Mizuno Sora neatly tucked away 10 banknotes, unashamedly placing them in a drawer. It wasn't that he lacked a bank card. Rather, depositing money in a bank in Japan is considered an imprudent choice to stimulate consumption and discourage saving. The Japanese Ministry of Finance and the central bank have kept the national savings interest rates exceedingly low, indeed, to the point of negative interest rates. In the absence of certain fixed-term deposits, putting money in a bank not only fails to yield profits, but actually diminishes its value. Nevertheless, the prevalence of zero or even negative interest rates does not dampen the Japanese people's enthusiasm for saving. After all, the abrupt collapse of the extravagant lifestyles of their parents' generation crushed several generations in an instant, leaving countless employees homeless or relegated from high-paying positions to janitorial roles. Formal employment has dwindled, and companies have begun to rely heavily on contract workers. Even now, Japan's economy has yet to recover. It was precisely due to the economic upheaval of yesteryear that the Japanese perspective on career choices transformed. People no longer viewed working for large trading companies with a respectable salary as a positive endeavor. The crisis illuminated the fact that even major corporations could face downturns. Consequently, countless ambitious youths have flocked to civil service examinations, vying for stable government positions. If even civil service roles are unattainable, one can only imagine the fate of private enterprises. This shift has led to a dramatic change in attitudes toward money. Investing in stock markets have become relics of the past, and the Japanese, acutely aware of the crisis, have begun to save aggressively, even in a negative interest environment. As a result, the entire societal landscape has flipped upside down compared to the golden era of the last century. Various policies aimed at stimulating consumption have yielded little effect. The sudden sensation of having a fuller wallet left Mizuno Sora feeling invigorated. Little Q tilted its head, gazing at its male owner. This fearsome figure appeared to be in a remarkably good mood, reminiscent of his demeanor while watching television. Even though he wasn't actually watching anything. How, then, could he know that the program had reached its most humorous segment? This left the dog utterly perplexed. Continuing to watch the screen, Little Q found itself engrossed in a variety show featuring its favorite old comedian, known as something like Akashia Sanemiya. The names of humans are indeed peculiar. Such a lengthy string of syllables pales in comparison to its own simple two-syllable name, which rolls off the tongue with ease. Furthermore, human speech is quite challenging to imitate. Despite its efforts over several days, it still could not manage to utter even a single phrase. Matoi Sada, feeling a twinge in her nose, glanced at Mizuno Sora's salary and sensed a shift in her emotions. It was not jealousy or envy that stirred within her. She was not an ungrateful fool. She recognized her fortune in being able to stay with Mizuno, and it was only natural for a powerful being to cast her out without a second thought. Yet, a profound sense of shame welled up in her heart as she observed Mizuno working hard to earn money. She felt akin to a loathsome parasite, consuming Mizuno's resources. Any reasonable person would find such a situation embarrassing. Frantically scratching behind Little Q's ears, Sada managed to calm her swirling thoughts. Sada Matoi looked at Mizuno Sora with an earnest expression. Mizuno arched an eyebrow, while Sada, with her serious demeanor, seemed poised to announce something of great importance. After spring break, I will be entering high school, and I want to find a job. Sada had long desired to work. But no reputable establishment would hire a middle school student. The legal working age commenced with high school. That sounds great, just be careful. Avoid jobs that have late hours like mine, Mizuno sincerely advised. Spring break was still 2 months away, and by then, the patrol officers in Adachi Ward would likely return to their posts, potentially leading to a resurgence in crime. It would be wise to seek employment in a shop that closed early, preferably within the community. As Mizuno contemplated the 10,000 yen salary he had just received, another thought crossed his mind. Given such a high wage, perhaps it was time to consider relocating, irrespective of the distance from school. As long as it was not in such a chaotic neighborhood. Calculating the implications of a monthly salary of 10,000 yen, he considered renting a modest apartment comparable in size to his current residence, with rent well within his budget. I think, Sada paused. I would like to work at the same place you do. A few moments later, woof. Little Q tilted its head and emitted a curious sound. Sensing that the atmosphere had shifted, the male owner's breathing had noticeably slowed, and a peculiar tension hung in the air, the oppressive silence causing little Q to curl up. If you're going to work, I recommend a convenience store. It's a simple job where you can earn money while standing, without the demands of physical labor. Though the pay may be low, it won't disrupt your life, Mizuno replied nonchalantly. This show is quite amusing. What are they discussing tonight? It seems the host is different from yesterday. The two programs are fundamentally distinct, hence the hosts are certainly different. Sadamai squinted, her hands crossed atop the dog's head, questioning what secrets were being concealed. Mizuno's heart skipped a beat. Was he not indeed hiding something? The mere thought of Sadamai working at Kaibu restaurant was too delightful for him to entertain. No, you are merely overthinking. My workplace is simply overwhelming in terms of workload, and your delicate frame could hardly withstand it. He chose to remain silent, shrouded in mystery. Sadamai decided not to pursue the topic further, contemplating instead where she might find a suitable job. She increasingly suspected that Mizuno's workplace was rather dubious. Yet what was there to worry about? After all, Mizuno was a formidable entity, capable of countless deeds, and would not suffer undue harm. Even if he were to face a significant setback, it was those who wronged him that ought to be apprehensive. Are you confident about the upcoming exam? It seems you haven't been studying much these past few days. The final examinations of junior high were of considerable importance. Although high school is also a compulsory education phase, there exists a stark contrast between public and private institutions. A stellar exam score could attract offers from private high schools, which boast a reliable advancement rate. Speaking of exams, Sadamai sighed, mediocre, I suppose. As life became more tranquil, devoid of troublesome matters, she finally found the opportunity to focus on her studies. Despite having fallen behind in several subjects, with the assistance of Yutakawa Miyu, she was making significant strides forward. Mediocre indeed. You must exert yourself, Mizuno remarked, oblivious to his own situation. The junior high curriculum was not overly challenging. With some effort, it could be easily grasped. Mizuno typically returned home after 10 o'clock, while Sadamai had already dedicated several hours to her studies during his shifts. She could not claim with certainty that she would gain admission to a private high school. Yet under the current circumstances, cramming might yield a glimmer of possibility. Throughout the past half-month of intensive revision, Yutakawa Miyu had been nearly driven to despair by Sadamai's rapid progress. She began to question her own intelligence, wondering how Sada could nearly catch up to her level after just half a month of study. Sadamai had no desire to explain herself to Mizuno. She suggested, perhaps you should focus on your own studies. It seems I rarely see you engaging in academic pursuits outside of work. Mizuno was rendered speechless by her pointed remark. Though he was a high school student, he had recently prioritized mischief over his studies, neglecting what a typical high school life should entail. At Adachi District's first high school, Class 2B, after being pricked by Sadamai's words, Mizuno resolved to concentrate on his studies. After a few days of effort, he had not yet mastered the art of eloquence that comes from deep knowledge, but he did feel a flicker of confidence regarding the final exams. The mathematics taught in Japanese high schools did not differ significantly from that of Chinese schools. However, certain non-essential topics in China became essential in Japan, while many mandatory topics in Japan were not tested. Overall, the difficulty of mathematics in China was slightly higher, with a greater number of concepts to master. Yet, the true challenge of college entrance examinations lay not in the difficulty of the textbooks, but in the competition against countless peers within the same province. Wataru Mizuno's proficiency in English remains relatively intact. Although composing a paper entirely in English presents certain challenges, he is confident in his ability to manage the demands of the university entrance examination. He believes his pronunciation surpasses that of many who speak Janglish. Wataru is primarily focused on mastering the classical subjects, particularly Classical A and Classical B. In Japan, the academic system divides students into humanities and sciences, with core subjects like language, mathematics, and foreign languages further categorized into elective courses, akin to the optional subjects 1, 2, 3, and 4 in China. Classical A and B fall under the category of language studies, which all humanities students are required to study, as these are included in the examination syllabus. Conversely, for science students, classical literature is scarcely glanced at, as it does not pertain to their examination content. Wataru flips through the Classical B textbook, encountering familiar passages such as Shi Hao Li, Ascending the Stork Tower, and the Analects, all of which are well known among Chinese students. A significant portion of the humanities entrance exam in Japan consists of classical literature. with half of the content comprising local classical texts and the other half featuring ancient Chinese poetry and prose, collectively referred to as classical Chinese. This includes works by Li Bai, by Zhu Yi, and numerous poets from the Ming and Qing dynasties, as well as substantial excerpts from records of the Grand Historian and the Analects. Contrary to Wataru's expectations, he finds studying Chinese classical literature to be quite challenging. While he can quickly grasp the meanings, he struggles with the convoluted syntax, as he must learn it within the context of the Japanese language rather than in Chinese. To facilitate students' comprehension of classical Chinese, the Japanese have innovatively introduced a system of annotations, marking certain characters with numbers in the lower left corner. When encountering a 2, one skips ahead, and when seeing a 1, one returns to the previous 2 characters. Various scenarios are outlined for different annotations, and the reader must also navigate the instructions indicated in the lower right corner. Wataru finds this approach perplexing. He would much prefer to understand the classical texts directly than to contend with the awkwardness of interpreting them through a Japanese linguistic lens. Nevertheless, he recognizes the necessity of utilizing these annotations during exams, as the stakes are high. At noon, Tatsuya Hariyama, with a somewhat sneaky demeanor, sidles up next to Wataru. Clutching a bento box, he carries 3 bottles of beverages, declaring, "Brother, this one is for you. Sister-in-law, this one's for you." 2 bottles are respectfully placed before Wataru and Sa, who blushes upon being addressed as sister-in-law. "Go ahead and drink," Wataru says as he twists off the cap for Sa. Tatsuya, having learned his lesson after being reprimanded by Wataru on 2 occasions, has become notably more compliant, often positioning himself beside Wataru. If this were a spirited youth drama, it would resemble the narrative of a wayward youth pledging allegiance to a leader. "It's been a while. I thought you had transferred," Wataru remarks, taking a sip of his drink. This is the first time in 2 weeks that he has seen Tatsuya. "Alas," Tatsuya sighs, "I had no choice, my friend. If I could have stayed away, I would have. But my family's income relies on the internet cafe. I can't just live outside indefinitely." The ability to afford a gaming cafe suggests that Takashi Hariya's family enjoys a certain level of affluence. Yet, observing his reluctance to invest in a private school, one might infer that the cafe is not particularly grand, or perhaps there are undisclosed circumstances within his household. Upon returning home, the family business appears to be languishing, with no one daring to venture out to surf the internet. Not a single soul has opted to stay overnight. In Japan, gaming cafes not only serve as places for online gaming, but also function as budget-friendly single-room accommodations. Setting aside such disheartening thoughts, Takashi Hariya swiftly regains his composure. A mischievous glimmer in his eyes as he exclaims, "Boss, I just learned of 2 exceedingly important pieces of news." With a sparkle reminiscent of a nefarious villain from a cinematic narrative, he reveals, the final exams have been moved up. Originally scheduled for 3 weeks from now, they will now occur next week. Not only has the exam date been advanced, but it seems the school is also planning a spring break study trip, not in the vicinity of Adachi Ward, but reportedly to a neighboring prefecture, involving both first and second-year students. These announcements are monumental for the students. An exam rescheduled 2 weeks earlier disrupts their revision plans. However, for the majority of students at this institution who are largely indifferent towards their studies, this turn of events is a boon. The prospect of a spring break study trip is even more fantastical. Unlike in animated series where such excursions are commonplace, not every school has the time, resources, or finances to organize educational trips. The notion that the more something is advertised, the more it signifies scarcity, is quite evident. In Mizuno's recollection, such outings were limited to a few day trips to parks in Adachi Ward during middle school. The imagery of collective retreats and travel exists solely in dramas or affluent private high schools. Hariya's information proves accurate. When the temporary substitute teacher arrives to conduct the lesson, they pause momentarily before addressing the class. "Dear students, I have just received notification from the Board of Education that the final exams have been moved up by 2 weeks. I hope you can seize this opportunity to revise diligently. This advance not only presents a challenge for you, but also catches others off guard, making it a positive development. It is a matter of who can swiftly adapt. The previous teacher has yet to return, having fled from their responsibilities." Before the substitute teacher's announcement can conclude, the classroom erupts in a wave of jubilation. The prospect of 2 fewer weeks of lessons is of no concern to them. Among the students, a faction of girls has even expressed aspirations to marry and become homemakers post-graduation. "Teacher, surely, The school year won't commence 2 weeks earlier, will it? A student inquires amidst the excitement, a hint of apprehension in their voice. Not at present. I have received no such notification, the substitute teacher reassures. Feeling a sense of relief themselves, an extended break of half a month is indeed a pleasant surprise for educators. Teacher, where will the study trip take us? To Kansai. To witness the cherry blossoms, comes the reply. Is that in the south? Surely we won't be going abroad. Hawaii, perhaps? Upon hearing the increasingly absurd discussions among the students, the temporary teacher could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the financial constraints of the Adachi Ward Board of Education. Ultimately, the conversation veered off to Hawaii, prompting him to clear his throat and remark, enough with the wild guesses. Even the teachers are uncertain about the destination for the school trip. But it is assuredly somewhere beyond Adachi Ward. Hooray! The classroom erupted with enthusiasm. Mizuno Sora's study plan was entirely disrupted. With a rigid routine of studying during the day, working in the afternoon, and then returning home to diligently study at night, time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the final exams were upon him. By mid-February, Tokyo had entered its season of overcast skies and rain, with precipitation probabilities exceeding 40 for half of the week. Although temperatures had risen to around 10 degrees Celsius, it still felt rather uncomfortable. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Mizuno set aside his books, donned his shoes, and prepared to step outside. Given the likelihood of rain, Sadam retrieved an umbrella from the entrance and said, "Take this. You wouldn't want to get soaked on your way home this evening." "Thank you." Mizuno smiled as he accepted the umbrella, tucking it under his arm as he jogged out. Contrary to Sadam's expectations, he was not heading out to work early, but rather to accompany Kaibu Sora to a shrine visit. Mizuno-kun. Kaibu Sora was not waiting at the shop entrance. The two had agreed to meet at Hanabate's 7-chom. Today, she wore a simple white outfit, her hair cascading down her back, as smooth as the waves of the ocean. Her delicate features, figure, and demeanor were fitting for a stage adorned with brilliance, yet they harmonized remarkably with the quaint, worn charm of Adachi Ward. "I'm sorry for being late." "It's all right." Kaibu Sora shook her head, a nervous yet endearing smile gracing her face. "I just arrived as well." This smile seemed to dispel the overcast weather, instantly washing away Mizuno's anxious feelings. With the exams looming tomorrow, Kaibu Sora suggested they visit the local Oyama shrine to pray for good fortune in their results. Taken aback by her initiative, Mizuno was struck by her visibly anxious expression, almost on the verge of tears, and could not help but accept her invitation with a chuckle. What reason did he have to refuse? Mizuno felt the contents of his pocket and mused that today could be deemed a date. Hanabate Hanmachi boasts several shrines of varying sizes, dedicated to deities such as Fudo Mayu and the household gods. However, the most prominent and historically significant among them is the Oyama Shrine. As its name suggests, Oyama Shrine has connections to chickens, although the deity enshrined within is the legendary Yamato Takaru, and the Adachi Ward Tourism Association highlights its relationship with Minamoto no Yashikyo. In reality, there is indeed a connection to chickens. To delve deeper into its origins, Oyama Shrine also shares ties with the renowned Yatagarasu Shrine. While the primary purpose of Oyama Shrine is to bless commerce, Kaibu Sora's intentions were straightforward. Since they were going to pray, it was best to seek blessings from the deity that had always protected her family. After all, the most effective deities are those that have long been devoted to one's household. Due to the recent backlash surrounding the Bone Woman incident, the Daikyu Shrine has witnessed an influx of visitors in recent days. Although the government has yet to acknowledge this, the majority of residents in Adachi Ward have subtly accepted the existence of extraordinary beings. If the Bone Woman exists, then surely the chicken great deity must as well. Perhaps a visit to the shrine might yield results. As they traversed through the 3 torii gates and along the lengthy approach, the two arrived at the worship hall. With 2 gentle claps of her hands, Kaibusa earnestly whispered her thoughts. "Oh, chicken great deity, revered martial spirit. I am grateful for your constant care over the Kaibu family, allowing my mother to recover swiftly and ensuring that those wicked individuals face their just consequences. If possible, may you continue to bless us." Moreover, for Mizuno-kun, although he is not a local of Hanabatake, he is truly a good person. Mizuno Sora quickly offered a prayer for a successful examination, glancing at Kaibu-sa, who had her eyes tightly closed, her delicate pink lips softly moving, as she silently made her numerous wishes. It was indeed a childlike display. Mizuno chose not to interrupt Kaibu, and instead observed the worship hall, which had undergone numerous renovations. The deity enshrined within emanated an aura of solemnity, surrounded by various symbols and elements of spiritual significance. The decor and embellishments were steeped in profound religious connotations. Although Mizuno Sora understood that this world lacked deities, he imagined for a moment that he were an ordinary person recently startled upon entering the hall. He might very well believe in the existence of divine beings. It must be said, the human capacity for self-deception is indeed formidable. As Mizuno was lost in thought, an impatient voice suddenly broke through from behind. "Hey, the man in front is with his girlfriend. He's been waiting behind these two high school students for several minutes." The man's tone was laced with irritation, clearly displeased with their lingering presence. Furrowing his brow, Mizuno turned to face the man, casting a mildly intimidating gaze in his direction. Upon meeting Mizuno's formidable stare, the man hesitated, swallowing back his words and standing awkwardly in place. What a terrifying gaze. Could he be a member of the underworld? There are many in Adachi. I hope I haven't unwittingly crossed paths with one. Mizuno's eyes held a hint of illusion, not creating a vivid hallucination, but instilling a flicker of fear and trepidation in the man. On this earth devoid of chakra, even the most rudimentary illusions can wield significant influence over the common populace. Seeing that the man had been sufficiently intimidated, Mizuno averted his gaze. A minute later, Kaibu-sa concluded her fervent prayers, having greedily made many wishes and expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the deity safeguarding her family. Finished? Mizuno asked, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Kaibu. Kaibu-sa shyly nodded, feeling a touch embarrassed. Mizuno-kun, did I take too long with my wishes? I hope I didn't inconvenience anyone. In response, Mizuno waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. Just as the two were preparing to leave, a commotion erupted outside the hall. Please leave this place, shouted a man clad in a priestly uniform with an air of authority. Sir Priest, we are merely engaging in normal proselytizing. Yes, we are the true faith, enlightened by the divine. As Mizuno and his companion exited the shrine, they encountered a priest embroiled in a heated dispute with a group of zealous women. Upon noticing the pamphlets in their possession, Mizuno discerned that these individuals were fervent missionaries. Such missionaries, particularly the elderly women, are not to be confronted, scolded, or detained. Even the police find them troublesome. Is it customary for missionaries to breach the sacred torii and intrude upon another's shrine? The priest wore an expression akin to one who has been grievously affronted, warning, if you do not disperse, I shall call the police. There are numerous officers present in Adachi Ward. Unfazed by the priest's threats, the women continued to engage him, while simultaneously distributing pamphlets to passers-by. Take a look. The divine has granted us a revelation. Calamity shall befall the unfaithful. One of the women thrust a pamphlet into a young man's arms. Modern individuals have lost their reverence for the divine. Devoid of faith, they have succumbed to moral decay. With various vile acts proliferating, the emergence of the bone woman serves as a portent. Before Mizuno and his companions stood yet another woman. Are you familiar with the bone woman? She is the angel beneath our deity, descending to earth to punish the wicked. The cover of the woman's pamphlet depicted the bone woman, yet it was not an image of Misa or Mizuno Sora, but rather a face entirely unfamiliar to Mizuno. The bone woman was illustrated with an alluring figure, adorned with white bones, against a backdrop of a war-torn city. However, it was evident that the bone woman and the background were poorly amalgamated, with jagged edges still visible. At the top of the page, the name of the church was inscribed in large golden letters, exuding a distinctly elderly aesthetic. This was nothing short of a low-quality, hastily assembled piece of art resembling a cosplay gone awry. I truly do not know, Mizuno Sora remarked, pushing the pamphlet away and gesturing his disinterest. Yet the woman persisted. Young man, do not dismiss this. It is divine revelation. The angels have descended to punish the wicked, but when they return, all non-believers shall face retribution. Mizuno observed that some individuals around them had accepted the pamphlets, their expressions revealing intrigue. Indeed, with over 200 million adherents in this nation, it seemed that on average, each person adheres to 2 religions. The people here lack a singular dominant faith. They visit Shinto shrines, Buddhist temples, and even invite priests for weddings, adopting a somewhat casual approach to belief, as long as it incurs no cost. The incident involving the bone woman has evidently altered the faith landscape among the citizens of Adachi Ward. As Mizuno prepared to depart, the woman lunged forward, her demeanor fierce. By ignoring divine revelation, you invite calamity upon yourself. When the angels descend once more, it will be too late for regrets. Kaibusa was startled by the woman's ferocity. Mizuno raised an eyebrow, ready to push her aside. Although the missionaries were typically bothersome, they had never exhibited such fervent agitation upon rejection. It appeared that the emergence of the bone woman had indeed struck a nerve among certain individuals, who, with ulterior motives, sought to impose unsettling ideologies through her influence. Suddenly, personnel from the shrine emerged to halt the distribution of pamphlets and the preaching. Leave. This is the Otori shrine. I have already contacted the authorities. The police will arrive shortly. Put away her pamphlet. The shrine courtyard had descended into chaos, with clergymen scrambling to seize the pamphlets from the elderly ladies, who were diligently cooperating to block each other while distributing them. One particularly spirited lady, undeterred, engaged in a skirmish with an elderly priest within the shrine. Kaibusa, leaning against Mizuno Sora, looked curiously at the smiling Mizuno. Apologies, I couldn't help but laugh. Mizuno felt his laughter in such a moment might seem somewhat schadenfreude. He had expected a magical battle akin to Harry Potter, only to find it devoid of any divine power. The deities they worshipped were far too lenient. As Mizuno continued speaking, he laughed once more. Kaibu's expression remained perplexed. Yet seeing Mizuno chuckling, she too joined in laughter to spare him any embarrassment. It appeared that Mizuno was a connoisseur of corny jokes, and she resolved to delve deeper into the realm of such humor to avoid missing out on his quips. As the conflict between the two factions intensified, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside the shrine, with several patrolling officers swiftly making their way through the approach. Stop! It's you again. Come with us. The shrine staff displayed expressions of relief, while the elderly ladies were begrudgingly escorted away by the officers, their faces reflecting a sentiment of you non-believers are the ones at a loss. This wasn't their first encounter with law enforcement. Their actions hardly warranted criminal charges, and given their age, the police were reluctant to detain them. Once in the police vehicle, the ladies' defiance did not wane. Instead, they began to harass the officers. The patrolman at the front of the police car felt quite vexed. How many groups had they apprehended by now? Initially, when they heard about a cult worshipping a bone woman disseminating their beliefs publicly, they thought they had captured a significant catch. However, after mobilizing substantial manpower, weaponry, helicopters, and armored vehicles, they ended up with nothing more than a gaggle of elderly ladies. Upon being interrogated, it became clear that this was merely an existing sect that had opportunistically capitalized on trending topics. As the situation escalated, they would arrest one group only for another to emerge. Apart from the first batch of ladies who had nearly suffered heart attacks from the fear induced by the police presence, the others continued their activities upon release, leading to a cycle of detainment and reoffense that left the police of Adachi Ward in a state of exasperation. After escorting the ladies away, the officers merely symbolically gathered the scattered pamphlets. Those clutched by passers-by went unnoticed by the patrolmen. Some individuals handed their pamphlets to the officers, while others tucked them away. The uproar caused by the ladies had certainly made an impression on many. There was no inverse correlation between high education and belief in the supernatural. After witnessing the farce conclude, Mizuno and Kaibu departed behind the police officers. Mizuno, do you think the bone woman they mentioned truly exists? Kaibu, having huddled in her seat during the class when others watched a video on their phones, asked. Perhaps, Mizuno mused, estimating that he, as a grown man, was certainly not a bone woman, but Misesa could be considered half of one. The tales recounted by the elderly women regarding the bone woman, who purportedly punishes the disbelieving, elicited a chuckle from Mizuno. How could that be? The bone woman is a creature from legend that specifically targets men. Even if some malevolent spirit dared to approach you, I would personally dismantle its bones, one by one. Listening to Mizuno's ominous words, Kaibu felt an intoxicating sweetness in her heart, akin to indulging in honey. Although she recognized that Mizuno was jesting, the sentiment was overwhelmingly delightful. The Otori Shrine is accompanied by the Otori Park. Traversing the park leads one to Kaibu's dining establishment. After reassuringly grasping the Fukuzawa Yukichi in her pocket, Mizuno rubbed his stomach and inquired, "Shall we indulge in a meal?" In his previous life, he had been a rather inexperienced and straightforward man, relying solely on the portrayals in film and literature for any understanding of women. It was too late to catch a movie with Kaibu, but sharing a meal seemed entirely feasible. Kaibu recalled that she had already dined before leaving. Yet seeing Mizuno's demeanor suggested he had likely skipped lunch. Following his lead, she replied, "I am a little hungry." "Then let us go eat," Mizuno declared, striding toward a Western-style restaurant. "I knew you would be hungry." "Wait, a Western-style restaurant? Is it not quite expensive? Perhaps we should find somewhere more casual. I remember there's a chain fast food place just a bit further." Mizuno playfully linked his umbrella's handle with Kaibu's arm, saying, "No need to fret about saving money for me. I just received my paycheck and I am now a wealthy man." Upon entering the restaurant, they were greeted by the proprietor and a lone server. The establishment, furnished with numerous tables and chairs, typically hosted many patrons. However, the recent downturn in business left it desolate, with no diners to be seen. During busier times, the server would not be left alone. Mizuno selected a table by the window, and the server politely presented a menu. Unlike the affordable izakaya, where one could satiate their hunger for a mere 1,000 yen, the Western-style restaurant's offerings were considerably pricier. A single salad cost nearly 1,000 yen, and to truly fill one's stomach, a budget of over 3,000 yen per person was necessary. Mizuno estimated that his hearty appetite would likely exceed that amount. "I'll have 2 servings of bubble chocolate ice cream, 1 portion of dry curry seafood risotto, and a salad." "What will you have?" Kaibu, mindful of Mizuno's expenses, opted for the least expensive main dish. Now that they were already seated, to mention saving money in front of the server would only embarrass Mizuno, a fact Kaibu was well aware of. "Very well. Please wait a moment," the server said, bowing slightly before retreating to the kitchen. Sharing a meal with Mizuno felt like a dream, though the sky outside was overcast. Kaibu's heart was illuminated by the warmth of the sun. She hoped it wouldn't rain today, as perhaps they could stroll through the park together. While awaiting their meal, the two engaged in conversation about the upcoming final exams. Suddenly, Mizuno's expression shifted, and he clasped his hands together, saying, "I need to use the restroom." The sound of running water echoed in the restroom as Mizuno gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and connected with Misa. For several days, Misha had not taken the initiative to contact him. It was only from time to time that Mizuno would stealthily share his perspective to observe the situation at the base. Faced with Misha's first proactive connection, Mizuno could not afford to overlook it. She would not reach out unless a matter of great urgency arose. What could it be? Upon receiving a response from Lady Bone, Misha was elated, quickly regaining her composure and organizing her thoughts. "Lady Bone, I currently find myself in the Adachi ward of Tokyo," Misha continued, "at the Hokage temple, brought here by personnel from the base." On the other end of the psychic communication, Lady Bone's voice fell silent, yet Misha sensed her attentive presence. Even in the absence of a reply, not daring to present her grievances before Lady Bone, Misha conveyed what she knew. "Lady Bone, they have sealed off Hokage temple and brought several prisoners. Among them are remnants of the Matsuba Association and American death row inmates. I do not understand why the people at the base have requested that I execute these evildoers here. Lady Bone, what should I do?" Misha presented herself like a child seeking guidance from an elder. Mizuno, leaning against the edge of a pool, closed his eyes as his mind raced. The government's recruitment of Misha had been anticipated. A being of her extraordinary nature would inevitably attract attention wherever she went. However, why would they task Misha with executing prisoners, particularly at Hokage temple? The wooden doppelganger from that fateful night had emerged from the temple's woods, and the fallen police officer had perished there. The final remnants of the illusion had also been derived from materials surrounding the temple. The thought of executing prisoners at Hokage was absurd. Slowly, Mizuno opened his eyes, a notion crystallizing in his mind. This idea was indeed outrageous. Yet his instincts whispered that this madness bore the truth. The base suspected that after the deaths at Hokage, the souls might possess a certain probability of enhancement, returning to the earthly realm on the 7th day post-mortem. Now, several weeks had passed since the demise of the fallen individuals. If the base personnel had already speculated during this time, they must have conducted related experiments, albeit without success. After all, no one was aware that Mizuno had obscured their perceptions. Thus, their thoughts began to diverge. If the execution of a normal human did not enhance the soul, could it be that only a supernatural entity like Misha, upon taking a life, would facilitate such enhancement? Misha, akin to a mysterious meme, bore the weight of a decade-long ordinary existence with typical human parents, suggesting she was not born extraordinary, but had transformed into Bone Woman following a pivotal event. a metamorphosis, rather than an innate endowment. She refrained from disclosing the reasons for her transformation, and the personnel at the base refrained from prying. If a supernatural being like Bone Woman possessed a lineage akin to an infectious disease, capable of imparting extraordinary powers to ordinary individuals, it would imply that such powers could indeed be transmitted. Might it then follow that when an ordinary person is slain by a supernatural entity, the enigmatic force would infect humanity, allowing the deceased soul to linger? This is information that can be naturally unraveled. Mizuno took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and commanded in a flat voice, "Act according to your own thoughts." Yes. After issuing the order, Mizuno severed the connection. The reflection in the mirror revealed a countenance darker than the ominous clouds outside. The madness that erupts in the face of greed has devolved to a beastly state. In the pursuit of extraordinary power, humanity is willing to expose its darkest facets. Just as humans classify dogs into breeds for entertainment, those mongrels beaten to death by their owners while mating with prized breeds remain oblivious to the hierarchical divisions imposed upon them. Mizuno felt no pity for the condemned criminals. In a society that practices cautious executions, anyone sentenced to death through the proper channels must have committed heinous crimes that invoke public outrage. However, what struck Mizuno was the secret that allowed individuals in the base to transform into beasts for the sake of acquiring extraordinary power. Should his secret be uncovered, he too would be reduced to another kind of mongrel in the face of insatiable greed. The fear of an uncontrollable future gnawed at Mizuno's anxiety. Upon returning to his seat, Mizuno's expression had calmed. The table was set with food, and Kaibu-sa waited until Mizuno emerged from the restroom before grasping her knife and fork with both hands. He had taken quite a while. A strained smile tugged at Mizuno's lips. The beef on the plate was rare, the myoglobin pooling in a manner reminiscent of crimson blood, while the darkened surface appeared as though a gathering of blood had congealed, red turning to black. Mizuno averted his gaze to Kaibu, whose delicate face bore signs of tension, as she had never been to a Western restaurant and was unfamiliar with the basic utensils. Clumsily wielding her knife and fork, she noticed Mizuno's gaze upon her and shyly offered a meek smile, feeling utterly foolish for her inability to use the utensils. Mizuno skillfully portioned the meat for Kaibu and gently placed it on her plate. "Eat. I shall assist you in cutting. Isn't it merely a threat? When water flows, earth covers. When soldiers come, they shall be met with resistance." Mizuno resolved to take action rather than remain idle. He did not wish to lose this life or Kaibu's smile one day. He possessed the ability to turn the tides and defend himself. Why should he cower like a turtle? Confrontation is the answer. Who fears whom? At Manpukuji, several criminals with black and blonde hair were blindfolded and restrained before a solemnly restored statue of Buddha. The statue, devastated by Misa's bone spikes, had been reinstated by the authorities a few weeks prior for experimental purposes. Miss Misa, these individuals are remnants of the Matsubakai, including the 8th generation of the Jushiko Kudai and the 5th generation of the Miyagusa family. Upon hearing the mention of Matsubakai members, hatred surged in Misa's eyes. The other criminals from across the ocean were equally heinous. The first on the left had invaded a neighbor's home, breaking the male owner's legs with a gun. And despite the owner's pleas while on the ground, he proceeded to assault the female owner before mercilessly killing them both with a hammer. The second had committed a school shooting, resulting in fatalities. The third, the narrator recounted each person's crimes with an expression devoid of emotion. Misha walked slowly forward, her spine erupting with sharp, bony protrusions, her fingers resembling elongated blades. Suddenly, a torrential downpour descended upon Tokyo. How exquisite it was! A scientist fixated intently on Misha's labor. She was an entity never before encountered, mysterious, formidable, and utterly captivating. The weather forecast had accurately predicted the high likelihood of rain. By the time Mizuno and his companion finished their meal and departed, a gentle drizzle persisted, blurring the line between sky and earth. With a thud, Mizuno opened his umbrella, which struck his head, scattering the raindrops into tiny splashes. The pure black umbrella was a cheap giveaway from a supermarket promotion, a fortunate acquisition for Satomai, who had cleverly taken advantage of the sale and returned with numerous freebies. Kaibu stood beside Mizuno, her height slightly less than his, making the umbrella's coverage just right for her. Due to the limited span of the umbrella, they had to draw close together. Countless couples strolled along the streets, and a mere few steps across the river from the Daikyu Shrine would lead them into Saitama Prefecture's cities of Kashigiya and Yashio. a whimsical experience of inadvertently crossing from Tokyo into the countryside. Explaining why Adachi Ward occupies such an awkward position among the 23 wards. The patter of raindrops against the umbrella resonated, cascading down in arcs and striking the ground with a soft, rhythmic sound. Feeling the warmth radiating from Mizuno, Kaibu lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the tip of her nose. How comforting it was. She inadvertently lost focus, slowing her pace and becoming slightly dampened by the rain. Hee. Taking refuge beside Mizuno, she let out a silly giggle. Those without umbrellas suffered, scurrying through the rain like drenched chickens. Yet, whether walking slowly or running, the amount of rain one encountered remained the same. Speed did not alter the downpour. However, running in the rain often created the illusion of outrunning it. Kaibu's shoes gently tapped the pavement, splashing tiny droplets around her. She wished fervently to walk a bit slower, to meander leisurely from Hanabatake to Iase, then take a long route back to the store. Amidst the fine, smoke-like strands of rain, a visual representation of water release LV1 appeared before Mizuno. In this rainy weather, he had finally unlocked the technique. Shielding himself from the rain with his umbrella, he slowly formed a hand seal with one hand at his side. Ninjutsu is released using chakra as its essence, and the hand seals serve as a means to ignite the technique. Through these various rituals, simple or complex, the practitioner channels their internal chakra to unleash different ninjutsu. Mizuno did not perform the hand seals to release the water release technique. He merely attuned himself to the elemental properties of the rain around him, gradually manipulating his chakra to simulate it. Under his mental command, his chakra mimicked the qualities of water, sometimes as gentle as a stream, at other times imbued with the might to obliterate all in its path. The surrounding raindrops seemed to sense the call of his chakra, subtly shifting towards Mizuno's outstretched palm. But since he had no true intention of unleashing a technique, the raindrops could only slightly deviate. Sahashi had yet to perceive the movements of Mizuno, still blissfully immersed in her own little world. Chakra is not a sorcery born from nothingness. For a ninja adept in water techniques, to conjure a small sphere of water in the desert is already commendable. When one possesses both advantageous timing and location, the corresponding nature of ninjutsu can unleash terrifying power. The fine rain washed away the blood at Manpuka Temple, and after eliminating the last assailant, Misha extended her bone knife to wipe the blood from her cheek. The razor-sharp bone knife could slice through iron as if it were mere clay, and even a mere half-meter away, its edge could send chills down one's spine. Yet, Misha wielded her knife with such precision that it could sever the blood in an instant without harming even a single fine hair on her cheek. The bone knife was an extension of her very being, wielded with the finesse of a master surgeon handling a delicate scalpel. The attendant hurriedly approached with a black umbrella, shielding Misha's head. "Lady Misha, thank you for your efforts. Here is a warm towel for you to wipe with." Misha used her bone knife to lift the towel, dabbing away the rainwater from her hair. "Is there more?" The remnants of the Matsuba clan seemed never-ending. The attendant guided Misha outside. The key leaders of the Matsuba clan have already been beheaded, but a few nefarious members remain hidden, particularly in various districts of Tokyo. Although the authorities have dispatched personnel to apprehend them, many continue to evade capture. Once Misha had departed, the cloaked figures stepped forward to collect the corpses. Some were immediately transported to Manpuka Temple, while others were buried on site, including individuals of both Asian and Caucasian descent. They diligently reconstructed each step of that fateful day, from the location of death to the burial site, categorizing them into different groups based on ethnicity. Those who participated in the Bone Woman project were the creme de la creme, exhibiting a meticulous demeanor akin to that of novice lab rats, treating even the handling of corpses with profound ceremonial care. Are there still Matsuba clan members hiding in Tokyo? One must always possess a purpose for survival. To eradicate the Matsuba clan, to eliminate each and every member, had become Misha's fervent obsession. She had seemingly transformed into the legendary specter, consumed by a frenzied hatred for the malevolence she had encountered in life. Noticing the change in Misha's expression, the attendant continued with an impassive countenance. "But rest assured, Miss Misha, our operatives are active throughout Tokyo, leaving no malevolent individual unaccounted for. However, considering that while the core of the Matsuba clan has been destroyed, the remaining members may resort to desperate measures, armed and capable of committing antisocial acts, there is a possibility of casualties among government personnel and innocent citizens. Thus the progress may be somewhat delayed." After the attendant spoke, She cast a quick glance at Misha before shifting her gaze to the distance, as if she had said nothing at all. Yet, in the hearts of the attendant and the distant surveillance personnel, a countdown had already begun. 1, 2, 3, 4. I shall join. Misha retracted the bone spines from her body. I will personally eliminate them. Her words resonated with conviction. As the chakra flowing from Mizuno coursed steadily within her, the attendant pondered for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Misha's request. I need to consult my superiors. Very well. Misha nodded. Suddenly, she felt a stirring intuition and gazed towards the distant rain-soaked horizon. In a hazy awareness, Misha detected the presence of her kind. Yet soon this scent vanished without a trace. It was not the aura of Lady Bone. Could it be that other yokai dwell in Tokyo? There was no need to consult the authorities, as they were eager to have Misha join their ranks. Every word from the female officer was crafted with intention by those in the know. With Misha's proposal in hand, the analysts in the room were already beaming with joy, celebrating their good fortune. This prediction had proven remarkably accurate, as the target had indeed presented the request for employment. However, it was merely 4 seconds. How vexing. I had anticipated 5. Just moments ago, Takasago had wagered 3 seconds. Takasago, I entrust you with the dinner expenses for tonight. Misa's ability to propose collaboration with the authorities marked a significant breakthrough. The opportunity for cooperation was now at hand, and through ongoing collaboration, their understanding would deepen, eventually unveiling secrets. The day after the rain, the temperature in Adachi Ward showed no signs of rising, and this overcast weather was set to persist until the end of February. In a rush to school, just as the teacher entered with the exam papers, Mizuno was diligently reviewing his notes. Kaibu was even more anxious than Mizuno, her lips moving in a swift murmur, akin to a monk reciting prayers. Go for it, Mizuno. Upon seeing the teacher enter, Kaibu quickly turned her head to offer encouragement. The teacher was already distributing the exam papers. Give it your all. Mizuno nodded in acknowledgement, returning the encouragement to Kaibu. The exams in this island nation were not the terrifyingly lengthy double-sided sheets, nor did they require 2 or 3 hours of relentless endurance per subject. The blackboard displayed the morning's subjects in white chalk: English, mathematics, and Japanese, each lasting 45 minutes, with a 10-minute break in between. Mizuno found it difficult to adapt to this format. In 45 minutes, he barely got into his rhythm before being handed another exam paper. The students of Adachi High School epitomized the phrase happiness first, learning second. Faced with the distributed papers, only a handful of students answered seriously, while many merely filled in a few answers to complete the tasks or stared intently at the exam, attempting to see if basic arithmetic could resolve the problems. This was utterly unfeasible. Why, in the blink of an eye, had the omnipotent addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division become ineffectual? Wasn't this all mathematics? How perplexing. Mizuno chewed on his pencil, diligently completing the 3 subjects of the morning. English was straightforward, and as long as he could finish the math problems, he deemed it a satisfactory performance. He managed to get through Japanese as well. After these 3 subjects, Mizuno's anxiety had eased. Yet Kaibu's expression grew increasingly weary with each passing exam. By the time lunch was finally upon them, her face resembled that of someone on the verge of tears. What should I do, Mizuno? I performed so poorly, Kaibu lamented, pulling out her lunchbox. She had left numerous math problems unanswered and had panicked during Japanese, forgetting how to solve many questions. Mizuno retrieved his chopsticks and reassured her, as long as you can finish, don't dwell on what you could have done differently. There are still a few more tests this afternoon. Kaibu felt utterly foolish. Her studies were lacking. Despite years of cooking, she still felt inferior to Mizuno. Mizuno, do you dislike girls who are not smart? Not at all. Liking someone has nothing to do with intelligence. That's a relief, Kaibu replied softly, letting out a silly giggle. The afternoon examination was equally intense, and by the time it concluded, Mizuno's mind felt somewhat frazzled. This was the consequence of inadequate preparation. Upon entering the examination hall, one inevitably becomes flustered, stumbling here and faltering there, ultimately leading to a complete loss. Although Mizuno managed not to leave any questions unanswered, the accuracy of responses remained questionable. Disturbed by a day filled with tests, Mizuno returned to the rented apartment in an agitated state, tugging at his hair. There, Satami sat at the desk, squinting at her book, leaning in closely. During her study time, little Q was not allowed to watch television and lay bored in his dog bed. Be careful, or you'll strain your eyes, Mizuno remarked. Sadamai rubbed her eyes and, after a brief blink, turned to Mizuno, inquiring about the exam. You seem rather displeased. It was passable, Mizuno replied, shaking his hand and discarding his backpack. Regardless, the exam was behind him. Lamenting would serve no purpose. By the way, I just purchased a new phone. If you need to reach me, feel free to call. Earlier that afternoon, Mizuno had casually bought a contract phone from SoftBank. An Apple model. It wasn't due to an abundance of funds, but rather the scarcity thereof. When negotiating an installment plan at SoftBank, it was akin to receiving a phone with a prepaid plan, which left Mizuno both amused and exasperated. Notably, in Japan, people often abbreviate SoftBank to SB for convenience. Right. Sada had long set Mizuno as an emergency contact. Mizuno affectionately ruffled the fur on Little Q's head. Approaching a month old, Little Q was notably robust, likely due to chakra influences, appearing significantly larger than his peers. When would this dog master the art of reverse summoning? The teachers were not swift in grading, and it wasn't until the afternoon of the third day that the papers were finally assessed, with the exams completed and a school trip to organize. The atmosphere in the classroom was more relaxed than usual, with students gathering in boisterous clusters to converse. Aside from assigning spring break homework, the teachers did not conduct any lessons, with 2 consecutive days dedicated to self-study. Diligent Mizuno seized this opportunity to tackle the spring break assignments, recalling the burdensome darkness of procrastination from his previous life. When the substitute teacher entered the classroom, holding a sheet of paper, silence fell as the class turned its attention to him. I have posted the grade report on the bulletin board. I shall not disclose individual scores. A diligent teacher would typically announce the results and offer guidance at this moment, but the substitute teacher lacked such inclination. Except for a few, the class gathered around to check their scores, eager to satisfy their curiosity regardless of their usual academic performance. 526 points. Mizuno observed his score. It was indeed mediocre. Yet what left him speechless was that such an average score had secured him the top position in the class. The highest score in the class, exceeding 500 points. And with a 40-point lead over the second place. Kaibusa clenched her fists in admiration, gazing at Mizuno with awe. So impressive. Mizuno merely twitched his lips, unsure of how to respond. He was acutely aware that the students at this high school lacked ambition for their studies, yet the disparity in their scores was rather exaggerated. Those who scored over 100 or 200 points, had they genuinely perused their textbooks even a couple of times? The student who ranked second was taken aback upon seeing his own results. He had improved by 20 points since the last examination. What astonished him even more was that he, who had consistently secured the top position in the class, had now fallen to second place, and by such a considerable margin. Mizuno Sora, that formidable individual, had astonishingly achieved such remarkable grades. After a moment of despondency, the second-place student gazed at Mizuno Sora with renewed determination. Had Mizuno Sora truly attained such incredible results so swiftly? Was he the legendary genius everyone spoke of? The student suddenly approached Mizuno Sora, fervently declaring, "Mizuno Sora, I never anticipated you to be such an academic prodigy, achieving such significant progress. However, I, Hirashu, shall not be disheartened." Mizuno observed the bespectacled boy before him, who exuded an aura of youthful fervor. He seemed to be a classmate, as his name matched that of the student listed in second place. "I will study diligently during the spring break, extending my study hours from 10 in the evening to midnight. Then we shall see who prevails." Was a score of over 400 points truly the result of studying until 10 at night? Mizuno ran his fingers through his hair, realizing that there might indeed be an issue with the educational approach at this public high school. Well, keep it up, he thought, wanting to convey to Hira that such a gap was likely unrelated to study hours. Yet, seeing Hira's passionate demeanor, Mizuno kindly withheld his words. Let Hira continue to be inspired. After all, close to 500 points could still secure admission to a university. Take care of your health. Mizuno reminded him after a moment of contemplation. Though studying until 10 at night was a common practice in certain high schools in Hokage, Hira's intention to extend his study hours to midnight seemed excessively rigorous. No, the spirit of a passionate young man can conquer all. Studying until midnight is trivial. I shall study until 12 every night, and still allocate an hour for previewing. Hira's fervor at that moment was palpable. Had he tied a white cloth around his forehead and proclaimed a battle cry, he would have seemed entirely at home wielding a motivational baton. In Japan, high school typically ends around 4 in the afternoon, indicating that studying until midnight implies an additional 8 hours of study after classes, a commendable dedication to learning. It was said that in some remote areas, there existed enigmatic high schools that concluded classes as early as 2 in the afternoon. Mizuno found himself completely out of sync with Hiroshi's mindset and turned his gaze toward Kaibu-sa, who ranked 15th with a score of 389. This score was decidedly inadequate. After expressing her admiration for Mizuno, Kaibu's countenance dimmed as she regarded her own results. Mizuno intended to offer her some words of comfort, but Kaibu spoke first. I've improved by 25 points since the last time. I have made progress, haven't I, Mizuno-kun? Yes, indeed, that is a significant improvement. You've been putting in effort, Mizuno Sora replied with a forced smile. So, Kaibu, in the future, I shall assist you with your studies. Just before the final bell rang, the temporary teacher, wearing a cheerful expression, entered the classroom to announce the destination for the upcoming spring break trip. The entire school would embark on a study excursion to Fujikawa-Guchiko town, located at the foot of Mount Fuji in Yamanashi Prefecture. Although the area is not a bustling city center, it boasts a splendid view of the majestic mountain, along with pristine waters and breathtaking scenery, rendering it a place of relatively high property values. Not only can one admire Mount Fuji, but it also appears that one can indulge in hot springs, making this an exceptionally prolonged week-long study trip. While it may not be a tropical vacation, nor an international journey, the opportunity to travel to another prefecture funded by the school is indeed a remarkable privilege. For Mizuno, the question of whether to participate in the trip was of little concern. However, Kaibu-sawa seemed tempted but clearly hesitated. Her mother's injury had healed, allowing her to resume cooking and managing the household. Yet Sawa worried whether their shop could cope without her and Mizuno during the trip. Would her mother's health withstand the burden? Once home, after voicing her uncertainties, Irina chuckled and affectionately ruffled Sawa's hair. In the past, when Sawa was too young to help, her mother managed perfectly well. Now, it was merely a matter of enduring another busy week. Nothing insurmountable. Moreover, how could one miss out on a school-organized group activity? Since returning to Tokyo from Kyushu, Sawa had been living in a state of constant anxiety, struggling to sustain their livelihood. It had been years since she had enjoyed even a normal day, let alone a trip. With the school planning an outing, Irina felt a pang of guilt for not fulfilling her duties as a mother. With Mizuno by her side, Sawa was sure to have a delightful week. After receiving her mother's approval, Sawa joyfully rummaged through her clothes, making sure to pack her pajamas and a robe for the hot springs. If she were to venture out with Mizuno, she wanted to find the most appealing outfits, ideally those capturing the essence of Mount Fuji. But what exactly does the essence of Mount Fuji entail? Meanwhile, Mizuno discovered 2 outfits to bring, one of which was a school uniform. Unfortunately, finances were tight, and he couldn't justify buying new clothes. Now that he was earning, his thoughts had not gravitated toward clothing. All he needed was something to cover his body. It seemed he would need to purchase some new garments. Having recently attained level 2 in his martial arts training, Mizuno's physical capabilities were exceptional, able to withstand temperatures ranging from 40 to 50 degrees Celsius and even endure runs in sub-zero conditions. He was truly a remarkable specimen. Yet he could not simply sprint through the streets of Tokyo. Mizuno had already informed Satamai about the school trip, and upon hearing that he would be traveling to the foot of Mount Fuji, a knowing glimmer appeared in her eyes, reminiscent of a concerned mother watching her son prepare for mischief. Interpreting her gaze, Mizuno could only chuckle. After all, they were heading to Fujikawa-Guchiko town, not Atsuki. And he wished she wouldn't regard him with such apprehension, for he had no intention of causing trouble this time. Indeed, he was merely planning to leave a memento of his time in Tokyo. The following day, the weather persisted in its recent gloomy state, cold and damp, with a thick fog enveloping the atmosphere. Today, Kaibu-sa donned a lovely dress. Although Tokyo's temperature had risen above zero, it barely reached 10 degrees Celsius, rendering it somewhat chilly for the average person. Thus, she wore black cotton knee-high socks, and the hem of her dress was adorned with soft fur, creating a warm ensemble. In contrast, the girls in her class had already switched to short skirts, their slender legs clad in sheer stockings. Though their knees were reddened by the cold, their faces betrayed no signs of discomfort. It is indeed a cycle of fashion. The once popular over-the-knee socks are no longer seen on high school girls. Each bus was filled to capacity with students, departing from Adachi Ward and making their way through several districts in northern Tokyo towards Yamanashi Prefecture. The school trip included not only the second-year students like Mizuno, but also the first-year students, forming a long serpentine line along the highway. The temporary teacher, after briefing them on some essential guidelines, quickly diverted her attention to her phone, while the students aboard the bus animatedly discussed their plans for the 7-day excursion. Prior to the trip, some had even stayed up all night, meticulously charting maps of the surrounding areas of Lake Kawaguchi, detailing where to go and how much money to bring. Their plans were impressively thorough. Surely, a visit to Mount Fuji was a must. There seemed to be golf courses and stables as well, but those were likely reserved for the affluent, bearing little relevance to them. Upon reflection, one might ponder why the school chose to visit such local attractions. A trip to Kobe, Osaka, or Kyoto would surely be more worthwhile. Perhaps they could venture to Aokigahara Forest, often referred to as the Suicide Forest, which sounded quite intriguing. The teacher would surely disapprove of such an excursion. We could sneak away, one might suggest, for in such remote areas, what else is there to enjoy? Listening to the conversations around him, Mizuno Sora shook his head and gazed out at the fog-enveloped world beyond the window. His complexion was somewhat pallid, and his fingers rhythmically tapped against his palm. A thick fog blanketed Tokyo, as even a minor climatic anomaly could lead to significant disruptions in a metropolis of over 10 million residents, slow-moving vehicles, rear-end collisions, flight delays. And the capital's expressways locked down, afflicting the bustling city with an air of malaise. In the dreary, damp weather, office workers in suits hurriedly walked, as if fearing the emergence of some lurking beast from the fog. Cars cautiously navigated the streets with their fog lights on, their headlights resembling the eerie lantern-like eyes of a creature in the thick mist. The colorful glow of advertisements became a muddled blend in the fog, appearing like ethereal pixels suspended in the air, creating a surreal and ghostly atmosphere. Honk, honk. Shimajima Kiyomi angrily halted the car by the roadside, her frustration boiling over as she observed the long line of traffic. Why do these people insist on driving in such thick fog? Don't they realize that taking the subway or train would be faster? She lamented, utterly perplexed by those who chose to drive in such conditions. Sister, when will you ever curb your road rage? Shimajima Tomomi, seated in the passenger seat, leisurely trimmed her nails with a nail clipper. Besides, compared to you, those students taking college entrance exams are far more anxious. A moment's delay on the road could cost them their chance at the exam. But then again, this situation could generate yet another news story. Those traffic authorities are utterly useless, she scoffed. Shimajima Kiyomi lit a cigarette, drawing on it without a hint of hesitation. Had she known that the following day would be enveloped in such thick fog, she would have simply returned home the night before. It was not as if she had compelled anyone to stay. Shimajima Tomomi, on the other hand, was preoccupied, examining her nails to ensure they were impeccably manicured, oblivious to who had stubbornly chosen to linger after finishing their research the previous evening. It appeared that she had been quite entangled with Taro. The mere mention of Taro sent Kiyomi spiraling into a state of introspection. Her younger brother had swiftly recovered from his setbacks, brimming with determination as he prepared for his university entrance examinations, which was commendable. However, once he secured a place in a prestigious university, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the practice of swordsmanship. Each time Kiyomi returned home, he would insist on dragging her to the dojo to assess his swordsmanship skills. To be candid, Kiyomi harbored doubts about her brother's innate talent for the art of the sword. At least in comparison to her own, his aptitude seemed rather lacking. In her eyes, his progress could be likened to a leap from 20 to 40, while her proficiency stood at a formidable 100. Were she to wield her sword with genuine intent, she could easily send her brother back into a state of despondency. Yet, as he was her own flesh and blood, she could not bear to treat him as a mere sparring partner. Thus, she chose to engage in a half-hearted exchange of blows, eventually overpowering Taro after a few rounds. However, it seemed that the Taro emerging from his disappointments had awakened some extraordinary quality within him. Each time he was bested, he would rise with renewed vigor, eyes sparkling with a fervent desire to continue the duel. Overwhelmed by this persistent enthusiasm, Kiyomi sought refuge at her sister's workplace. This was not an act of shirking responsibility, but rather an endeavor to conduct research. As a former outskirt of Edo, Sumida Ward was rich with urban legends and ghost stories, such as the infamous Foolish Clapper and Tsugaru Drum. Although these tales stemmed from the idle imaginations of Edo's denizens, Kiyomi found herself increasingly intrigued by them. Conveniently, Tomomi's workplace at the newspaper was located in Sumida Ward. where the journalist had access to a plethora of trivial and mundane information. "Sister, do you have any news from the police department that I could report on?" Tomomi inquired. "Recently, it seems that no significant news has come my way. Why not let you, the esteemed section chief, be the subject of my investigation? Share what you do daily and unveil the truths behind the current mysterious events. I am certain I would become the rising star of the newsroom." Kiyomi shot a glance at Tomomi, snatching a box of tissues and playfully tossing it in her direction. "I dare say. Would your newspaper even dare to report such extraordinary matters?" Kiyomi had kept the existence of the supernatural a secret from her family, save for her brother Taro. She had even cautioned her family to refrain from venturing into Adachi Ward, for she had pressing matters to attend to starting today. It was unclear from where her superiors had derived such an idea, but they had decided to conduct a thorough investigation of every middle school in Adachi Ward during the spring break. As schools were often the breeding grounds for urban legends, stories of the Hanako in the toilet and countless staircases, among others. To facilitate this, they allocated a sum of money to the Board of Education, sending high school students on a study trip half a month early. Following the high schools, they would turn their attention to junior high and elementary schools, leaving no stone unturned. This can be considered a training exercise. The several department heads from the 5th Division have finally completed their training and been assigned to work under Kiyomi Shimajima. This inspection of the middle schools serves as an initial drill for the 5th Division's integration. Kiyomi Shimajima distinctly recalls the expressions on the department heads' faces when they viewed their files yesterday. It is astonishing that within the seemingly orderly 5th Division, there are individuals like Smith, Jack, and John, with their blonde hair and blue eyes, unabashedly listed as American nationals. Furthermore, the 5th Division has even deployed a female officer with similar features, and among the files is a mysterious Miss Mochizuki. Although her rank is relatively low, Kiyomi understands the implications of direct exposure to extraordinary powers. She is aware of the existence of the secret base in Yokosuka and has visited it several times, knowing well the true identity of Miss Mochizuki. Fortunately, Miss Mochizuki is only nominally part of their unit and will not work alongside them. Otherwise, the thought of collaborating with the terrifying Bone Woman sends shivers down Kiyomi's spine. Moreover, the file pertaining to the enigmatic Miss Mochizuki is known solely to Kiyomi Shimajima. "Dare I report this?" pouted Tomomi Shimajima. "What should I do? It's infuriating. My elder sister is a significant figure in the public security sector, wielding an abundance of sensational news material. Yet the frustration of having such stories that cannot be reported is truly maddening." The short-haired Tomomi gazed out of the car window. Through the veil of mist, she could not discern the landmark Tokyo Skytree in Sumida, and the towering buildings appeared as mere mountains. In the thick fog, the familiar scenery that Tomomi sees daily was enveloped in an air of mystery, rendering it exceptionally delightful to behold. "What tall mountains?" Tomomi remarked as she looked westward, where she could see a row of glass curtain walls resembling misty mountains. Tomomi pondered. Glass curtain walls? Are there any in the Taito area across the bridge? "Sister, is there a glass curtain wall formed by skyscrapers at the junction of Taito and Sumida?" "There should be, but how tall are you referring to?" "From Taito, one can still see buildings that appear to be several dozen meters high." "That cannot be. Objects appear larger up close and smaller from a distance. What seems to be several dozen meters here would translate to hundreds of meters across the river. What then is that?" Kiyomi followed Tomomi's gaze. Through the hazy mist, a small mountain was indeed faintly visible. Their vehicle had stopped in the parking lot next to an office building by the riverbank, allowing them to intuitively feel the overwhelming presence approaching them. That was not a glass curtain wall, nor a mountain, but rather water, an ascending waterfall. A colossal volume of water surged from the river, forming a water wall nearly 20 meters high, equivalent to about 8 stories. 20 meters may not sound lofty, but in nature, a 10-meter wave is already classified as a giant wave. Should it crash upon the coast, it would spell a veritable disaster akin to a tsunami. A few years prior, the giant waves triggered by the Great East Japan earthquake reached a maximum height of only 15 meters, yet they caused terrifying economic and human losses. A 10-meter wave sweeping the coastline could obliterate a small city. The immense sea, bearing the weight of tens of thousands of tons, obliterates automobiles, utility poles, residences, and skyscrapers. All creations and lives of humanity are swept away by the towering waves, with timber and concrete mingling chaotically. Positioned within a seismic zone, the islanders are particularly sensitive to the disasters wrought by earthquakes. Upon witnessing the towering waves exceeding 20 meters, Shimajima Kiyomi's mind became utterly bewildered. Her intellect, honed at the University of Tokyo, was instantly engulfed by overwhelming terror. If such a wave were to strike Sumida Ward, it would not require much force to topple structures. Merely the backflow would suffice. How many lives would remain in Sumida Ward? The economy and public safety of Tokyo would collapse instantaneously, potentially plunging the entire nation into economic despair once more. As for her fragile human form, it was beyond comprehension. Kiyomi trembled, staring at the monstrous wave. It rose abruptly, neither advancing nor retreating, standing like a wall. The sound of cascading water echoed incessantly, washing away the mist and river surface. Beneath the riverbed, no fountain existed, indicating this was no ordinary natural phenomenon. Indeed, the emergence of a 20-meter-high wave in the river was an extraordinary occurrence. "Sister, there is someone." Shimajima Tomomi, paralyzed with fear in her seat, murmured as she pointed at the crest of the wave. Kiyomi also spotted the person her sister mentioned. Standing defiantly atop the wave was a woman clad in a cerulean bathrobe, her hair flowing freely, while the terrifying wave beneath her appeared as tranquil as a docile dog. She was being lifted by the wave itself. The vehicles on the embankment remained remarkably serene, devoid of road rage honking or the sounds of wheels turning. Suddenly, someone exited a car, gazing upward at the wave. Is it a mirage? A bespectacled office worker opened the car door and slowly approached the embankment. It was no mirage. The office worker could hear the relentless sound of the rushing water, which a mirage could never convey. One by one, individuals craned their necks to behold this monumental horror. In an office building by the riverside, a middle-aged, balding supervisor donned in a suit reprimanded his subordinates. This was an IT company specializing in mobile applications. The latest software update had been poorly received, with clients expressing dissatisfaction. Why alter the style of this button? Wouldn't a gray one like before have sufficed? And what is the deal with this update button at the bottom? Clients prefer to find more options from the top left and then update from there. The supervisor disparaged their updates as worthless. Yes, we will certainly revise it thoroughly. The newly hired, beleaguered employee could do nothing but bow his head in defeat, enduring the supervisor's spittle-laden tirade without daring to utter a word of rebuttal. Yet, internally, several members of the development team had long been voicing their grievances. They were elite developers returned from abroad, and unlike other industries, the island SIT sector was considerably inferior. One reason for this was the reluctance of users in the nation to embrace change. A mere alteration in the color of a button could result in a flood of negative reviews. Despite the smartphone's existence for a decade, many functional apps in the nation still bore the aesthetic of the bygone Symbian era. Rather than emphasizing the stability of software, it is more accurate to describe it as a resistance to the unfamiliar. This peculiar market is, in part, a reason why influential IT companies have yet to emerge from the island nation. Standing before the window, a chastened individual incessantly nodded in acknowledgement of his faults. Gradually, he became transfixed, gazing at the thick fog behind his superior, where monstrous waves obscured half of his vision. From his vantage point, he could witness the tumultuous scene of the surging waves and the woman standing defiantly atop them. Suddenly, the bald superior sensed an inexplicable darkness enveloping his surroundings, akin to the sun setting. On the office glass, he beheld the reflection of the colossal waves and, stiffly, like a wooden figure, turned around in shock, standing frozen in place. "Sister, is this the kind of existence you confront daily?" Upon finishing her words, Tomomi smiled sadly, pulling out her phone, intending to leave a final message for her father. "Having just graduated from elementary school over a decade ago, why must I endure all of this?" Kiyomi Shimajima caressed the small handgun nestled in her grasp, comparing it to the monstrous waves before her, pondering how they could possibly contend with such forces. The newly formed 5th Unit boasted several divisions equipped with heavy weaponry, ranging from armored vehicles to helicopters. Yet, the supernatural entities they faced could effortlessly unleash disasters of catastrophic proportions. Humanity's technology is incapable of even predicting earthquakes. How could they possibly engage in combat? Enough. Do as you please. Kiyomi's face bore an expression of utter disillusionment. She had already penned a farewell letter upon entering the 5th Unit, which would be delivered to her family posthumously. After she and Tomomi met their fates, only Taro would remain at home. She hoped her foolish younger brother would abandon his stubbornness and learn to navigate life's complexities, for managing a dojo is no simple task. The woman atop the waves surveyed the land, and with a mere gesture, the fog dispersed as if struck by cannon fire. The veiled world parted for her. With a thunderous roar, the crystalline waterfall surged forward, its blue brilliance illuminating the surroundings. The sound of impending doom echoed from the riverbanks, residences, and office buildings. Bang, bang, bang. Kiyomi drew her sidearm, firing shots into the tumult. Though she wielded a non-standard pistol with greater lethality, the bullets were rendered ineffective against the water wall. Sister, how could you possibly disrupt the flow of water? Tomomi despaired, witnessing her sister's futile efforts as despair consumed everyone on the riverbank. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn sliced through the deadly silence, and a radiant light flickered at the waterfall's edge. A figure soared through the air, brandishing a long blade, which cleaved through the water wall with a swift arc. The waterfall, severed by the blade, sent the lower half crashing into the river, creating ripples, while the upper half lingered suspended in the air, falling helplessly after a moment. The crimson figure, having cleaved the waterfall, stood upon the railing of the riverbank, and the waves automatically parted before him. Even the merciless water seemed to fear his blade. Akihiko? Yuriko? The woman in the bathrobe glared at the swordsman, venomously uttering the name Yuruwa, each syllable laced with profound hatred. With her back turned, the swordsman's expression remained concealed from view. Is this truly the name of the swordsman? After the swordsman severed the waterfall, the woman in the bathrobe appeared considerably weakened, unable to summon another formidable wave. Though she stood upon a column of water, it was but a miniature version of its former self. The swordsman, steadfast as a mountain at the railing, pondered for a moment before speaking in a tone devoid of inflection. You are merely the amalgamation of vengeful souls drowned in Edo, having claimed countless lives over the centuries. Why do you not cease? The woman, referred to as the vengeful spirit of the drowned, strode upon the waves. Yuruwa, what right have you to chastise me? I have once lived, while you are not but an entity dwelling within the thoughts of the living. You, who have never truly experienced life, possess no authority to judge us. Is the swordsman's name indeed Yuruwa? Shimajima Kiyomi gazed in astonishment at the swordsman's silhouette. There could be no mistake. The garb of a ronin and the sublime swordsmanship matched the extraordinary figure known in the records as Akihira, the perpetrator behind the Chizai Association incident. Sis, who is this Akihira? Shimajima Tomomi set aside her phone, stifling her inclination to speak. Do you know him? Kiyomi disregarded her sister's inquiry. She was aware of the swordsman, yet he remained oblivious to her existence. Moreover, based on the name uttered by the bathrobe-clad woman, their previous assumptions about the identity and information were entirely erroneous. To call it recognition would be a stretch. Such a significant event surely reached the headquarters by now. Kiyomi surmised that a helicopter would soon be dispatched. As if struck by the bathrobe woman's words, Yuruwa remained motionless at the railing, gripping his sword. Silence enveloped the world. The dissipated fog began to coalesce once more, and a look of bitterness emerged on the bathrobe woman's face, her frailty gradually reviving. Tomomi felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and shout, Lord Yuruwa, do not fall for her delaying tactics. She clearly seeks to confound you with her words and regain her strength. Yet, recalling the bathrobe woman's unpredictable power, Tomomi swallowed her words, fearing that uttering them might lead to her own demise at the hands of the woman. So, his name is Yuruwa. Caught in a life-threatening predicament, Kiyomi's mind instinctively began to churn. She recalled where she had heard the name Yuruwa before. The elusive swordsman had only appeared hastily during one night at the Chizai Association, but the headquarters deemed the swordsman's threat level to be low. Although he harbored a murderous intent, his victims were all deserving of death. From another perspective, such an existence could be likened to the chivalrous figures spoken of in folk tales. After a moment of stalemate, Yuruwa suddenly shook his long blade, tightening his grip around the hilt before adopting a traditional sword-drawing posture. You are correct. I am but a figment of the collective thoughts of all. Yet, in my actions, I kill without regard for such constraints. Since you refuse to rest peacefully at the riverbed, I shall be the one to extinguish you. Humph, stubborn and unyielding. Jixing let out a cold snort, exclaiming, given your current state, how could you possibly defeat me? Do not underestimate the power of the vengeful spirits that have lingered in the riverbeds of Edo for centuries. With that, Jixing let out a long howl. A dense fog suddenly enveloped her form, rapidly expanding outward. This was no ordinary mist. It was a solidified white space. in which a normal person would struggle to discern their own hand even when placed before their face. The fog surged toward Baihirua. Upon hearing Ji Xingpo's words, Shuang Daoqing Mei's mind instantly cleared. Before consulting her sister for information, she had indeed heard tales of Ji Xingpo, the most renowned apparition among the 7 mysteries of Tokyo. Every Tokyoite, to some extent, has heard of the stories surrounding the 7 mysteries, urban legends dating back centuries. And Hanzhou town is now part of Sumida Ward, which once served as a synonym for Sumida during the Edo period. The legend of Ji Xingpo speaks of a humanoid apparition that appears on foggy days, causing harm to passersby. According to later interpretations, it is believed that the sounds of fish, shrimp, and frogs swimming in Edo Castle's moat were misheard and imaginatively transformed by those who heard them, especially on misty days when visibility was poor, leading to the creation of the Ji Xingpo myth. But could that towering wave, over 20 meters high, truly be Ji Xingpo? If this small apparition is already so terrifying, what must the Dragon King of the sea be like? Suddenly, from the depths of the fog, Ji Xingpo's figure burst forth, brandishing a short knife. With a flash of her blade, she entered the realm of mortal conflict. At the critical moment when the short knife thrust toward her, Baihirua swung her long sword with the force of the wind, deflecting Ji Xingpo's blade with a resounding clash. After failing in her initial attack, Ji Xingpo swiftly leapt back into the fog. Clang, clang. Time and again, Ji Xingpo emerged from the mist, relentlessly thrusting and slashing with her short knife, while Baihirua danced gracefully, her long sword blocking strikes from all directions. A fierce light enveloped her, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. At that moment, Shuang Daoqing Mei was left in awe, realizing that her earlier assumptions about Baihirua had been an underestimation. With such swordsmanship, even a heavy machine gun could be parried. Seeing that close combat was futile, Ji Xingpo retreated into the fog and began unleashing bursts of water projectiles. Bang! The long sword met the water bombs, which erupted violently upon impact. Some stray projectiles struck the riverbank and roadway, creating small craters. If they had hit a person, it would have been fatal. Baihirua. Ji Xingpo's furious voice echoed from within the fog. Why must you impede me? The swordswoman Baihirua remained silent, her long sword held firmly before her, her gaze resolute. Then you shall meet your demise. In a daze, Shuang Daoqing Mei heard animalistic roars emanating from the fog. No, she could not identify what kind of creature it was. Roar. A dragon, a water serpent of colossal proportions, emerged from the mist, its fearsome head and scaled body exuding an air of supremacy. The terrifying dragon surged forth as the fog enveloped it, as if it were breaking through the clouds. After being rescued by Hurrah, the onlookers had turned away from their fear, only to plunge back into despair at the sight of the water dragon. Hurrah, you can do it, someone shouted, fists clenched in encouragement. Go for it. Don't lose, Hurrah. The water dragon surged forward. Hurrah, undeterred, advanced bravely, his long blade in hand. With a powerful kick, he shattered the railing and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. The sword of the mortal realm. Shimajima Kiyomi, surrounded by the fervent cheers, felt goosebumps rise across her skin, not from excitement, but from embarrassment. What was this awkward cheer in a special effects drama? Hurrah was no superhero. The encouragement wouldn't imbue him with the strength of light. Perhaps he felt just as embarrassed internally. Hurrah, you can do it. His sister beside him also clenched her fists, tears of self-commiseration glimmering in her eyes. Were you not a cold-hearted journalist? Hurrah wielded his long blade, charging forward as the water dragon roared and lunged at him. Boom. Though the dragon was made of water, the collision with Hurrah's sword produced a deafening explosion. The dragon's sharp fangs clamped down on the blade, and the two engaged in a terrifying struggle. Hurrah perish. Shikigori thrust both hands forward, amplifying the dragon's power. Hurrah showed signs of faltering. The hearts of all present hung in suspense. Kiyomi anxiously glanced at the sky. The quickest support in the event of traffic paralysis would be helicopters. However, in the foggy weather over Tokyo, even helicopters had to navigate cautiously through the steel forest, as a single misstep could result in a tragic collision with skyscrapers. It's futile, Hurrah shouted, a tremendous aura erupting from his blade. The fearsome water dragon was cleaved by the sword. With a thunderous roar, Hurrah plunged the blade into the dragon from head to tail in an instant. No, it can't be. Shikigori screamed in terror as the blade approached. She attempted to shield herself with the water column rising from the river, but Hua sliced through it effortlessly. Swish! The long blade pierced Shikigori's abdomen, and in a desperate moment, she clutched the blade with her hand. She would not bleed. Instead, droplets of water flowed abundantly from her palm, grasping the blade. It's not over yet. Water arrows surged beside Shikigori, launching en masse at Hura. From the moment the water dragon was severed to the emergence of the arrows, everything transpired in an instant. And the crowd by the riverbank watched in horror at this perilous scene. Dozens of water arrows shot forth. Yet, swifter than the arrows was Hurua's sword. As the arrows neared him, the long blade cut through Shikigori's form with a tempestuous fury. Crash! With a gaze full of hatred, Shikigori's body disintegrated into a puddle, splashing into the river. The formidable water arrows also plummeted into the water. Clang! After the decisive strike, Hua sheathed his sword, and the wind billowed his clothing. He gazed upon the barren river, his eyes seemingly penetrating the fog, appearing as though he might vanish at any moment. As the possibility of his mysterious disappearance loomed, Kiyomi Shimijima gritted her teeth and dashed forward. Lady Yuriko, she called out, striving to capture the others' attention. Her shout alerted those around them. And with Kiyomi leading the charge, others joined in unison. Lady Yuriko. Kiyomi wished she could slap herself. She had not intended to rally support for Yuriko, but rather to garner her attention for a personal encounter. Yet with the crowd echoing her calls, how could Yuriko possibly notice her? Resolute, Kiyomi took a leap, scrambling onto the roof of a private vehicle, determined to reach her target swiftly. Hey, you little brat. The driver yelled, but Kiyomi had already leaped onto another car. The soles of her shoes traversed the rooftops, leaving one to wonder how much the authorities would compensate for this escapade. Yuriko, Lady Yuriko. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Kiyomi, and she exclaimed, Lady Yuriko, Minister. Upon hearing the title, the swordsman abruptly turned to face Kiyomi. Success. A smile blossomed on Kiyomi's face as she recalled the familiarity of the name Yuriko. She was none other than the minister of the traditional Yukari dance. In her childhood, she had encountered the character in tales like Mamatoro and the Tale of the Bamboo Cutter, although the specifics had faded from memory. Yet the peculiar name lingered in her mind. Lady Yuriko, I am a servant of the government. Pondering briefly, Kiyomi considered various titles: civil servant, police officer, public servant. Who knew from which era the enigmatic Yuriko hailed? Best to simply state she was a servant. Yuriko responded calmly, a civil servant? Kiyomi, momentarily bewildered, nodded, yes. A police officer from Edo. Oh, it dawned on her that Yuriko did not dwell in some remote wilderness. How awkward. Before Kiyomi could speak, Yuriko gazed intently at her and spoke in a low, somber tone. I will not join the government. Those I slay are deserving of their fate. I have no intention of opposing the authorities. What transpired today is neither a beginning nor an end. Lady Yuriko, has Shikigori already perished? Kiyomi committed to memory the three pivotal sentences spoken by Yuriko. Each was brief, yet profoundly significant, worthy of deep contemplation. Suddenly, Yuriko leaped high into the air, vanishing into the mist, her voice trailing behind. It has never lived. How then can it die? As long as the river flows, it shall one day be reborn. The school trip's bus had arrived at a guest house in Fujikawa-Guchiko, and dozens of students began to disembark with exuberant faces brimming with excitement. In stark contrast, Sora Mizuno leaned against a tree, his legs trembling slightly. His chakra was nearly depleted after splitting into two clones, and remotely directing them in their performance was exhausting. Both Shikigori and Yuriko were merely the manifestations of Mizuno's clones. The towering wave, soaring to 20 meters, merely appeared formidable. The technique of water release to conjure a wall of water was already at the limit of his capabilities, whether he advanced a step or retreated. His chakra and proficiency in water release could not suffice, merely a frightening facade. Subsequently, the swift arc of a long blade severed the water wall, providing an escape from peril. The fleeting moment of suspension was also a manifestation of water release. This singular scene left Mizuno utterly exhausted. The minutes of silence between the two were not a prelude to an escalating tension. They were simply Mizuno's need to catch his breath. This farce in Sumida Ward, aside from diverting the authorities' attention from Adachi Ward, was more significantly a manifestation of Mizuno's intricate plans and ambitions. Contemplating how to safeguard himself and those around him, Mizuno pondered many possibilities, To blend into the bustling crowd as an ordinary person? To flee to a remote locale? No, Mizuno confronted his own heart. While he outwardly professed a desire for a mundane existence, who truly finds contentment in mediocrity? Who willingly embraces the ordinary? Not to mention, he possessed extraordinary ninja techniques. He yearned for others to revere and fear him. How might he instill such reverence and fear? By intimidating them, making them regard him with the same awe they reserve for nuclear weaponry. Upon reaching level 10 in his ninjutsu, Mizuno believed that by merely orbiting a few meteorites, he could demonstrate his capacity for mutual destruction, thereby alleviating any fears or concerns. The breakthrough in ninjutsu levels came through repetitive, mechanical practice. However, the training in physical techniques and elemental releases, be it water, fire, or even lightning release, was grand and attention-grabbing, far removed from the mundane practice of daily life. From his reflections on Misa, Mizuno discerned a method. Since he could not manifest his true self, he would assume another identity, don a different guise. He would allow them to wield ninjutsu, thus enhancing his own prowess. If successful, he believed he would witness significant advancement in water release. With another attempt, it would surely reach level 2. Mizuno smiled weakly, determined to seize control of his destiny and live a life of brilliance. Mizuno-kun, are you alright? Kaibusa, having disembarked from the bus, hurried towards him. After alighting, she trotted a few steps to reach Mizuno. I'm fine, he replied with a faint smile, though he felt slightly unwell. Is it motion sickness? Kaibusa retrieved a pack of motion sickness medication she had prepared earlier. She had noticed Mizuno's pallor during the bus ride, and despite her anxiety amidst their classmates, she felt too shy to approach him. Thus, upon disembarking, she rushed to his side. Yes, a bit of motion sickness, he admitted. Kaibusa pressed a tablet of motion sickness medicine into his palm, her eyes reflecting concern. As Mizuno glanced at the medicine, his eye twitched slightly, yet he unhesitatingly took the tablet, recognizing it as Kaibusa's thoughtful gesture that he could not disregard. Moreover, he had noticed her bag contained band-aids, cold medication, and a hemostatic bandage. Was she treating this school trip as if it were a battlefield? Feeling any better? Kaibusa bit her tongue, realizing she had asked a foolish question. How could a remedy take effect so swiftly? I am truly dim-witted. She gazed at Mizuno's hair and hesitantly asked, Mizuno, could you extend your hand? Mizuno graciously offered his hand. Kaibu's small fingers clasped his, her right thumb resting gently on the inner wrist, her head bowed, and her bangs slightly trembling. I learned that massaging a pressure point can alleviate motion sickness just yesterday from the internet. As she spoke, Kaibu's fingers began to knead, her delicate hands gently massaging the pressure point. Mizuno surmised she was referring to the Naguan point. However, her technique learned from the video was entirely incorrect, as her thumb pressed on the wrong area, even touching his bone. Nevertheless, it felt considerably better. Mizuno smiled faintly and remarked, it truly is effective. After a while of kneading, Kaibu's palms began to sweat nervously. Upon hearing Mizuno's praise, she let out a soft, silly chuckle. Hee hee. Kaibu fancied her actions were discreet. Yet everyone in the class observed clearly. In the past, she would have been subjected to ridicule by her peers, but following Mizuno's fierce demeanor, those girls pretended not to notice. The school was accommodated at a guest house named Shindeso, a typical establishment in Japan, often referred to as XXO. Nestled against Mount Fuji, it was merely a short walk to a picturesque lake, offering a delightful view. However, being a public school study trip, even this rare occasion did not afford them much spending money. The interior of Shindeso was rather dated. It was apparent that it could not compare to the upscale hotels surrounding Mount Fuji, nor even to ordinary guest houses, revealing itself as a budget establishment. With Mount Fuji being a renowned attraction, the surrounding villages relied heavily on tourism, with every household operating a guest house or engaging in related industries. Shindeso was a venture owned by a local villager. Numerous golf courses and horse riding facilities dotted the vicinity, many privately owned, including the land used for their construction. Some owners could trace their lineage back generations as local landholders, perhaps even guardians of the land. As the group of students arrived at the guest house, the owner and several staff members were already lined up in anticipation. Although these high school students could be bothersome, the prospect of revenue was enticing. Especially since it was off-peak season, they would not miss the opportunity to earn. After accommodating this batch of students, they would soon welcome the busy season. Welcome! The lined-up staff exclaimed warmly, bowing as they presented an array of slippers in the lobby. Despite Adachi High School students being academically challenged, they still possessed a sense of decorum. After returning the bow, they changed into the slippers that had been prepared in advance. While the lead teacher guided the students to arrange their accommodations within the guest house, with the school officials being personally welcomed by the owner. Mizuno, Shimizu, Kurata, and Hairu. You six will stay in this room. The temporary supervising teacher casually pointed out a few names, assigning them to a room in the inner corridor. Once you've settled in, it's 3 o'clock now. We will head to the dining hall at 6:30. Please refrain from wandering around during this time. After organizing their change of clothes, the room fell into a hushed silence. Aside from the indifferent Gray Lu, the remaining 4 cast weak glances at Mizuno, who had recently become the most formidable figure in their class. The vivid recollection of his recent thrashing of Hirakawa and others lingered in their minds. It had indeed been a while since they had last seen Hirakawa. Moreover, each of the 4 had, to some extent, bullied Mizuno in the past, and the thought of Mizuno unleashing his wrath upon them in the dormitory was quite unsettling. Mizuno, however, paid no heed to the trivial thoughts of these bystanders. After a brief struggle with his clothing, he settled cross-legged on his bed and retrieved his phone, browsing through the news notifications. Can a first-year professional athlete save 1 million yen before turning 30? Experts, the outlook is grim. A 4th-grade girl succumbs to abuse. Tragedy unfolds at the crime scene. In Katsushika, the assailant of a murdered female university student claims she suffocated her before burying her. After perusing several pages of news, Mizuno finally found what he sought. Due to heavy fog, the section from Kamagata to Mukajima on the Capital Expressway No. 6 is closed. The Capital Expressway No. 6 encircles the Sumida Ward, passing through Honjo Town in Sumida, with Taito Ward on the opposite bank. Precisely the location Mizuno had just been discussing. The news report presented the situation with a nonchalant tone, attributing traffic congestion to a simple series of car accidents. However, Mizuno surmised that the emotional turmoil of those involved surpassed the distress of countless accidents. As the helicopter arrived belatedly, Kiyomi Shimajima anxiously traversed the fog back to headquarters. Upon landing, the higher-ups promptly summoned her to the office without the need for her to report. They had already viewed the footage from the scene. The heavy fog obscured clarity, yet the ominous waves depicted on the screen left them breathless. Was this the power of a monster? Compared to a creature capable of conjuring 20-meter waves, the Bone Woman seemed trivial. Perhaps the Bone Woman excelled in one-on-one confrontations. But when it came to wreaking havoc on a nation or a city, she was not even in the same league. A 20-meter wave crashing onto the shore could obliterate a city, while the same force upon the sea would not eradicate a fleet. As Kiyomi Shimajima observed Minister Shikishima, the high-ranking officials from the police department, and several blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals in the office, she felt her breath catch in her throat. She swiftly recounted the sequence of events, including the few words left by Yui before her departure. This time, it was not merely her words that had sent the adversary fleeing. Wait, are you suggesting that the monster might reappear? A blonde woman inquired, whose profile Kiyomi recognized as a managing officer from her 5th division, technically, her subordinate. Had it been an ordinary subordinate posing such an impertinent question, Kiyomi would have reprimanded her thoroughly. Yet, this individual hailed from America. Indeed, Yui had mentioned this before leaving. Upon hearing the possibility of the reemergence of the creature, everyone fell silent, aghast. If such a creature, elusive like a mole suddenly surfacing from the water, were to make a few more appearances, would Tokyo still be standing? After the report, the higher-ups felt their minds falter. The surveillance footage, Kiyomi's words, and the rapidly gathered data had driven the professionals into a frenzy. This marked the 4th known occurrence of an extraordinary event. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of Yuyo, who vanquished the entity known as Shikiabori, the city of Tokyo would undoubtedly have suffered tremendous losses. Although Shikiabori's nefarious scheme did not come to fruition, the central bank of the island nation and the Ministry of Finance have already initiated action, keeping a vigilant eye on both domestic and international markets. Capital is the most sensitive of commodities, and the events transpiring in Sumida Ward could potentially exert a profound influence on the financial landscape. Within a short span, all legendary accounts of occurrences in Sumida Ward were meticulously compiled. Shrine maidens and temple priests found themselves perplexedly interrogated by officials, with Honjo Town receiving particular attention. Shikiaburi is a creature from the 7 wonders of Honjo in Sumida Ward, while the remaining legends may appear innocuous. This minor demon of the moat nearly precipitated a crisis in Tokyo. Who would dare to underestimate the other entities? Illustrations and ancient texts chronicling the 7 wonders of Hanzhou were swiftly requisitioned. In less than a morning, analysts based their evaluations on written and video materials. Through dialogues, we deduce that Shikiabori is the manifestation of vengeful spirits from the depths of the Sumida River. Where countless souls have perished since the city's founding centuries ago, many succumbed to murder and cast into the waters. The accumulated resentment over the years has undergone a qualitative transformation, intensifying the malevolence that the Sumida River harbors. In this context, the initially minor demon Shikiabori experienced a significant amplification of its power, ultimately orchestrating the recent tsunami. As evidenced by Yuyo's actions, after Yuyo severed the tsunami, Shikiabori exhibited clear signs of exhaustion and subsequently did not instigate a new wave of chaos, leading us to believe that Shikiabori is indeed incapable of rapidly wielding such sorcery. Analysts have thus found themselves comfortably employing the term sorcery, despite its apparent lack of scientific basis. As for Yuyo, after extensive analysis, we posit that she is none other than the esteemed Minister Yuyo. The dignitaries have perused Yuyo's records, yet the golden-haired, blue-eyed dignitaries remain somewhat bewildered. Their familiarity with the island's legendary tales extends only as far as Momotaro, leaving heroes like Yuyo, whom even the islanders scarcely comprehend, beyond their grasp. It is akin to an island version of the Odyssey. Upon mention of the Odyssey, not only did the foreign dignitaries grasp the reference, but several notable figures from the island also nodded in recognition. Yuyo is a fictional character birthed from the narrative The Minister Yuyo, which circulated in the 16th century, originating from Kyushu. The tale recounts the left minister of the court beseeching cannon for a child, who is named Yuyo. When the Mongol forces invaded, Yuyo was tasked twice with leading troops into battle, and with divine assistance, he repelled the invaders using the divine wind. On his triumphant return, he was tragically betrayed by his subordinates and abandoned on a desolate island, ultimately achieving vengeance with the help of his wife and beloved eagle. Upon hearing of the divine wind, one dignitary cast a sidelong glance at the nearby golden-haired, blue-eyed dignitary. This dignitary's ancestors were prominent figures from the Showa era, involved in the formation of the kamikaze units against the Americans. However, the foreign dignitary showed no change in expression upon hearing of the divine wind. This indifferent disdain only served to vex the notable figure further. Although the legendary figure of Baiha-Rua, the esteemed minister, is renowned as an exceptional archer, it is only logical that, given the shifting tides of time, he might wield a long sword instead. After all, during the invasions of the Yuan army, the nobility primarily relied on horseback archery as a symbol of their status. The existence of such supernatural beings, like the yokai, is well established. However, the inquiry posed by the esteemed Minister Baiha-Rua was perplexing. How could a fictional character manifest in reality? The analysts found themselves stumped by this question. They were already uncertain about the emergence of the yokai, let alone the reason behind Baiha-Rua's appearance. Such a query was indeed quite challenging. With a serious demeanor, the analyst noted that, based on the dialogues from the video and the accounts provided by the 5th section leader, the origins of Baiha-Rua differ significantly from those of the Shikigori, which is a vengeful spirit transformed from a tragic drowning. Baiha-Rua, on the other hand, is conceived from the heroic figures of literary works. In other words, it is the collective consciousness of humanity that has allowed Baiha-Rua to come into being. Naturally, the concept of collective consciousness is merely our conjecture. The dignitaries from the island nation appeared to grasp the notion of collective consciousness, despite their unfamiliarity with ACG works. The term has always been prevalent, and the island has long been imbued with a spirit of youthful fervor. After some explanation, the esteemed ministers reluctantly reached a consensus. Baiha-Rua exists as a protector of the nation, akin to a heroic figure. Therefore, we surmise that when the Shikigori threatens to unleash chaos, the heroic minister Baiha-Rua would emerge decisively to vanquish it. The previous incident involving the Qijing society indicates that Baiha-Rua has indeed dispatched numerous nefarious individuals. Baiha-Rua has expressed a desire not to align with the government. However, based on his actions and words, he poses no threat to ordinary people, standing alongside us in a common cause. The analyst cautiously articulated the positive aspects, withholding some negative observations for a more formal report to the higher-ups. While Baiha-Rua appears to be a hero promoting justice, his actions are governed by his own moral compass, determining good and evil according to his perspective. Fortunately, the individuals he has dispatched are indeed notorious criminals, and he possesses considerable strength. Samples of water collected from the river are currently en route to the base for analysis, and further data is being gathered. The analysts can only draw conclusions from the limited information available at this stage. Baiha Rua is a fictional entity, yet he exists in reality due to the collective consciousness. This raises the question, if the collective consciousness grows stronger, could Baiha Rua become even more formidable? The recent emergence of the Shikigori has already wreaked havoc. What if a dragon were to appear next? Could Baiha Rua contend with such a creature? Currently, they find themselves evenly matched against the Shikigori, and the prospect of facing a dragon is daunting. Presently, they lack effective means to counter the extraordinary, and with Baiha Rua standing in the forefront, there is hope, albeit with the awareness that it is a double-edged sword. This line of reasoning is straightforward and requires little discussion. The dignitaries reached a decision, a continuous, high-intensity broadcast of the stories, dramas, and variety shows featuring Baiha Rua will be aired for a full 48 hours. They will intensify efforts to promote Baiha Rua among the populace, ensuring that he garners more collective consciousness to protect our island nation. The students of Adachi High School finally grasped the essence of generational gaps. Their envisioned school trip was filled with idyllic moments, soaking in hot springs with girls, gazing at Mount Fuji alongside them, and sharing accommodations. However, the stark reality consisted of mere assemblies, meals, sleep, and more assemblies, with teachers guiding them to nearby Lake Motosu for sightseeing, returning to the inn for yet more assemblies, meals, and sleep. The notion of frolicking freely with friends was but a distant dream. This disparity evoked memories for Mizuno, who recalled his own high school experience in a previous life. In his second year, the school had remarkably set aside a day for a spring outing, only for hundreds of students to trek several kilometers to a still unfinished new campus to pull weeds and gather stones, a campus he never attended even when he reached university. The faculty at Adachi High School, lacking experience in organizing school trips and concerned about potential accidents from students roaming freely, resorted to the most simplistic and lethargic approach. Student grievances were disregarded. After all, it was merely 7 days to endure, and being lazy seemed preferable to the risk of mishaps. Perhaps sensing the students' discontent, the principal had a sudden stroke of inspiration. He aimed to invigorate their spirits. Unbeknownst to anyone, he managed to arrange a joint event with Fujikawa Guchiko High School in Yamanashi Prefecture. What was termed a social gathering turned out to be a series of athletic and academic competitions, which only dampened the students' spirits further. They were reluctant to squander their precious spring break on contests and exams. Had they known, they would have preferred to stay home and play on their phones. At the Fujikawa Guchiko High School sports field, students from both schools were engaged in intense competition on the soccer field, while the baseball diamond witnessed an equally spirited exchange. Yet, as the games progressed, the principal's expression twisted with age and disbelief. Wait a moment, wasn't the opposing school a rural institution? Why was their prowess so formidable? The athletes from Adachi High were gradually being overwhelmed. Angrily, the principal glared at his counterpart from Fujikawa Guchiko High, suspecting foul play. Meanwhile, the other principal wore a look of astonishment. Why was this Tokyo high school performing so poorly? Outside the fields, students from both schools sat together, observing the matches. The Adachi students appeared desolate, while those from Fujikawa Guchiko were brimming with excitement, relishing the opportunity to take a break from their studies. Mizuno-kun, is our school's team in dire straits? Although Ibu-sa could not decipher the chaotic movements on the field, she could tell from the scoreboard that they were at a disadvantage. Mizuno, lacking knowledge of soccer, could only vaguely reply, very grim. In the realm of Japanese sports, baseball reigns supreme, followed closely by soccer, table tennis, badminton, and tennis. In contrast, basketball, which enjoys immense popularity in China, garners little attention in Japan. One would be hard-pressed to find traces of it on any sports news portal. The players from both teams exuberantly dashed about the field, their self-encouraging shouts echoing in a fervent chorus. To merely listen to the sounds conjures images of an intense clash between two formidable European teams. However, upon opening one's eyes, the scene reveals nothing more than a comical display of ineptitude, with Adachi High School appearing slightly more ineffectual. Students from Adachi High soon lost interest, diverting their attention to a nearby baseball match, having been disheartened by the football game where they were already trailing by 3 goals, reminiscent of a dismal 0-3 scoreline. Initially, The students from Kawaguchiko High felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing their instructors mention that their opponents hailed from a prestigious Tokyo school. Naturally, a football team from a major city like Tokyo was expected to vastly outperform them. Yet, it seemed that the reality was not as daunting as anticipated, even bordering on the mediocre. Goal. A player from Kawaguchiko High struck the ball with precision, sending it into the net of Adachi High. The students from Kawaguchiko erupted in jubilant cheers, and witnessing the joyous expressions of their peers only fueled their excitement further. They waved their arms in exhilaration, running in circles, while the players from Adachi wore expressions of despair. The goalkeeper, in particular, buried his face in his hands, consumed by regret, lamenting that had he only moved a fraction faster, he could have intercepted the ball. The goalkeeper, none other than the familiar Tatsuya Hariyama, was utterly inadequate. Reflecting on Hariyama's earlier performance, Mizuno could not help but shake his head. The opposing player struck the ball without any feints, simply aiming directly for the goal. Even standing still, one could have blocked it with their body. Yet, at the moment the ball soared towards him, Hariyama inexplicably flinched and sidestepped. Mizuno felt a profound sympathy for the football club burdened with such a player. Consequently, the score escalated to 0-4. Pass to me. Break through. Aim for the left side. It's in. Kawaguchiko High unleashed a surge of momentum, launching a powerful strike against the goal of Adachi High. The surrounding students were swept up in the excitement, cheering as they witnessed the thrilling display on the field. As the players from both sides engaged in fierce competition, drenched in sweat, an unexpected incident occurred during a forceful kick. Bang! A player from Adachi High collapsed to his knees, clutching his face. He had taken the ball squarely to the face, resulting in an immediate cascade of blood from his nose. The onlooking students gasped in shock, rising in curiosity to observe the injured player on the ground. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the realm of competitive sports. After the player who struck the ball offered his apologies, the school nurse quickly escorted the injured player off the field. It was evident to all that the incident was unintentional, merely a result of the injured player's overly flamboyant positioning. Adachi High was now down a player, though the match was only halfway through and a minor mishap had occurred. The game must continue. However, the coach from Adachi High found himself dismayed to discover they had no substitute players available. Mizuno had been preparing to take Ibusa to observe other matches, yet he had not yet departed when the goalkeeper, Tatsuya Hariyama, jogged over to him. "Brother Mizuno, I implore you to take the field as a substitute." Huh? Mizuno pointed at himself, bewildered by the request. "Brother Mizuno, our football club has no substitute players left, and it is impossible to find anyone else who can play at such short notice. Already, our performance is sufficiently embarrassing if we concede defeat outright. The members of our club will have no face to show in school. If memory serves, Tatsuya Hariyama has already suffered social death at school. With merely half a match remaining, it would suffice for Brother Mizuno to simply jog around the pitch. After all, we have already lost. Why would you seek me out? I cannot play football. Because Brother Mizuno excels at fighting, your physical prowess must be formidable. If you are adept at brawling, surely you can excel at football." Mizuno mused that the thought process within the football club was indeed peculiar. Furthermore, the team was already blaming me for failing to guard the goal, and I would surely face their wrath once the match concluded. "Brother Mizuno, you are my only savior now. If you simply perform decently once you enter the field, I would have a reliable ally." Observing Tatsuya Hariyama's imminent bowing and apology, Mizuno gently nodded in agreement. Kaibusa, gazing at Mizuno, revealed a glimmer of apprehension in her eyes. The scene of injury that had unfolded earlier on the field raised concerns. What would happen if such misfortune befell Mizuno? "It's fine, I'll merely walk around on the field. Football is simply about getting the ball into the opponent's goal." As for Mizuno, the members of the football team offered only fleeting glances. Their eyes were filled with despair. Some recognized Mizuno as the one known for his prowess in brawls, but they merely sighed and offered no greetings. They had already succumbed to hopelessness regarding this match. Whatever the outcome, it mattered little. The part-time coach, a consulting teacher, diligently inquired, "Do you know how to play football? Are you familiar with the rules?" "That will suffice," the coach replied, casting his gaze towards the heavens as if seeking wisdom among the stars. After all, football does not necessitate towering stature. It is not overly sensitive to physique. The newcomer appeared capable of standing on the pitch for a while. Once the coach's gaze returned from the celestial sphere, he offered the players a few simple directives. Resembling an analysis of the adversary, yet sounding more like a monologue, essentially empty words. After all, his primary expertise lay in athletics, with football merely a hobby. He could only provide vague analyses. The essence of his lengthy discourse condensed to a single message: do not concede any more goals. Not even an active defense and counterattack could be hoped for. Expectations had plummeted to an all-time low. The only player still exhibiting some spirit was Tatsuya Hariyama, as 3 out of the 4 goals conceded could be attributed to him, with the lone exception being an own goal accidentally scored by a teammate. After the match, the football club would undoubtedly designate him, Tatsuya Hariyama, as the scapegoat. Brother Mizuno, just kick around a bit. Mizuno sighed, your team is truly doomed. One of the reasons he agreed to take the field was to assist Tatsuya Hariyama, who, in daily life, often catered to others, whether it was fetching meals or drinks. Though he had no notable achievements, his efforts had not gone unnoticed. His other motivation was to see if he could unlock something from participating in football. Joyfully racing against the wind on the field, who knows, one might just unlock the art of wind manipulation and become a carefree wind master. At the very least, one could acquire the technique of throwing shurikens. As for mercilessly thrashing the younger players, that holds no appeal whatsoever. Ready, it's time to take the field. The coach pats the players on the shoulders, instructing the new student to take the position of substitute defender. The various positions in soccer can be succinctly categorized into forwards who spearhead the attack, supporting forwards who safeguard the defenders, and then the defenders themselves, who occupy the backline and are chiefly responsible for the team's defense, ensuring that the opposing team does not breach their goal. During offensive plays, they may assist the midfielders in orchestrating attacks and controlling the tempo of the game. If one were to delve deeper, distinctions could be made such as wingbacks and shadow forwards. However, given that this is merely a match between 2 average school teams, such classifications are rather superfluous. Moreover, the current situation on the field reveals that all players from Adachi First High are huddled in a defensive zone, with everyone adopting the role of a center back. Let's give it our all. Winning or losing is inconsequential. What truly matters is to display our spirit and vigor, and not disappoint our spectators, the captain weakly encourages. Oh, understood. Let us strive for a goal. Oh, understood. This attainable objective invigorates the players. Mizuno silently listens to the confident declarations of the school soccer team, wondering if their utmost ambition is merely to score a single goal. This hardly serves to uplift their spirits. Besides, it stands to reason that, for the sake of dignity, the opposing team would likely concede at least 1 goal in the final moments to avoid a shutout, sparing Adachi First High from humiliation. With a sharp whistle, the rounded soccer ball is kicked out, and the spirited players from Kawaguchi Lake High seize control of it, passing it back and forth in coordination with their forwards. The students from Adachi First High weave in and out, attempting to seize the ball, both sides feeling as though the competition is quite fierce. However, to an outsider, it appears somewhat tedious. For several minutes, possession remains unchanged, the ball continuously exchanged among the players of Kawaguchi Lake High. Logically, with such an advantage, they should have already advanced into the back line. Yet it seems both teams are engaged in a polite standoff akin to Tai Chi, with Adachi First High failing to gain possession, while Kawaguchi Lake High does not launch a vigorous attack, merely exchanging shots back and forth. Great opportunity. Suddenly, a player from Adachi First High shouts, having snatched the ball from beneath an opponent's feet. He had been observing for quite some time and finally found his chance. What a thrill! Watching the astonished expression on the opposing player's face after losing the ball fills him with elation. Though he is not on a verdant field, he feels as if he is sprinting in the final of the World Cup, the ball feeling so light and its shape so exquisite. Yamashita, your ball. Huh. Yamashita looks down in surprise. Aside from the artificial turf, where's the soccer ball? Where's my ball? I was just running with it on the World Cup final field. Mizuno silently observes his teammates' disheartened performance. Yamashita had barely taken a few steps with the ball before it flew away, only to be picked up by the opposing team. Losing the ball without even realizing it can only be deemed an accident. However, following the performance from Yamashita, the spirit of Azuma High School seemed to be rekindled, as the extinguished flame of determination within them was reignited. Gradually, some players began to seize the football from beneath their opponent's feet. It was a back-and-forth exchange, a fierce contest. They played as if engaged in a round of Tai Chi push hands. Yet, just a few minutes later, the players of Azuma High School faltered once more. The opposing midfielders seized possession of the ball and charged forward with ferocity, several teammates trailing behind to provide cover, their lateral passing and coordination quite commendable. The momentum of their advance resembled that of a war chariot in a synchronized assault. Upon seeing the advancing opponent, Hariyama Tatsuya instinctively covered his rear. After all, he had been struck 3 times by that very player. It was him. No, they could not concede another goal. The center back of Azuma High also retreated to the backfield, observing the surging figure with gritted teeth. With a bellow, he charged toward the adversary. His girlfriend was watching from the sidelines, and they had promised to bring home a victory today. He sprinted, lowered his body, and executed a perilous sliding tackle. The sliding tackle is an exceedingly dangerous maneuver, particularly in amateur matches where a poorly executed slide could result in severe injury, a fate that could spell the end of a player's season. "Danger!" exclaimed a player from Kawaguchi Lake High, witnessing Azuma High's reckless slide tackle. Startled by this self-destructive attempt, the ball carrier momentarily lost focus, watching helplessly as the ball was swept away by the opponent's tackle. "Let it go. I can recover it from the opposing player anyway." Yet, if he were to be caught in the tackle and injured, it would mean at least a spring break of recovery. The ball, having been dislodged, arced gracefully before landing and rolling a few times. With a clatter, Mizuno observed the football roll to his feet, and he stepped onto it with his right foot. He intended to pass to a teammate, but seeing his allies besieged by the opposing players, he abandoned the idea. Why not just shoot at the opponent's goal? He thought. With a resounding thump, he unleashed a powerful strike, the ball letting out a mournful cry as it soared from the backfield of Azuma High, traversing the entire field toward the goal of Kawaguchi Lake High. Is that a home run? Several baseball players, who were currently at bat, gazed in astonishment at the soaring ball. What is happening? Is there anyone else playing baseball besides us? Everyone looked up as the ball arced through the sky, crashing into a small thicket. Mizuno's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had aimed for the goal, yet the trajectory of his shot was entirely askew. This was indeed a mortifying moment. Nevertheless, the sheer force of his kick startled those in attendance. Many unfamiliar with the rules of football applauded in response to Mizuno's explosive display, while some girls even believed he had scored a home run and thought points should be awarded. After all, both baseball and football are played with a ball. The coach, who had already been disheartened, gaped in disbelief as he watched the ball soar beyond the field. In formal competitions, it is not uncommon for a football to be kicked out of bounds. However, Mizuno's strike soared further than what even professional players could manage. With just a slight exertion, it seemed the ball could have flown beyond the school grounds. Could there truly be such a powerhouse of leg strength hidden within the school? The coach gazed at Mizuno's legs, a plan forming in his mind. He blew his whistle, calling the players over. And soon a circle was formed as they gathered to hear the coach's latest strategy. "Mizuno, was it? That last shot was impressive," the coach remarked, patting Mizuno's empty shoulder. "Football demands the kind of spirit and attitude you possess." Turning to Yamashita and Sakio, he continued, "We shall alter our strategy. Mizuno will take on the role of forward. Your task is to pass the ball to him, granting him opportunities to strike boldly." The coach vaguely articulated his intentions, proposing a reckless strategy of 9-1, centering everything around Mizuno while executing a forward assault without concern for defense. After all, defeat seemed inevitable. "What? You've never played forward and can't shoot? Fear not. It's not about accuracy, but rather the audacity to charge forth. Just project the spirit of Adachi High." Mizuno understood. The coach was cleverly deceiving the principal, who lacked football knowledge. By showcasing an intense facade, they could retain a semblance of dignity despite an impending loss. Whether Mizuno would score was of little consequence. The mere act of charging was sufficient. "Let us go. Let us go." After the arrangements were made, the team rallied, took a few sips of water, and stepped onto the field. The players from Kawaguchiko High noticed a marked change in the Tokyo High team. The defender who had just made an impressive kick was now positioned as a forward, and the overall formation appeared peculiar. With a sharp whistle, play commenced as the goalkeeper launched the ball with a long-distance pass aimed directly at Kawaguchiko's star player, while Mizuno closely shadowed him. Both players sprang into action simultaneously. But as the Kawaguchiko athlete prepared to strike the ball, Mizuno's speed eclipsed his, allowing him to seize the spherical object effortlessly. "Excellent," the coach exclaimed, thumping his chair with enthusiasm. "Yes, that's it. Keep charging forward." However, the anticipated 9-1 strategy faltered. Mizuno, with the ball at his feet, moved with the grace of a small cheetah, skillfully maintaining control. As opposing players lunged toward him, Mizuno deftly sidestepped their attempts, resembling a dagger piercing the heart of the opposing defense. The other 9 players struggled to keep pace with Mizuno's velocity, let alone assist him in thwarting the opposition. With a decisive thrust, Mizuno breached the defensive line, quickly penetrating the opponent's penalty area. As he approached, the goalkeeper assumed a stance, his expression resolute and serious. "Come on, let me safeguard Kawaguchiko's final line of defense." With a powerful strike, the goalkeeper barely registered the ball's trajectory before a cacophony of sound erupted, accompanied by the tremor of the goalpost. He turned rigidly, witnessing the ball lodged against the crossbar, the entire goal seeming to shift backward from the force of the shot. Such ferocity could prove fatal, the goalkeeper murmured, swallowing hard. The goalkeeper grasped the football, trembling as he felt the temperature of the surface through his gloves, and forcefully hurled the ball towards a distant teammate. Let them contend for the ball against the opposing players. After all, victory was nearly within reach. The only concern was preventing that formidable man from seizing possession. Although his shooting technique was somewhat lacking, it was the unpredictable trajectory of his errant shots that posed a genuine threat. Following 2 blunders, the smile on Mizuno's face became somewhat rigid. This time he had penetrated the penalty area, with no one around to obstruct him, making it seem an easy opportunity to score. Yet, in a twist of fate, his attempt nearly resulted in a complete miss. Get the ball. Get the ball. A long pass to Mizuno. Alas, how could it have been intercepted again? Just hold on. It's passed. Good. While the coach's skills were not particularly impressive, his commentary was filled with fervor. The onlookers watched as a student from Adachi first high launched the ball into the opponent's half. However, compared to Mizuno, the opposing player was closer to the ball. Yet, like a cheetah, Mizuno raced forward, propelled by the wind, faster than his adversary. This time, he was well prepared, targeting the opponent's opening, and struck the ball with force. Whoosh! The goalkeeper felt a rush of wind as the football thundered into the net. Despite the distance of several feet, he still felt a sting on his cheek as the ball passed. 41. A goal at last. The students from Adachi First High erupted in cheers. Even those less familiar with football clapped along, but the most astonished were the players from Adachi First High, who looked at the scoreboard in disbelief. Recalling Mizuno's earlier explosive run, a shiver of exhilaration coursing through them. This 9 defend 1 strategy seemed utterly ineffective. It appeared more as 1 defend 9. The Kawaguchiko goalkeeper shook his head, reflecting on his earlier hesitation, feeling somewhat disheartened. The match continued, and after a kickoff, the football sailed long into the half. Following that initial goal, Mizuno found his rhythm, galloping across the field with grace. A powerful shot in the penalty area and a long-range goal. This miraculous 1 defend 9 tactic was unfolding, and the score gradually narrowed. With the score equalized at 44, Mizuno lost interest in continuing the game. After running for so long without unlocking any ninjutsu, he scratched his head in frustration. Besides, he truly had no desire to rely on physical prowess to dominate the younger players. Achieving a draw would suffice, maintaining a sense of decorum. Moreover, considering the level of Adachi First High's football team, losing by a small margin was not unjust. Mizuno felt that if he helped them win, it would undoubtedly undermine the hard work of the Kawaguchiko team. With the final whistle, the football match concluded, the score solidifying at 44. As the group exited the enclosed field, students from both sides erupted in cheers, especially towards Mizuno. Some boys, who understood the game, cheered heartily, never expecting to witness such a fierce display of scoring prowess in a friendly match. It was certainly at a level capable of entering the professional realm. The thoughts of girls are rather simple. The boy, who continuously scores goals, possesses an impressively handsome demeanor, and his looks are equally striking. Some girls have even noted that his stamina appears to be quite exceptional.